or you could attack for this. Just the pass. Penny's there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GS
Close combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Chopper Bros gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the look down. Can you look down the wish cash where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers. It is a brisk but beautiful morning here in Louisville, Kentucky, and it's a perfect day to play some Pokemon. My name is Softop, and I'm here joined by the helpful, happy, and hilarious Wholesome _ Wholesome. How are you feeling today?
Feeling spooky, Soph, here in the month of October, but I could not be more excited to be back here for the 2025 season here in our North American circuit. We've already had a great tournament in Baltimore, and I cannot wait to see what we have in store for you here in Louisville. But let's actually take a look at our full season schedule. As you can see, this is just our second North American regional tournament, but we have lots to look forward to, including 3 international tournaments with the LAIC, LAIC, our EUIC, and NAIC, but it all leads to Anaheim for Worlds here in the 2025 season, so.
That's right. It's a long road to Anaheim, so let's take a look at the path that some of those trainers will be taking to earn their World qualifications. So the primary pathway is going to be through these championship points. It's going to be the top 75 players in North America with their championship points who earn their spots to Worlds, 350 championship points for first place, and we've already got one regional under our belt in Baltimore, so let's take a look back and see who the winners were from that tournament.
Hello Pokemon trainers, Home Slice Henry here to showcase the amazing moments from the 2025 Baltimore Regional Championship. With a massive meta update mere days before the competition, over 160 competitors descended onto the Baltimore Convention Center. The prize, becoming the first regional champion of the 2025 competitive season. Day 1 was action-packed. Seasoned competitors Arrow and Bopper blazed through the competition with Shadow Typhlosion, while newer competitor Murphy burned a path to Day 2 with Shadow Alolan Marowak. On Day 2, Elite made quick work of the winner's side of the bracket to earn a spot in Grand Finals thanks to his Shadow Machamp. His opponent, Wadaj, who he defeated 3-1 in the winners finals, went down 0-2 in the series, then proceeded to reverse sweep to force a bracket reset. In the bracket reset, it all came down to a decisive Game 5, where Wadaj was able to secure victory thanks to his trusty Clodsire.
Wadaj coming in, sludge bombing the Mandibus. He is your Baltimore Regional Champion.
Think you have what it takes to be the next regional champion? Head to Pokemon.com/compete to find events near you.
Congratulations once again to Wadaj claiming his 3rd regional championship, one of the greatest Pokemon Go players of all time. We see here that top 3 as well, incredibly stacked Elite, a 2-time regional champion, Elam, also a 2-time grand finalist. We'll see him here in Louisville as well, but it wasn't just these incredible players on display. There were also some great Pokemon in this new meta. Wholesome, talk me through these top 12 Pokemon from Day 2.
Yeah, it just feels like a fresh meta here. What a shakeup that we had to start off our 2025 season. And while we do have some of the usual suspects like Azumarill, we also have tons of new Pokemon in the meta here as well, like Dunsparce, Clodsire, actually our #1 pick as well. And look at some of those really interesting fire picks as well, with Shadow Typhlosion as well as the Talonflame. But the one that stood out to me, so it was that Galarian Moltres.
That's right. The Galarian Moltres was certainly on display as well as in some other tournaments, but we've only had one tournament so far, but let's take a look at some of those early qualifiers to the World Championships. Of course, in addition to those championship points, every winner of a regional tournament is going to earn an automatic qualification. We've already got Wadaj there, 8 more names still to join him, and including one this weekend. There's also going to be some early leaders on the championship points leaderboard. We've got Elite at the top there. He's cleaned up a lot of local tournaments in addition to that top 2 finish in Baltimore. And these are some of the early leaders who are going to be fighting it out for those World Championship invites as well as potential travel awards down the line.
Well, let's skip across the pond and take a look at our first European regional as well. We were actually over in Dortmund earlier this season as well, where we got to see a very interesting tournament. Our winner, we've seen a lot of success from him in the past, but first-time regional winner is Kazim33. But let's not forget one of our very regular podium finishers, Tauntaun Battus as well, and nickname 29585. As you can see, 2 more of the Galarian Moltres there, Soph.
That's right. The meta in Europe was looking pretty similar to what we saw in North America. Lots of Clodsire, lots of Dunsparce, Azumarill, and Feraligatr. But the big story here to me, at least one of them, was the rise of Malamar. We didn't see a lot of it in Baltimore, but almost every top cut team in Europe had the Malamar on there.
One of the Pokemon that I see there as well is Toxapex, which is one of those great answers to Pokemon like Azumarill and does great into really most of the water picks in general, particularly that Feraligatr. So it is interesting to see in some of these different regions between LATAM, between EU, as well as NA, some of the different metas that are evolving.
That's right. Well, Kazim was the winner of Dortmund, and there's, just like in North America, still 8 spots to go to earn those automatic invites. And of course, in addition to these automatically invited champions, there's also going to be players at the top of those championship points leaderboards, including one name, Tomahawk, who I think we're actually going to see in Louisville again. He was top 4 in Baltimore, making the trek again across the Atlantic Ocean to compete in North America. Lots of familiar names up here as well, of Tauntaun Battus, Mewweedle, as well as 23 EJB.
That's right. All right, well, lots of great trainers that we see over in Europe, and again, excited to see how Tomahawk is going to be performing here in the North American circuit. Let's take a look at one of our trainers from the LATAM region, though. We did recently wrap up our Joinville tournament, and if you take a look here, it's no surprise. Actually, I think for the 3rd consecutive season, we have Harjeff winning the first LATAM regional. You can see he has plenty of accolades. He was our 2024 LAIC champion, and I believe this is his 3rd regional that he's won as well.
That's right. Harjeff, a very decorated trainer, one of the great trainers at making those meta reads, including Pokemon like Shadow Drapion. That might be one of the Pokemon that we're kind of expecting to see on the rise here. Of course, Shadow Drapion, super flexible Pokemon. I think all of these attacks, Poison Sting, Crunch, and Aqua Tail, have been buffed in some of these recent seasons, so becoming increasingly popular. But there's also some Pokemon who may be kind of on the downtrend. Wholesome, tell me about Gastrodon.
Well, if we look at the only weakness from a typing perspective for the Shadow Drapion, it's actually ground. So if we can avoid any of those ground matchups, that's going to be great for Drapion. I think that's part of the reason that it's on the rise. Specifically for Gastrodon, I think it's a great Pokemon in the Go Battle League meta, where it does win a lot of neutral matchups thanks to the strength of Mudslap. But here in the Play Pokemon format, I think it's a lot easier to build your team to counter it. So we'll see if it gets some good play. We haven't seen a lot of success from it here in the first couple of regionals.
That's right. Well, a lot of Pokemon to look forward to at this regional in particular, but also a lot to look forward in-game everywhere around the world. Today is actually the debut of Mega Mawile. It's that raid day. Depending on where you are, this might have happened already, but otherwise it's going to be 2 to 5 p.m. local time. Really exciting. You've got that shiny chance. You can also start getting that Mega energy. So really exciting to finally see Mega Mawile make its debut in Pokemon Go. But that's just today. Next month, we've actually got something pretty exciting coming up as well. Mankey Community Day in November. Both Primeape and Annihilape are going to be getting access to Rage Fist. We don't have the precise stats on that just yet, so we'll have to see how good it is, but I mean, for now, we can only speculate.
Yeah, it's really exciting because if you recall, on Yakai's championship team in 2024, actually ended up having the Annihilape on his team. With some of the recent nerfs, we've seen it fall out of the meta here, but this could be its opportunity to worm its way back into this meta, depending on the exact stats here for Rage Fist.
That's right, and Primeape is going to be getting it as well, and Primeape, of course, has access to Karate Chop. I think Annihilape only has Counter, which, of course, did have the energy nerfed on that, so really going to be dependent on the exact stats that come out of that, but it could be really exciting. Annihilape is one of the Pokemon that we've seen dominate last season, and speaking of last season, the top 4 world championship trainers from the World Championships have already automatically qualified to Anaheim. Here they are. You mentioned Yukai. We've also got Anadequins, Marto, Beelzeboy, and then of course our 3 regional winners there as well.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that Marto Galde actually won the Lima Special Championship as well. So not only did he qualify from top 4 at Worlds last season, he actually qualified again here by winning a tournament.
That's right. That's a very secure invite that Marto has, but there's going to be some trainers looking to join that list of trainers. Here we've got Rise to Occasion, Dunebug 97, and Bopper as 3 of some of our players to watch here in Louisville. Rise to Occasion, a 3-time regional champion, Dunebug, a 4-time regional champion, and Bopper, of course, finished in the top 12 at the World Championships just a couple of months ago, so going to be really exciting. But there's also going to be some other stellar players here to watch. Wholesome, I think you can maybe tell us a little bit about Out of Pocket.
Yeah, Out of Pocket, someone that we've seen have so much success at so many different stages. Very recently just took top 8 at Worlds. Just before that, ended up winning the North American International Championship as well, and he also was our 2023 Peoria Regional Champion. I think that he's great at adapting at metas, and it's really been great to watch Out of Pocket grow up here in some of these tournaments, right? We've seen the success that he's had originally in the senior division, now translating to the master division here as well, and he has really not fallen off in any way, shape, or form. He is only getting better and better.
That's right. Out of Pocket certainly in contention for being the best player in North America right now, right? 1 NAIC top finisher from North America at Worlds, and he's just been having a stellar calendar year. I think he's barely missed any day twos, but it's not just Out of Pocket. I think there's some other really talented trainers here as well. For example, it's Axon, the only world champion from North America ever, 2023 world champion. He's also got that triple crown, winning the Portland regional champion earlier that season, and of course the first ever North American international champion. Well, I think these are some of our top players, but there's still plenty of other top trainers to watch. I think us casters have even picked out a couple of these trainers and a couple of the Pokemon that we're expecting to see succeed here this weekend as well. So here are some of those Pokemon. Wholesome, you want to tell me about some of those picks you got there?
Yeah, I just seen, that I play a lot of Go Battle League. I've seen a lot of success with that Malamar lead. It's really great, especially with Superpower and Dip. You've got your Shadow Drapion there, which is just such a flexible safe swap. And I think one of the anchors in the Pokemon meta right now is going to be that Diggersby. I have a little bit of a soft spot for Chestnut as well. I think it actually breaks up a lot of metas. And with access to Thunder Punch, it can actually fight back versus some of those flyers that it has so much weakness to as well.
Yeah, that's a great call out. I, of course, also agree with the Drapion and Diggersby picks. I think Chestnut is pretty interesting. Chestnut and Serperior kind of have similar roles in the meta, but obviously that fighting dual typing that Chestnut has gives it some interesting play.
Yeah, Caleb and Butters both picking that Toxapex pick, which, like I said, I think is a Pokemon that obviously it has great bulk. We've seen it attempted to be used in some of these metas before, but I think if you take a look at the meta now, not only can it outbulk a lot of Pokemon, it has typing advantages against a lot of the water Pokemon as well.
Absolutely. Well, we'll have to see what Pokemon some of these trainers choose to bring. But in the meantime, I think we've also got a look at some of these trainers that we're hoping to watch. But before we get there, make sure to follow us on all of our social accounts. We've got the streams here on Twitch and YouTube. We've also got the socials on X, Facebook, and Instagram. So make sure to, post using that hashtag #PlayPokemon. We love seeing your posts, how you're enjoying the stream, who you're rooting for, maybe how much you're enjoying Mega Mawile Raid Day.
Yeah, whether you're here at the tournament or watching from home, make sure that you guys send in your posts so we can feature them on the broadcast. And speaking of the broadcast, make sure that you guys are following the channels as well. You can watch us on Twitch or on YouTube. Make sure that you guys follow the channel so you can get notifications when we go live for future broadcasts as well.
That's right. Well, I think we're just about ready to start getting into some matches. Wholesome, do you have any last words you want to say for any of the competitors?
I hope everyone has a very spooky tournament.
All right. Thank you so much, Wholesome. I think we're just about ready to go, so Caleb and Butters, take it away.
Thank you, Soph and Jim. I'm Caleb Pang, and I'm joined by my good friend, Tuo Butters, Steven Sanders, long-distance relative of Colonel Sanders. We're here in Louisville, Kentucky. We're excited to see some epic battles.
Yeah, it's a new season. I couldn't be more stoked for this 2025 season with the max out change to the Go Battle League, but of course that affects everything in Pokemon Go PvP. It is completely new meta. We had Quagsire for Alligator to start. Now maybe it's a Diggersby Toxapex meta, but it's a new season, so we need to make sure and take a look at the format.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon Go matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
We have a double elimination format, as you can tell from the format video, and we have a ton of players here in Louisville. 160, if I have my numbers correctly, which means that we will have a top 16 for day number 2.
Yeah, it's super competitive now because, of course, a change to how you qualify for the World Championships. It's going to be the top 75 trainers in North America if you didn't already qualify from last year's World Championship, or if you win a regional or get top 4 at an international championship. But it's not only for that, it's for the prizes as well that they can win at these tournaments. Of course, that first place prizing at $2,500, but anything in that top 8 is pretty nice.
That's right. I mean, not only do you get some cash with your winnings, you get a bunch of booster packs as well. So if you love Pokemon cards too, this is definitely a nice little reward as well. So the pricing is going to be nice for sure, but also players will be playing for championship points. Like you said, Butters, unless you win one of these regionals or get top 4 at an international, or you're one of those very talented 4 individuals we mentioned prior from Worlds last year, then you will have to get as many points as you can to meet that cutoff. And for North America, it's top 75, but there's varying different cutoffs for the other regions as well.
Yeah, you're going to have to do this while the meta is shifting. It's currently shifting right now. Let's see where it's at, because we have the day 1 usage at the 2nd North American regional of the season, and we actually got Dunsparce as number 1 in usage. Quadsire hanging on, though, at number 2.
That's actually pretty nuts to me. I think this is the first time in Pokemon Go history we've had a Dunsparce number 1 usage on any day, right? Day 1, day 2, day 3, whatever it is. This is the first time we see Dunsparce this high. Over half of the teams have Dunsparce. What are they cooking up, Butters? Because that's an interesting pick.
I mean, the crazy thing to me is 4 out of the best 5 Pokemon in the meta are hanging out in between 5 and 9 in usage. Because I think Malamar, Toxapex, Diggersby, and Shadow Drapion are the best 4 Pokemon in this meta. But it doesn't seem like everyone is running them. I'm really curious to see which Pokemon do make to day number 2. We still have Serperior kind of hanging on by a thread that's going to be able to counter those waters. But in this heavy poison meta, it's going to be way less safe than it was possibly in Baltimore.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and you can tell too, right? There's pretty much not a lot of fighters these days, not even breaking into top 12 in usage, which is why Pokemon like Dunsparce are seeing such high usage. You got Dugong pretty safe, right? Pretty much a lot of the things that are weak to fighting have a lot more freedom to navigate around the meta. I thought Dugong was going to be pretty high in usage instead, but Dunsparce is actually one step above this because, you know, it's going to win that head-to-head matchup versus Dugong.
Yeah, because we saw Kazim use Dugong and Dunsparce in almost every single game in the winners finals and grand finals, able to just use that core to be so effective. And it's a hard core to beat. That's why I also thought Malamar or a fighting type would show up. And it's not that there's no fighting types. There's literally only one fighting type attack. That's on Malamar. That's a superpower. That is the one fighting type coverage, but you can get to those superpowers really quickly. It is kind of like a pseudo fighting type, even though it doesn't have counter as its fast attack or how other pseudo fighting types used to work in the past. I still consider Malamar to be the only fighting type in the meta right now.
That's right. Well, speaking of the meta, speaking of what people are using, let's head down to the stage. We have our first battle queued up. We got Doombug97, the man with all the bling here in his picture, but he's not wearing any medals yet this weekend. Hopefully trying to look for one at the finish of it. But he is running a Diggersby, Shadow Feraligatr, Malamar, Ariados. Talonflame and Azumarill.
Yeah, the Talonflame is really interesting. I mean, Doomebug is running it. I thought I saw Rise was running it as well. And in this situation, especially when Clodsire, most of them have dropped Stone Edge. Most of them are running Sludge Bomb and Earthquake. And that matchup versus Clodsire is a lot better when it is Sludge Bomb and Earthquake. So you really only have to worry about that the Shadow Drapion and the Dunsparce. If you are the Talonflame and Doombug, it is looking pretty safe on that side. But otherwise, pretty meta picks, except Doombug is actually running the Ariados, another poison type that is not seen on that top 12 usage. We have 3 poison types in top 12, but Ariados might be the 4th strongest poison type in the meta. Doombug brought it, and here we are. Malamar might be the best Pokemon right now. We got the mirror.
All right, and it's going to be an interesting one too. Charge Deck Priority is going to be pretty key here. You can see both running Super Power and Foul Play. I'm sure a lot of you know who Doombug is, the 3-time regional winner from last season. But Kevin Reed, this is, I believe, his 2nd ever tournament, first being Peoria last year, almost exactly a year ago, going 65th place here. So definitely facing off against a pretty tough opponent in round number 1 against Doombug.
And if you ever played Psychic Cup, you know that your attack matters in this matchup because you really want to win the charge attack priority. And there it is. Looks like Doombug does have that higher attack Malamar because you also can get an attack break point versus Toxapex, which makes the Toxapex matchup a lot better. There's the, no, actually hangs on the bulk, the shiny Malamar able to take that. And now suddenly Kevin Ree is going to be able to take the alignment in the lead by knocking out Doombug's Malamar.
Wow, I did not see that coming, but here the Feraligatr has an energy advantage. However, if Kevin Reed brings in Dunsparce here, he's in a good spot. Let's see if he chooses to do that or not. Gonna wait out the timer a little bit. Here comes Dunsparce, and it's gonna be pretty nice. Doombug doesn't have a lot of places to go for this Ariados because you got Dunsparce and Clodsire in the back, both that just completely beat it.
Yeah, but you're not in a terrible situation with the Feraligatr. As you can see, once you land 2 Hydro Cannons, the Dunsparce is almost knocked out. But if you do have a better stat product Dunsparce, you can take that double Hydro Cannon and get to 2 charge attacks here. No Protect Shield from Doombug. It looks like it's going to be poison on poison in the backline, probably with 2 Protect Shield for both poison types.
I think Doombug's making the read that it is not a Clodsire in the back.
Oh,
this Clodsire in the back is going to be really strong for Kevin Reed. And here's the thing, you saw to take out this Dunsparce, and he actually swaps the Dunsparce in, or swaps the Ariados in, and in comes Clodsire. This Clodsire, though, is running Stone Edge, which is going to be more favorable in this matchup. And you can see Doombug actually going for the lunge instead of the Trailblaze. Definitely interesting because this is going to be resisted.
It's resisted, and the Trailblaze is neutral, and it ramps up your attack by 1 stage. But he wanted to hit this lunge. He knows that Kevin Reed is running that Stone Edge, but I feel like, oh, actually, let's it go. Let's go the 1 stage attack debuff Stone Edge. It does so much into the Ariados, but you're not going to be able to Poison Sting down in Ariados, so now that you let that go, you know that you can hang on from fast attack pressure from the Clodsire. You just don't really want to take rollouts.
Yeah, it's an interesting play from Doombug because the thing is you can tank the Stone Edge even if you don't land the lunge, I believe, but maybe it gets a little bit... I mean, maybe you can survive this Poison Sting a little bit better here, too. Doombug knows better than me, probably. And here
50-second timer is up already. Here comes a Dunsparce swapping into a Trailblaze. Actually not going for the lunge because you expect Ariados to probably swap out here. I'm actually surprised that Doombug doesn't go for the lunge. He ramps up his attack, but looks like he's staying in. Looks like he's going to try to get to that lunge. Did he hang out for rollouts? He doesn't hang on. He gets knocked out by Kevin Reed's Dunsparce.
And Kevin Reed has back-to-back Juro, and that's all he needs to take a first game win off of Doombug, too. Kevin Reed looking stressed, but he's had the advantage this entire game, and he is going to close out this first game. And what an upset in this game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Doombug had the opportunity. If he lunged there, he gets to the back, right? He goes for the Trailblaze to ramp up his attack, but his attack doesn't matter in that instance. He needs to be able to hang on from those rollouts. So I think if Doombug throws that lunge, he does get the double charge attacks. Maybe he has a chance, but Kevin Reed able to play that in-game with the Dunsparce. Fantastic by him to get the huge upset. Like you mentioned, you saw all those medals that Doombug had in that opening picture.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, I'm personally not a huge believer in Ariados, but we'll see if my opinion will change over the weekend or not. I think it's a very strong Pokemon in the sense that it gets his moves super quick, right? Especially with that buff to Trailblaze as well. It's going to get there after 5 Poison Stings, really able to match that super fast pacing of something like a Feraligatr. But at the same time, too, it's kind of a shield hog, right? It's going to have to take a lot of shields, as you can see. Doombug spending all shields on the Ariados.
Look at that!
Bad matches.
Look at that! 1 HP in Dream. I don't even see the HP.
Yeah,
it's gone.
Yeah.
It just hangs on. It's like a ghost. It's for Halloween. It's being spooky there.
I don't even know if switch advantage was going to be as important for Kevin Reed because that area doesn't have a lot of places to go, but having switch advantage definitely helped him out in that situation because yeah, that was just going to allow the Dunsparce to be locked in the Frog game. We're going to game number 2 here, and it is going to be the Malamar into the Chestnut. Not a great matchup for the Chestnut. You have some neutral play, but the sideway really adds up in damage. I've seen it a couple times against Shadow Champ, and it is not comfortable for fighters. You can see why many reasons. Yeah, getting the Protect Shield too. The instant superpower, I assume this is going to be a superpower in dip here for Kevin Reed. And here comes that Drapion safe swap. One of the strongest safe swaps in this meta for sure, but Doombug does have that lurking Diggersby in the back. That ground type is good.
Do you go Azu here though? Because it's kind of clunky to just go for Fire Punch. Yeah, go for the Azu bubble down because you know that it's going to be Crunch Aqua Tail, and actually you just got a free bubble in that makes the farm down a little easier. Even if you get debuffed here, you should be able to get that full bubble down before you get knocked out. Actually gets the first debuff on Kevin Reed. The luck is in his favor early on here in Louisville.
Yeah, this crunch damage and poison damage is going to definitely add up over time, and it's not going to be comfortable for this Chestnut. What do you want to do? You can't really come into a Zoomer loaded.
Oh, another debuff!
Oh my gosh, the luck is definitely on Kevin Reed's side, but unfortunately, Azumarill is very bulky, and it's not going to, you know, it's still going to be able to get all this entry off against whatever comes in, and actually coming in with the Chestnut instead. Do we see Kevin Reed go for the double shield here? And first shield is going to connect, and let's see what happens here. Azumarill going up for another Ice Beam, and Kevin Reed trying to go for the Vine Whip down. Let's this next one go. Can you hang on? Because I feel like the first shield's kind of wasted if you just let this go with all this energy on the Chestnut. Barely survives. In comes the Malamar, and you get the snipe down from Doombug too. Precision play, and now he has 3 Pokemon still remaining. Diggersby has a positive matchup for Dunsparce, but on top of it, he still has the Malamar, and he's going for the very risky bait here. But Kevin Reed not shielding here, recognizing that the writing's on the wall.
Yeah, it's tough because Dunsparce is out of range of 1 superpower, so maybe he didn't want to debuff himself early on, but the thing is, you do have that Diggersby in the back anyway, so Doombug is really close to tying up the series. Kevin Reed just doesn't have that much left against a full health Diggersby, which can beat Dunsparce either way. We're going to see if Doombug lets this go. Actually decides to show his 3rd Pokemon. Maybe could have shielded this up and then stayed in with the Malamar, but looks like he's just going to try to go for that superpower to get the knockout. No, doesn't get that knockout. Now he's going to see the Diggersby, and that is pretty much a wrap for Kevin Reed here. Maybe was hoping there's an Ariados in the back, so he had a chance.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even Ariados at that health range with a shield advantage would still be able to take out this Dunsparce. You can see Kevin Reed recognizing that he's not going to win that specific one too. I think it was a smart decision for Doombug not to shield up the Malamar because you know, Kevin Reed already had back-to-back dual runs, so it wouldn't have been that useful. But very strong game for Doombug in game number 2. Chestnut's an interesting Pokemon, right? So it is the one Pokemon in this meta that completely walls off that moveset of Dunsparce with the Rock and Ground type. Rock and Ground type, super strong coverage, but Fighting and Grass will, you know, completely resist all those moves. So if you get it locked onto a Dunsparce, fantastic. 2 things though. 1, Doombug doesn't have a Dunsparce, and 2, unfortunately getting it into the Malamar and then the Azumarill is not going to pay favorable to Kevin Reed. Obviously you have some decent matchups still, right? It's going to be decent into Azumarill with shields up. It's going to be good into Feraligatr. It's going to be good into Diggersby, but at the same end, you have 3 kind of bad matchups on the Talonflame, Ariados, and Malamar. So.
Yeah. And even though Doombug doesn't have the Dunsparce, it was a good meta read because Dunsparce is #1 here in Louisville.
Yep.
So to have the Chestnut as that hard pressure versus the most common Pokemon, that is a smart decision. He brought it into game number 2, and it's funny, actually his double debuff kind of worked against him because he did bait out the Azumarill so that maybe he could have double shielded and gotten a Vine Whip down and got a ton of energy, but because there was that double debuff into the Azumarill of Doombug, you weren't able to ramp up much energy because these Vine Whips were doing so much damage. Azumarill was already so low health, he wasn't able to flip the momentum on his side there with the Chestnut, so he kind of had to let that go, and then once that was gone, the game was kind of over. But Doombug shows Ariados game number 1. Kevin Reed shows 3 things strong to Ariados, and then brings Chestnut game number 2, which is really weak to Ariados. We're going to see if Ariados makes a comeback in this game number 3, and That is perfect for Chestnut. Chestnut has the Azumarill matchup, and there's that Ariados in the back.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how Kevin Reed responds to this Malamar safe swap. In comes the Drapion. This is going to be a possible match. We're going straight for the Aqua Tail here. Interesting play from Kevin Reed. This is non-stab, whereas Crunch is stab, but also neutral, and has that chance for a debuff. But maybe recognizing that 2 Aqua Tail is enough, knowing his matchup knowledge better than me for sure. In comes the superpower from Doombug. Going to just throw it right away before the next move is going to be thrown, recognizing that he's not going to win this matchup, but wants to have extra energy for the Azumarill potential. Oh no, goes for the shield now.
And
Can you flip this?
And I don't think you can side wave down, so you're going to try to get another shield with your superpower, but maybe you're just going to double shield through this matchup and take the alignment here. Looks like that is what Doombug is going for. Does get the shield here, so looks like Doombug is going to double shield early on to get the alignment to keep the Ariados in the Chestnut, which you can win that down shield because Ariados walls all of Chestnut's energy, and then it's going to be up to if Dugong can close everything for Kevin Reed.
Yeah, I think this is where the difference would have been if he went for the Crunch instead. And in comes the Chestnut, the aggressive counter swap from Kevin Reed, because he recognizes he's not going to win switch advantage anyway, so he might just swap over here and not give the Malamar any extra farm. But yeah, like you said, it's going to resist all this energy from Chestnut. It's going to be a fantastic place for this Ariados. Ariados actually going for the resisted Trailblaze instead of the neutral lunge here against the Chestnut. Interesting play from Doombug. Maybe recognize that he wants to poison this thing down, and he's not going to be able to be taken out by the Frenzy Plants either.
And yeah, this is going to be double resisted, and that was such a risky pivot by Kevin Reed because now Doombug can possibly get to a superpower against the Dugong in the back. If you just stayed in there and then soaked that superpower foul play on your own Chestnut, then your Doombug, or your Dugong would be a little safer in the back. Now he has to make a tough decision. He is shaking his head here. Is it going to be a Trailblaze? Is it going to be a lunge? And it's that lunge bait. It is protect shielded. That is the thing that debuffs the Dugong. And now you're already at another Trailblaze. Looks like Doombug's going to try to prove you wrong. Ariados is just throwing off charge attacks right now.
Well, Ariados with this much energy could probably beat most things in this meta, and that is a hard-hitting Trailblaze. You can see Kevin Reed trying to swap there, not able to even get a single move off with this Dugong. Ariados going for the full team sweep now, and here's the thing, the poison thing is resisted from the Drapion, and you see Ariados able to poison thing all the way down. 3-ball for Doombug to close out round number 1 here in Louisville.
That was a full sweep by the poison-type Pokemon. That's not even top 12 usage, but that pacing on the poison sting looks like Kevin Reed is saying something here to the judge, but Doombug able to pull off with the Protect Shield disadvantage in the end. Went for the double Protect Shield on the switch, had a disadvantage with the Ariados, but because Kevin Reed pivoted, that Chestnut was stuck in there. You get the full farm down and able to close with the Ariados. I mean, a brilliant demonstration of what Ariados is capable of.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that really impressed me in that matchup wasn't even the Ariados. I think with that much energy, you know, getting it against the Chestnut, a lot of players can pilot that Ariados to perfection there. But the thing that really impressed me was Doombug's matchup knowledge in that Malamar versus Drapion, right? Recognizing that, okay, I could tank this Aqua Tail, right? It's not even going to be at the crunch. I could go for the superpower, right? Pretty quickly. He didn't even farm that much. And then he went for the side wave down after debuffing himself, recognizing that he had the damage, the resisted damage necessary on that side wave to take out that Drapion. I think that was the big turning point for Kevin Reed, because I think if he went for that crunch, it would be a different story, right? You either grab a shield from Doombug or you crunch it and you are putting that Malamar in Poison Sting range. Because he went for the non-stab Aqua Tail, and of course Crunch even has a debuff chance, but even without debuff, that extra damage would have been nice. But because he went for the Aqua Tail, Doombug was confident that he could just double shield there and side wave down, flip switch advantage, and like you said, completely wall off the Chestnut with the Ariados.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's even if you throw the Aqua Tail, you just need to do one more Poison Sting. So at least you threaten Crunch. Maybe you get that first Protect Shield, because if you know it's just Aqua Tail, then you just easily let that go if you're Doombug. And that kept it healthy enough to get that side wave down, which is what makes Malamar so dynamic, is the fact that it can do so much damage with something like Superpower, but Psywave, even while debuffed, is able to do so much damage while resisted into the Shadow Drapion. That's why it's so flexible. It has the potential to fast attack things down, throw a couple charge attacks, swap out. It's so dynamic. It, in my opinion, is probably the best Pokemon in this current iteration of the meta.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Was it even on your top 4 predictions for caster predictions?
Yes, it was.
Oh, it was. Okay,
Yes.
okay. I just got
Yeah.
a fact check there. You know,
Yeah.
I don't recall super
Yeah.
really. But no, I agree. I think it is very, very strong and flexible into a lot of matchups, really outside of the fairies, right? But it's mostly just Azumarill, and Azumarill is living in a Toxapex and Poison meta, so
Yes,
it might not be the
exactly.
easiest to bring that Azumarill. But we did see Doombug bring it a couple times too. It looks like
I think it was top 5 usage somehow, too.
yeah, yeah, somehow. Looks like the judge is going to be reviewing something right here. We're not exactly sure what the details are, so we will update you all as soon as possible. But overall, that looked like a very strong win for Doombug.
It's possible. The only thing that I might have saw is on the Dugong when it entered the battlefield. I think there might have been a little delay there. But in my opinion, it would have resulted in a charge attack priority. But I think what Kevin Ree is trying to get reviewed is he wanted the swap on that charge attack priority.
Oh,
so if
yeah,
Doombug threw on charge attack priority, he wanted the swap and catch it. And that's what he was saying maybe he didn't get the opportunity to do. But it looks like they have made a decision here.
Yeah, it looks like the winner is going to be Doombug, as we saw. So congratulations, Doombug, on a early win here in Louisville. You know, he's not content unless he gets another first place medal in his collection.
Yeah, and Kevin Ree, I mean, new to the championship series scene, but really put Doombug on the edge early on. Remember, there is seeding. So, of course, Doombug is a number 1 seed, and Kevin Ree is going to be on the lower seed end and able to take the first game versus Doombug on stage and get really close in that game number 3 as well. Well done for Kevin Ree. He is moving down to the loser side of the bracket, but Doombug, once again, moving on, showing that Ariados has a lot of potential here, but also showing the ability of Malamar and having that high attack Malamar, which there's going to be a little mini meta game between all the trainers here who has more attack. You get that breakpoint with Toxapex, but you also want to win charge attack priority against the opposing Malamar.
It didn't seem to matter, though, for Kevin Ree. I mean, he was able to win that even losing charge attack
Yeah,
priority.
that's true.
I've actually never personally seen that play out like that myself, but definitely trained that Malamar to be a bulkier than the other ones as well, as we see.
Yeah, this is exact perfect timing, because that was the exact hang on to that
shiny
superpower.
flex,
It is
too.
shiny. Yeah, that's crazy, because usually you don't get the best distributions when you have the shiny, but looks like Kevin Ree has it. That's why he's using it, and he was able to win the lead with it. But in this meta, I want to ask you, Caleb, do you think the alignment matters as much in this meta, or is soft losing a matchup actually pretty strong right now?
Yeah, I think generally speaking, it doesn't matter as much, but we did see, you know, the Chestnut against the Ariados, which is kind of a hard losing matchup. So there's a couple Pokemon in this meta that do get completely walled off. Ariados and Talonflame's another one as well. But I think this meta in particular that I've really enjoyed is that it's a lot more neutral than the meta we've had for the last 9 months. And that's where you see skill expression really come out, right? The 50-second timer, definitely going to be an improvement on that front as well. But especially with a more flexible meta where there's a lot more neutral play, it gives the mid to late game decision-making much more weight, and that's where the more talented players typically excel in those situations. But Kevin Ree taking a game off of Doombug is no easy feat as well. I'm sure Doombug was sweating a little bit after losing that first game. And a little fun fact, Kevin Ree didn't win a single game at Peoria last year, a year ago, went 0-2 in both back-to-back series. So already off to a great start and taking a game off of Doombug. We're looking forward to see if Kevin Ree makes it back on stage.
Yeah, and let's hear from Doombug himself. So let's go down to the stage with Wholesome.
All right, thank you, Butters. Thank you, Caleb. Wholesome_ here, joined by Doombug, fresh off his victory. Also, second streamer to legend as well on Twitch. Congratulations. Dropped game number 1 there. Talk to us about how you recovered and ended up taking the 2-1 victory.
Yeah, so after game 1, I just made a big adjustment by bringing Azumarill. At first, I didn't notice how strong Azumarill would be into that team. It just had to worry about the Chestnut, and I was able to keep it away from the Chestnut and do very well.
One of the picks that I want to ask you a little bit about actually is the Ariados. It's a Pokemon that we've seen kind of have an emergence here, or maybe a resurgence here in the 2025 season. What makes it a great pick here in the Play Pokemon format?
Well, one of the big changes with the season was the newly buffed Trailblaze, and Ariados can potentially get out of control if it really ramps up with Trailblaze.
We saw a sweep there in game number 3 actually as well, yeah. I want to ask you kind of a personal question here. When you obviously, had some struggles towards the end of last season after such an amazing overall season. You're getting a fresh start here in the 2025 season. New meta. We have a 50-second switch clock now. Talk to us about kind of some of your journey here in the 2025 season.
Yeah, I've been very excited for this meta ever since it was announced. The 50-second switch timer has probably been the best change that's ever happened in the history of this game. And I'm just, my motivation is at an all-time high for this season because I am hungry to do very well after Worlds.
All right. Well, there you have it from Dunebug. Anyone that you want to thank or anyone you want to shout out here before we toss it back to the casters?
Shout out to the dogs at the crib.
Thank you, Dunebug. Casters, back to you.
All right, Dunebug is hungry. And I mean, we saw last season while he was hungry what he was capable of. We can't wait to see what he's capable of in this 2025 season. But Caleb, I want to talk about something he mentioned. That 50-second switch timer. It may seem small going from 60 seconds to 50 seconds. It's just a 10-second difference. But when you're talking to top trainers, they're saying how impactful it is in these battles. How do you feel like it is actually impacting the season so far, Caleb?
Yeah, I agree with Dunebug. I think it is actually an incredible change for Pokemon Go PvP, and it makes the game a lot more dynamic. 10 seconds may not seem like a long time, but it feels like an eternity when you're locked into a bad matchup and you're constantly trying to swap out. And there's a lot of situations where you can tank the fast attacks, but you can't tank a charge attack. So you're just double shielding, right? And you're just a few seconds off from being able to swap out in the previous 60-second timer meta. But now that we have it at 50 seconds, you're able to swap out a bad matchup much better, bank some of that energy, and come in and just make dynamic plays, combo plays later on too. So I agree with Dunebug. I think it has made a really nice change for PvP and has really added to the dynamic of this current meta.
Yeah, and to that point, exactly, I feel like I want to paint the picture a little bit. Say you swap one of the best Pokemon in the meta, Shadow Drapion, and you swap Shadow Drapion and you're met by Diggersby. And you're locked into that matchup. Diggersby's going to win that matchup over time unless you get a lot of energy advantage. So you're able to throw some Aqua Tails, either throw some Crunch, try to get some debuffs, and then you're shielding Scorching Sands. Yep. And you're able to double shield Scorching Sand, throw enough Aqua Tails that timer is available now. That timer was not available last season to then swap out. And now because that timer is available, maybe you even got some shields back, and suddenly your Drapion that was going to lose and get knocked out by the third Scorching Sand suddenly is going to exit the matchup with probably 60% health, 65% health, with opportunity to do things in the backline. So just able to swap out of bad matchups that you're already locked into changes everything, because you can soak some poison energy down the line, you can get to another Aqua Tail, you can do things. So just in that situation, it is key, but it's key in so many situations.
That's right. And so it definitely adds a lot more to the game, especially if you know how to just pivot around too. And that's, we saw some of our players, Dunebug and Kevin Reed, doing some of that weaving back and forth too in our first series. So we're going to see plenty more of that here in Louisville. But yeah, I'm really excited about this meta too, right? I had my doubts coming into it at first, but it seems like every tournament there's just different cores that are working, right? It's a lot of water and ground cores. So a lot of Frauger, Clodsire to kick things off, but then, you know, seems like we're transitioning to a lot of Toxapex and Diggersby. Now we got Dunsparce in the mix. It's going to be a very interesting season for sure.
Yeah, and we have Dunebug who is hungry this season. Let's play a game actually. Let's look at the regional map and let's guess which regionals Dunebug will win. All right, I'll guess first. I'm going to guess San Antonio. Dunebug will be the champion. I'm just kidding, but this is going to be our regional season schedule for the 2025 season.
Well, Dunebug is the two-time defending Texas regional champion, right? Having won Arlington and was it San Antonio last year? It was San Antonio.
Yeah, San Antonio.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a good guess by me.
Yeah, exactly. I thought that's why he went for it, but okay.
It was random, but I'll take it.
I'll take it. Too much credit here, Butters. Yeah. But we're here in Louisville. We got Sao Paulo, the Latin America International Championships coming up on the schedule. The first international of the season. Sacramento as well, Toronto, and a bunch of others. So be sure to sign up for the ones that are available and be on the lookout for some other ones. I see some TBDs, so we got some future mystery regionals here that might be in a city near you.
Yeah, a lot to be excited for. Of course, that meta is changed like we were mentioning earlier. There's only a couple problem Pokemon. I'm actually going to say Azumarill is the problem Pokemon. I don't necessarily think it's all its fault, but it's...
What's the problem?
The problem is, if you get matched up against Toxapex, as you see in Azumarill on PDX Dragon's team, if you get matched up against Dijon's Toxapex, the game is pretty much over. Your 50-second switch clock is not helping you out of that matchup. and you hardwall Malamar's energy. So you kind of have the alignment advantage against a hard meta Pokemon in the meta, and the alignment disadvantage against a hard meta Pokemon. Otherwise, these teams look pretty flexible here, and Dijon actually going for that Alolan Sandslash that we saw Marto Gaude win with in the special event in Lima.
That's right. I mean, I think Azumarill potentially could swap out Toxapex if they're going straight to Sludge Wave, because it takes quite a bit of time to get to Sludge Wave if you shield it, but most players are not going to use shield in that situation because Azumarill is just completely walled off in that matchup. PDX Dragon, a Worlds qualified and Worlds competitor from last season, making a decent amount of top finishes, 13th in Los Angeles, and had a 17th place from North America International Championships the year before. Dijon the Jin, one of our favorite judges here, a very popular judge that has been at many tournaments, but he is competing this time around, so he missed Worlds qualification by a few
Pokemon
points
is here.
Yeah, here's another problem Pokemon too, so actually does bring in the Azumarill, but has two. It's
my goodness! Where did this thing come from?
Dijon going with the mud slap fast attack pressure strategy here, and recognizing that he could take the move no problem, and going to throw the Bone Club. I like this play because he recognizes that the Octo pacing is just way too fast, so he needs to throw it as you see PDX Dragon right at it. But here's the thing, can you poise this thing down? Because I don't think so, and I think Dijon's just going to shield up here and maintain switch advantage, or does he give it up? Let's see, and he's going to shield at the very last second. I like this play to just maintain the positive matchup you have. The Azumarill is going to come away with a bit of energy. However, it's going to take some damage from the Shadow Marowak instead.
He was trying to look at if alignment even mattered, because he kind of has two answers for the Azumarill here, but he notices that PDX Dragon does have double Poison type, has the Toxapex as well, so doesn't want to match up his superior into that Poison type. So just going to go ahead and get the shield parity, get the Bone Club off, which did a good chunk of damage, and then now you can soak the energy on your Sandslash if you want to, but decides to go with the superior instead.
And Superior can tank one of these Ice Beams, so you can see Dijon is going to be content on letting that go. The Alolan Sandslash does resist all the moves on this Azumarill as well, so that's another option. But this is actually going to put Dijon in a very precarious situation. So Frenzy Playing is going to come through. Oh, it's going to land. That's huge for Dijon because he's going to get one shot from the superpower on the side of his Malamar. But if you can put in Powder Snow range, you're in a much more comfortable position here. And Dijon actually throwing the Ice Punch first before PDX Dragon throws a move. PDX Dragon might be going for the double superpower first before throwing it, and I think that's going to be a smart play from PDX Dragon. I don't think Dijon has the leeway to Powder Snow down. Let's see if he recognizes. Yes, he is going to recognize this, is going to let the Alolan Slash go because he knows that if he spends a shield, he's going to waste the shield.
And can he get back to his timer? He maybe did a couple too many sideways there, because if he's superpowered, he could have stayed a little healthier. Maybe he could have got to the third superpower, but decided to throw a couple sideways while debuff. Now swapping, needs to get all the way to the Ice Beam. But the problem is Dijon is already at the Frenzy Plant here, and because you didn't swap out of that matchup, I don't think PDX Dragon can get to another superpower on his Malamar.
I don't think so either, but we're going to see if Malamar can pull that off. Malamar can pull off anything.
Oh, can he get there?
Oh my gosh, he pulls off the superpower! Look at the health of the Malamar. You can see on Dijon's face too. He was not having to see that, but wow. What a performance of PDX Dragon in that game, but yeah, who thought that was going to happen?
The pacing, the power. Malamar is here. It is just so strong. He could have swapped earlier and then it wouldn't have been that close, but able to get to that superpower. That Side Wave is a one-turn fast attack. It generates energy so quickly. It is pretty much like the two-turn Shadow Claw, but he has same type attack bonus on it. On a one-turn fast attack, it is so strong. Dijon had the alignment in two situations, but Malamar able to close this game out for PDX Dragon.
Well, I mean, you said it there best, Butters, right? If PDX Dragon swapped out sooner through the move and then swapped the Azumarill, he'd probably have more health on the Malamar, so it wouldn't be as close. But he went for the cinematic finish here, as you can see, and going for that superpower. And you can see Dijon not liking that too. But Malamar, man, the usage might be higher after this tournament is all I'm saying, Butters.
Hey, I'm saying it early, Caleb. I said it before this happened. Malamar is the best Pokemon in the meta right now. You can even two-shield through a Azumarill because Psywave is so strong. This Pokemon is really good, and Dijon has some answers to it, but the thing is, I mean, Sandslash doesn't want to take superpower. Superior's neutral. The Shadow Kanto Marowak's neutral. The Talonflame's neutral. The Feraligator's neutral. if you have the attack rate point on Toxapex, it's really good in that matchup too. So I expect this Malamar is going to be on every single team for PDX Dragon.
Yeah, I think so too. It's gonna have a lot of coverage and a lot of play there. I mean, the Psywave damage is actually just so nice in so many matchups, whereas, you know, Cycle Cut before that, what most people really use at Malamar, it just didn't do enough damage, even though it got energy pretty quickly. But the Psywave buff just puts Malamar on a whole nother level. So.
And if you don't have the Azumarill as the soak pressure, that's why I feel like a lot of people switch to Toxapex, because you have it as the soaking pressure versus Feraligatr. Because Feraligatr is running Hydro Cannon and Ice Beam, but now Dijon doesn't have the Azumarill to soak energy here, and here comes the leads. It is going to be the Azumarill into the Feraligatr, a fairly neutral matchup here.
Yeah, this matchup is definitely going to favor the Feraligatr up shields, especially if PDX Dragon isn't baiting with Ice Beam. It's really tricky here, because if you bait with the Ice Beam, actually, you're going to throw the play rough first. Maybe not on the ideal timing, but wants to get the move off instead before Dijon throws a move. And the main thing is, if you don't bait, right, and they let the Ice Beam go, it's going to put you in a really tough spot. So most players are going to go straight play rough, but that does give Feraligatr the advantage, which is shielding the higher energy move. And of course, the neutral Shadow Claw and the resist the Hydro Cannon just really chew through the health bar here. You can see Dijon going for potentially back-to-back. Oh, wait! Catching a play rough on the Lowland Sandslash too. What incredible timing from Dijon. This is going to be nice because there's not a clear answer to this Lowland Sandslash in the back. You do bring in the Malamar. Malamar does have to debuff itself though, and Dijon is going to go straight for the Ice Punch, recognizing he's not going to get that drill run before the superpower is reached. Doesn't want to spend that second shield right away. But this is going to be really nice because you put the Malamar close to Hydro Cannon range. Feraligatr didn't have a lot of great matchups in this specific one, so having it on the Zoomer initially is definitely better for Dijon. Going for the foul play, actually, this is interesting because it might put him in Sidewave range. Can he get there? Oh no, another Ice Punch is coming through. We do see a shield from PDX Dragon, but let's not forget, Dijon has over 2 Hydro Cannons on that Feraligatr in the back.
But at least then you could throw a superpower and then swap back to your Azumarill. Dijon is actually going to wait his timer, come in with the Toxapex. Maybe he was trying to catch that blind superpower so it's resistant to Toxapex, but this gives PDX the opportunity to hide his Azumarill away from that Toxapex and maybe soak those Hydro Cannons in the end game, plus do all this Psywave plus foul play energy. I mean, this Toxapex is going to get the farm down, but at what cost?
Yeah, I mean, I think Dijon's making a calculation that there is going to be a Toxapex counter in the back after leading Azumarill, right? It's going to be the hardest matchup, so he's recognized that, okay, I don't have switch advantage now, so I don't have a lot of utility on Toxapex. I'm going to use it as a kind of a meat shield and soak up his damage. That's a lot of damage just soaked up. However, this energy on Toxapex is nice because after this brine, you are closing in on Hydro Cannon range. Here comes the combo play.
There it is.
Here comes the Hydro Cannon. And do we see a shield from PDX Dragon? Shield is going to come through. There's 2.5 Hydro Cannons worth of energy though. Dijon is maxed out.
Does he swap? He doesn't swap. He tries to just go for the Aqua Tail, but doesn't go for anything. And now Dijon is going to be able to knock out with this Hydro Cannon, and that's terrible because the Azumarill doesn't have energy because of that swap in the early game. And now you're just going to be able to close this up the Protect Shield with the Feraligatr. Feraligatr just sweeping everything in the back line.
Yeah, definitely. Well, a great example of where switch advantage doesn't matter as much. Catching that high energy play rough move on the resistant low Sandslash was so crucial for Dijon because it put him so far ahead. The main thing is you needed a superpower to take out the low Sandslash anyway, so even if you catch energy on it, it's not that big of a deal if it is the Malamar in the back, which happened to be the case. And you actually saw PDX Dragon not even throwing the superpower, going for the foul play. Dijon really able to punish off that, grab a shield off of PDX Dragon in that situation, and the aggressive Toxapex coming in there, taking all that damage, and Dijon just staying restful and saying, you know what, it doesn't matter. I'm going to stay in here. This much energy on Feraligatr can beat anything on the team of PDX Dragon, and he was correct there.
Well, the thing is, it's impressive to go for this up energy Hydro Cannon strategy from the Feraligatr because PDX Dragon's team does have so many things that could potentially soak Hydro Cannons. He has 3 water types. He has the Azumarill, the Toxapex, and the Dugong. So 3 Pokemon that could potentially come in and soak Hydro Cannons, but still Dijon is able to close the game with Hydro Cannons nonetheless. That is why Shadow Feraligatr maybe used to be the best Pokemon in the meta, but still has so much potential in this current meta as well.
I think it does. I actually find it pretty curious that Dijon brought Xiao Frag.
Yeah, me too, exactly.
If you look at it,
yeah.
losing matchup against Drapion, losing matchup against Malamar, not great matchups against the Triple Waters, and you have a Diggersby that can still hit back with the Scorching Sand, and you're resisting all the Shadow Claws. So, like, I thought, looking back on it, it is pretty interesting that Dijon even brought the Feraligatr, because even if PDX Dragon didn't see it coming, it still doesn't have a lot of great matchups against his team, but able to maneuver around it and play well with it. So props to Dijon, but I mean, if it was me, I probably wouldn't have even brought the Feraligatr into PDX Dragon's team.
Yeah, not only bringing the Feraligatr, but banking on the Feraligatr energy is going to be useful, which it actually was. So here we are going into game number 3. We're already in winners round 3 for Group C here, and it looks like Dijon gave a little grimace. He didn't love this lead. Superior into the Malamar here. This is pretty neutral, but you probably have to give up a shield because Malamar just outpaced, actually just going for superpower and dip.
Oh, interesting. I mean, Dijon might not like this lead, but his backline matchup is actually very strong into the side of PDX Dragon. You have the Lone Sand Slash with pretty solid matchups into both backline Pokemon, and in comes the Lone Sand Slash into the Drapion. This is actually going to be the right play for Dijon because it is a Powder Snow, a Lone Sand Slash, so it's going to be worse into Dewgong. I don't know if he sees the Dewgong coming, but it is going to pan out better for Dijon in this specific matchup. And you can see PDX Dragon going for the crunch, gets the debuff, so now closing in on Aqua Tail range, especially a debuff. PDX Dragon going to have to shield the super effective Drill Run, though, if he wants to grab a shield from Dijon.
And this is one of the major reasons to bring a Alolan Sand Slash. It is to answer the Say Swap Drapion, because in the one shield situation, you can get to the double Drill Run before they get to the triple attack if you come in quick enough. I don't think Dijon actually came in quick enough. As you can see, this Aqua Tail is going to be on charge attack priority here, and it's going to land, and it's going to be against a debuffed Alolan Sand Slash, and it's going to knock out because Dijon was a little slow on that swap. Shadow Drapion was able to take that switch advantage and is still healthy enough to soak this energy on Superior.
Yeah, that's very punishing for Dijon for sure. However, he does have a lot of energy on the Superior, and you don't have a lot of great answers to this either on the side of PDX Dragon after that Drapion's been taken out. So in comes the Dewgong actually, and going to potentially force a shield. If PDX Dragon doesn't shield this, that's going to put him in a really tough spot. He's got a shield, right? It's super effective.
Oh no,
he lets it go! The Feraligatr has a clear victory now here too, because the Shadow Claw damage by itself is so oppressive.
And he gets outpaced, so he has to give up the shield on the Hydrocated if he wants to throw this energy here. PDX Dragon is in a terrible situation, just lets the Dewgong go. Now it's going to be Malamar versus the world. Malamar has done it in the past, but I don't know if you can do it here because Superior still has some energy you have to get to with 3 charge attacks. It is going for the superpower.
Oh, wow. Okay, interesting plays for sure. Dijon recognizing that he might go for superpower, so wants him to throw the energy first so that he's debuffed now in Hydro Cannon range. You have to shield this if you're PDX Dragon. And the question is,
possible?
I don't know. Dijon is, I think, 3 Shadow Calls away, maybe 2 Shadow Calls away from the next Hydro Cannon.
He gets there
it's going to be 2.
You got to throw it, though. He didn't throw it.
He goes on charge at priority, and Dijon gets it off. History's not going to repeat itself for PDX Dragon, and Dijon able to take this win in game number 3 after a crucial mistake in that mid game, but able to come away with it with that huge Frenzy Blade landing on that Dewgong.
You know what? I think he would have won that if he threw.
I think so too.
Because Superior threw his Frenzy Plant and he would have outpaced. I don't know if the Vine Whip would have knocked out the Malamar in the back, but that was his only lose condition, is getting knocked out by the fast attack Vine Whip. I think if he just triple superpowers there, I actually think he wins the game, but he threw on charge attack priority, lost that into the Feraligatr, and unfortunately got eliminated by Dijon, coming back in that series to win it 2-1.
Yeah, what an exciting back and forth there, too. I really thought that was PDX Dragon's game, right? After that crucial mistake from Dijon. Like you said, a little bit slow on that counter swap for a Lone Sand Slash into Drapion, allowing PDX Dragon to not only flip that matchup, but also grab a shield off of Dijon, and then the shield didn't really do anything for him because then he just got hit by another Aqua Tail. But that huge Frenzy Plant against that Dewgong was really what set him up for victory. If he didn't land that Frenzy Plant, I think he loses in that back end too. But I'm very curious to hear, why PDX Dragon maybe didn't shield that, because that's probably the hardest hitting move that could even hit the Dewgong on anything from the side of Dijon.
I don't hate it. He just wanted the Malamar versus the world.
Yeah, I think
he should have committed. Yeah. He could have committed, and it would have been maybe exactly like this. I think it could have been a repeat of Dijon cringing at his Superior, getting knocked out by the superpower with the Malamar at 1 health, but unfortunately PDX didn't go for it, and then the Feraligatr, the bold choice in that game number 2, paid off. So did to the swaps, and Alolan Sandslash as a swap is kind of unheard of in the past because it's always been kind of an alignment Pokemon, but now there's no true fighting type in the meta. You can just pivot Sandslash now.
Man, it's, my question to you, Butters, is Feraligatr just too good? Because if you look at for Dijon, it didn't have any positive matchups, and he's still able to bring it into 2 back-to-back wins and find a place for it. And a lot of times he's just throwing resistant attacks too.
You could say the same thing about Malamar though. Malamar's just throwing superpowers. It is just in the game. I think Feraligatr is really good. I think Malamar is really good. And the thing is, your energy, your pacing is what makes him strong. The pacing is not super fast in the bulky archetypes like Toxapex, Diggersby. They're not super fast. Yes, Diggersby can get to a Fire Punch pretty quickly, but on these other non-bulky types like Shadow Feraligatr and Malamar, their pacing is so quick, and especially in this 50-second switch timer era, they're really strong, even against all this bulk.
That's right. Well, let's hear a word from Dijon. I think Soph has some, so maybe she could ask some questions about that Feraligatr and the rest of his team.
Thanks so much, Caleb. I'm here on the floor with Dijon, who has just won the round after some stellar Feraligatr gameplay. Dijon, tell us a little bit about your mindset coming back from that 0-1 deficit.
Yeah, so that was a weird game because it felt like I was in advantage the entire game, and then somehow I just got oppressed by Malamar. So I figured moving forward, I just had to constantly chip Malamar to get it in range of other Pokemon and play a little bit more dynamic, get some energy, switch out, just to make sure it can't keep outpacing me like it did game 1. So that was the adjustment I decided to make.
That's a really nice adjustment. You mentioned to me that you've been practicing with this team for some time. Do you want to talk a little bit about how you came up with it?
Yeah, one of my buddies, Adib, came up with the team, and he told me to run it at a local, so I was like, sure. And then I kind of won a couple challenges, so I was like, I'll keep going with it. There are obviously holes like Malamar, for example, but you just kind of got to learn to play around with it and adjust as you go.
Yeah, I think that's one of the great things about practice, right? You find your weaknesses and how to play around them. One of the kind of unique picks on your team is that Kanto Marowak. I think actually a couple other top trainers are bringing it. Do you want to talk about why you picked that instead of like Gastrodon or something?
Yeah, so obviously it has the ground rock coverage, which is very, very good. And as we saw in that match, obviously I lost, but I was able to just get it on Drapion. So when people try to abuse Drapion or Clodsire, things like that, it really, and Toxapex, it's nice to just come in and hard punish those. And then you can leave with energy that's generally pretty safe into the rest of the team.
All right, that makes a lot of sense. Well, thank you so much for chatting with us, but there's still a lot to unpack with your team there. So in addition to Marowak, do you want to talk about some of the other interesting picks? You mentioned you're kind of weak to Malamar, right?
Yeah.
But you also have the Drapion, right? Do you want to tell us a little bit about why you think Drapion might be kind of on the rise in the meta?
I don't have Drapion. I played against it.
Sorry, my bad.
It's okay. No, I do think Drapion is a good pick, hence why the Marowak's there. No, but I think Shadow Gator is just usually the MVP. It still continues to dominate the meta, and I think it will for some time to come unless it gets nerfed. So just keep riding that wave and let it carry me as far as it can go.
All right, makes sense. Well, thank you so much for your time chatting with us. Are there any last shout-outs you want to give before we let you go?
Yeah, shout out to the staff. Looks like we're having a good tournament so far. Let's hope it stays smooth.
All right, thank you so much. Casters, back to you.
All right, thank you, Soph, and thank you, Dijon, for the words there. And it looks like he's just going to keep running the Gator as long as he can, as long as it's meta. I think it is going to be pretty strong, even in some of his losing matchups. So very excited to see how that pick continues to do. But also the Shadow Marowak, we don't really see that perform that well. It is definitely one of the kind of surprise Pokemon, I feel like, out of this meta that's does pretty well, right? Based on, you know, if you were to like simulate it in hypothetical situations, right? Has a lot of winning matchups, but I feel like it's one of those Pokemon that are harder to use in the championship series in that Show 6 pick 3. But Dijon bring it, I think, once, right? And finding the, well, actually, he actually lost the one game he brought it.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not as good as I think it is. But.
At least it did counter the safe swap of the Drapion, right? I mean, almost. He was almost a little too slow there. He was a little too slow with the Sandslash, but if he was just one turn slower on his Marowak, it would have got outpaced. That is the trouble. You have to be really quick against that Shadow Drapion safe swap, even with the Diggersby, to try to secure that matchup. But it does have a lot of potential. I don't think a lot of teams are necessarily prepared, especially we've seen a lot of multiple poison type teams that ground type coverage and ground type Pokemon in general, besides Clodsire, are kind of out of the meta besides a Shadow Quagsire maybe. So I think it does have a lot of potential. You just got to line it up properly.
Look, he's been busy judging, right? You know, his mechanical skills might not be as quick on the swaps, but I agree with you. I think swapping really quickly in this meta is very important because, like we said, there's a lot of more neutral play, right? Unlike last meta, you come in slow, Gligar into a charge bug, not a big deal. But let's head on to the stage here as we see two more veteran players on the stage. We have Eomero on the left-hand side, the second person ever from North America to qualify for World Championships, and pretty much actually the second person on the entire Western Hemisphere essentially to qualify after King IV that first season in the World Championships series. And then we have against Gordon the Flash, very strong competitor as well too. 2, 5, 5th place finishes in previous tournaments, once in Toronto, once in Indianapolis, and typically runs something fairly spicy, but there's spicy Pokemon on both ends. I mean, we got two Dragon types that are less conventional. I guess Dragon types in general aren't super conventional. We got the Guzzlord on the side of Eomero, which was one of my prediction picks, and then we have the Arctibax on the side of Gordon Flash, which is, in my opinion, even spicier.
Yeah, Gordon the Flash actually got second place in the challenge here in Louisville yesterday, only losing to world champion It's Accent. So he did pretty well with this team, and he actually did run that Arctibax yesterday, and Accent was saying, oh, that was a Pokemon I was not expecting. It actually gave me a little bit of trouble. And if you look at Eomero's team, I feel like it is going to be decently strong, but the thing is, on the edges of the team, you have that the Alolan Sandslash plus the Azumarill is going to make it a little difficult, but Eomero has that Guzzlord, something that you predicted, and actually a couple of top trainers have brought that Guzzlord so far. How do you feel like Guzzlord is against Gordon the Flash's team?
I think Guzzlord and Dark types in general have a lot of utility, right? Because we're in a poison meta, it is not easy to bring fairy types. And of course, like we said, there's barely any fighters as well, so because of that, Dark types like Guzzlord are going to thrive. Manabuzz, Galarian Moltres, right? They're great Dark types as well, but they have that flying, they're flying types, so they're weak to ice, they're weak to rock, as we see Dunsparce everywhere. Guzzlord doesn't have those weaknesses, and it is a fairly bulky Pokemon as well, and I pretty much put it on there because I went to a local tournament, I got steamrolled by Guzzlord.
Okay.
Right? If I'm going to be completely honest, but I do think it's a sneaky strong pick in this meta that people aren't going to see coming, because I didn't see it coming. A lot of my locals didn't see it coming either when we faced off. It was actually against the CTU actually that brought it. And,
He's steamrolled through a lot of trainers, especially in the World Championships, winning over 18 wins in a row. Here we are locked in to the first game of Eomero versus Gordon the Flash. We have the Toxapex in the Malamar, and I want to see how much damage this Psywave is doing. I can't quite see, and it looks like it's chunking. He might have the attack breakpoint that you need. I think he has it.
This is not the best line for Eomero into a Malamar team because he has 3 losing matchups essentially. I mean, you have play into all 3 Pokemon, which is why he has to stay in here. He does go for the Brine Bait, but the problem is, like, even if you get a shield out of this, I don't think he gets to a Sludge Wave in time, so he might maybe go for the, okay, no, he's going to swap out here, but now swapping out, and he is at least up a shield, so he could risk shielding up one superpower here.
Oh, no, shields it.
Okay.
Maybe thinking it's the bait, but the superpower is going to trunk this Dunsparce, which is #1 usage, and now double superpower. Now you're going to force the shield the second one, which is the one you don't want to shield because the attack has been lowered on the Malamar, but where do you soak this energy? You don't want to soak it with Dugong. You don't want to soak it with the Drapion, so it looks like he's just going to soak it with his Malamar and let it go.
All right, this is actually, so I did say how weak Eomero's team is to Malamar, but at the same time, when you bring 3 Pokemon that way to one Pokemon side of Gordon Flash, you kind of overload him a little bit, right? Because his main target for that Malamar is going to be Dunsparce, because you see 2 Pokemon that lose to Dunsparce in the back. So in a sense, it is a huge risk from Eomero, but once you get rid of the Malamar, you have a much more play in the back-end matchup. Obviously, Crusader's not going to do great here. Oh, and actually swapping straight over here is actually huge because Gordon Flash actually going for the debuff here first, maybe before swapping to the Drapion.
Yeah, trying to stay out of range of Moonblast, but you are out of range regardless, but maybe now you're out of range of Moonblast plus Grass Knot, which gives you a little bit more time here if you're Gordon the Flash. Gonna be able to let this first Moonblast go, most likely, because it is debuffed here. Still does, oh, actually can hang on. Oh, actually gets the debuff, the attack drop on the Moonblast. Does this mean that Cresselia is out of range of crunch? Go ahead and throw out the Protect Shield anyway if it's Iromero.
Yeah, I think Iromero is going to try to go for the pivot here because switch timers are pretty misaligned as you see on both ends here. And that's where that 50-second switch timer is going to come in handy. Going to shield up here. So I guess the debuff doesn't matter too much. He's just going to shield the crunch either way. This is going to be a debuff Moonblast here. And in comes the Toxapex. You need to do something with Toxapex.
You have to throw crunch.
Yeah. He's going to actually just draw some of this energy away from Gordon Flash, which I think is about the best Iromero could hope for with the Toxapex at this point because it hasn't really had a lot of play into the team of Gordon Flash. But soaking up some energy, grabbing a shield would be pretty vital here. And you see,
he banks the crunch though. He banks it. He has it in the in-game.
Hold on.
But now, because he banks the crunch, now he has to give the Protect Shield here. So you have to be able to knock out this Dunsparce with the Ice Shard, which you will be able to do. You just have to get this Cresselia in range of crunch, which Cresselia is in range of crunch already, so Gordon the Flash should be able to take this.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's actually going for the Icy Wind. You don't really need a debuff at this point too, right? Because you just need the damage. But I think this definitely puts it in crunch range either way, and it may force Iromero to throw the energy, and yeah, he doesn't have any energy. So the hope here for Gordon Flash is he gets this crunch off, and like you said, he had it banked. I thought he left with just an Aqua, but
I think he has it. We're going to find out right here if he needs a Poison Sting or if he has it. And he has it!
He does,
and
okay.
Gordon the Flash is able to knock out the Cresselia and take game number 1 versus Iromero.
Yeah, Iromero may be hoping that it's just going to be an Aqua Tail, but it is going to be a super effective crunch, and Gordon Flash come away with it. Man, 1 HP in that one too. It looked, honestly, it looked really favorable for Gordon Flash at first, and then I realized that he didn't really have any answers to Dunsparce in the back, so it looked really good for Iromero, but it just kind of like seesawed back and forth in that matchup, and you know, great plays from both players.
He doesn't have a great answer for Dugong. I mean, his team, basically, you have the Azumarill that can resist some ice damage.
Well, you have Cresselia and Dunsparce, right?
Yeah, well, no, I mean, if you're Gordon the Flash, you don't have, or sorry. Yeah, you're right. Dunsparce. I meant to say Dunsparce.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Right,
there's 2 D-type Pokemon in top usage. He doesn't have a great answer for Dunsparce because Dunsparce is just so flexible, and your only answer is that Malamar.
Yep.
That's your exact point that you're overloading with. Even though you're weak to Malamar, you do have Pokemon that can still do things against the rest of Gordon the Flash's team, especially Dunsparce. That's why it was weird that he pivoted Dunsparce and just let it go to the Malamar. Yeah. He let that superpower go, actually did Protect Shield the second superpower, but there's nothing else that really even threatens it on Gordon the Flash's team besides the Malamar.
Yeah, a lot of losing matchups there too. It looks like this match is under review. We don't know exactly why, but once we find out details, we're happy to share with you all as our expert judges are looking through some of the footage to make sure everything happened how it should have. But like you said, yeah, that's a very solid point there too. Dunsparce is very strong. So that's actually something that's really interesting to me, right? Gordon Flash got second place in the challenge, right, yesterday.
Yep.
And a lot of people that play in the challenge the day before typically are, you know, tournament attenders, right,
yes.
and participants. So it's very interesting that he was able to do so well in a over 50% usage Dunsparce
yes.
meta.
Yep.
Part of me is wondering, maybe he beat a lot of people yesterday, and they're like, I need to bring Dunsparce to my team, and it just bumped up that usage by, you know, he essentially bumped up the usage by bringing a team so strong and needs that doesn't have a lot of Dunsparce answers. But very interesting to see how he's going to play out the rest of the tournament either way because of that high Dunsparce usage. But he's still on the winner's side, and he got second place yesterday, so he must be doing something right.
Yeah, and he won that game number 1. So the only thing I could think of here is the only thing that looked a little weird is that Shadow Drapion getting to the crunch. Like you mentioned, you thought maybe it wasn't going to get to that crunch. Maybe there was the delay with the Dunsparce so that he was able to get to that crunch, but that's the only thing. But the problem is, by the end game, I think Cresselia was pretty much in range of Aqua Tail at that point because they had already taken the Ice Wind. It was really close in the range of Aqua Tail, but maybe that is what they're looking at. I'm not sure, but we'll find out soon why this one is under review, but it was a very close game nonetheless. I mean, look how much health that Drapion had in the end game. It was just a speck of it.
Yeah, it's maybe 1, maybe 2 HP at most, but looks like the ruling is going to be no rematch. Game number 1 is going to go to Gordon the Flash here as both trainers are preparing for game number 2. So we're going to see how that plays out. I mean, the Malamar in general is very strong, right?
Really good.
I mean, like you said, it even beats Azura in the 2 shield. So what does Malamar lose to is the real question.
Yeah, pretty much nothing on this team. I mean, besides the Azumarill. You have the Azumarill to hard wall it, but there is the Toxapex on the side of Gordon the Flash's team. So it's just hard to just blindly bring the Azumarill in to soak the Malamar energy. That's why I don't disagree with the fact that Eomero went with 3 Pokemon that are kind of weak to Malamar, but also have some play against it. In the lead matchup, Toxapex does have some play, but I felt like he was overwhelmed by that fast attack pressure. Maybe he wasn't used to the Psywave doing that extra damage that I feel like Gordon the Flash was doing, but it's going to be tough to defeat that Malamar, but for Gordon the Flash, it's going to be tough to defeat that Dunsparce. And we're locked into game number 2. Uh-oh, here comes the Guzzlord, but it's matchup versus the Azumarill.
Yeah, this is not going to be good, and this Guzzlord is not running Sludge Bomb either, which is the only slide coverage you can have into Fairies, but it is running Dragon and Dark Moves instead, completely walled off from that Azumarill. It looks like Gordon Flash is going to go for a chip here, maybe a chip and dip to that Drapion, but we're going to have to see. You kind of don't really want to soak the energy. Oh, actually goes into Dugong. I like this play a lot too, because the main thing is, if you maintain switch advantage here, it's really uncomfortable coming Guzzlord into the Dugong as well, because you're taking super effective damage from these ice moves on top of it. But we're going to have to see, because not shielding the first play rough here, and these play rough damage is going to start adding up. And the thing is, Azuma's not in drill run range. You need at least 2 drill runs at this point to take out this Azumarill.
You know, I was trying to look at the attacks for the Guzzlord, seeing if it did have that poison type coverage, but it actually doesn't.
Yeah.
It is running the Dragon, Claw, and Crunch, not even running the Brutal Swing here, going for the drill run, picking up the Protect Shield. The timers are really misaligned. You can actually probably go back into a Toxapex, maybe after a drill run is out, actually going for the Ice Beam.
Like
Gordon the Flash does Protect Shield this, probably would have hung on, but did not want to take that play rough and lose the alignment.
Yeah, Eomero really desperately needs switch advantage, because that Guzzlord has no play. You know, it has no play into Azumarill, and you know, like you said, like, this is a pretty neutral meta, but in that matchup, it is not neutral at all. And this is the problem, right? Like, do you shield here? Eomero is going to go for a shield. This could have easily been an Icy Wind bait, but recognize that it's probably going to be drill run, knowing that Gordon Flash is smart enough to know that Ice Wind's not enough. And now, again, going for that Ice Beam. But I think you just shield your Gordon Flash and maintain switch advantage, right?
And it looks like he's thinking about it. Does Protect Shield it. You can't bubble down either, so it looks like this Dugong is just going to get to the drill run right here, and actually going for another Ice Shard to get a little bit more of energy, also put you a little bit lower health, so you don't give the opponent more farm down. Great plays by Gordon the Flash here, knowing that you're safe in that matchup.
So things are actually looking, it's not great for Eomero by any means, but it's a little bit better because there's no shields, right? And on either side, and at the same time too, the Dugong wasn't able to get too much advantage here. This is not a great matchup for Drapion though.
You win the zeros. This is actually the only matchup that Toxapex does win versus Drapion. Because
and you're ahead by 1
Yeah,
point.
exactly. You win the zeros. You lose the 1s and 2s. See if there's a debuff here. And oh no! It doesn't. That is bad, but it doesn't change the zeros. You're still going to be able to win the zeros with the double brine here, I believe. But it just comes down to how much can you hang on to get any lasting damage into the Azumarill.
Yeah, I even if you win the zeros though, the problem is, especially after debuff, you're putting this Toxapex in bubble range, you know, at this point. And the thing is, you can't really come away with too much energy. I mean, the poison things are starting to add up too, right? You can see Eomero just trying to throw this. What's the gameplay here? Do you throw this and swap to Guzzlord?
But the thing is, you can't swap, because then the Azumarill can just bank 2 attacks, or not bank 2 attacks, you need one bubble.
Yeah.
And then you swap. You actually get the Dragon Tail down there, but the thing is, one play rough is going to knock out, and there's no way this Toxapex is getting to a Sludge Wave. I know Bubble is resisted, and it's a great Azumarill counter, but it's not that good.
Okay, so he needs a debuff here, right? Let's follow along my hope here. Yeah, it doesn't get the debuff, and yeah, it's just not.
You just got to get to 100 here.
Yeah.
Looks like he is near 100. It's going to throw the play rough, but the thing is, Toxapex is just dry on energy. This is double super effective. Going to one-hit knock out that Guzzlord, take it down, and then the Toxapex is going to be able to hang on enough to maybe threaten some energy, but just going to get knocked out by the play rough.
Yeah, just a tough alignment game for Eomero. He recognized that he needs switch advantage, but Gordon Flash also recognizing that he needs to maintain it to have the victory there and able to pull it off. So, good games to both trainers, but Gordon Flash going to continue forward. This is a winner's semifinals. Does that mean he's in the winner's finals? I think we're going to see more of him today.
Yeah, I believe so. It does say winner's semis here, so now he's in the winner's finals for Gordon the Flash. So, second place in the challenge. weak to Dunsparce. Dunsparce is #1 in usage, but doesn't matter for Gordon the Flash. He will be in the winners finals with a really good opportunity to make day #2, or maybe even does make day #2, depending how many we take into day #2.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's going to be a top 16 if I believe based on the numbers we have.
True, yeah.
So he should definitely have at least 2 chances to make that top 16, go into winners finals, and even if he loses that, he could go to the losers finals and have a chance there. Eomero's not out of it yet either. It is a double elimination bracket, and making it as far as winners semifinals means that he's pretty far along the losers bracket already, having gone to it. But here, let's take a look at replays from this series. Malamar honestly is looking pretty strong, Butters, in this meta, and honestly, I don't know why anyone wouldn't bring Malamar after this tournament.
And I kind of understand why Eomero did lead the Guzzlord there, because Malamar is so strong against Eomero's team that Gordon the Flash could have easily led the Malamar, and then if you lead Guzzlord, Malamar is forced to then throw superpowers and debuff itself, and then Guzzlord has a lot more opportunity there, but Gordon the Flash recognized that and decided to just lead the Azumarill instead in that game #2 and didn't even bring the Malamar into game #2.
Yeah, and you know, forcing that Azumarill to be brought in from Eomero into a potential Toxapex team, but you know, he had to do what he had to do in that situation. But Azumarill honestly looks pretty strong too. Even in a Poison and Toxapex meta, I think the main problem with Toxapex in particular is that even though it's super bulky and resists all the moves from Azumarill, it's just pacing is so slow, right? It takes the neutralness out of neutral matchups, and you know, you can see even against Drapion, it wasn't struggling a little bit in that matchup.
Yeah. You know, I'm not feeling that neutral right now. I'm feeling actually a little offended, Caleb, because we've played 3 series. And you have it. Do I look normal to you right now?
Oh, wait, say again?
Do I look normal to you right now?
Do you look normal to me? I don't know. We're going to have to get back to this because let's hear a word from Gordon Flash and Wholesome real quick.
All right, thank you, Caleb. Thank you, Butters. I am here with Gordon the Flash, fresh off his victory versus Eomero. First off, just want to get some initial reactions, though. How did you feel seeing that Guzzlord across the field when you had your Azumarill ready to battle against it?
I wanted to let out a big "Let's go, baby," you know?
Absolutely. Let's go, baby. All right, well, I think that you're now locked into the winners finals here. Obviously, you've had a lot of experience in the tournament circuit. What are your thoughts here on the 2025 season thus far? New meta, switch clock, things like that. How are you feeling?
So it took me a little bit of adjustment. Baltimore, I didn't really prepare a team very well. I entered a team the morning of. This time, it was technically today, but a lot earlier, many hours earlier before the deadline, rather than just before. So, yeah, I like a lot of the stuff that's meta. There's nothing that's too annoying. A lot of stuff that have good play, like neutral play. The 50-second timer, that's pretty cool. You're not always locked into the bad matchups. You get a chance to get out, whereas before you weren't usually able to do that. So that's pretty cool.
As far as this overall meta in general, are there any standouts to you that you're feeling like are very imposing or things that you need to watch out for?
Not so far, but I think by the end of this tournament, I'll have some ideas for sure.
Okay. Well, I do want to ask you a little bit about the format as well, not only for the meta and the switch timer, but now with the qualifiers being a top set of trainers. Obviously, we still have the automatic qualifiers as well, but how important to you is it to get early points in the season now as compared to last season?
Well, honestly, I would have done it last season had I been able to travel more. So to me, it makes no difference really, but I am putting in the work this season for sure, definitely, to get on the leaderboard early, to get up high. So, yeah.
All right. Well, finally, anyone that you would like to shout out or say thank you to?
All right, so there's some obvious shout-outs. My team, teammates, so the Sharks, ZZ, the Master Chef team builder, the people who helped me get here, my friends Jim Jammer and Reviving Ophelia. I drove with them, and Hey There Heather, my #1 fan. She got me up in the morning, so everybody helped me get here, and yeah.
A lot of fans, this guy included. All right, well, hey, that's all we have here for you guys. We're going to take a look back, actually, at some of our first matches. Check out these highlights.
Good luck.
Good luck.
GG's.
Lock in.
Oh, lock in. Sorry.
Good luck.
Oh my god.
Nice.
I thought I threw one side away, but I guess it went over.
Well played, man. Good game, Sims. Good game. Sorry, I was a little sweaty there.
Yeah.
So I think if I had one tip for new players, as this is also my first regional, make friends with everyone who's here. Everyone's super friendly, ask lots of questions. Everyone's just so happy to be here, and they just really want to help everyone who wants to play Pokemon.
If I had one tip for a new player, it'd be to practice, to scrim a lot of people and just keep practicing.
A tip I would have for new players would be if you just pick a deck and you practice it a ton and you just play it, then you can do well.
It's a game that you learn by doing, so getting in as many matches as you can and learning from your mistakes, making note of any misplays, any ways that you could have played better. One of the things that I did to prep for this tournament was practicing with my friends and playing some friendly sets and just kind of sharing feedback with each other. And so really having that community helps a lot.
Practice is the biggest thing, really. If you're not practicing your events, you're not going to know your matchups, you're not going to know what to play, and you're going to have a bad day. But if you pick good decks, practice lots, you'll do well eventually.
Watch streamers and play popular teams.
A tip I'd have for a new player is to play whatever deck you're comfortable with and what deck you like the most, because you'll have the most fun that way.
We came from far away to share a love of the game.
Welcome to the Pokemon World Championship 2024.
Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, and let the games begin.
It's going to be Giratina up a shield, the signature Pokemon of inadequacy, but it's not enough.
It's official! Congratulations to Yakai as your 2024 Pokemon Go World Champion! Battle can do whatever they want. They're going straight forward. The stun in the middle. Who's going to go for the secure? Race so low. Who's going to get it? It's going to be taken by Fennel. It's going to be taken by Fennel. Our champions, Fennel!
One final count, as careful as possible in this highest of stakes moment. And this is what Sakuya needs in order to become the Pokemon TCG Juniors Division World Champion.
Giratina V-Star, a pivotal card here in the Regidrago deck. Lost Impact, we're gonna see 2 energy go to the Lost Zone here, but that's gonna take the knockout on that Gardevoir EX here, and that's the game. Evan Pavelski is your senior champion here in 2024 at our World Championships.
Is there anything in the deck that can get us? There's 1, maybe 2 energy. Is there an attacker? Is there a switch? We are thinking just going to conclude that Earthen Vessel. And there is the hand! Fernando Cifuentes is your 2024 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion.
grass and bug types on the field right now are not threatened by super effective damage. Draco Meteor lands into Iron Treads. It's going to be more than enough for the KO. That's the forfeit. And Kevin Hahn throughout the season has proved he's the best junior in the world. EUIC champion, NAIC champion, and now world champion in the juniors division for the Pokemon video game.
Trying to make sure that you can outdamage your opponent, not take too much as Thunderbolt into the Vergraph, more than enough to bring Luke down to final Pokemon. And with the sportive one, and the only move of choice being this foul play, does Luke have enough to close this out? Instead, the forfeit's locked in, and with that, Ray Yamanaka is gonna be your Pokemon World Champion here in the Seniors Division. The Electro Drift into this Iron Valiant is going to be enough to secure the knockout here. You see the headset come off, and Yuta knows this might just be all she wrote. This Pelipper, the last bastion of hope here for Yuta to try to get through this game, but the rain has stopped. The protection is gone here for this Grass-type Pelipper. And as we see the forfeit locked in, we got to see Luca Giannivelli become your 2024 Pokemon World Champion.
After winning the World Championships, really I haven't still kicked in how much these things mean for me.
世界大会を優勝できないと思っていたので、とても驚いているし嬉しいです。
I'm feeling very happy that I won Worlds. I did not believe in myself after day one, but my brother pushed me through it.
世界一取ったぞ！最高です。優勝できたからです。
我感觉非常的开心、兴奋以及自豪。
下位チャンピオンになって、あまり実感はないんですが、すごいことをしたなっていう気持ちがあります。感謝したい人は、ここまで連れてきてくれた家族と練習を付き合ってくれた父です。
Right now I'm feeling very good. After this, I'm gonna show up to Worlds next year since I got my auto invite and see how that goes.
Realmente bien, no sé cómo explicarlo, se siente increíble.
Pokemon trainers, we are back here on the broadcast. We are in Louisville, Kentucky for our second North American Regional here in the 2025 season. It's me, Wholesome _, joined by my co-caster, Soph Toph. Already seen a lot of great action here with some very familiar names from previous seasons, but we have a lot to look forward to here as well. Soph, how are we feeling today?
We're feeling delightful, and like you said, super stacked tournament. We've seen a lot of familiar names. There's people like Dunebug, Rise to Occasion, Trent, a lot of regional, even IC, and world champions at this tournament, so still a lot to look forward to.
I think some of the standouts to me so far has to be Malamar. We talked about some of our different caster predictions, and Malamar I think was a lot of caster predictions here. But Malamar to me has just been so flexible. Not only have we seen the relatively good coverage with Superpower and Foul Play, but I think what stands out to me so much this season is the strength of Psywave, Soph.
That's right. Well, you did mention at the top of the show that one of your favorite Pokemon that you've been seeing is that Galarian Moltres, and that's definitely something that Malamar has to watch out for. And I think we might even get to see a little bit of Galarian Moltres action in this match coming up right here.
I'm looking forward to it. Actually, taking a quick look here, our trainers coming up are going to be Sword/8 versus Abhinav. Abhinav, if we take a look back to last season, was actually our 2024 Portland Regional Champion.
That's absolutely right. And Sword/8 doesn't have a regional title himself, but actually did just defeat J-Jan, the Toronto regional champion from the 2024 season. So, maybe looking to take down another regional champion here in this match coming up.
You know, it's interesting, though, because I feel that some trainers, like you mentioned earlier in our intro, are very quick to adapt to new metas, where I think that some other trainers might need some additional cycles. We're still early in this season, so I feel that this meta is still very much open for anyone to kind of make their statement here in Louisville.
I think that's right. Well, the players are ready, and earlier earlier last season in this calendar year, Abhinav actually kind of made this meta-defining team in Portland. The team that he used there actually kind of became the basic kind of default team that a lot of trainers started building around in future tournaments. So we'll have to see if he has any similar reads coming into this tournament. But let's take a quick look at these teams. Wholesome, I'm curious to see if anything jumps out to you, but for me at least, I'm looking at both of those two Dunsparce. The Moltres, as I mentioned earlier on Sword Slash's team, looks like it has a lot of play here, as well as Abinov's Diggersby.
Yeah, it's interesting. Actually, one of the standout Pokemon there, not just the Galarian Moltres that you see on Sword Slash's team, but the Tentacruel on Abinov's team. We've been seeing lots of Toxapex, which shares a typing, that poison water typing, a great answer to most of the waters, especially without as many Mudboys in the meta these days. I think these trainers are still getting locked in here, but so why would a Tentacruel be brought rather than a Toxapex? What are some of the key differences?
Well, Toxapex has a lot more bulk, but I think Tentacruel can do just a little bit more damage with those fast attacks. You get to the Acid Spray a little bit more quickly as well, so potentially if you're able to lock yourself into an advantageous matchup, you can farm down, come out with a lot of energy, and Scald is a much better attack than Brine.
Yeah, I think it's two factors. You mentioned the Scald compared to Brine, just world of difference. Not only is it more damage, and the same amount of energy if I'm not mistaken too. Not only is it more damage, but it has that debuff chance for the attack. But then when we look at the poison charge type attacks, with Toxapex, you're going to be running Sludge Wave, good move in its own right, but what introduces a new dynamic for Tentacruel is the Acid Spray that Abhinav is running here. So in some of those matchups, especially in 2-shield matchups, where you can just simply debuff your opponent's defense and jab your way through, it opens up a new element that Toxapex doesn't really have access to.
That's right. Well, we might get to hear from Abhinav later. I'm really curious to hear about why he brought that Tentacruel. Not quite sure we're going to be seeing it in this matchup. If you look at Sword Slash's team, there's the Dunsparce to watch out for, Alolan Sandslash, as well as Quagsire. So maybe going to be on the bench here, but I'm kind of worried a little bit about this Galarian Moltres from Sword Slash, because other than the Dunsparce, which Abhinav is probably going to have to bring every game, the Galarian Moltres has a ton of targets over there.
Yeah, I agree that Dunsparce is a must-bring for Abhinav. Not only does it do well versus that Galarian Moltres, but Ariados is actually a little bit of a threat as well from Sword Slash's team, and that's going to be your #1 answer. Most Pokemon on the side of Abhinav can be hit either super effective or at least neutral with that Ariados as well. These trainers are locked in, so this is our first cast of the 2025 season. I hope you're excited.
I am, and it looks like Sword Slash was excited, leaning back, looking out at the crowd, and looks like he's got a Quagsire lead into Shadow for Alligator.
Okay, before anything, I don't know if you see that Galarian Moltres here, but it is a shiny variant as well. I think that's the first that we have seen, so very exciting. These trainers are opting to stay in this matchup here right now. It's the Quagsire versus the Feraligatr. Feraligatr going to be the first to launch off an attack, and actually the Shadow Quagsire and no shield from Sword Slash.
Yeah, not the best of matchups for the Shadow Quagsire, but you have to wonder, you mentioned that shiny Galarian Moltres in the back. I wonder if Sword Slash is going to try to save 2 shields for actually a hard swap in here, but now Abhinav gets to put his only counter of Dunsparce onto it.
Yeah, and there's still a decent answer to that Alolan Sandslash in the back. Keep in mind that there is that Diggersby, and if with shields down, if you're able to land that double super effective Fire Punch, it's going to be a lot of damage here. But to your point, I think that this Dunsparce is going to get a lot of work done here for Abhinav.
Yeah, Brave Bird coming through here. Let's see if it's able to land through 2 shields. Abhinav does put up the shield, so Sword Slash is going to be able to still do damage with these Sucker Punches, but these rollouts are going to start adding up very, very quickly here.
And that's one of the big one of the things that was a huge beneficial factor here for Dunsparce is that rollout did get a damage buff. Before, despite being super effective, it just didn't really do that much damage. Now you can actually farm down Pokemon with rollout, which gives it a different dynamic here. Abhinav able to retain Switch after doing a lot of damage to the Quagsire here. Now going to maybe be able to get off a charge attack as well. Wanting to throw on good timing, however, Sword Slash does get to this Aqua Tail. So is this enough to knock out, though?
I don't think it quite is, and Abhinav has a lot of energy here. Happy to let that go, knowing that he's still going to be able to preserve it, and actually hard swaps in with the Feraligatr, gets a nice Shadow Claw down, and all of a sudden, Sword Slash down to the last Pokemon. It's just going to do that normal non-Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
Not only is it non-Shadow, dealing less fast attack damage, but it's also Powder Snow. This is resisted damage. Sword Slash having to shield back up against a wall. Able to get the farm down, but you now need to get not only just through that Dunsparce, but also through this Diggersby, and you're at a shield deficit as well.
Well, you do get to see the 3rd Pokemon at least, but this Fire Punch is going to do a ton of damage, and don't forget that Abhinav still has a lot of energy banked on the Dunsparce in the back as well, so this is looking pretty good for Abhinav.
Yeah, versus the Shadow, I think that the Fire Punch does right around 70 to 80% damage. This Sandslash should be able to hang on here and has another move loaded, but like you said, there's just so much to go through here. Things are still looking really good for Abhinav.
That's right, and this Alolan Sandslash is non-shadow, so it does take that Fire Punch kind of nicely. I think we saw Marto recently win that Lima event with the normal non-shadow Sandslash, so potentially taking some inspiration from there. And Abhinav actually just staying in. I don't even think you get off this Fire Punch, but has the move loaded, so as long as you're able to tap it right here, and does get it off, so Abhinav going to be able to take this first game.
Yeah, you can see a nod of acknowledgement there from Sword Slash. Great energy management from Abhinav, able to take energy into the late game there and secure the matchup on the back of Dunsparce. Sophie called it at the beginning of the matchup as well, but Dunsparce was the MVP there in game number 1. I would like to see some sort of response there from Sword Slash, but really looking through the team there, what would you say is the best response to the Diggersby? Or sorry, to the Dunsparce?
Well, I think the Quagsire has play against both the Diggersby and Dunsparce. You take a look at Abhinav's team here, maybe thinking about what he might pair with the Dunsparce. I mean, like we said, the Galarian Moltres is just pretty impressive. Has to bring the Dunsparce. Shadow for Alligator, also a really great pick. Pretty much all around, has play into everything. Obviously, the worst matchups are against the opposing Dunsparce and the Galarian Moltres, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Abhinav kind of stick with the Feraligatr and Dunsparce there.
Agreed, agreed. Taking a look at those teams, we did see that Cresselia is going to be running Moonblast. I think that's going to be the preferred moveset for most of these trainers. Taking a look back at our replays, though, we did see Abhinav waiting one turn there, perhaps? I'm not sure. Throwing the Drill Run, though, and that is enough to knock out. Still had the Protect Shield, so Sword Slash, despite having the charge attack banked and ready to go, knows that that is going to be all she wrote for game number 1.
Yeah, I like the idea from Sword Slash there, bringing the Quagsire, which kind of forms a nice core with the Galarian Moltres, but I think he just got too far behind in the mid-game there when he hard swapped the Galarian Moltres. And that's kind of one of those things to think about, right? If you have a really good Pokemon on your team that's good or neutral against 5 Pokemon on the opposing team, hard swapping it in is kind of risky because it's almost a guarantee that the opponent brought their only counter and you're kind of just letting them get that matchup for free.
Well, so if one Pokemon that we haven't really talked about on the side of Sword Slash is the Cresselia. If we look at Dunsparce, Diggersby, and Shadow for Alligator, that Cresselia actually has play into all 3 of those Pokemon. Not going to be hitting super effective versus that Dunsparce, but what it does have the advantage of is not only its bulk, but also its same type attacks, at least for its fast attack. And in general, the Grass Knot Moonblast combo is going to operate a little bit better than the Drill Run Rock Slide combo because you're forced to only throw those Drill Runs, whereas with Cresselia, Moonblast does have a chance to debuff as well, so in those neutral matchups, typically going to be a little bit more favorable.
That's a great call out. I actually do kind of like the Cresselia into Abhinav's team. I mean, I'm not sure if you expect the Mandibuzz to necessarily come, but especially if Sword Slash continues to think about using this 2 shields Galarian Moltres strategy, it might make sense to bring something pretty bulky like Cresselia that you don't have to worry about shielding.
Okay. Well, I heard Caleb and Butters talking about this, but sometimes when there's one Pokemon that's just so good into a team like that Dunsparce, you know, there's that, they call it overloading, where even though you're triple weak to it, it can't take out all 3 Pokemon. Let's see what the strategy is going to be here for Sword Slash in his game number 2. We're going to see Ariados into the Mandibuzz. Able to hit neutral with these lunges. The longer the matchup goes, it's going to be a little bit more favorable for this Ariados. But keep in mind, you need to watch out for those super effective aerial aces.
That's right. Actually, a pretty new matchup here. I don't think either of these Pokemon were brought in that first game. Lunge coming through here before the super effective aerial ace comes through. I think this is still an advantageous matchup for the Mandibuzz, but you know, the Ariados can maybe start deciding whether it wants to put up some Protect Shields.
Yeah, here comes the first aerial ace, and aerial ace not the most efficient charged attack, and on a very bulky Pokemon, you can see it does less than half of the remaining damage, or sorry, remaining health here on this Ariados. I'm actually seeing, what is this? Is this the 3rd Shining that we see now on the side of Sword Slash? Oh my gosh. Lunge number 2 comes through, lands onto the Mandibuzz, and now has 2-stage attack drop. This aerial ace will not be enough to knock out, but I don't think Sword Slash is in range where his lunge knocks out on his own Ariados here.
That's right, aerial ace coming through, and Ariados actually still has a lot of health left, easily able to get to this last lunge. Not going to be able to knock out, but actually wants to save the energy. Hard swaps into Dunsparce here, and Abhinav actually brings in his own Dunsparce.
Yeah, curious response because you're no longer going to be having this matched up versus something like a Galarian Moltres, maybe expecting that it's not in the back this time. So with the energy advantage, Sword Slash should have a little bit of an advantage here, but there was a little bit of chip damage from that from those Snarls as well.
That's right. You also have to remember that both of those Pokemon in the back, Ariados and Mandibuzz, have a little bit of banked energy, so that could come into play later.
Yeah, I think actually both trainers have a move stored on their lead Pokemon as well, so we could see some opportunities for combo plays. In the new season that we have here, it's a 50-second switch clock, so you can see that after this next charge attack, switch clocks are actually going to be up.
That's right, so Sword Slash can take this drill run, no problem, and then if he wants to, he could potentially hard swap into the Quagsire to start getting ahead on energy. Again, doesn't know what's in the back yet, but actually, but Abhinav quick swap into the Mandibuzz, gonna try to pressure a shield from Sword Slash, still some energy on the stun spar, so gonna have to decide whether he wants to shield it.
Yeah, you have to be thinking, okay, what am I giving up versus what am I gaining? I do have a Protect Shield, and I have almost 2 charge attacks stored. I don't know that that was necessary. I think that could have been a good Protect Shield for Sword Slash. That was so much energy that you're giving up. Abhinav now in the driver's seat from my perspective, able to get a lot of damage out into this Quagsire, and you still have 2 Protect Shields. Your Shadow Claw damage from your Feraligatr may be devastating to the remainder of this team for Sword Slash.
That's right, Dark Pulse pretty much puts this Quagsire at 50% health. Aqua Tail coming through. I think this is going to be enough to knock out, but Abhinav, actually decides to put up the shield, knows that he can't get Mudshot down here, so just throws this Aerial Ace right away. Has a lot of energy here, so, can start to pressure both his shields, and remember, there's still a full health Feraligatr in the back.
Yeah, Sword Slash actually had the Aqua Tail stored there, which would have been enough to knock out, and you do win that cap tie as well, but unfortunately did not throw that charge attack. This is now going to be the second Protect Shield, 2 Protect Shields used on Aerial Ace, and Abhinav was actually able to pressure all that energy as well, get rid of it from the Dunsparce. But here comes the catch here from Abhinav, gonna catch this Aqua Tail into Feraligatr. Abhinav just running circles around his opponent right now.
And that's really nice, resisted damage to catch. Actually, Sword Slash brings in the Ariados here. Quick combo play, gets the shield with this Trailblaze, but maybe he wanted to go for Lunge here because I'm not sure what the benefit of getting these extra boosted Poison Stings off is versus getting that permanent attack drop.
Yeah, good call. That would have been an attack drop for the next 25 seconds or so. You do have a Mud Bomb stored and ready to go. This will do some significant damage. I don't know if it's enough to knock out. I don't think you can farm down, though, especially with all that HP. That's going to be a significant chunk, but the Hydro Cannon is stored and ready to go. This is the final Pokemon for Sword Slash. Abhinav will land this Hydro Cannon and take a clean 2-0 series sweep with all 3 Pokemon still remaining.
That's right, 3-ball flex from Abhinav. Like you said, clean 2-0 sweep. I think, there actually wasn't the Galarian Moltres in that second game, which is a little bit surprising and kind of good for Abhinav too, right? He brought that Dunsparce into the mirror, didn't know what was in the back yet, so, potentially could have had Feraligatr up against the Galarian Moltres, which would have been bad, but luckily for Abhinav, it was just the Shadow Quagsire.
From what I saw there, Abhinav was making all the plays that we expect from a regional champion. He's waiting one turn. He's making combo plays. He's making no shields. He's baiting when it makes sense, trying to strip those Protect Shields. That combo play especially, I just thought was so impactful. He was able to use 1 Aerial Ace to essentially neutralize 2 drill runs from that Dunsparce. So everything Abhinav was doing there in game number 1, especially game number 2, champion level plays.
That's a great call. And like we also saw, using 1 shield on the Mandibuzz to pull both Protect Shields with just Aerial Aces. Also kind of just, all these little things do add up. Obviously did have the good team comp, but obviously also just like not making mistakes, taking the initiative to make those swaps, take those shields as well. So really nice plays from Abhinav. I believe he's going to go on to play Trent in the Group B winners finals. Trent actually defeated Dunebug just a little bit ago, so we'll have that to look forward to in just a little bit.
That's right. Taking a look back at our series, game number 1, we saw the Protect Shield advantage, giving Abhinav that game number 1, able to land the drill run into the Alolan Sandslash to secure the first victory. Over in game number 2, though, we saw a little bit of a different strategy from Sword Slash, leading that Ariados, swapping out. Then we got to see the catch of the Aqua Tail. Abhinav making all the plays, waiting a turn, combo plays, making the catches, champion level plays.
That's right. Maybe had a little bit, actually, I don't know. I was going to say that maybe had an advantage in terms of the teams of 6 because the Dunsparce is pretty much safe into everything. You only have to watch out for the Quagsire, which, doesn't do a whole lot of damage very quickly. So, did have the maybe advantage with the Dunsparce there, but also, had the right plays. Game 1 got a huge advantage out of the matchup against the Moltres.
Well, it's not only about the team that you put on paper of 6, it's the team of 3 that you bring in response. And I think that's where you can see some level of skill adaptation with these trainers for sure. You mentioned how good the Dunsparce looked. On the other side, that Tentacruel had very little play into Sword Slash's team. And notice that we see Abhinav leaving it on the bench. So there's definitely some recognition that's involved in understanding which of my Pokemon are going to be the most likely to bring me a victory.
That's right. And I think that's kind of the first step of building your team of 3, right? It's like which Pokemon generally have the most favorable matchups, which Pokemon don't, right? And so that's kind of the level 1 strategy, let's say. And then the level 2 strategy is thinking about, okay, what does my opponent think, right? What Pokemon are good for them? What Pokemon might not be good for them, but are good against my top Pokemon? So there's a couple layers deep that you have to go there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm actually really curious to see kind of if we take a look at our current meta, which we're now, I think, our 5th tournament into the meta, if we include all of our LATs LATAM, EU, and NA regions, compared to last season, while there's certainly some Pokemon that we've seen, like Azumarill, that have just been staples in the meta almost throughout, it's really interesting seeing some of these absences, like Skeledirge, for instance. I feel like was having such a surge towards the end of last season. There's just no room in the meta for Skeledirge now with all the Mud Slappers, all of the Waters. Flyers, for instance, like Galarian Moltres now. That's kind of a new Pokemon in the meta. Just lots of problems for it.
That's right. Well, brand new meta. We know Abunov is an expert team builder, as we saw in Portland last year. So let's hear from him and Caleb to see what they're going to talk about.
Thank you, Soph. I'm here with Abhinav, fresh off his win here on stage 2-0 in that match. But also, I was looking at the bracket, and you haven't lost a single game today. How are you feeling?
Oh, I did not realize that. Yeah, it's been good. I like my team. Played some good opponents, but some really tough matchups. Like this matchup was tough. I played Adam before this, also tough matchup, but been able to navigate it well. Team is doing good. I'm feeling good. So yeah.
I mean, speaking of team too, I was looking at your team from Baltimore, a little bit different from the one here today, and something I noticed was the Tentacruel. We didn't actually see it in any of your battles so far on stream, but what's the thought process behind that over Toxapex?
So I've spent a lot of time thinking about this. I think Toxapex is a Pokemon with higher ceiling than Tentacruel, but a much lower floor. There's just more RPS, I think, and where every match where water is the move you want to throw, where poison is resisted, Brine is such a bad move. Like A-Slash, Drapion, ground types. So I think Scald is just so much better. It's a more flexible Pokemon than Toxapex, which suits my gameplay. Couldn't run it against him. He had too many answers. But I think Tentacruel's good. I think it's just as good as Toxapex, if not better. But yeah.
That's an interesting take, for sure. Have you run it today yet?
Yes, it was actually very good round one, I should say. I don't think I ran it round 2, but no, I'm definitely looking forward to running it again. I think it's not just bench pressure. I would 100% bring it into the right team.
That's a 100% win rate, like the rest of your team here. You are going to be heading to the winners finals, and I believe you'll be facing off against Trent. Anything you're thinking about going into that match, as the winner of that will guarantee their spot in day number 2?
Yeah, I would really like to win and make day 2. I was close to day 2 in Baltimore, but didn't quite make it. Orlando was my last day 2, I think. Just missed out in Worlds 2 at 33rd. So that's the goal. I haven't looked at Trent's team. I don't know what it is. I know he's a good battler. But yeah, I feel confident. I'll quickly want to say I've been scrimming a lot of non-NA players, especially LATAM players, like T. Steiner, Zardi, and trying to not reveal my secrets but also get practice. So they've been really helpful. So big shout out to them. And yeah, because of all the practice I've been doing, I feel confident. We'll see how winners finals goes. But yeah.
I love to hear the confidence too. I love the spicy team, especially the Tentacruel. Shout out to all the Brazilians as well, helping you with scrims as well. Thank you for sharing some of your thoughts on your team and your success so far in this tournament. Back to you, casters.
Thanks so much, Caleb and Abhinav. Really exciting to hear about how much prep Abhinav has put in, and all of those worldwide friendships that we get to develop in our online communities are really exciting to hear about as well.
What's interesting to me, Soph, is that looking at some of the usage rates between NA and EU, it's pretty similar. There's definitely some distinct differences, but if I look at the recent LATAM tournaments, both in Joinville as well as, I believe it was Lima, Clodsire is not on the even top 6. It's only been on 25% of the LATAM top 8 teams, whereas on EU and NA, it has been on 75%. And it's interesting because I haven't seen so much Clodsire this tournament yet. It was supposed to be the best Pokemon in the meta. That's what a lot of early thoughts were. But I'm really not seeing too much of the Clodsire right now.
That's a good point. I mean, there's a couple other poison types that are maybe on the rise. We talked about Drapion at the top of the broadcast. We also saw, Abhinav going for Tentacruel, and then, of course, there's the more popular related Pokemon, let's say Toxapex. So, maybe people don't want to double up too much on those poison type weaknesses, especially when there's people running around with Kento Marowak.
Well, we have a lot of exciting things going on this weekend here. We have the Mega Mall Wild Day, we've got this tournament, but we have a lot to look forward to later in the month, as well as next month, taking a look at our November Community Day. This is one of the most exciting community days that we've had in a long time, and there's so much speculation around what exactly Rage Fist is going to look like. What's special to me here, Soap, is that the featured attack, Rage Fist, is actually not only going to be on the final evolved form, Annihilate, but also on Primeape as well, which we've seen both of those Pokemon in the Pokemon meta.
That's right. Annihilate was so dominant last year. So for all of you Annihilate fans out there, if you were disappointed when Counter got nerfed, this could be your chance to bring that Annihilate back off the bench. I think Rage Fist is a ghost type attack, so you're going to get that same type attack bonus on Annihilate, but not Primate.
Okay, we also have a Yamask and Galarian Yamask Research Day. That's going to be taking place next weekend, Saturday, October 19th from 2 to 5 local time. We've definitely seen some of these evolved forms here. I don't know that the Galarian form is going to, for Runerigus is going to be quite as relevant, but it is one of those interesting Pokemon that we were saying, okay, well, what's the answer to that Registeel Medicham meta? I remember Arrow, for instance, was bringing that Runerigus very regularly, and this is a great opportunity here in the month of October to get some of those XL candies as well for Ultra League.
Exactly. I was actually just about to say that I've seen players reach #1 on those Go Battle League leaderboards with Kofagrigus in the past. Runerigus also very strong, so definitely a great opportunity to, like you said, get those XL candies, maybe get some of those optimal stat spreads for Ultra League as well. I also saw Cubone in those wild encounters, so, if you're looking for a Mud Slap user and you haven't found the right Gastrodon yet, this could be the event for you.
Ghost typing has been a very interesting typing in the meta for so long, right? We've seen Sableye dominance, we've seen a lot of Trevenant. Like you said, there was some Kofagrigus. Trying to think, what are the ghosts that we're really seeing these days, Soph?
Yeah, it's actually really interesting. The other day I was, writing down all of the typings, and I was like, I'm missing one, what is it? And I realized it was ghost typing, and it's like basically absent from the meta. I mean, we used to even have Lickitung with the Lick, right?
Yeah.
And now the dominant normal types are running Rollout as their fast attack. So it feels like ghost type damage has really fallen off. I mean, there's more dark types now, right? There's Galarian Moltres, there's sometimes a Pangoro, and then there's a ton of normal types. So it used to kind of be one of the safer typings, especially when you look at those safe swaps. But yeah, it's pretty much gone now.
Yeah, I'm curious. I don't know that I've seen any Sableye at all in the Play Pokemon tournament, which, I think that to your point, with how many normals are around, anything that's going to be Lick or Shadow Claw or Hex, typically not going to be that strong. An interesting Pokemon that I have seen in Go Battle League is Drifblim. Yeah, with the newly buffed Astonish, it hits so hard now that previously you were using Hex, it was all of your success was based around charge attacks. Now you can actually just fast attack down a lot of Pokemon that you're doing neutral or super effective damage to with Astonish.
That's right, and Shadow Drifloon actually available in those, I believe, the male Ghost Rocket Grunts right now. So, make sure you get out and do those. I've been having a ton of fun with Drifblim in Ultra League, but it's also pretty good in Great League. It can wall those Sludge Bomb, Earthquake Clodsire that you see a lot, as well as the Gastrodon energy that you see a lot in Go Battle League, but not necessarily so much in Show 6. So, definitely a fun pick.
Speaking of Shadow, Soph, Shadow Mankey, also a Pokemon that's available. And then I believe in Leaders with Cliff, you can also get Shadow Zigzagoon, a Galarian form, so that would be Obstagoon. I'm curious to see kind of how some of these Pokemon that we've maybe have fallen out a little bit, Obstagoon and Annihilate and things like that, may actually have some new play with their Shadow variants.
That's right. Well, we'll have to see. But before we get to all of this exciting stuff next month, let's take a look at some tweets that you guys have been posting. We love to hear about how you're interacting with the stream, maybe enjoying that Mega Mawile Day. Here we've got Professor Richie saying that they want to wish everyone luck. That's so sweet.
Thank you so much. Yeah, all these trainers need a little bit of skill, but some luck sometimes too. So thank you for the well wishes. Do we have another tweet? I think we do. Yeah, coming from Dan, ready for play in Louisville. Make sure you guys use that hashtag play Pokemon, hashtag Pokemon Go. Look at that squad of plushies there, Soph.
Yeah, and Dan seems to be a big fan of plushies. You see that giant scuba Pikachu must be from Honolulu, Hawaii in the profile picture there. So, like you said, big fan of plushie, got a huge variety there.
I love the new Rowlets there with the little Halloween hat and the little the bats there on the hat. That is just a great way to ring in the Halloween vibes here in the month of October.
Absolutely, and it looks like this picture was actually just taken in the arena. Maybe yesterday. It looks a little bit empty in the back there, but Dan, I hope you're enjoying Louisville, and we hope to see you around.
Yeah, Louisville's been a great tournament so far. I'm very glad to have everyone here. You might hear us say Louisville, Louisville, Lowville. A lot of different pronunciations here. I think we're going with Louisville here, but you can see all the different pronunciations there from Alec. Looks like they had a great time checking out the convention center, an amazing dinner at their hotel as well. Relaxed, slept well. Time to lock in, Soph. It's the Louisville Regional Championship. Glad that they are prepared and ready to perform.
All right, well, good luck to you both. It's kind of funny, actually, if you look up Louisville, you see 3 accepted pronunciations and 1 not accepted pronunciation, so that's kind of fun. Here we've got Soli Vanti. Looking forward to regional weekend with your favorites. You've got the starter squad right there.
Yeah, not only the Pokemon with the plushies there, also the Pokemon tattoos as well. So a great celebration for all the greatness that Pokemon has to bring to us here. Let's see if we have one other tweet. We do. Gaming Jen here. Big shout out to the wonderful staff here. Look at that huge, huge staff. It takes the village, as they say. So this event cannot be possible without the contributions from each and every one. If you guys do see any of the Pokemon professors and staff, make sure that you guys say thank you to all of them. Like I said, it takes a village to organize these tournaments. It's not just the casters, the production, all of the judges as well, all the professors. Especially for any of the new folks that are coming, that this is their first tournament. It is so critical for these judges and for these professors to help those folks have a really good time.
Absolutely. When you have questions, you ask them. When you want to review your match, you ask them. And they're really behind the scenes as well, managing the bracket, everything you see like that. So thank you to all of the professors out there who are helping to manage this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm looking forward to getting back to some of these battles here. I'm taking a look, actually, and it looks like our next battle is going to be the former world champion, It's Axon, facing off versus Khaleesi Fitzy, 2 trainers that we've seen featured on stream very regularly. It's great to see some of these trainers that hop around to all these different regionals, so we can kind of follow some of their stories. Let's take a look at these trainers, Soph.
All right, well, they're already in winners semis, so whoever wins this match is going to be going on to winners finals, just one step away from making day 2. But yeah, let's talk a little bit about the trainers before we get into the Pokemon. And I see some really interesting Pokemon on Khaleesi's team, but Khaleesi Fitzy, of course, notably top 4 in Salt Lake City Regional, I believe 2 seasons ago at this point, and I believe was in the top 4 with another family member. You see that Team Fitzy sweater on as well, so proudly representing them.
Yeah, I believe that if you just associate, a family with Pokemon, the Fitzys are one of the most recognizable names for sure. Not only do they have success in the Go format as well, but in some of the TCG and VG games as well. So it's great to see them back here at the Louisville tournament. One of the Pokemon that I noticed on Khaleesi Fitzy's team was that, I believe it was a Mud Slapper that we saw. Yes, indeed. That is going to be our Shadow Dawn fan. And when we look at all the different Mud Slappers, typically we're going to be seeing the Gastrodons and the Kanto Marowaks. But I think that this Dawn fan actually has a lot of play here as well, especially if it gets mashed up versus one of these poison types on its Axon's team, the Toxapex or the Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how this plays out. Its Axon does have that double poison line there with the Toxapex and Drapion that we see a couple of other trainers rocking as well. So I'm really excited to see if we see this Shadow Dawn fan coming to play.
Well, it also beats the Shadow for Alligator in the 2-shield matchup just with the strength of Mud Slap as well. So let's get into these battles. So game number 1, It's Axon versus Khaleesi Fitzy. We're going to be seeing the Shadow Drapion versus the Arctibax.
That looks like a very big Drapion to me, but Arctibax chunking away with these Dragon Breaths really quickly, but it's Axon able to outpace here, already reaching the first crunch.
Yeah, despite the Poison Sting buff, you can definitely see that those Dragon Breaths are adding up a little bit faster. Khaleesi Fitzy using the first Protect Shield to protect that Arctibax. Crunch does not get the attack debuff, and we now have the Icy Wind ready to go. Actually has availability to have Avalanche as well, but with the Icy Wind, it does have that single stage attack debuff now that is going to get thrown into the Azumarill.
And this is a nice swap from its Axon because you do absorb all that resisted energy, but now you're met with the Charge Bug. Nice debuff by Khaleesi before leaving, because Charge Bug, I think can lose to Azumarill if it's too far behind on energy.
Yeah, it's going to be at a little bit of an advantage though, just given that attack debuff. That player up does still hurt, and Discharge not the most efficient of all charge attacks from an electric perspective. That said, Discharge is loaded and ready to go. I don't know that this is quite enough to knock out, but I think that you're still in safe enough range where you can tank another charge attack and provide very little farm for that Drapion later on. That's
right. Looks like Khaleesi does just go for the Volt Switch down, and actually that Azumarill feints with the charge attack, but now Axon is able to absorb these X-Scissors on Diggersby, not threatened at all by these Volt Switches.
This is a little scary though, because both of these Pokemon don't really have great matchups versus that Arctibax. So I'm very curious to see if Khaleesi Fitzy is able to get a little bit more mileage out of it. It is energy dry, and this matchup may take a little while. Its Axon will have the opportunity to actually get a lot of energy and overload a bit, but let's see exactly how much he wants to overfarm.
That's right. Looks like he's going to fire just before this last X-Scissor comes through, so nice counting there, but you're kind of running out of health on these Pokemon. I'm a little bit worried about this Shadow Dawn fan in the back.
Yeah, especially in the 2-shield matchup. you know, even though Itzaxen has 2 Protect Shields remaining, it's really all about how much health that he has remaining, and that health is quickly dwindling. Dragon Breath does a lot of damage, and those Mud Slaps, you know that's going to do a ton of damage. Drapion only probably going to be able to survive maybe 3 or 4 of those Mud Slaps. Will we see a quick switch? Yes, indeed. Itzaxen brings in the Drapion. I think that Khaleesi Fitzy wants to get off the Icy Wind, maybe pressure one of those Protect Shields, but keep in mind, there is still that Shadow Donphan hanging out in the back.
Does commit to the Icy One and pulls that Protect Shield, but the good thing for its accent, though, is now you have some energy for this Aqua Tail, but I don't know if you can even get off both.
No, I think you're only going to get to the 1 here. I think that you're still a few Poison Stings away, and the next Mud Slap is going to be enough to knock out. The Shadow Donphan hangs on, does take out the Drapion as well. It's now just the Diggersby. You need to get to 2 charge attacks because there is still a Protect Shield remaining. Now the Body Slam is loaded for Khaleesi Fitzy. Itzaxen lets this one go, understands that game number 1 is going to go the way of Khaleesi Fitzy. He's going to need to figure out a way to get around those Pokemon later on. I'm a little surprised, actually, so because the best answer, I think, to that Artibax is the Pokemon that he swapped into it, that being the Azumarill. Maybe could have swapped in a different Pokemon or just stayed in that lead matchup. Could have been a little bit different, but definitely a tough spot there for Itzaxen.
Yeah, definitely. And swapping out the Drapion out of the lead there kind of let it get matched up against that Mud Slap user later. And also, you know, just a little bit unlucky for its accent. The Drapion and the Azumarill actually both fainted with a full charge attack loaded. So, you know, just a couple of turns away from potentially making a big difference. But wow, what a game by Khaleesi Fitzy. Huge fast attack pressure from the Mud Slap, the Volt Switch, and the Dragon Breath. You know, kind of really all adding up together.
Looking back at our game number 1, we saw the Aqua Tail not enough to knock out the Shadow Donphan, and that next Mud Slap was enough to knock out before Itzaxen was able to reach the next Aqua Tail. And then at this point, an energy advantage for Khaleesi Fitzy, a huge HP advantage. Still had that Artibax. Itzaxen sees the writing on the wall, understands that that is going to be all she wrote, and despite the nerf to Body Slam, no same type attack bonus, and a bulky Pokemon still knocks out.
All right, I still want to get back to Khaleesi's team here because I think it's pretty crazy. Yes, we saw the Shadow Donphan. Arctibax, actually, we've seen have a little bit of play across multiple regions here, but look at these other Pokemon. Okay, there's a Shadow Walrein there. That hasn't been seen in many years. And Charjabug, actually, I don't think it got directly nerfed or buffed, but it's kind of fallen off because of the fear of Clodsire. But, you know, like you mentioned, maybe if Clodsire is a little bit on the downswing, it could be time for Charjabug to come back.
Well, I really like that call out because if you're Itzaxen or really any trainer and you're preparing for a team, you're mostly looking at the meta. The Pokemon that you're not preparing for, Shadow Walrein, Shadow Donphan, Charjabug, maybe even Arctibax, those are things that you don't really have a default response to. Itzaxen going to have to figure out how he comes back in game number 2, and he has one of the worst possible matchups. He has ABA Water here going up against this Charjabug. It seems like this Charjabug is the core breaker to Itzaxen's team.
It is, but Toxapex is pretty bulky. If you can land a Sludge Wave, you're going to get the Charge Bug pretty low. And the good news for its accent is the Charge Bug is here. It's not going to be on the Azumarill in the back. And if you look at Khaleesi's backline, Azumarill is pretty safe into both of them.
Okay, well, Sludge Wave is ready to go here. If Khaleesi Fitzy shields this one, this puts her in a very advantageous position, maybe even able to farm down, but lets this one go. This is mostly going to neutralize this Charjabug now, and actually a quick swap out into the Donphan, trying to snipe that Toxapex, but unable to do so. It's now going to be super effective bubbles coming from the Azumarill, from its Itzaxen, onto Khaleesi Fitzy's Shadow Donphan.
Yeah, and this Donphan actually has access to super effective Trailblaze. No same type attack bonus, so isn't going to do a ton of damage, but Donphan is relatively attack weighted, does just a bit more than half of what the Azumarill has left. Ice Beam coming through here. It is going to be enough to one-shot, but Khaleesi is actually going to shield it up. Probably going to have to take a few more bubbles before knocking out this Azumarill.
Yeah, I think that Khaleesi Fitzy is actually going to be able to farm all the way down before this Azumarill is able to reach its next charge attack, and you are a single-stage attack buffed as well. There's nothing that wants to take a Trailblaze at this point, and I think that the Toxapex is actually in Body Slam range as well. This Diggersby has a ton of work to do. We're seeing, again, in game number 2, Khaleesi Fitzy opting to use shields first, and then just trying to pressure with fast attacks the remainder of Itzaxen's team.
All right, well, it's going to be all up to the Diggersby here. You're trying to farm down with these quick attacks, but this Donphan is double boosted at this point. Look at those Mud Slaps. Oh, actually not able to get off that last Trailblaze here. That could be decisive later down the line.
All this energy now has a lot of destinations to go. Even Scorching Sands neutrally just hits pretty hard. Here comes the Artibax for Khaleesi Fitzy. Itzaxen has the charge attack ready to go, doesn't want to bait, immediately throws the Scorching Sands. There's a chance for a debuff here, but Khaleesi Fitzy does still have that charge bug if we end up seeing it land, and it does not.
Oh, actually comes in with a charge bug here. Maybe trying to catch Itzaxen by surprise, maybe a CAP catch as well, but I don't think it's Axon through the charge attack, and now he can just farm up a lot of energy, maybe even farm all the way down, because look at how little those Volt Switches are doing, and a nice catch here by Axon to take this X-Scissor.
Yeah, great play. This will be resisted damage, and you're not going to get your next Volt Switch off either, so this is not going to knock out, but this remaining HP on its Axon's Toxapex is likely going to just give you additional energy on Khaleesi Fitzy's Artifax here, and will now allow it to reach an Icy Wind, and it should win the cap tie. Oh, but no, Khaleesi Fitzy does not throw the Icy Wind.
Well, this is interesting because if you're its Axon, basically what you have to do here is to get to 2 charge attacks. If you're Khaleesi, I don't know if you can maybe go for a Dragon Breath down, but otherwise you're going to have to go for, oh, actually goes for the Icy Wind debuff here, maybe hoping that this is going to force its Axon to throw Scorching Sands instead of Fire Punch.
I either would have liked to have seen the Icy Wind right away, winning that cap tie, or just going for double Dragon Claw here because it is in Dragon Claw range, but its Axon, it's such a big energy advantage, is going to be able to now get the second Scorching Sands, making the safe play, which is double Scorching Sands. This will knock out the Artifax. Great catch there by its Axon, and game number 2 does go to its Axon, tying up the series.
Yeah, kind of coming back from a very scary situation here. Again, we kind of saw Diggersby against the world. There was still a charge bug with a move to get through. There was still a double boost to Donphan, right? And then one more Pokemon. But, you know, maybe it just pulled ahead at the end there. I think Khaleesi swapping into the charge bug basically just gave its Axon the energy he needed to outpace the Artifax.
Yeah, no surprises here on its Axon's team. It's one of the most meta teams that we can see. Actually, triple water, which is a little bit scary considering that charge bug over on the side of Khaleesi Fitzy. But we have seen that Diggersby brought every game, and I expect it to be brought in game number 3 as well. It's going to be double resisting those Volt Switches, and while yes, you can hit for neutral with those X-Scissors, still that's going to be a very dominant matchup. And we saw here a very heads-up catch from its Axon. It did provide Khaleesi Fitzy a little bit of energy on that Artifax, but its Axon, with all that overfarm, was able to secure the matchup with that Diggersby.
Yeah, that's a really nice place to catch because the charge bug is like 1 HP, pretty much forced to throw because one more quick attack was going to knock it out. So nice recognition there, and like you said, already had the energy that he needed basically to win the game.
Well, we did see its Axon benching the Shadow Drapion there in game number 2. I think just a little bit worried about how much work that Shadow Donphan was going to do. Khaleesi Fitzy did bring it again in game number 2. I see the potential for her to maybe put it on the bench, but realistically, there are 3 water Pokemon that you can hit for super effective, either with Trailblaze or with Mud Slap in the case of Toxapex there. So I think it does have a lot of play. Is there really any answer to that Shadow Donphan, maybe with the exception of the Azumarill? Yeah.
Not really. I mean, I think that Diggersby does all right. Yes, you have to watch out for the Trailblaze, but Shadow Donphan is not that bulky, and with the Quick Attacks and Scorching Sands, I think they pretty much add up a lot such that you can probably, I would imagine, take it out in those 0 and 1 shield situations.
It is just wild that we haven't seen that much Mud Slap. We did see a Shadow Kanto Marowak earlier. 0 Gastrodons. Trending down. Maybe we got that one right, Soph.
All right, well, this is the matchup that its Axon absolutely needed. Azumarill into Shadow Donphan. His only answer to the Donphan has found its way.
Okay, and Toxapex actually looks pretty strong into that wall range potentially as well, as long as you can avoid those Earthquakes. Here comes the first charge attack, though. No baiting this time for Khaleesi Fitzy, going immediately for that Trailblaze. Super effective damage shielded up by its Axon's Azumarill. Now going to be launching more of these bubbles. Needs to throw one of these Ice Beams, though. Its Axon properly waits 1 turn, and we'll get this Protect Shield from Khaleesi Fitzy's Shadow Donphan.
Well, she is actually putting up a Protect Shield here, really wants to get off this next Trailblaze, and is going to reach it before its Axon can reach his own charge attack, but he's actually going to be shielding up this Trailblaze. Maybe he wants to go for the full bubble down. We'll have to see if Khaleesi tries to pivot out.
In game number 1 and game number 2, its Axon was using shields relatively late in the matchups. It burned him in game number 1, but in game number 3 here, now he forces alignment in his direction, which is great. He sees that charge bug, and he has brought the answer to that charge bug, being the Diggersby. So I definitely like where this puts him. This will be some nice chip damage, but this Shadow Wall Ring may have some play into that Toxapex, especially with access to Earthquake.
Well, this is a great adjustment from its Axon. Look at how bulky of a team he's brought. That made him kind of free to use both of the shields in the lead matchup. Now he has switch advantage, and actually, I don't know if it's going to matter too much because this charge bug is getting so low here. Fires off the X-Scissor on the Diggersby, so that's pretty much going to put this charge bug out of commission for the rest of the game.
I maybe would have liked to have seen a swap and save that energy, especially knowing that there may be another water type hanging out in the back for its Axon. But now all that energy did get soaked up on the Diggersby. This brings in the Wall Rain, immediately goes for this Icicle Spear. This is a Shadow Wall Rain. Keep in mind, you're able to reach those those charge attacks very quickly, and this will do super effective damage, but Diggersby should be able to hang on, and between Diggersby and Toxapex, I like the odds here for its accent.
Yeah, I think he's just going to look to throw this Scorching Sands. If he doesn't get the shield, then he can just Poison Jab down, and if he does, now he can safely just go for a Sludge Wave. You should be able to take these super effective damage from Earthquake here, no problem.
And we saw the attack fall there, so that is going to make this super effective Earthquake a little bit less super effective here. You hang on to one regardless with the bulk of Toxapex, and it's also a non-same type attack bonus attack here for the Shadow Wall Rain, but look, able to hang on, no problem at all. All you need to do is get to the Sludge Wave, maybe in a little bit of an overfarm, but its accent just safely waits one turn, gets to the Sludge Wave, and that's going to be enough to knock out the Shadow Wall Rain.
That's right, and there is just a little bit of a sliver of health on the Charge Bug left over, but just a couple of Poison Jabs is going to be enough to take it out, and it's Axen moving on to winners finals here.
Yeah, congratulations to its Axen. A tough comeback there. A lot of great play that we saw from Khaleesi Fitzy. I was very impressed by the Shadow Dawn fan play. It created a lot of pressure, even in the losing game there in game number 3. Still took both Protect Shields from its Axen, but I love the response from its Axen. Game number 1, waited too long to use those Protect Shields, and it burned him. Game number 2, it was close, but he was able to get the victory. In game number 3, both Protect Shields on the first 2 charge attack. He knew that that team is built around fast attack pressure and alignment. He was able to have a great response there and secure the 2-1 series victory.
That's right, and those are exactly the kinds of adjustments that you expect from a world champion, right? In game 1, he's probably not familiar at all with these Shadow Dawn fan matchups, and I don't blame him. You know, there are some situations where he probably wasn't expecting the Dawn fan to, for example, be able to shield and mud slap down through, I think it was the Azumarill in the game 2, right? But then game 3, he kind of, you know, recognizes those those kinds of matchups and is willing to basically just go down 2 shields and say, look, I'm going to get switch advantage with Diggersby Toxapex, and there's nothing you can do about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And then game number 3, I think, was the ultimate adjustment, like we saw, of just forcing the alignment exactly where he wanted it, able to resist all of those Powder Snows here with the Toxapex, getting a little luck on his side as well. Maybe it was from that tweet that was sent, sending him some good luck to get that attack debuff so he could even better survive that attack. You can see he definitely a sigh of relief there from its Axen after it able to take what was a very risky game number 2, get the win, and then secure it in game number 3.
I was pretty worried about him throughout that series. Game 1, it was looking bad. Like, the team of 6 was looking bad. I was like, I don't even see what adjustments he can make. But, I mean, it's Axen, former world champion, you know, maybe making a comeback here in the 2025 season. Kind of an underwhelming 2024 season, right? But I think that he definitely has what it takes to make a huge run here in Louisville, right? The skills don't go away. I think he's doing really well in this meta. He reached Legend in the Go Battle League very, very early this season.
Yeah.
He's already in winners finals, and he had a pretty low seed in the bracket as well. So, you know, overcoming some adversity, some tough opponents, some tough teams, and it's looking very good for its Accent this weekend.
Not only that, but there's just a lot of pressure as the world champion. Once you've achieved a level of success, you're always being compared to that high level of success. I know that for some trainers, you know, that have won ICs or Worlds before, they're then always compared at that level. And then a 1-2 or an 0-2, they're like, oh, what just happened to the trainer? They're washed, so they're washed. When in reality, I mean, everyone has...
Regression to the mean.
Everyone has exactly, yeah, if you're just looking statistically, you're going to have off days, and then you're going to have some metas that might be a little bit more difficult. And just with the dynamics of Pokemon Go, there is an opportunity that you can just go 0-2 based on things that may be slightly out of your control. So it's good to see its Axen having success here again in this 2025 season, and I'm looking forward to seeing him in future battles.
Absolutely. Well,
and for Alligator is like basically the best duo you could use. But recently we've seen Diggersby Toxapex as a duo pop up as a way to kind of deal with that for Alligator, which for a lot of matchups can be very overwhelming. So I wanted to build around those two, and then I love Malamar right now. Malamar, very flexible. Wasn't able to use it too much on stream there, but I've used it a lot off stream. And then I don't like Azumarill. I feel like it's a necessary evil right now to just kind of counter some of the more tricky picks, like that Dawn fan that we just saw. But my bread and butter here is the Feraligatr and Drapion, the two shadows that I love to set up for sweeps potentially. They're just so strong, up shields, up energy. So that was kind of the thing. Just have flexible Pokemon, surround it with bulk, and try to round out the team with Pokemon that I know work out.
Yeah, and I think the Azumarill ended up being pretty crucial for your last matchup too, right? So probably a good thing that you end up bringing it. We did see that Dunsparce was actually #1 in usage here today. Yeah, so over 50, I think 54% of teams have it too. So kind of the meta read going into it, but how are you going to try to tackle that?
Yeah, I love Diggersby into Dunsparce. I was going to bring Dunsparce myself, but if I did, I'd have too many like fighting type weaknesses. So I chose Diggersby as my normal type. Dunsparce is a very flexible Pokemon, but the problem with it is that there's a lot of ways to deal with it neutrally, as well as like if you have Diggersby, if you have Malamar to superpower it, you can just kind of brute force your way through it, and throwing non-stab damage is a Dunsparce. Sometimes it's kind of underwhelming in matchups it should win.
And I want to get your thoughts on this too. We talked a little bit about Doombug about this earlier, another top trainer from North America in the world. But I want to get your thoughts too as a former world champion. What are your thoughts on this current meta and as well as the 50-second switch timer?
I love this meta. It's so much better, in my opinion, than the last one. I did not have any good performances, really, when Annihilate came out. Before that, I was doing fine, but Annihilate really threw a wrench in my plans. So I love this meta a lot more. And the 50-second switch clock, we don't see it too often, like, the direct impact, but as a competitor, trust me, it's basically the best change they've ever made.
Definitely. Speaking of Annihilate, it's coming back in the meta pretty soon, potentially. Is that something you're looking forward to or no?
No.
Okay. Very, very simple and sweet there, too. Coming into the competition, did you prep any way differently than usual, or you kind of came in just like, you know what, I'm just going to do my thing. I've done this before. I could win again.
Yeah, normally my prep is more analytical, going over teams and making sure I have the right team for the meta. I actually did do a practice tournament. It was a local challenge here at this venue yesterday, so I won that as well with the same team. So that about the only actual practice I had with the team in person was probably that. But I do a lot of just like trying to figure out what Pokemon to bring, and not just which Pokemon, but which stats to bring. I do a lot of research on breakpoints, volt points, to see if my Pokemon can do extra damage, if I can win CMP. Honestly, that kind of preparation is like probably 90% of what I do.
Well, we know you're famous for creating the Metacham Slayer, stats there, so definitely a lot that goes into it. Well, thank you for sharing your words here. I'm sure a lot of people are excited to hear your thoughts coming into this. Let's head back to the casters.
Thanks so much, Caleb and Axe. And I love hearing all about how it's Axe and preps. Like Caleb mentioned, he's known for creating the Metacham Slayer, and recently he's been doing a lot of content creation, so get to hear a little bit about his thought process. But there's going to be another fun stream coming up next month with two of the top 3 finishers at the World Championships last year, Marto Galde as well as Inadequins. I will be there with Pokédaxi as well to kind of round out the team. So it's going to be a really great opportunity to hear from top players. We just heard it's Axon talking about all the prep that he's done and how he's thinking about the meta, so we'll get to hear that firsthand from Inadequins and Marto as well.
Yeah, it's great to hear from the experts that have had success in so many different arenas, whether it's Go Battle League, whether it's going to be Play Pokemon, Grassroots, trainers that just have so many cycles. But make sure you guys tune into the broadcast, and there will also be Twitch drops on, it's the same channel that you're watching right now, Pokemon Go. You guys can get access to fast TMs, charge TMs, lots of trainers looking for those charge TMs right now, and then also Rare Candy XL.
That's right. Charge TMs, like you said, a lot of trainers looking for them. If you're trying to practice with all of your friends for their different matchups, for different teams that they might face, you end up burning through a lot of charge TMs. So make sure you get all the ones that you can, and you're gonna be able to get 7 right here on the Pokemon Go channel.
We really need to get a segment with It's Axon. Listening to him talking about that meta, it was just so impressive here. I'm just very interested to see just what's going to be in store here for the rest of the tournament. But that said, guys, we will be back here. We're going to take a quick break. Make sure you guys stick around here. We'll be back soon. right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your patience as we deal with some technical issues here. Had some internet outages at the venue, but we are once again back here. Wholesome_, joined by Soph. I think Soph was kicking some wires under the desk, too.
Yeah, I absolutely ruined the Wi-Fi for the entire venue with this one wire.
Oh, we're kidding.
But we are back, so hopefully no more disruptions. And, you know, we have these players on the stage, and they've been there for some time as well. So hopefully, you know, they've had their time to prep now.
Yeah, I don't think we need to spend too much time here going through any sort of meta reads or anything like that. We'll certainly get back to that. I think these trainers are dying to get ready to move into these battles here. And I'm very excited, actually, because we have Rise to occasion. We've talked about all these big names that we've seen, and I think Rise now has won a tournament in 3 consecutive seasons, and now as we move into our 4th season, he's like, hey, I gotta go win one here. He waited till the end of last season to win one, though, if you remember, Soph.
He was cutting it a little bit close. You know, a lot of top 8 appearances, just another day for Rise, but then, of course, you know, won the LA Regional, the last regional of the season, as you mentioned, and he's actually the only trainer in the entire world to have won a regional in every season so far, so we'll see if he can keep that up, but no pressure.
Okay, well, let's move over to the stage. We mentioned Rise to occasion already. He's going to be facing off versus Toasty Paulrick. Both these trainers here are from the United States. I think we've got Rise from Texas. I want to say Toasty Paulrick coming all the way from California as well. So happy to have both these trainers here. And is this our first sighting of Pangoro on the stream, Soph?
It might be. I feel like Pangoro is pretty difficult to build around. You often end up with teams, if you don't have a Azumarill at least, that are pretty weak to dark types. So luckily for Rise, he does have both a Azumarill and Talonflame. Also has the Ariados as well, which is going to be dealing with that pretty well.
Well, same typing as Pokemon that we've seen in the past, like Scrafty, and there's not too many fairies in the meta, at least not Charm users, but certainly need to watch out for Pokemon like that Azumarill, and there's definitely some other counters as well. Our trainers are ready to go. Let's move into it. Rise to occasion on our left, Toasty Paulrick on our right. We have Azumarill into the Diggersby.
Yeah, nice matchup for Rise here. Toasty Paulrick getting out straight away into that Drapion, and that's actually a very safe Pokemon in this meta. Rise actually doesn't have an answer. He's going to stay in, maybe hoping that Toasty Paulrick is going to be throwing some energy here.
Yeah, all these Drapions here are all running Aqua Tail and Crunch for the most part, so there's no way to hit for even neutral charge attack pressure. You're kind of having to hope that you can get some debuffs off with these Crunches to boost your Poison Sting damage, and as you can see, Poison Stings are adding up quite quickly. But Toasty Paulrick will throw the first Crunch at this point into Rise to Occasion's Azumarill.
Pretty precarious situation for Rise. He needs this Azumarill to deal with that Diggersby down the line unless he's able to shield with his Drapion through it, but he's still just staying in here. Another Crunch coming through, so at least he's able to absorb some energy from this Drapion, and he's still here with the Azumarill. Maybe, oh, actually does get the defense fall, but trying to throw off another charge attack. If this goes shielded, I expect to see a switch out.
Well, I see a lot of play for that 2-shield Drapion, and in fact, now 2 shields up actually is going to be bringing in the Drapion. Here's the challenge, though. Oh, actually throwing the Crunch rather than the Aqua Tail. Rise to Occasion going to no-shield this. This is going to do less damage than the neutral Aqua Tail. Still similar damage. And oh, we actually see the defense drop now. These quick attacks are going to be adding up a little bit faster. Rise has a lot of pressure now on this Drapion to take out this Diggersby, which is going to be a bit of a core breaker for his backline.
He does still have 2 shields up, but that defense fall could be crucial. I think if you're Toasty Paulrick, you can probably just go for Fire Punches after a couple more quick attacks here, but Rise already at his 2nd Aqua Tail, going to need a 3rd to take out this Diggersby though.
Okay, one key thing here is that the Cresselia on the side of Toasty Paulrick is running Future Sight, so not running the Moon Blast. So that could be super effective damage into that Ariados later on in the game. Here comes the Fire Punch though from Toasty Paulrick's Diggersby. It is shielded by Rise to Occasion, wants to ensure that he gets this Diggersby off the field. We have a charge attack priority. It will go to the Drapion here, and I think this will be enough to knock out the Diggersby.
That's right, that Fire Punch will never be fired on Toasty Paulrick's side, and now just down to his own half-health Drapion as well as the full-health Cresselia, which hasn't seen the battlefield quite yet.
Okay, I think that you're going to be able to get these Aqua Tails off at the same time, and it looks like Toasty Paulrick will be winning this charge attack priority. There's still a decent chunk of HP remaining on Toasty Paulrick's Drapion here. There's no real way that you can just fast attack this down either. You don't want to bring in that Azumarill at risk of getting farmed down, so this now means you have to bring in your... Oh, and actually a catch! The Cresselia comes in for Toasty Paulrick and will absorb this Trailblaze damage from the Ariados, but realistically, you might be in range where one lunge knocks out now.
One lunge. Well, we'll see. Cresselia is very bulky, but I have to say I'm not entirely familiar with the boosted Ariados versus Cresselia matchup. So let's see how much this lunge does. It is going to be super effective damage. So, you know, nice catch from Toasty Parik to not take the super effective move. But look at how much that lunge did. Actually did a lot. Maybe you can go for a Poison Sting down, but here comes a Future Sight.
I think if you shield this Future Sight, there may be an opportunity for you to farm all the way down. This Drapion does have a move stored. We need to keep that in mind, but a huge shield from Rise to Occasion. Will he go for the full farm down? Does he know his counts? Yes, indeed. Toasty Parik unable to get to the Future Sight. This is now a fully loaded Ariados, ready to unleash his energy into the Drapion, and game number 1 will be going to Rise to Occasion.
Goes to Rise and the Ariados. Nice sweep from Rise at the end there. Does win charge attack priority over Drapion. And, you know, we do get that valuable information going into the future matches that Toasty Parik's Drapion wins the charge attack priority over Rise's.
Yeah, great call out. So that's something that when you're in these future matchups, maybe even game number 2, you're thinking to yourself as Rise, okay, I need to throw early so I don't have that charge attack priority scenario. Looking at this team, though, the Shadow Drapion had a lot of play there. It did not get matched up versus that Cresselia. It did a lot of work, though, into that Diggersby, as well as neutralizing Toasty Parik's own Drapion. But I think the MVP, at least in that game number 1, had to be the Ariados, able to get that attack buff early on with the Trailblaze, and then just lunge after lunge after lunge.
Yeah, I like the team that Rise brought, maybe a little bit soft to Alolan Sandslash, but on their own, each of the 3 Pokemon he brought are actually pretty safe into Toasty Parik's whole team, or at least, you know, have mostly beneficial matchups. So the Drapion, really safe for both trainers, I think, other than the Cresselia as well, and of course maybe the Shadow Drapion depending on the shield scenario. The Azumarill has a lot of play as well.
Yeah, agreed. But what's so interesting, though, is that Ariados now not only had its Poison Sting buff where it's doing more damage, but Trailblaze also with a buff as well, and with just a huge energy generation from Poison Sting, in addition to relatively good damage now. It's just really, really impressive to see some of these Pokemon like Drapion and Ariados just having so much play in this current meta.
I do love Ariados. It is, you know, we've talked about all of these poison types. We've got Clodsire, Toxapex, maybe even a Tentacruel here and there, and of course the Shadow Drapion. I don't know if we've seen Ariados on stream today, but it was making quite a splash, I believe, in the Dortmund regional just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Soph, I do want to switch gears here in a little bit. We talked about a Pokemon we hadn't seen on stream just yet, and that was going to be that Pangoro on the side of Toasty Parik. Rise to Occasion running that Talonflame. I think we started to see this shift late last season, but Fly, Brave Bird, 2 flying type charge attacks on Talonflame seems to be the preference now. Any insight into why that may be?
The energy goes together really well on both of those charge attacks. If you go all the way up to 100 energy, you have exactly enough for a Fly and a Brave Bird. That's enough for, you know, a Bait and a Nuke you might think of. So, and I think the Fire type damage, you know, you get enough of it from Incinerate such that you don't necessarily need Flame Charge to ramp up the damage as much.
We actually saw quite a few Talonflames at the Baltimore regional. In the top 8, we actually had 3 Talonflames. Over on the EU side, I don't think we saw quite as many. I don't think any made top 8. And then over on LATAM, we did see, I think, 4 out of the top 16 between the 2 top 8 tournaments that we've seen. So Talonflame definitely has some sort of niche, and it is interesting to see, just like you said, the Fly Brave Bird combo that just stacks up so nicely. I don't know that it's going to get brought here versus Toasty Parik's team. It has great play into things like Alolan Sandslash and Pangoro, and it, you know, needs to watch out for Azumarill. But, you know, it does have good play into Diggersby, and even Shadow Drapion, while it does have access to Aqua Tail, you do live 1.
All right, well, we are getting into this game number 3 here. Going to be a little bit of a slow start. We've actually got the Azumarill mirror match here. But actually, Rise, recognizing that maybe he has better answers in the back, instantly comes into the Drapion.
Okay, well, we've seen Rise actually take out a Diggersby with a Shadow Drapion before. It's going to come down to how much investment that he wants to put into this Drapion. Does he simply just want to bait out this Diggersby and then do a fast attack down, maybe with his own Azumarill? Or does he actually want to take this to the distance and try and ensure that he has swap advantage as well?
I think he has a lot of options here. I mean, if you look at his backline, he does have Dunsparce, so potentially he was primarily just trying to bait out the Diggersby, but this isn't that bad of a match. As long as you're not shielding Fire Punch baits, I think Drapion can pretty comfortably take this up when you have 2 shields on the field.
You might be thinking to yourself, okay, well, why did Toasty Parik shield that charge attack? And what he's doing is he's making sure that he is out of fast attack bubble down range from Rise to Occasion's Azumarill. Now, as Rise, you're going to have to throw energy into this Diggersby, and he's actually going to get a lot of value, maybe even 2 Scorching Sands, which could carry attack debuffs with him as well.
And there is one attack.
I manifested it.
And I think that means that the Diggersby is going to be able to hang on to this Ice Beam and be able to fire off the second Scorching Sand. So, that's some nice value that Toasty Park is getting out of the Diggersby. That being said, he's down his shields now, and Rise does have the Dunsparce in back, which is going to have a pretty nice matchup into the Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, absolutely. It wouldn't shock me if Rise ends up just swapping out of this Azumarill after this matchup, knowing that you've been attacked once. Okay, here we go, though. Azumarill comes in, immediately swaps out into the Dunsparce. I don't think Toasty Park wants to bring in this Sandslash here. He's going to stay in this matchup here, so.
That's right, and this is a nice matchup for Dunsparce. It's actually pretty neutral, but with the rollout buff now, I think Dunsparce can take this matchup in some shielding scenarios, and I think once you get the Azumarill off the field, all you have to do is land one Drill Run onto the Alolan Sandslash, and after that, you can probably get it into fast attack downrange.
Well, Azumarill is going to have the advantage just from an attack perspective, with Bubble and Play Rough both having that same type of attack bonus, whereas Rise to Occasion's Dunsparce using Rollout and Drill Run both non-stab. But the big advantage that Dunsparce has is how much quicker he's going to be pacing to these charge attacks with rollout. So the longer this matchup goes, typically the better it looks for Dunsparce, since he can get to charge attacks so much faster.
That's right, and Rise still had 2 Protect Shields on the field, but putting up the first one now, shielding up this Ice Beam, maybe would have preferred to shield a Play Rough earlier in the matchup, but not a big deal. Built all the way up to 2 charge attacks here, so now for Toasty Park, if you use a Protect Shield, another Drill Run is just going to come straight away, so I don't think you can afford to shield.
Yeah, and we're going to see the final Pokemon reveal for Toasty Park. It is that Sandslash. Diggersby has been removed, so this is his final Pokemon. A Drill Run ready to go. Probably going to be the hardest hitting charged attack at this point, so correctly going to be shielding this one. If Rise to Occasion can get another Drill Run off, it'll be a lot of damage. But actually, no. Rise to Occasion bringing in the Azumarill maybe just wants to soak up some of this energy.
Yeah, you're kind of giving Toasty Park maybe an opportunity to overfarm just a little bit, but potentially not too worried, maybe thinking that the Azumarill is still out of Drill Run range, so thinking that the Alolan Sandslash is going to be forced to throw its energy. Here comes a Drill Run, and Rise also still has a shield, so I think as long as you can get to one more Drill Run, you should be okay. Oh, but actually an Undercharge here.
Yeah, an Undercharge to allow for a little bit of additional farm, but this is Powder Snow, this is not Shadow Claw, not going to be enough to farm down. You now get this Play Rough off, which, despite this being resisted, will do a decent chunk. All these bubbles are slowly chipping away the HP on the Sandslash as well. And keep in mind, these rollouts are going to be doing neutral damage too, but the one thing that you have to keep in mind is look how much energy the Sandslash has. 2 Ice Punches ready to go. Only 1 Protect Shield for Rise to Occasion. He can only shield 1 of them, so.
That's right, I think Toasty Park with that Undercharge pretty much won this game. All that energy, and now you're able to outpace this Dunsparce to 2 attacks, so really, really nice play in the end game there. I think Rise made a little bit of a mistake there bringing in the Azumarill. I think probably could have just stayed in and gone for that Drill Run, but made a mistake, and Toasty Park was able to capitalize.
Yeah, great call out, Soph. Despite you're able to take away some of that HP from the Alolan Sandslash, you're going to have to land a Drill Run. That is the formula for success there. So bringing in that Azumarill, all it allowed for Toasty Park to do is just get even more ahead on energy, putting him at an even greater disadvantage. So completely agree with that. Looking at his team, though, we've really only seen a couple of these Pokemon. We have not seen the Pangoro. We did see the Cresselia a little bit earlier. I'm curious to see if that gets brought back. It is notable that it is running Future Sight as well, meaning that Rise's Shadow Dropion is going to completely wall all of those attacks.
I was actually just about to bring that up in saying that, yeah, you're really afraid of that Shadow Dropion. Not just because it's great against the Cresselia, but also it's pretty safe into the whole team. So you can be pretty sure that it's going to be coming every single game. Just taking a quick look at the end of that game again, really nice energy management from Toasty Park to be able to reach this double Ice Punch here.
If you're looking at the best answer to the Ariados, I actually think it's that Sandslash, and Toasty Park brought it in game number 2, I think as that response to the Ariados. But that said, there was no Ariados, and still it ended up being a very good Pokemon. Not only does it beat that Ariados quite nicely, but it resists all of the energy from Azumarill as well, and especially as the non-Shadow variant, you can safely tank 2 of those Play Roughs, no problem.
Exactly, and it's not just 2 of those Play Roughs, but also you can take a Fire Punch or a Scorching Stance from Diggersby much, much better, as well as I think the Drill Run from Dunsparce. So, Alolan Sandslash not dealing quite as much damage as the Shadow variant, but you're also able to take several of these critical charge attacks much better.
And it's interesting seeing I feel like everyone is using Powder Snow at this point rather than Shadow Claw. Shadow Claw used to be the preferred moveset for a long time. It wasn't until midway through last season that we really saw a shift over to Powder Snow. At this point, everyone's running Powder Snow, and I think that's primarily for all the normal types in the meta and things like Drapion as well. But where you start to have a little bit of a disadvantage is versus those Azumarills, especially as the Shadow variant, where I think you lose the Zero Shields to Azumarill.
That's right. Well, we were talking earlier about, the lack of ghosts in the meta, and, it's not just ghost-type Pokemon, but also just the ghost-type damage. Like you said, Powder Snow typically being the preferred moveset, but, who knows? If we see a lot of Alolan Sandslash down the line, maybe we'll see trainers start to pivot back towards Shadow Claw for the mirror match.
I think the only real Shadow Claw user that we're seeing in this meta right now is Feraligatr, and so if I'm going to be honest, I haven't seen that much Feraligatr all throughout today. In fact, kind of brings me to a point we were talking about earlier. Everyone was expecting to see this Clodsire Feraligatr core that was just so strong. Oh, this is the best Pokemon. When really, I think the core that we've seen evolve has been more around Diggersby, maybe complemented with Toxapex. But so, we've got a decisive game number 3. Let's move into it. Rise to Occasion versus Toasty Polric as the Azumarill into the Shadow Drapion.
Oh, and this is looking like a matchup that we've seen time and time again. I think we saw it in Game 1 and Rise. Again, just forced to stay in here. You wall all the energy, but you are taking super fast attacks.
Yeah, Toasty Polric actually double shielded the Drapion in Game number 1. Ended up losing that Game number 1, though. Keep in mind, Rise to Occasion also had that Shadow Drapion in the back, which was able to close out that game for him, but they had the Ariados this time is actually bringing the Talonflame, which is going to have a much tougher matchup versus that Azumarill.
That's right, but maybe hoping that he's able to line the Talonflame up against either the Diggersby or Alolan Sandslash, which could be decisive, but still, we're here in this lead matchup. Another Crunch coming through, again, not going to be enough to take out this Azumarill. It's resisted damage, but if you can start getting some of these defense drops, and your Poison Stings start adding up very, very quickly.
Yeah, I think this Crunch is very close to knocking out at this point. Rise to Occasion actually unable to get that Ice Beam off. May need to use a Protect Shield if he wants to unleash any of this energy, but it is just the Aqua Tail. Yeah, I don't know that actually would have knocked out. Has the Charge Attack ready to go, and curiously, actually threw the Ice Beam rather than the Play Rough Soap.
Yeah, I would have thought that it doesn't knock out, but actually I think the Drapion is going to be able to hang on, and Rise quick swap into his own Drapion, doesn't want to give it any more energy, but here comes the counter swap into Diggersby. How many times have we seen this? Or if you're playing Go Battle League, you've probably seen this matchup a lot. Aqua Tail coming through here, and again, if you're able to shield at the Scorching Sands correctly, then Drapion can actually shield through this if it wants to.
Yeah, and what's so great about this Drapion is that, keep in mind, Aqua Tail, within the last, I think, 6 months, Aqua Tail got buffed. So these Aqua Tails now are a little bit stronger, and when you're lined up versus one of these Diggersby or even something like a Clodsire, if you've got shields to reinforce your Drapion, you outpace pretty much everything, so you can just fire off Aqua Tail after Aqua Tail after Aqua Tail, and sometimes win these extended matchups.
That's right. Well, Rise is able to shield up a Scorching Sand successfully here, so if he wants to, he can pressure the shield from this Diggersby or get Toasty Polric to completely let it go, but even if that happens, I'm not sure how Rise is planning to take out the Azumarill in the back, because now he has no shields.
Well, he has so much HP, and this Azumarill has 0 energy. You can actually just get a Crunch off and then exit this matchup, bring in your own Azumarill, force him to throw energy potentially. That could allow for Toasty Polric to bring in his own Pokemon, though, and then farm it down. I think there's still a lot of options for Rise, and he may want to protect this Drapion for later in the matchup.
That's right, he still has the Talonflame. Oh, tries to make a catch and actually gets it successfully. Here's an Ice Beam. We did see Toasty Polric able to undercharge last game successfully here. Maybe he doesn't think he needs to here because Ice Beam is a relatively weak move, and it looks like he is going to be able to get one more.
Yeah, a nice play from Toasty Polric there, but look how much fast attack pressure plus a Crunch that the Shadow Drapion was able to do. If you're able to get a shield out of this Azumarill, there may be some opportunity for Talonflame to close out this matchup.
That's right. I think this Azumarill is reaching Brave Bird range, and with these with these Poison Stings, maybe even Fly range. Here's a Crunch. Rise may be looking a little bit frustrated that a full bubble came through here, but I think Toasty Polric, actually does put up the shield. He doesn't know what's in the back, so maybe thinking that he needs to preserve some health. Oh, and no! Actually fainted with the Aqua Tail there, maybe trying to snipe this Drapion.
Oh, and actually throws the energy too. This was a charge attack priority as well, so all this energy from this Azumarill is going to land into this very low HP Drapion now, and this is going to free up the Talonflame to sweep this game. You hang on versus the Bubbles and one Ice Beam as well. You really need to have Hydro Pump in this matchup. I think the door just got open for Rise to win this game.
I think so as well. I mean, Toasty Polric lost a lot of energy on the Drapion, which would have been super effective against this Talonflame here. So Ice Beam coming through, but just like you said, not going to be enough to take it out, and I think Rise is going to be able to finish this game with the Talonflame.
Yeah, absolutely. You really needed 2 Ice Beams there. Maybe needed to go for a farm down if you were Toasty Polric. Definitely a tough position without a down, but Rise will get this final charge attack. Here comes the Fly. Doesn't even go for the Brave Bird here. Knocks out the Azumarill in game number 3, and the series goes to Rise to Occasion.
That's right, and that was the winners semis for Group D. So Rise is moving on to the winners finals. We'll see him a little bit down the line, trying to make his way towards Day 2.
He's trying to do it early this season, so if he says, okay, I waited till the final tournament of my region to win a regional, he wants to do it here in the second regional of the tournament, or of the season here in the 2025 season. Great plays, though. I think that Rise had a little bit of a help from his opponent in giving him some opportunities, but he was able to capitalize on those opportunities every single time. And for me, that Shadow Dropion on his side just was so great in all 3 of those games.
That's right, and I think, you know, Toasty Palric in a kind of tough situation wasn't really sure what the last Pokemon that Rise had, right? Of course, we can see the Talonflame, so we know, oh my goodness, this Drapion has super effective Aqua Tail, this Azumarill is going to be able to do a lot of bubbles, it's looking terrible, but like he didn't know, right? He put up the shield, and then unfortunately there was just a little bit of, I don't even know what to call it, maybe mistapping with the Shadow Drapion, right? Brought it in, I think the fast attacks were a little bit desynced and ended up fainting to 2 Poison Stings before he could get off the last charge attack.
That's right. Well, let's go back to game number 1, Soph. As you recall, this Ariados had so much play in game number 1. Able to get a catch was Toasty Palric, but with that attack buff, those lunge and poison stings proved to be so devastating. A full farm down from Rise to Occasion, and Ariados able to sweep the game in game number 1. But then remember, in game number 2, we saw Toasty Palric bring the Sand Slash, which then in game number 3, Rise brought that Talonflame for the Sand Slash, but it was nowhere to be found.
That's right. I felt like both players were just kind of trying to adjust to what they had seen the game before. Ended up meaning that we actually saw a huge variety of Pokemon brought by both players here.
I just find it a little bit comical that you're seeing these responses and then the exact opposite thing that you want to see ends up being brought, and nonetheless you still win the games. Like I said, game number 2, Toasty Palric bringing the Sand Slash to respond to the Ariados. There was no Ariados. He was met with an Azumarill instead, but still won. In game number 3, Rise bringing the Talonflame to counter that Alolan Sand Slash, and instead gets lined up versus an Azumarill as well, yet still wins the matchup. So these responses to adversity from these trainers are definitely on display, and congratulations to Rise for taking a 2-1 victory.
Absolutely. Like you said, you know, talented trainers can kind of come into these games when they have a team composition disadvantage, and as long as you're not making mistakes yourself and you're able to capitalize on your opponent's mistakes, then there's definitely still opportunity to win. So actually in both of those games, I think just a little bit of a misstep at the end there, right? In game 2, we saw Rise kind of unnecessarily bring in the Azumarill. That created an opportunity for Palric to undercharge, which he took advantage of. And then in game 3, Toasty Palric kind of just, you know, dropping, I don't even know how much energy that was, maybe 60 energy on the Drapion.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well said by Soph. Let's hear from Rise as well. I think we have Caleb standing by with Rise to Occasion.
Thank you, Jim. I'm here with Rise to Occasion, a co-caster, well-accomplished player as well. The only person in the world to ever win at least one regional every season for every single season that Pokemon Go has been in Championship Series. No one can eclipse that feat but yourself. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Still on the winner's side, so that's always a good thing. Thanks. You're too much with the introduction. Thank you.
No, well deserved for sure. It's great to see you here, especially you went to Baltimore as well. I know you just narrowly missed Top Cut in day number 2 at Baltimore. What was the adjustment you made coming into today's tournament?
You know, it's kind of a feel-out process for Baltimore with the brand new meta. I never really felt super comfortable with a team. I just kind of threw like a meta thing together. I've had more time to prep for this tournament, so I definitely feel a little more comfortable, a little more flexible with my team.
You know, we've been asking a lot of these top players too what they think of the meta and the picks in the meta right now. I know Dunsparce is #1 in usage at like 54% for day number 1, but in your mind, what do you think is actually like a really strong pick in this meta regardless of the usage?
I think Ariados. I really liked a Mind Jokes team that he ran in the European regional, and so Ariados is probably one of my more unique picks on my team, and I think it's really dangerous right now in the meta.
Yeah, and we saw you actually utilize it quite a bit in that last series as well. And me personally, I wasn't really an Ariados believer, but after seeing some of these matches today, might be proven wrong as well. You are facing off against Ash and Ash, second place finisher of North American International Championships this past year, coming up in this winners finals. Thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't do too well at NAIC, and then I got to spectate for a while, and I just saw him play out of his mind. So he's an incredible player. It's going to be difficult. I haven't seen his team or anything, so I'm looking forward to it.
Definitely, for sure. Well, any shout-outs you'd like to give before we go to our quick break? Anyone that maybe helped you prep for this or just in general?
Shout out to my Legends United teammates that are here. Shout out to my friend Spencer from high school. He's letting me stay at his place for this weekend. And shout out to my family.
Awesome. Is Spencer a big Pokemon fan too?
He only knows like Gen 1. So I showed him my team, and he's like, I don't recognize any of these. So casual Pokemon fan.
Well, shout out to Spencer for sure to have you here in this tournament. Maybe you could win it all for him. But thank you for taking some time with us, Rise. And we have a little fun segment coming up. So well, let's toss it back to Butters here.
We're here in Louisville for the second North American Regional of the 2025 season, and poison types are unusually strong right now. Clodsire won the first 2 regionals of the season and actually had 77% usage in Dortmund. And did you know that there's been more poison types this season that have won than the last 2 seasons combined? That is because there are so many poison types that are viable right now and could win it all. So I'm going to go around the venue and ask different trainers which poison type they think is the strongest and get their toxic take. My toxic take is Clodsire is not winning the Louisville Regional. We're here in Louisville where a Pokemon Go challenge just took place. I'm here with Cheese Curl, who actually just participated. How was it?
It was really fun. I went 3-1, brought a triple poison line. Very happy with the results.
Triple poison. Okay, so that means you must think that poison types are quite strong right now.
Yeah, definitely. With the move changes, I think poison's a really strong, flexible typing.
And out of those 3 poison types that you brought, which would you say is strongest in the current meta right now?
I'd say definitely Shadow Drapion.
And why is that?
I think Aqua Tail and Crunch are great coverage moves. The pacing's really fast, and it's a really good safe swap in a lot of matchups.
Interesting. Okay, so Cheese Curl, are you ready to make a toxic take?
I am. My toxic take is Shadow Drapion is going to win Louisville this weekend.
We're here in Louisville, and I'm joined by former Top Cut competitor Zimmy Kid. And there's so many good poison types in the meta right now. How many poison types are you running on your team today, Zimmy?
I'm bringing 2 poison types today.
2 poison types. Out of those 2 poison types, which poison type do you think is strongest?
Ariados.
And why do you think Ariados is the strongest poison type in the meta right now?
Because of its coverage. I like the grass coverage that it has.
Okay, so better against the Feraligators, all the waters like Azumarill as well. Probably good against Malamar too. So are you ready to give your toxic take, Zimmy Kid?
Yes. My toxic take is Ariados will win the championship.
All right, let's get back to the Pokemon action. We're here in Louisville, and I'm joined by Ophelia. And poison types are so strong in the max out season, but you actually brought a poison type from previous seasons. Which poison type did you bring to Louisville?
I decided on Shadow Victory Bell.
And do you still have that famous Razor Leaf on the Shadow Victory Bell?
No, I actually changed it to Magical Leaf this time. I had to use an Elite TM, but I did it.
No. And why did you do that?
Just because with the Razor Leaf nerf, Magic Leaf is going to get me to the moves faster.
Fair enough. Are you ready to give your toxic take?
Yeah, the best poison type is actually Shadow Victory Bell.
All right, let's get back to the Pokemon action. We're here in Louisville, and I'm joined by last year's top 8 Worlds competitor, Rocha Babyface. And poison types are so good this season in Max Out. How many poison types did you bring here to Louisville?
Just one, but I think it's the best one.
Oh, and which poison type is that?
Of course, Toxapex.
And why did you decide to bring Toxapex as your only poison type?
Because it's really strong, it's really bulky, and I really need something really good against Azumarill, so Toxapex it is.
That's perfect. Are you ready to give your toxic take?
Yes, I am. Toxapex is going to win Louisville.
All right, let's get back to the Pokemon action.
Hey team, my name's Tomahawk UK, and I've got a quick recap for you of our first European event of the 2025 season in Dortmund. Pokemon such as Clodsire, Feraligatr, and Dunsparce were the driving force for this new meta, but the key change for our top trainers was the reduction of the switch timer from 60 to 50 seconds. From the outset, we watched players dynamically switching their Pokemon in and out of battle, making catches, avoiding super effective damage, and resetting debuffs after throwing powerful charged attacks. One Pokemon that was particularly effective at this was Malamar, which had just received a buff to its Psychic-type fast attack, Psywave. A number of renowned players, including those with regional titles to their names, gave us a taste of the speed and power that Malamar was now able to offer. Almost half of the players that reached Day 2 in Dortmund had Malamar on their teams, including 4th place finisher Zweilous and bronze medalist nickname 29585. For the first time in his play Pokemon journey, Kazim33 battled his way into Day 2, but he had no intention of stopping there. Leaning into his core of Clodsire and Shadow Feraligatr, supported by the bulky Dugong and Dunsparce, Kazim overcame every challenge that came his way and showed the world why his name is one to remember. Taking on Tauntaun in the winners finals and grand finals, Kazim33 displayed one of the most dominant displays that we have seen in the European circuit, showing meticulous patience and power until he had his hands on the ultimate prize. Kazim33 wrote his name in the history books and cemented his invite to the 2025 World Championships in Anaheim, California. Are you a hidden talent? Do you have what it takes? Are you ready to become a champion? I look forward to watching your journey. Go get 'em!
Are you ready to cook like Tomahawk has been cooking in Louisville, making it all the way to the winners finals with a Shadow Skarmory, a Pangoro, a Gastrodon, a just insane team. He is cooking and so are our other trainers. I am 2-0 Butters, joined by Caleb Pang.
Yeah, I mean, quite the ASMR voice too. I'm just imagining him sitting across from his opponents and be like, I shall beat you with this Skarmory, but we'll see how it goes. But he is coming up in a future matchup. Right now, we have Out of Pocket versus Gordon the Flash coming up. Out of Pocket, the reigning North America International Champion, the Peoria Champion, the champion of many other things, so he has quite a few medals to his name. Will be going off against Gordon the Flash, who we saw earlier on stream against Eomero.
I think he might have had the best run of the last meta, besides maybe Yakai in the end, you know, because he was the world champion. But Out of Pocket was so good in that last iteration. How will he be in this one? It's a completely new meta. We know that Out of Pocket did like Shadow Quagsire, though. Shadow Quagsire is one of the few Pokemon that stuck around even after the nerf, but it isn't on his team. We do have some Malamars coming up. Of course, we have that Gordon the Flash team that was pretty spicy with the Artibax as well, the double poison, Azumarill, and Dugong. We saw it earlier, Kazim was so good with that Dugong. Now Dugong almost feels like it's hard meta, either Dugong or the Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, it's interesting too, and I think that's why a lot of people brought the Dunsparce for like the next step in the meta to read that Dugong would be really good, especially at the Kazim's run. But we actually see Dugong on both sides of the field. Actually, both trainers running fairly similar teams outside that Artibax too. So we get the Diggersby, Shadow Drapion, Malamar, Azumarill, Dugong, and Toxapex on the side of Out of Pocket, and Gordon Flash having pretty much the same team except for the Artibax instead of the Diggersby. I think that's the only difference. Otherwise, mirror teams.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And another time that Gordon the Flash is facing an opponent without a Dunsparce. Your team is pretty weak to Dunsparce if you're Gordon the Flash. And again, it is top usage. It is #1, but I'm not sure that's going to be the case going into day #2. And these trainers have a chance of making it there. Out of Pocket versus Gordon the Flash. Game #1. There it is, that Malamar lead. It's so strong in the lead because you can throw that superpower dip out of the matchup, and you can even throw it before you get debuffed as well.
Yeah, and the archetypes of these teams are very similar too, right? You got the Diggersby and the Artibax are taking super effective from the superpower of Malamar. So both trainers having similar like hurdles to overcome, but also similar advantages. And you see Out of Pocket actually not shielding here, and this is really tough. So throws actually the Icy Wind, double resistant Icy Wind against the Dugong, which is an interesting play for sure. Maybe wants to just make this next matchup a little bit easier, but this is still not like necessarily an easy matchup for Toxapex.
Yeah, I don't know if this will be able to flip the matchup, or does it allow you to take double drill run? Because if you can't take the double drill run, then maybe it's worth it because Gordon the Flash has to get the triple. And it looks like it needs to get the more than triple. It looks like that only did like 20% of the Toxapex health. That is super effective, and it did absolutely nothing.
Yeah, Toxapex is one of the bulkiest Pokemon in all of Great League, which is why it's so strong despite the fact that it takes forever to get to its moves. That being said, looks like the calculation for Out of Pocket is going to pay off here as the Sludge Wave is going to connect. I don't actually think this is enough to knock out, so he's going to have to take potentially another drill run, which is why debuffing this Dewgong was actually pretty crucial to ensure that he maintains switch advantage. However, the Toxapex is almost out of energy at this point too, so it doesn't have a lot of legs to go.
You do bank some energy here. Here comes the swap, and there's a double swap into the Malamar, counter swap by the Drapion here, and this is tough because you actually go for the superpower early. We've seen this in the past. Just press superpower. Yes, you'll get debuff, but you do so much damage, and it's going to be a shield, though. That is brutal for Gordon the Flash, and now you're going to be stuck in this situation where you're going to get knocked out by Aqua Tail, but actually Out of Pocket goes for the crunch instead.
I like the crunch, too. Just a for sure knockout as well. Potentially even debuff, but not that the debuff really matters too much at this point. I think Gordon Flash is still in a pretty solid position, though. He has a shield advantage and a full health Drapion still. However, Out of Pocket has not just one, two Pokemon in the back with low HP that he could potentially catch moves on. And you know, with this 50-second timer, there's a lot of chance for catches now.
And remember, the Toxapex does have a Brine. So as soon as that Drapion gets in range of Brine, you can combo move at any point if you are Out of Pocket. And you have enough health on the Dewgong that it's not going to be easy for Gordon the Flash to Poison Sting down. So there is a lot of playability for Out of Pocket in this endgame. And there comes the Protect Shield from Gordon the Flash.
Yeah, there's a Dewgong low health on the side of Gordon the Flash as well. So he also has that catch potential, just not two of them like Out of Pocket does. And this Aqua Tail is going to connect onto the side of Out of Pocket's Drapion. There's no shields remaining. Does he get this next move off, or does Gordon Flash try to catch? Not really even sure. Oh my gosh, it's just the craziest timing from Gordon Flash as well. Both trainers are over on the Aqua Tail, both trying to expect, knowing that either trainer can potentially catch. But now Gordon Flash has a much easier time because he can just Poison Sting down.
Yeah,
he doesn't have to worry about the catches.
And he still has the Protect Shield, so all he has to do is, and there goes the combo play with the Brine trying to get this Protect Shield, but did the Dewgong bank energy there? Yeah. I don't know if the Dewgong did bank an Icy Wind or a Drill Run, so as long as Gordon the Flash comes out of here with a Charge Attack, which he does have a Charge Attack, this is one Aqua Tail resisted into another Aqua Tail resisted. It's been Shadow Drapion versus the world.
And Gordon Flash is going to close out game number one in incredible fashion here too. Just one off from the crunch, but one Ice Shard away from the move on the side of Dewgong. So Out of Pocket is going to lose his first round against Gordon Flash, and it's really a Shadow Drapion show in the back-end matchup. Gordon Flash making the incredible catch, though, to win it.
He waited until he had the Aqua Tail, knowing that Out of Pocket's such a talented trainer that he's going to...
over it.
No, he just... I believe... I don't know. We'll see on the replay.
Yeah.
Show us that on the replay.
Yeah, we'll take a look.
It could be one over, but it looked like just as he banked the Aqua Tail, then he swapped, because Out of Pocket was like 3 over the Aqua Tail.
Yeah.
Because he was just waiting, expecting a swap, and then it didn't come. And then finally, right when Gordon the Flash had energy, like, okay, I got to throw energy now, or else I'm just going to get knocked out. There came the swap into the Dewgong, and that was the full sweep from the Shadow Drapion with just one Protect Shield advantage, able to take out the entire Out of Pocket team here.
Let's take a look at here. I'm pretty sure he was over even
No,
by
he just
2.
gets there. No, he just got there.
Gets there. Okay,
Yeah.
Gotcha.
No, crazy.
It makes a lot of sense why Pocket threw at that moment in time, right? But Gordon
how about
Flash
this
one
too?
step ahead.
Knowing exactly where the Dewgong is at.
Yeah.
I don't know how many trainers would take this risk of going for the crunch here, because you think Aqua Tail's probably enough, just gonna throw it. And we're in game number 2, and it's gonna be a Azumarill versus Shadow Drapion, something that we saw so much in that Rise to Occasion matchup. Shadow Drapion is gonna be able to do a lot of damage for stuff that's not very effective.
And this is a matchup that's much more favorable for Drapion in this season in particular, because the Poison Sting did get buffed. It's doing a little bit more damage. You only have resisted charge attacks with that crunch on Aqua Tail. However, the increased damage from Poison Sting is making this matchup a little bit more comfortable for the Drapion, and if you get a debuff, even better.
Yeah, and here comes the second crunch, and this Drapion has already brought in this Azumarill pretty low here. And here comes the pivot into his own Drapion. Once Gordon the Flash was energy dry, you're going to see if he banks the Aqua Tail, does bank the Aqua Tail, maybe trying to catch the Aqua Tail into his Dewgong, but instead it's going to be taking a crunch.
Yeah, Lightning's not going to strike twice in this series so far. Trying to catch another Aqua Tail, unfortunately not able to, and that actually puts Out of Pocket in a pretty strong position, because now you can see he gets to the second crunch before Gordon Flash actually gets to a move at all. also forcing a shield out of Gordon Flash now.
It's so painfully hard to counter swap Shadow Drapion when it gets all of that energy like Out of Pocket just did. Didn't get any debuffs there. Now the drill run is going to be coming through. Does Out of Pocket commit to the Shadow Drapion or try to call an Icy Wind? Looks like he maybe tried to call it, but caught a drill run instead. He's going to be able to knock out that Drapion, but now you have a Protect Shield advantage with Malamar, and there is no Azumarill on the back line for Gordon the Flash.
Gordon Flash brought this Malamar in game number 1. Out of Pocket said, it is my turn now to make this shine, and it is going to have pretty solid matchups in the back. There's a low health Drapion to worry about, but you have super effective moves for that Arctibax as well. Take a decent amount of damage from the Ice Shards, but try to maximize it completely. Incredible counting from the side of Out of Pocket. This is kind of a wasted shield from Gordon Flash if he chooses to use it, because he has another move of Bank, so he's not even able to get the Ice Wind off even if he tries to. And here comes the Arctibax, and I believe Out of Pocket probably going to throw this move, swap out the clear debuff, and go for another superpower. Does Gordon Flash shield? Oh, lets the full superpower go through, but he knows what Arctibax can handle and recognize that he can still tank the move. Pretty incredible right there.
If you don't shield this, you get the knockout, so you have to protect shield.
Oh!
He doesn't shield it, trying to go for a Dragon Claw bait there, but I think this might knock out the Azumarill. No, it's really close. Almost knocks out the Azumarill, then swaps into the Drapion to combo play to catch the attack here, and now suddenly there's no health from Out of Pocket. Gordon the Flash and his Arctibax is going to be able to Dragon Breath through everything.
And you can see Out of Pocket shaking his head as well. And here comes the Arctibax going straight for the hard-hitting Avalanche to take Out of Pocket out of this winners finals. 2-0 fashion from Gordon Flash.
That is
speedy 2-0.
That is so tough. Out of the Pocket, getting knocked out there with 2 Protect Shields remaining. I think he was trying to go for the Dragon Claw bait because there are 2 Protect Shields. Maybe he thought Gordon the Flash was going to double up on Dragon Claw, but because Arctibax is so slow and it's not that brutal to Protect Shield the Dragon Claw that situation, it was more brutal to let an Avalanche go and get Dragon Breath down, which is exactly what happened there.
I mean, we're looking at the side of Gordon Flash's team, right? We talked about how it's really weak to Dunsparce. It's really weak to Drapion as well, right? You don't really have, like you said, a lot of people don't have clear answers to Drapion. He actually has, like, no answer to Drapion. Like, everything can lose to it on his team, but he's just dancing around a lot of these, you know, losing matchups so well that he's making his team look unstoppable, even though on paper it doesn't look like it should work.
I mean, his precision has been on point. Let's actually look at the highlights to show that off, because he is just banking energy. Even then, I thought earlier in that game too, he could have thrown an Aqua Tail. There was a swap on the Aqua Tail, but his counting, his precision, his ability to move around the map, I feel like Gordon the Flash is a really great example of what trainers can pull off in this new meta with the reduced switch timer, with the pacing that there is with things like Shadow Drapion. He is bouncing around the map and just manipulating matchups.
And I feel like he's just making really incredible reads and bold calls, right? I mean, going for this Avalanche, the harder hitting
into
move,
2 shields.
In 2 shields, right? Recognize that this is his only win condition as well. And also, let's not forget, he also catches the Ice Beam right after, right?
Right.
I mean, I don't even know if he needed to, because I don't know if, oh yeah, no, yeah, he did. He 100% did, because Out of Pocket got some moves. So, I mean, 2 back-to-back incredible plays from Gordon. I mean, 3, right? Making the Avalanche call, catching the move, and just Dragon Breathing down. Impeccable plays, and that is why Gordon Flash is going to be the first trainer making the day number 2 here in Louisville.
Congratulations to Gordon the Flash, was the 2nd place finisher in the Louisville Challenge yesterday, only losing to It's Accent now. Day number 2 in Louisville, so he'll be competing for 3 straight days now for Gordon the Flash. So congratulations. That means Arctibax also makes it into day number 2, and no surprise, the Shadow Drapion, the Toxapex. We've seen so much Clodsire in previous metas, but it almost feels absent now. Now that we're seeing all these winners finals, you don't even see any Clodsires out there.
Yeah, maybe Clodsire needs another buff, who knows? But yeah, incredible performance from Gordon the Flash. And I feel like most of the casting predictions, you throw an Arctibax on there. Where's the Arctibax this week?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see it coming because I thought the Alolan Sandslash was going to be the pick of choice because you can counter swap the Drapion really well. You can counter swap against a Diggersby because you can take 1 Fire Punch. So and you can beat Toxapex down shields, which is huge. So it's a core breaker against the best core in the meta right now. So I thought that was going to be good. But let's actually take a quick look at the leaderboard for North America. This is so far. We're very early into the season. And remember, you are going to be able to qualify differently this season. You can qualify by either winning a regional, getting top 4 at World Championship last year. Too late to do that, but the top 4 already qualified, or get top 4 in the international this season, or you have to be top 75 on this leaderboard right here in North America. That is your ticket to Anaheim this season.
And anyone that actually wins a tournament will they won't take up a spot
right
in your top placements. So Wadaj in North America won't take one. Kazim in Europe will not take one, which is nice, right, for a lot of the Europeans. We see number 2 right there, Tomahawk. He's trying to win his way to that qualification as well. Very familiar in that number 2 spot, but he wants that number 1 spot one day for sure.
Yeah, a little bit of a return of the trickle-down system, that we had earlier, where people that have won in the past, that invite would trickle down. But this way, you just kind of get removed from qualification on that top 75. You still will be on that leaderboard though, as you saw, because it still counts if you are up there in championship points. That's a lot of championships points so far. I mean, what, Elite already had over 500, and I don't think he's competing here in Louisville, so that is over 500 with just one competition. Really impressive.
Yeah, and then here are the World Championship qualifications further details. So if you win first place, you get 350 championship points. Second place, 325. Pretty good, actually. Only a 25-point drop-off. And of course, first place already auto-qualified, so the points don't matter too much outside of the travel world purposes. And you can see it trickles down all the way to 65th place. And here's the breakdown we were talking about earlier. Top 75 in United States and Canada will qualify for World Championships, minus the winners. And then you got top 50 for Europe, top 50 for LATAM, 10 for Oceania as well. So, a lot of ways to qualify for World Championships this year. And I think this system is pretty nice because I think most of the really talented players will have many opportunities to qualify.
Yeah, I still love it because there's multiple ways to qualify. Like you mentioned, you can still qualify by winning. Also, there's more qualifications in international championships now, so those are a big deal. And then, of course, it's going to keep this season really competitive to try to stay on that top 75. Or in LATAM, there's even more tournaments this season as well, so you have to get top 50 there, Europe as well. So it's going to be an amazing season leading all the way up to Anaheim, the World Championships.
Yeah, but we know these trainers, too, they're competitive, and they won't stop until they get that first place finish. Some people won't stop until they get multiple first place finishes. So there's a lot on the line here too, but I think the glory of it all is worth what a lot of people are chasing.
And speaking of glory, I was hoping to get some glory here. We've gone through 4 matches together, and do I just look normal to you, Caleb, or do I look different today?
You look pretty normal, yeah.
Well, you're exactly right. I am normal because I'm normal type trainer Larry, and that is my costume. So I do look normal, and I do like the normal types, and normal types are thriving right now. Dunsparce #1 in usage. But Caleb, where is your Halloween costume? Where is your Halloween spirit?
I mean, look, there's a little Mimikyu pin, right? But a lot of people don't realize that Mimikyu it's not actually what Mimikyu looks like. There's someone actually disguised under Mimikyu, and all I gotta say is, no one's ever seen me in the same room as Mimikyu.
Hey.
That's all I'm going to say.
Hey.
But the players are ready, so let's head down to the stage here. Enough shenanigans for the two of us here. It is the spooky season, but nothing spooky about these teams. It is going to be Trent on the left-hand side with a Dugong, Shadow Marowak, Clodsire, Malamar, Mandibuzz, and Toxapex. Mandibuzz, in my opinion, is one of the most reliable, if not the most reliable counter to Malamar outside of any charm users.
Well, I was just telling you, I think Mandibuzz isn't that good right now. They're on both teams here in this winners final, so obviously I'm wrong. I think Galarian Moltres is a little more impactful in the meta, but maybe not everyone has access to that Galarian Moltres yet, but you do have way more bulk to deal with Malamar, and Malamar has been such a problem so far. And Trent was actually able to 2-0 or defeat Dune in the last series to get here against Abanov, and here comes the Toxapex into the Feraligatr. Does Feraligatr have Crunch? And it looks like it's going to be Hydro Cannon Ice Beam, so this is better for the Toxapex here.
Yeah, I like this matchup a lot for the Toxapex because the poison jab damage itself is doing so much, and you can see a lot of people try to catch potential Sludge Wave on it, but I find that most Toxapex users just go straight Brine because you could potentially grab a shield or do enough damage to put it in poison jab range. Great catch from Abhinav, but it does just bring this Dunsparce into this matchup with this Shadow Marowak, and you can see the Mud Slap damage and the Bone Club buffs are just really adding up for the Shadow Marowak.
How much is the drill run going to do? Does it do half?
Oh my gosh, it's like nothing.
can Marowak just fully mud slap down here? That is the question. Deciding not to do that and throw on charge attack priority of the second drill run just to make sure you get this matchup. But it felt like you could almost take the next drill run and go ahead and mud slap down. Instead, knocking out the Bone Club. You don't really want to come here with your Feraligatr, but Snarl isn't really going to do the trick to try to farm down. Actually, just deciding to waste all this energy with your own Shadow Feraligatr.
Yeah, I think this is okay for Trent, though. He's going to draw some energy. Oh, actually wants to grab the shield. He is going to do charge attack priority, and there is the double Hydra Cannon on the side of Abhinav. But this might grab Abhinav's first shield as well, which is definitely going to be nice for Trent to kind of even things up a little bit. However, there's another Hydra Cannon here. Let's see if Abhinav farms up extra energy or not. Recognizing that there's actually not enough energy on this Marowak for another move. Could have farmed a little bit more, but probably didn't want to take too much mud slap damage, or might have just lost track of counts. Either way, though, both trainers are pretty low on energy at this point in time. Still a little bit residual on the side of this Toxapex, but Abhinav's going to do what he can and try to go for another edge here. Not quite able to do it. And this is actually exactly what Trent wants, because he needs to weaken this mana buff so he can just hard win that mirror matchup.
And you do get the full Snarl through there for Abhinav, and the timers will be slightly misaligned. Can Feraligatr hold on to some Snarls down the road to get to a Hydra Cannon? I feel like that's Abhinav's only chance here, because if that Feraligatr can't really do anything else, then it's just going to be Mandibuzz and a Toxapex versus Mandibuzz, and no way that Abhinav's Mandibuzz is going to win that.
Yeah, I think Trent's playing this really, really well. Obviously, Abhinav did not know exactly what was in the backside of Trent's team, but Trent, I think he's just going to come away with as much energy as possible. He just needs to save a little bit for that Feraligatr so that if the Feraligatr comes in to combo play or do anything, he has something to throw at it rather than need to charge up to a whole other aerial ace.
Yeah, you always have to try to be a double aerial ace, and there comes like kind of a slow swap there to try to maybe throw on charge attack priority. I think it registered actually, so at least you're going to maybe get the Protect Shield, think it's an Ice Beam. You do get the Protect Shield, and I believe the attack did register for Trent, so you did get the charge attack priority. Trent is kind of shaking his head a bit. He doesn't love that because now he had to give up his last shield, plus give up his energy, and now knock out the Feraligatr, but still, Toxapex is just still way too healthy.
Yeah, I think Trent's, you know, maybe a little too hard on himself here because he is so far ahead of Abhinav right now. I mean, he still has a Toxapex in the back, one of the bulkiest Pokemon, over 50% health, and has some energy too. There's just no way that Abhinav can flip this matchup, let alone the Mandibuzz matchup. And you can see Abhinav probably conceding at this point to recognizing that the writing's on the wall. Time for game number 2.
And this is a completely different strategy, a whole nother pace than we just saw. We just saw that last matchup with Gordon the Flash, as Trent is going to be able to poison jab down to win 1-0 versus Abhinav there. We saw the flexibility, the bouncing around the map, the use of all this energy, and this time, Trent was just kind of taking advantage of the bulk of these Pokemon. Just running Toxapex in the lead, forcing out a swap. Even the Shadow Kanto Marowak is way bulkier than I expected. Able to take a drill run, no problem, and then the bulk of the Mandibuzz as well, just staying in matchups and just overwhelming with the bulk.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of bulk on the side of Trent's team. You got the Toxapex, the Dewgong, the Clodsire, the Mandibuzz. Like you said, Marowak is not that. It's still decently bulky too. It's, as you see, losing charge attack priority to Feraligatr. Some people tend to forget that because, you know, it's a shadow type, so it does more damage, takes more damage. But naturally speaking, it's not like the most frail Pokemon. And of course, you got Malamar too, right? Not the most frail Pokemon either. So Trent really taking advantage of these stat products on the side of his team. And as you can see here too, just out-bulking the side of Abhinav. Abhinav made a great catch, right, off the bats, but just didn't really have the right Pokemon to deal with Trent's team.
Yeah, I mean, you just couldn't handle that Toxapex in the lead versus that Feraligatr, and that's why the meta has shifted a lot, because Shadow Feraligatr is so good. Clodsire can do pretty good against it, but the fact that Toxapex can just soak all that energy, especially when you're running Hydro Cannon and Ice Beam, is just kind of overwhelming in the end. But what adjustments can Abhinav make here? I was kind of looking through his team of how he could handle that core between the Toxapex and the Mandibuzz, and there's not a lot of options that he has.
Yeah, I mean, he has a similar poison water core he can run, but the Tentacruel just, it's a little bit different, right? And it's kind of hard to bring into the side of Trent's team with double ground and also a third ground move on that Dewgong. So just so much coverage here. And here we have Toxapex versus Mandibuzz. This matchup could take a while. Two very bulky Pokemon, but in generally speaking, Toxapex is going to come out ahead, especially if you're able to land these sludge waves.
And the best adjustment I think Abhinav could have made against that core, which you're seeing once again from Trent, the Toxapex Mandibuzz, is the Dunsparce. That Dunsparce is going to be stronger versus that core, but you just don't want to match it up versus that Shadow Kanto Marowak in the end game. And the thing is, like you said, Toxapex is so bulky. In terms of the bulkiest Pokemon, I feel like what? It's Carbink #1, Bastion #2, and Toxapex #3?
I mean, I'm not the bulk Pokemon expert.
Well, you are a Bastion expert.
I am. But those rankings, those numbers do sound pretty accurate, Butters. I wouldn't bet against you on that one. And we see both trainers actually Trent bring the same exact team in the same order, and then Abhinav bring the same team but in a slightly different order. However, alignment is pretty important here. It looks like Trent is going to be able to win alignment. As you can see, he's going to throw one more Sludge Wave, recognizing that Brine's not enough. Does Abhinav decide to shield this move to get the energy off? He has the energy, and no, chooses to let it go, hoping that was maybe a Brine. Not going to be the case.
I mean, you can full Shadow Claw down, and you can take a Brine. It's no problem. You can get loaded with energy. This is a really good strategy to win a game. You have to take the Brine, but it's no problem. The energy is going to be going into Mandibuzz, though. But you can get a lot of Hydro Cannons off and then possibly pivot. So you're not in a terrible spot, even though you soft lost the lead.
Yeah, but I think Trent feels pretty comfortable here, right? The only thing in the back that could really defeat that Marowak at this point in time is going to be that Cresselia. But outside of that, he has great matchups, 3 positive matchups in the back end. And you know he likes to see this Dunsparce. I'm not happy to see it. Let's see if he can pull some magic out of this hat, though. As you can see, he is going to go for this first draw run before the Bone Club is reached. And we saw earlier for Alligator is going to charge that priority against this Marowak, but at the same time, this Marowak is not easy to take out. You can see Trent precision play as well, going for another Bone Club on charge that priority against this Dunsparce when it reaches its second drill run.
Shield.
I mean, I can't shield it, but he didn't catch a Brine earlier, so he survives the second Bone Club, right? That's a big difference between this game and the previous game. And now he does get off this drill run, and things are not looking as clean for Trent.
Yeah, the thing is, at least this Shadow Kanto Marowak is going to be quite low here, and it can't get the full attack down. And actually going the rock slide, just in case the timer was up, actually letting this go. Wait a second, letting this go, and instead Trent's going to try to go for the Snarl down, but at what cost? You're going to just pivot out anyway, and now suddenly there is 2 shields versus 2 shields, but as soon as you're able to land an Ice Beam, or maybe even Hydro Cannon plus Shadow Claws, you can maybe win this game. Does he try to call an aerial as bait?
Oh my gosh, he doesn't shield! He doesn't shield! What a huge call from Trent, able to throw a Dark Pulse through 2 shields. I thought surely Abhinav was going to shield this because he was low on health. Even an aerialist would put it in dangerous territory. But Trent making the biggest read here in this winners finals, and he is going to be our next trainer, making it to top 16.
That was such a crazy end game because it was slow, slow, slow. Suddenly the game is over because there was 4 shields left. You thought there was going to be a lot of action. There was still Pokemon in the back that you could swap into if you're Abhinav, but he thought that Trent was going to be able to get the triple aerial ace. So he thought, okay, I might as well no shield the first aerial ace. Trent made the Dark Pulse call. That's a game over, and Trent wins 2-0 with an overwhelming strategy of Toxapex and then the alignment backline of Mandibuzz, Shadow, Kanto, Marowak.
What breaks up that core?
I mean, an Ice type can break up that core, but the thing is, how do you even beat Toxapex's lead if you're Abhinav? The only thing that can maybe beat it is Dunsparce, but still Toxapex in 0 Protect Shield situations can beat pretty much everything. So you just lead Toxapex like Trent did in back-to-back games, and then just have these Pokemon in the back like Mandibuzz and Shadow Kanto Marowak that do well with alignment, and then just clean up.
Really bold reads from Trent as well throughout that series. I mean, I'm looking at just game number 2, right? He goes for the Sludge Wave when Brine's just not enough to take out that Mandibuzz. And you can see Abhinav hoping it was going to be a Brine so he could get off that final move to win switch advantage. Not able to do it as Trent goes for that Sludge Wave. And then the end game too, right? 2 shields up for Alligator at half health. Going for the Dark Pulse is wild to me because I feel like you just go for Aerial Ace and Snarl down, but Trent going 2 steps ahead of everyone else, including Abhinav, going for a Dark Pulse to secure some of the victory. Incredible bold plays from both him and Gordon Flash, and hey, maybe that's what you need to make day number 2 here at Louisville.
Yeah, they both secured it, and now we have 2 trainers coming up in the winners finals that I absolutely cannot wait to see. It's going to be Tomahawk UK versus It's Axon. Winner goes on to day number 2, but it is the winner side. Loser will still have a chance at day number 2. Tomahawk's team is absolutely ridiculous. He is running Shadow Skarmory. He is running Pangoro. He has a shiny Galarian Moltres. He is even running the Gastrodon, one of the most unique teams that you'll probably see in this top cut in day number 2 if he makes it.
Yeah, that's right. Well, before we get into that battle, let's hear a quick word from Trent on his recent victory.
Got it. Thanks, Caleb and Butters. I'm here on the floor with Trent, who has just made it to day 2 on the winner's side after going completely undefeated on day 1, not even dropping a single game. Trent, how do you feel?
I feel amazing. When I looked this morning at our groups, I thought my group was one of the tougher ones in the bracket. So to come out of it unscathed, to beat Dunebug, a 3-time regional champ, is incredible, I think.
4-time regional champ.
Jesus.
All right. Well, I did see that you made the meta read to bring Kanto Marowak, which we've seen a couple other trainers doing. Do you want to talk us a little bit through why you chose to bring that?
Yeah, so Mud Slap is probably the best move in the entire game right now. The buff to it is insane. It's basically a better version of Dragon Tail. And when I was looking at all the Mud Slappers, I thought that Marowak was the best one because Bone Club is an amazing move, and Rock Slide gives it valuable coverage that other Mud Slappers just don't have.
That's a great point. You think about like Gastrodon, its main damage is going to come through Earth Power and it definitely gets walled. So in addition to the Kanto Marowak, is there anything else you did to prepare this particular team of 6 that you brought?
I ran some practice tournaments in the Nanaquin server, but mostly it was just this was the team I was comfortable with. I didn't know if it was going to be the strongest team for the meta, but I always feel like it's better to run stuff that you're more comfortable using in GBL and whatnot than it is to run the best possible team read.
That's a great point. Okay, question for you. In the second game, it looked like switch advantage was really important. Did you know that it was going to be really important, or did you just kind of, hope that what you were doing was correct?
I was a little scared at the Feraligatr coming in to farm me down. I got lucky that I was able to reach a brine, and that kind of softened it up. But yeah, basically the Kanto Marowak was really strong into the team, and I had to save 2 shields for it. It's the only way to beat Cresselia. And so basically my whole strategy that both games was just 2 shield Marowak.
All right, well, it seems to have worked out for you. And before we let you go and prepare for day number 2, is there anyone you want to shout out?
Yeah, just all my friends watching at home, my parents also watching at home, and everyone else who supported me.
All right, well, shout out to all of you. Thank you again, Trent, and congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow. But before tomorrow, we still have a lot of great matches to get through. So Caleb and Butters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Soph. What a fantastic interview with Trent there. Yeah, well said about the Mud Slap. That's actually something we don't really talk about. It's something that I didn't even really notice until now that he mentioned it, especially when you put it on a Shadow type. The fast attack pressure is just insane. Plus, having that cheap Bone Club as well, not dropping a single game, taking out Dunebug as well. Really impressive start to this meta for Trent.
Yeah, I'm about to check to see if I have any good Shadow Marowak in my inventory.
Yeah, I don't.
I didn't even realize you could just beat the Cresselia in the 2-shield situation, but that Mud Slap and Bone Club buff really putting Shadow Marowak on the map. We talked about it a little bit earlier today, when we saw one on Dijon's team, but we just wasn't really sure if it actually has any utility in the Show 6 Pick 3 format, but Trent proven otherwise.
Yeah, we got another Mud Slapper on the stage right now because we got Tomahawk UK versus It's Axon. Obviously a world champion and then a trainer that did so well at the last year World Championships and is now running an insane team. As you can see, the Double Dark at the bottom there, the Galarian Moltres, the Pangoro, Gastrodon, Shadow Skarmory, Shadow Drapion, and Toxapex. I mean, he said to me that he's used Shadow Skarmory a ton so far. I don't know how it's looking versus It's Axon's team though.
Yeah, I mean, Tomahawk UK definitely one of the most talented trainers in our circuit. Facing off against previous world champion It's Axon running Toxapex, Diggersby, Shadow Feraligatr, Malamar, Azumarill, and Shadow Drapion. We talked about kind of how Malamar's been the MVP of today's tournament, right? A lot of teams succeeding with it and doing really well. None on the side of Tomahawk UK. However, he does have that Shadow Skarmory. And I don't know, but that matchup feels pretty solid for Shadow Skarmory because you have to go for super power. Well, no, actually, no. You can just go straight power play,
Well, the thing is, you're facing double poison, you're facing Diggersby, you're facing Azumarill, which is fine, and Malamar's okay too. You actually might see the Shadow Skarmory here, and as we get locked into game number 1, it is going to be the Toxapex lead into the Diggersby. Fantastic lead for It's Axon here. It's going to swap out instantly to the Gastrodon, and there's no clear answer. The Azumarill's not a clear answer. The Feraligator's not a clear answer. Safe swap Gastrodon just looks insane versus It's Axon's team.
Yeah, but at the same time, too, this Gastrodon doesn't have Water Pulse, so the matchup even against Diggersby is not that clean. And I like the play from Axon. I think he's just going to throw this move and then swap out. Let's see if he goes for it or not. Does not swap, actually. Stays in this matchup, which is interesting. So I think he's making the prediction that there's a Pangoro in the back, right? Recognize that he's trying to potentially draw it out. In comes the Alligator now, though. However, there's still a decent amount of energy on this Gastrodon. Do you just... Okay, yeah. Axon's going to shield this up. Maybe try... I don't even know if he can go for a Shadow Call down. I think he has to throw a Hydro Cannon. But this is getting a little bit interesting.
Well, to your point, that was such an amazing call by Axon. Most trainers, once you see Toxapex in the lead, you want to hide your Azumarill somewhere else. But it's Axon, a world champion, knows that Pangoro is there, knows that he needs that to counter it, doesn't hide that Azumarill where he could have hit it. And here comes the Pangoro now. And now suddenly it's Axon doesn't like this. And you're getting to the Night Slash before this energy is available. Are you going to use your last shield? Yes, using your last shield of the game versus the shiny Pangoro.
This is super interesting now too, because Axon maybe didn't realize that he'd lose a charge attack priority against Pangoro as well. I didn't really know that either, but that's some matchup knowledge for Tomahawk UK for sure. He hasn't seen the Azumarill yet, though. I think if he knew that...
swapped on the Hydro Cannon!
This is actually a crunch for Alligator as well, so Axon did have a potential extra coverage for the Toxapex, but comes in now. Diggersby actually has a lot of energy. Here's the thing. If Tomahawk UK doesn't protect his Toxapex, he could be in big trouble. Let's see if he reads the fact that there might be a Azumarill in the back or not. He is going to shield up here. However, this shouldn't be enough to take out the Diggersby. Can you get to another Scorching Sand? Do we get the debuff? We get the debuff as well! And then now he gets another Scorching Sand. This is huge for Axon. You need to put this down into a potential bubble range, or just be able to take it out before they get to the
Double debuff there by It's Axon, and now these brines are probably still going to knock out because it's super effective, but it's going to be really close against the bulk of Diggersby here. Does the brine knock out? It doesn't even knock out, but you do get one extra poison jab here. You can swap instantly into your Pangoro, but now it's just going to be Pangoro versus the Azumarill, and Tomahawk registers it. You can get some close combats off, but if you're Tomahawk, you're in range of that play rough. Your Toxapex is just too low. Even if you get all this damage off, you're gonna get knocked out by one charge attack.
And here we see Axon being patient, trying to farm up as much energy as possible. He knows that he needs some extra energy going into this Toxapex matchup. What can Tomahawk do at this point besides just throw debuff moves? Axon going for the full farm down. Does he get to it? He throws an Ice Beam last second. I like this play because he was closing in on that. Tomahawk was closing on that final close combat. Able to take it out with Ice Beam. Can you outpace here?
Oh, wait a second. The Sludge Wave is almost available. The Sludge Wave is available, but he didn't throw it. This is going to be the play rough. I think this is almost going to be enough, but it might not be enough. But the Feraligatr is still in the back. This is not enough. Here comes the swap in the Feraligatr. One Shadow Claw. Simultaneous knockout, but it's Axon still at the Azumarill in the back, so he wins game number 1.
Wow, great plays from Axon in the late game matchup. Great plays from Tomahawk as well, too, right? Team composition-wise, he was definitely countered in that specific one, but he made it pretty close, really off the backs of that Gastrodon, like you said. But interesting point about Axon's team that I didn't even notice earlier is that he's running Crunch on his Feraligatr, not Ice Beam. And Ice Beam typically is the move of choice, but Crunch does make a lot of sense in a Toxapex meta.
Exactly, so you're throwing neutral damage into the Toxapex. Suddenly Toxapex can't soak all that energy. We know that Tomahawk did soak the energy in that game number 1 by swapping on that Hydro Cannon here, but this Pangoro meeting the Azumarill in the back line, I mean, just high-level PvP here, because first off, Tomahawk registering that he has the Safe Swap Gastrodon that is just unchecked by It's Axon. But then It's Axon knowing that's going to happen to try to bait out the Azumarill, keeping the Azumarill in the back, even though he saw a Toxapex in the lead to make sure he had it versus the Pangoro. Just high-level calls from both of these trainers.
And the double debuff for Tomahawk was definitely unfortunate there. That's a 30% chance of a debuff on the Scorching Sand. He got hit by both back-to-back. So unfortunate for Tomahawk, although it did put him, put the Diggersby in a poison jab range, so he was able to get some more.
Oh,
and here
there it is!
This is not a Canto Moltres, it's a shiny Galarian Moltres. It's going to be a fantastic lead for Axon, and yet again, of course, he doesn't have a clear answer to this Gastrodon. However, he might be able to just chip and swap over to Diggersby.
I mean, you can also just try to stay in this matchup, win it, and then just have the alignment in the back. But no, actually does decide to swap to Diggersby because you have probably the strongest core in the back with Diggersby Toxapex. You could have tried to go for alignment and then kept that core running through the back line, but instead just tried to save the Azumarill, maybe thinking that it's going to be useful later again against that Galarian Moltres.
And I think Tomahawk's probably going to let this go. No, chooses the shield, actually. Do we see another debuff?
Oh
my
another one!
Another debuff, too.
Accent apologizing there.
Yeah, I mean, he's a better man than me. I probably wouldn't apologize. I'd just take it and go. But he is going to get a third debuff in a row here, too. If we see 4, then something needs to happen with this.
Oh, swapping on the Scorching Sand.
Great catch from Tomahawk. However, there's energy on this Azumarill. Does this Moltres have any play now? I mean, he's down a shield. He can't shield, right?
I mean,
no,
yeah, you only have one shield. At least the timers are misaligned a little bit, and now you can get back to your timer if you're Accent. They're reaching for it. You're already at the Brave Bird, just going to try to go sneak a Brave Bird through 2 shields, and it does get Protect shielded. So now you're never investing in this Moltres, right? But at least you can now have a switch lock to Azumarill, and you can probably try to get a farm down with Toxapex.
Yeah, you see Accent charging a little bit more energy, trying to whittle down the switch timer, going for an undercharge here. I like this because I think
actually, last second shield by Tomahawk, maybe thinking he can get to another attack, but no, Accent is at another attack, and there's no Protect Shield remaining, so giving up a Protect Shield, but crucially, now it's Accent can pivot again as well.
Yeah, I mean, Accent can. I don't think he needs to, right? Because at this point in time, yes, this Toxapex is going to get a lot of energy, but at the same time, actually, no,
it's not over though,
because it's not over because there's not a lot of health on Diggersby.
Also because Toxapex is in the back, and Tomahawk still has Gastrodon, and Gastrodon is a fantastic counter to Toxapex. So here comes the swap into Diggersby, combo play in the Scorching Sand. This is actually huge for Accent to take this super effective damage to do a little dent into the Toxapex. Do we see the Gastrodon trying to get to a Mud Slap down, and it looks like it is going to try to get this Mud Slap down before a Fire Punch or a Scorching Sand is available, but no, the Scorching Sand was available, so Tomahawk had to throw the Body Slam, and it's Accent gives up this last Protect Shield.
I like this though, because there's no shield inside of Tomahawk. He knows he gets his move off. That's like 2 HP, not 1 HP. Able to get off the Scorching Sand. This might knock out the Gastrodon. Even if it doesn't, it's not at an Earth Power. It's only at a Body Slam. Can he get to the Earth Power? No, he's not able to. I don't think he can survive this.
But you still have the Azumarill. Azumarill to come in and soak this, and now you soak this Body Slam energy, and it's going to be a Toxapex that's fully healthy versus Tomahawk's Toxapex. And actually, no, sorry. Yeah, this Toxapex that took the Scorching Sand already. So we know its Accent is way healthier here in this mirror. It looks like its Accent is going to be able to clean this up 2-0.
Wow. World champion in form today for its Accent, playing really well here, and he is going to be our 3rd trainer making it into day number 2 in this top 16. Really valiant effort from Tomahawk UK, but unfortunately, as safe as the Gastrodon was for him, he just hard lost lead in both games and just couldn't find a way around it, right? It was really tough for him, and of course, the debuffs probably didn't help.
Yeah, high-level calls from its Accent once again, putting the strongest core in the meta in the back with that Toxapex Diggersby, and then putting a Pokemon that's hard to say swap into as the Gastrodon, which was the Azumarill in the front. So then you could win the lead versus the Gastrodon and even stop against the say swap doing that much damage to you by positioning that Azumarill there and then having that good core in the back. Great reads game number 2 and fantastic reads to hold on to that Azumarill in game number 1. That's why he 2-0'd.
Yeah, and a wild team from Tomahawk as well. Unfortunately, not able to make it work into Accent in this Winners Finals. However, he will still be here for that Losers Finals. Another chance at that top 16 top cut for day number 2 in Louisville. He did it in Baltimore. I believe that he definitely has a strong chance here at Louisville as well. We'll have to wait to see who he ends up be facing. But Accent, he said it earlier in his interview. He said, hey, I want to get back to winning, right? I didn't have the best performance last season, but I'm looking to change that. And in his first tournament ready, undefeated going into day number 2.
Yeah, locked in here. And Tomahawk never really got any good positioning with his dark types, with the Pangoro, with the Galarian Moltres as well. His team is a little less flexible, it feels like, than some other teams with the Shadow Drapion able to bounce around the map a bit. It feels a little bit more like Trent's team, where you try to go for more a bit of the alignment, but in these situations with the dark types meeting the Azumarill, it's just so tough to overcome unless you then get a counter farm down with your own Toxapex, which in game number 2 didn't happen. It was just a way too hard of hill to climb up for Tomahawk.
Yeah, and you see the impressive Scorching Sand catch Honestly, I think if Tomahawk didn't shield that Moltres,
Yeah.
he, like, you know, spending the shield there, I think he might have been in a better position because that Toxapex in the back with the shield advantage could have been nice, could have also locked into that Azumarill and got more energy, but, you know, it's tough to keep track of all the energy too, so either way, that's a tough matchup for him, but congratulations to Axum though. It's going to be a good tournament for him, I think.
Yeah, and remember that Ice Beam was undercharged. You were debuffed at that moment, so it could have knocked out anyway, but if you got knocked out there, you could have had 30 seconds or something to farm up with Toxapex, get a ton of energy, whittle down the Azumarill, but yeah, it was tough to maneuver in that situation, and that's why it's hard to run these teams sometimes. You don't see teams like that make it that far, because if you run into a really talented trainer like It's Axon, and then they put that pressure on you positionally with making the right calls in the right moments, it's just really tough to overcome. That's exactly what you saw in that Winners Finals.
Yeah, so fantastic run from Axon. We'll see if Tomahawk's cooking up something else with that Skarmory. I really want to see that Skarmory in action, but hey, I'll take a shiny Moltres, especially one that looks that good too. It's very confusing because it has the same colors as the Kanto Moltres, actually.
Yeah, it feels like a fire type when it's out there, but it's still a dark flying type. It's the same as Mandibuzz, but just can be a little bit more dynamic in the matchups because you have Brave Bird able to land a ton of damage. You can even have super effective Ancient Power versus a lot of the meta picks like the Dugong, the opposing Mandibuzz as well. So I actually think it's a great pick. Kazim ran it and won Dortmund, but actually
Tauntaun did as well.
Also,
his
it was
opponent.
a grand finals of Galarian Moltres, so that Pokemon is definitely here to stay.
Yeah, what would you say that it's significantly better than Mandibuzz in this meta? I know you said you didn't love Mandibuzz, but then again, we did see two Mandibuzz in a Winners Finals it was Abhinav and Trent, I believe, right? Both had the Mandibuzz there.
I think it's more flexible because you have better dynamic coverage and you can bounce around a little bit more, because if you're stuck with an Azumarill, maybe you can get a Brave Bird off, bounce around, get an Ancient Power later. So I feel like it has more maneuverability, but you really can't beat that bulk of Mandibuzz. The way that Trent was using that to just checkmate his opponents in the back was awesome. And we do have a lot more awesome battles up to come. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back after this quick break.
Well played. I thought you were gonna Dragon Claw. I was like 1000% sure.
GG's. All right, so Mike, good luck, man. Good luck. That was incredible. GG's, man.
Well played.
GG's, man.
So I think if I had one tip for new players, as this is also my first regional, make friends with everyone who's here. Everyone's super friendly, ask lots of questions. Everyone's just so happy to be here, and they just really want to help everyone who wants to play Pokemon.
If I had one tip for a new player, it'd be to practice, to scrim a lot of people and just keep practicing.
A tip I would have for new players would be if you just pick a deck and you practice it a ton and you just play it, then you can do well.
It's a game that you learn by doing, so getting in as many matches as you can and learning from your mistakes, making note of any misplays, any ways that you could have played better. One of the things that I did to prep for this tournament was practicing with my friends and playing some friendly sets and just kind of sharing feedback with each other. And so really having that community helps a lot.
Practice is the biggest thing, really. If you're not practicing your events, you're not going to know your matchups, you're not going to know what to play, and you're going to have a bad day. But if you pick good decks, practice lots, you'll do well eventually.
Watch streamers and play popular teams.
A tip I'd have for a new player is to play whatever deck you're comfortable with and what deck you like the most, because you'll have the most fun that way.
I started playing Pokemon back in 2011. I'd probably have to go with Froakie. I played Greninja a lot back in the day. The deck wasn't super amazing, but I liked it a lot, so I'd have to go with Froakie. That guy's cute. If I had to pick a catchphrase, it'd probably be never lucky. So I definitely look up to Isaiah Bradner. He's a very good friend of mine. We work together a lot on decks, travel together to tournaments. He's one of the smartest players this game will ever see, and I'm just happy that he's having me along for the ride with him. So I think my goals have changed a lot over the course of me playing Pokemon over my career. At first, I wanted to just come out guns blazing. I wanted to win a lot. I've been playing for a while now, so I've kind of like racked up the finishes, kind of like gained the respect that I was like wanted when I was younger. I won my first tournament, my first like major tournament last season. I won the Portland Regional Championship, so that was a big moment for me. And that was a big goal crossed off the list. For me now, there's still a lot of IC finishes that I want to get. A Worlds finish would be nice. But I think my overarching goal for this season, at least, would be to just like really like keep enjoying playing. That was the main thing. Going to all these tournaments all year, it's a big grind. It's really tiring. But just remembering why you play is like super important. I've got to go with the classic, a bottle of water. I tend to get nervous sometimes, so eating isn't the best decision when it comes to right before the tournament or like mid-tournament, but staying hydrated is super important. So yeah, no, nothing goes wrong with a bottle of water. I'm a huge creme brulee guy. I like the texture, I like the flavor. One of my favorites. Yokohama for Worlds 2023 was absolutely my favorite. I made a whole trip out of it with my friends. We obviously were in Yokohama for the tournament, but stayed there for like 3 weeks, went city hopping all across Japan. It was just, it was a blast, yeah. Would love to go back. I'm definitely listening to something that's pretty chill, maybe a little alternative mixed in there. My music taste is pretty wide though, so everything but country. I would say I'm Team Rocket, but not for the reason you might think. I just really like their outfits.
Welcome to the Louisville Regional Championship. It's currently day 0. That means no competition is happening right now, but there's still so many things to do. And one of my favorite things is shopping. Let's go check out some vendors. All right, tell me, what's the coolest thing you've got?
So it would be these 2 cards here and this graded copy of Heart Gold.
Those are pretty cool. Pokemon players are shiny hunters after all. Thank you so much. Let's go check out another booth. All right, what's the coolest thing you've got?
Big side duck.
All right, thank you so much. Let's check out another one. What have you got?
Full Group Games has everything you could ever want or need for GLC. So if you are playing in any Gym Leader Challenge side events, come give us a holler.
All right. If I'm playing some sides, I'm going to need some cards, that's for sure. Thank you so much. Let's check out another booth. All right. Tell me, what's the coolest thing you've got?
Besides our color-coded cuties, we've got Jumbo Plush.
I like that Buzzwole. All right, thank you so much. Let's check out another one. Last one here. All right. Show me, tell me, what have you got?
Listen, we got cards for days, but you cannot beat the PSA 10 Shadowless Charizard signed by the artist. You just can't beat it.
Wow, okay, I need that one. Thank you so much. With that, those are all the booths here we have at the Louisville Regional Championship. Make sure you check them out before I buy everything. With that, let's get to more Pokemon action.
Welcome back, everyone, to Louisville, Kentucky. We are here for our second North American Regional of the 2025 season. Wholesome_ here, joined again by Softoph. Hope everyone is having a great start to their weekend, maybe end of their Saturday as well. We've been having some great Pokemon battles, and I'm just so excited with how many stacked trainers that we have here. And we're seeing them all on stream, and we're seeing some upsets. We're seeing some trainers that we expect to win, but we just saw a clash of the titans between Tomahawk and its Axon. Its Axon said he wanted to send him home, but with this double elimination, he's going to need a little bit of help.
That's right. Tomahawk is going to drop to that loser's side of the bracket. Just needs to win one more game to still make the top 16 for day 2. But, in the meantime, we can congratulate its Axon on defending the homeland. And just like you said, a ton of big names at this tournament, a lot of them making it all the way to the winners finals, which is why we're able to see them right now.
Absolutely. Well, I also want to go back to an interview that we had with Trent. You were doing the interview, actually, and it's really interesting because I love the way that he thinks and the way that he evaluates the team that he's bringing. When he was talking about, okay, I want to bring a Pokemon that has Mudslap because Mudslap, in his opinion, and my opinion, is the best fast attack in the game right now. And then from there, you start to evaluate, okay, well, what complements that ground typing? When you look at coverage, rock and ground coverage together, one of the best coverage pairings or typing pairings that you can have. And yeah, a big fan of the Shadow Kanto Marowak as well. What's interesting though, Soph, is that I feel like a lot of people evolved their Shadow Cubones into Alolan Marowak, and then they didn't have any remaining to evolve into Kanto Marowak.
Yeah, I was definitely on that boat. I mean, you mentioned Clodsire. I think we're going to see one on the stage in just a little bit. We've got Rise to Occasion versus Ashton Ash here. Ashton Ash still rocking the Clodsire, which we've seen kind of drop a little bit out of popularity. We still don't see a Feraligatr on either side. But Wholesome, talk to me a little bit about these two teams. Is there anything that stands out or that you're expecting from either trainer?
Well, Soph, I first want to point out a point that you made off broadcast here is that this is actually the 2023 and 2024 North American International Champion runner-up, right? So both of these trainers here have had success at the IC stage, and also Rise, a multi-time regional winner as well. So this is definitely another battle of the Titans here. As far as the Pokemon, 2 Talonflames, I noticed that was very interesting as well. And I think that you were mentioning off broadcast there's a Pokemon on Rise's team that seems free, as you were saying.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see how Rise plays around with his Shadow Drapion. I think it has a ton of play versus Ashton Ash, expecting to see him invest multiple Protect Shields per game into it. But that's not the lead Pokemon we've got here. Rise to Occasion leading Diggersby into Clodsire, a fantastic matchup.
Yeah, ground versus ground, but you have to give the advantage to the Diggersby there, knowing that there's that poison subtyping on Clodsire. We're going to see a quick swap, actually, though. The Malamar has been brought in from Ashton Ash. It's really difficult to just throw a superpower right away, knowing that that's going to be debuffing you for the remainder of the matchup. Rise to Occasion is going to be throwing that Scorching Sands. No attack debuff this time. It's going to bring in the Shadow Drapion here from Rise.
A little bit awkward there. Didn't want to go straight away, as he knows that one crunch isn't going to be enough to take out the Malamar. So chipped and dip, as we like to say. Shields up the first superpower correctly. The next one is going to do just a little bit less damage. But actually, Rise not even giving Ashton Ash a chance to throw that. Wants to get out this Aqua Tail first to see if he can pressure a shield.
Yeah, I like throwing the Aqua Tail here right away. You do have that debuff, so it's going to be enough to knock out. This is going to be bringing back in the Clodsire, and you are down a Protect Shield, but with how quickly that you pace to energy, you're going to be able to get off 2 of these Aqua Tails, maybe just 1 now, versus this Clodsire. The question is, will this Earthquake knock out? I think it's going to be enough, so.
I think it will. Rise does have another Aqua Tail bank, so if he wants to, he can choose to put up a shield into this matchup and try to get off a couple more Aqua Tails here. Looks like he does. The Clodsire is actually dry now because that was the Earthquake, the harder hitting charge attack. So look at this. Rise is already at 2 Aqua Tails, and this Clodsire is still several Poison Stings away from an Earthquake.
Well, what this allows Rise to do, and we saw him do this earlier in the day, is that he can actually just throw 2 of these Aqua Tails and then actually exit this matchup as well and save this Drapion for later. We saw him do that versus the Azumarill earlier, knowing just how valuable it is, and Ashton Ash is at this next Earthquake now. If he wants to try and catch it somewhere, he absolutely can.
Yeah, and just like you said, Rise does switch out into the Diggersby. He's met by the Azumarill. Not the best matchup for it, but it definitely could have been worse. I see a Talonflame possibly lurking in the back on Ashton Ash's team, but luckily for Rise, it's not here this time. He is a little bit ahead on energy as well, so he can start firing off these Scorching Sands, maybe fish for some attack falls.
Yeah, well, we keep speaking these into existence here, so this is 2 for 2 now, we're recalling these attack debuffs. Yeah, Rise, that just like you said, with that energy advantage, is now able to have a more, a better matchup just because he's able to get that attack debuff off. In fact, he's going to be able to get to the second Scorching Sands, which I don't think is going to allow this Azumarill to farm down. I think this Azumarill is going to have to throw a second Ice Beam into this Diggersby. Otherwise, Rise will reach that 3rd Scorching Sands.
That's right. You do still have to remember that. I'm pretty sure Ashton, okay, another attack drop there. So, I mean, this is still a super effective Ice Beam, Wholesome. So, I'm thinking it still is going to be able to knock out the Diggersby from here. But I was just about to say that Ashton Ash still has I think, a full attack banked on the Clodsire. Here it is. Actually, this Clodsire, because it's not running Stone Edge, you still need to throw 2 charge attacks versus this Ariados.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that at this range that Sludge Bomb is going to be enough. It is going to be resisted damage. I think you're going to have to go for 2 of these Earthquakes here, and you have the full ability to either catch a move or just simply go for what could be a lunge. I think a lunge would have even knocked out.
I think so as well, but either way, both of these attacks are the same amount of energy, and this is looking good for Rise. Look at all this energy that, oh my goodness, actually goes for the Earthquake that you have to dump into this Ariados just to take it out, and Rise still has the Drapion in the back.
Yeah, at this point, I think this Drapion actually might even have some energy here. I don't know if it fired both. Yeah, it has a little bit of residual energy as well. You cannot Poison Sting all the way down. You're going to have to throw one of these Aqua Tails here, throwing on charge attack priority, able to win this. Oh, and actually throwing the Crunch as well, maybe anticipating what could have been a swap and wanting to throw the higher damaging move.
That's right, playing it a little bit safe. They're throwing on charge attack priority, but throwing the higher damage dealing charge attack, and now the Azumarill is quite low. I don't think this Crunch, well, actually, it'll be pretty close whether it's enough to take it out, but if not, just one more Poison Sting is going to be able to take it out, and Rise able to take this game 1 off the back of this Drapion.
Yeah, very impressive stuff there. there by Rise. And Soph, I mean, I mentioned it, you were talking about it before we came on the broadcast here, but that Drapion just looked so strong. He put 2 Protect Shields into it and then swapped out of it so that it would get more value, and it never fainted throughout the entire matchup. So when you recognize that one Pokemon is so strong, even if you put it in a position where you've used both shields, it's now vulnerable. I really love the recognition by Rise of swapping back out, recognizing that it still has a lot of play in that endgame matchup.
Now, one of the advantages of the 50-second switch timer is you see a lot of possible plays like that. You know, you're in a matchup where you aren't necessarily taking a ton of fast attack pressure, or sorry, damage. So you can just kind of throw your charge attacks and leave for later if you want that Pokemon to be used.
And it's just so wild seeing all these Shadow Drapions here that are countering Azumarill without any sort of charge attack that can even hit for neutral. Just with the strength of Crunch plus maybe a debuff, and then just Poison Sting, consistent fast attack pressure. You're really just seeing how flexible Shadow Drapion is, and with the absence of any sort of Mud Slap users whatsoever on Ash and Ash's side, like you said, it just feels very free.
Just remember that Poison Sting is now a strictly better version of Thunder Shock, and Psycho Cut in previous Mudshot does just a little bit more damage while still gaining an incredible amount of energy. I think if you're Ash and Ash, you have to look for an adjustment here. Maybe you bring that Dunsparce. That's probably going to be your best answer to the Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, when you look at Dunsparce though, okay, well, what's going to be your answer to that Dunsparce? The Azumarill pretty good, the Diggersby also very good. I would not be shocked if we see some more Diggersby along with that Shadow Drapion. Let's move into game number 2, so what a shocker here. It is the Shadow Drapion, and it's met by one of its better counters, that being this Dunsparce here. I expect Rise to actually swap out of this matchup at some point, but probably wants to get this potential debuff off here in the form of the Crunch.
And this is by no means a dominant matchup for the Dunsparce, but probably the best case scenario for Ash and Ash. He's probably bringing it just for this exact situation, and Rise actually trying to catch a move onto Azumarill. Looks like Ash and Ash waited, you know, maybe trying to not have this drill run caught on something like the Talonflame, but you know, still doesn't have a great answer for the Azumarill, so gonna have to stand and throw these drill runs regardless.
Yeah, exactly right. That's the thing, is that you're basically forced to throw these drill runs into this Azumarill, knowing that you don't have a good answer. Your Talonflame's gonna be taking super effective damage, as well as your Malamar has really no play whatsoever versus that Azumarill. Funny enough, in the 2-shield matchup, Malamar, thanks to the strength of Psywave, can actually win the 2-shield in some cases versus this Azumarill, but I don't think Ash and Ash wants to play that out, and instead brings in this Talonflame, and one fly is gonna be very close to knocking out.
I'm gonna come close, but I'm not sure if it's quite gonna be enough, so I think you're still gonna have to take a little bit more bubble damage. But the great thing here, at least for Rise, not so much for Ash and Ash, oh my goodness, yes, Azumarill actually probably gonna even be able to reach another charge attack here. But maybe this is good because you can get some valuable energy on your own Dunsparce. Oh, but it actually puts up the shield.
Ash and Ash says it's not good. I'm going to protect shield and actually want to get this energy. Okay, a quick swap in. Oh, what a play. Stuck in the Incinerate. Rise able to sneak in this Aqua Tail. This is going to force the second protect shield, putting all protect shields into this Talonflame, and it is such low HP.
That's right. Ash and Ash going to throw out this fly straight away, not risking any more poison stings. And maybe you want to go straight into the Dunsparce here, but I think that Dunsparce threw a lot of energy at the Azumarill earlier, so it's pretty much dry. Poison stings coming through, and that Talonflame is going to faint with a lot of energy.
Yeah, and with those poison stings that came through, it put it in a position where 2 knocked out, so you're only able to get 1 charged attack after using 2 protect shields. Not good value for Ash and Ash. In comes the Dunsparce, like you said, no energy. This Drapion is going to knock it out now that it is shields down. Rise still has all 3 Pokemon and just needs to get through this Malamar. Malamar is going to have to figure out a way to get through 3 Pokemon. I don't think that it can, Soph.
Yeah, that's right. Here's the first crunch coming through. Already going to put this Malamar down to even below half health there, actually. No defense drop, but still, I think just too much work for this Malamar to do. Rise even still has a shield. He could even just let this Drapion go if he wanted to and put it on the Ariados.
Shadow Drapion, game 1, game 2, looking incredibly powerful. Rise not even needing to use his 3rd Pokemon. We did not see the Ariados whatsoever in that game number 2. Rise making it look easy here, and he's going to be your winner here in this winner's finals for Group D.
That's right, so Rise is going to be able to move on to day 2. He's already, I think, in the top 12 technically of trainers, but we are just cutting to the top 16. So congrats again to Rise. We'll see you tomorrow, and yeah, really excited to see whether you can, you know, maybe get another year with a regional championship win.
4 for 4 would be quite the feat. But that said, Ash and Ash not done yet. He will be moving to the loser side of the bracket. I'm not sure who he's going to be facing off versus yet, but still lots of opportunities. He could still win the tournament, Soph.
Absolutely, yeah. We've seen people make crazy runs from the loser side of the bracket. I think, you know, Elite at one point came into day 2 on the loser side, ended up, you know, sweeping his way through, even going 6-0 in the grand final. So definitely still possible. And of course, like you mentioned before, Ashton Ash was number 2 at NAIC just a couple of months ago, so certainly has what it takes to make it all the way.
Game number 1 replay, we saw that Shadow Drapion getting lots of value early on, able to knock out after switching out, able to knock out the Clodsire, and then finally with this crunch as well, despite being resisted, able to take out the Azumarill.
That's right, and it was all about the Shadow Drapion this series, not just game 1, but also game 2. We saw this a couple of times, right? Rise deals the damage that he needs with the Drapion, switches out, saving some health, maybe saving some energy. And I think right here, that shield on the Talonflame might have been a little bit of a misplay, right? Ended up only getting 1 fly out of the Talonflame for 2 shields. And maybe potentially if he had farms down with the Dunsparce, would have had just a little bit better of a chance against the Drapion.
Yeah, I think the Talonflame is where everything went wrong for Ashton Ash there. If you throw that Brave Bird into the Azumarill, you knock out the Azumarill, and then, okay, you've retained switch advantage, which is what you wanted. But what he tried to go for there was the farm down. Well, if you're going to go for that farm down, you have to invest that first Protect Shield because the Azumarill got to that Ice Beam. But then, very crafty play by Rise, recognizing that, oh, you're going to go for that farm down? You mean you're going to use a 5-turn fast attack? Let me bring in my Poison Sting user that has some energy and just not only get some damage in, but also unleash another charged attack to force your second Protect Shield. So, like you said, Soph, 2 Protect Shields for 1 charged attack? Doesn't really seem like a good trade there.
Yeah, I really like that narration you just did. I'm sure that's exactly what was going through Rise's head right there. But I think, Rise also got a little bit lucky that there was no hard counter for the Azumarill there, right? Like, he brought it into the Dunsparce, hoping to maybe just catch 1 move. And Ashton Ash, all of a sudden, you have no answer, ends up throwing both drill runs into the Azumarill. And I think maybe just didn't quite have the right line of 3. It's also really just tough line of 6 for Ashton Ash as well.
It was tough, and you know what's even tougher is having your Malamar as your final Pokemon as well, because it basically means that any sort of self-debuff that you're going to do with a superpower that you may want to throw in early game, you're not really able to throw those superpowers if you're going to try and sweep, because you're just getting in a situation where any of those debuffs you can't swap out. You're stuck with them. So I think a lot of trainers that are using Malamar are using them more regularly in the lead. They can be a good punish, sure, especially if your dark typing is going to be super effective versus whatever Pokemon you're bringing it into. But as a closer, it can be a little tough.
Absolutely, and we saw in that first game, Rise kind of recognizing that the Malamar probably wasn't going to superpower straight away, so he was free to throw the Scorching Sands. But let's hear from Rise himself. I think he's on the floor with Butters.
All right, I'm here with Rise to Occasion, who just made day number 2 in Louisville. And I can't even count the amount of times that you've made day number 2 in your championship series career, but how are you feeling after doing it once again?
I'm feeling good. I knew coming into this tournament, since LA, I lost round 1, 2, so I put a little bit of extra prep into this one and was feeling pretty comfortable with the team. So far, it's working out.
Yeah, and speaking of the team, you have Ariados and Talonflame, and the #1 usage Pokemon is Dunsparce. Is that something that you were expecting while team building for this?
Yeah, I knew Dunsparce would be common. That's kind of what I think it's like a really good check to Dunsparce in the meta. And even though Dunsparce has like solid play against Drapion and Ariados, they're so spammy, they can make it really uncomfortable for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're a trainer that has thrived with playing some meta picks, but you've also thrived with the off meta. Which do you think you're better at? Do you feel like you're more successful with making the creative teams or just running the normal teams really well?
I think I tend to go a little bit against the grain. I feel like a reputation for a bit where like I was just strict meta, but I didn't feel like it was justified because like dating back to the first season, there was the Obstagoon team and then like the Shadow Swampert, Shadow A9 core, and then Triple Dark Umbreon last season. So I've always tried to go with like some standard meta picks and then incorporate a little bit against the grain with the meta picks.
Yeah, I think you've had your best success. I think you're an awesome team builder, and this meta is kind of up in the air. We see Dunsparce and Clodsire #1 and 2, but really what you're seeing these trainers get into day 2 with is Toxapex and Diggersby. How do you feel like your team that is going against the grain is going to match up against day 2 competition?
Hopefully good. I feel like the Ariados has been really solid so far and can cause some trouble. And one thing I've been liking about the team is depending on the matchup, I seem to be able to like mix up my lines of 3, so I haven't really been glued to certain lines.
Awesome. Well, congratulations once again, Rise. Let's head back to Soph and Wholesome.
Thanks so much, Rise and Butters. Great to hear from you both. And I think Rise is actually our 4th trainer of the day, making it to day 2 on the winner side. We're just a little bit over halfway through today, so we've already got Rise, Trent, Gordon the Flash, and its Axon advancing to day 2 on the winner side. Of course, we still have to see what's going to end up happening with those losers finals matches, but for now, I think we're actually going to jump to groups E through H to see how some of those matches are going.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that because, you know, we've really felt that even just in this first half of our pairings, so many well-known names, but that's going to be the case here for the second half as well. In fact, our next matchup is going to be some very talented trainers as well. Arrow versus Mountain Dugong, I believe, and I was actually chatting with Arrow off stream, and one of the interesting Pokemon that he's bringing that we haven't seen at all is Shadow Typhlosion, which is just such an interesting Pokemon because Incinerate, when we talk about, okay, fast attack, pressure, and energy generation, right up there with like Mud Slap as far as one of the best attacks. But then you have it applied to a very attack-weighted Shadow Pokemon like Shadow Typhlosion. Anytime that's neutral or even super effective damage, it's just so oppressive.
Absolutely, and one of the fun things about Shadow Typhlosion is that you can actually beat Feraligatr, a water type, right? If you're, I think, up energy or maybe up shields or maybe even on evens. But I think Shadow Typhlosion is also one of the very few core breakers to something we saw a lot early on, and especially in some of the other regions, and that is Alolan Sandslash with a grass type. We haven't seen it so much here. It feels like people have been pivoting towards, you know, the Malamar, the Drapion, but let's take a look at our top 12 usage here. We don't see any individual fire types here, although we did see 2 Talonflame in the last matchup, and of course you're mentioning the Typhlosion. You know, you mentioned also that we haven't seen any Clodsire, it feels like, but it's right there at number 2.
You know what? Yeah, I didn't feel like we were seeing too much Clodsire or too much Shadow Feraligatr, but very clearly trainers are bringing them. They make up 2 out of our top 4. I think the Malamar, the Dunsparce, the Azumarill, no surprises there whatsoever. I am a little bit surprised to see how well Serperior is doing. I think when we look at grass typing in general, realistically, grass is going to be represented by Serperior. Some Chestnut, actually. We see a lot of Chestnut in the LATAM region, and then Cresselia kind of counts as a little bit of an honorable mention, knowing that it has access to Grass Knot as well. So I think that the Pokemon that's a little bit surprising to me to see it as low in day 1 representation was that Shadow Drapion there that was in roughly position 9 or 10.
Yeah, it might be one of those Pokemon that we see maybe overall day 1 usage, not the highest, but day 2, I'm expecting to see a lot of Shadow Drapion, maybe something that kind of overperforms for how many trainers are bringing it. Something that I was kind of surprised to see as low as it was the Shadow Feraligatr, right? It's actually not even the most used water type. It's below Azumarill. And you know, like you said, we started off this meta thinking that we're going to have Feraligatr, Clodsire in pretty much every team, and now it kind of feels like people are adjusting around that. You know, Azumarill maybe has better matchups against the fighting and the dark type Pokemon.
I think that's the reason for Dunsparce and why it's number 1. But that said, we're going to move over to the stage. Let's get these trainers introduced, like you said. So if we're moving into the second half of our battles, this is actually going to be winners round 3. They have had a couple battles off stage. You can see that Arrow is bringing that Galarian Moltres, and that'll be interesting to see. We've seen 2 shinies on stream today already, Soph.
I know, these people want to flex their incredible daily adventure incest. Reminder for the viewers at home that the shiny Galarian birds have only been available for, I think, just a little bit over a week now. So, you know, these trainers are really getting out there and walking around trying to get their shinies.
Well, an interesting pick on Arrow's side is that Guzzlord, and that's one of the Pokemon that he told me is actually really strong on his team. But we have to look at that Registeel as such a throwback here, because Registeel, realistically, if you look at the top meta right now, it needs to watch out for Clodsire, maybe Diggersby as well, but it has good play into almost everything else. Dunsparce does well, Azumarill does great, Feraligatr has plenty of play. Even Diggersby wins the Zero Shield, if I'm not mistaken, as well, due to its normal typing. The Drapion, the Cresselia, the Toxapex, so many Pokemon that Registeel, despite not being top meta at this point, actually is a pretty solid anti-meta pick.
It is solid anti-meta on paper, especially if you're just thinking about 0 and 1 shield situations. But in a lot of those 2 shield situations, even if you think about something like Shadow Drapion, you're just too slow. So I think that's why it's fallen off a little bit. But let's see what Arrow can pull out here.
All right, we're moving into game number 1. This is winners round 3 in Group F. We're going to be seeing, what is this? A Hippowdon versus the Guzzlord. Oh my, you can see these, I believe this is actually going to be Sand Attack, yeah, and you pace so quickly to these Scorching Sands. We've seen plenty of Scorching Sands debuffs, but this is not even a Shadow Hippowdon here. It's a very interesting read here by Meta Dugong. Or some Meta Dugong, Dugong.
Maybe he's creating the new meta, Freudian slip there, but we've seen a lot of trainers bringing the Kanto, Marowak, maybe Mountain Dugong, also realizing the strength of just ground type damage. Scorching Sands coming through here. I believe Sand Attack pace is the same as Diggersby with its quick attack. And actually quick swap into Dugong, gets the Ice Shard through and also catches the Brutal Swing. So nice play there.
Yeah, nice catch for sure. You've got 2 Pokemon that you can respond with here. You could do the Superior, which would be super effective fast attack and access to Frenzy Plant, but no, wanting to instead resist these Ice Shards and just load up on energy with these Incinerates. Okay, well, this is a risky play by Mountain Dugong. He can throw either the super effective Drill Run or the resisted Icy Wind here. A big gamble for Arrow, but he wants to preserve this this Typhlosion and uses his first Protect Shield.
All right, goes for another Incinerate. So I think despite that debuff, this Thunder Punch is going to be enough to take it out. And I think if you're Mountain Dugong, you can't really shield here because Arrow just has so much energy. I think he's all the way at 100 right now. And now all of a sudden, oh my goodness, how do you deal with this Typhlosion? You have a Chestnut in the back and a very, very low health Hippowdon.
Yeah, this is scary. Even after that debuff, those Incinerates are going to absolutely chunk. And we actually have a... Oh, I thought that may have been a charge attack priority, but Arrow opting to throw simply just this Thunder Punch here. It is double resisted, but with just a sliver of HP, the Hippowdon wants to preserve that HP. Okay, and now a quick swap trying to maybe catch what would have been a very quick attack, but instead we're going to be seeing the Chestnut come through. I don't know if you're going to be able to fully Vine Whip this down. This is not Sludge Bomb, but still, these Dragon Claws will add up quickly.
Ooh, and that's unfortunate. Actually shields up the Dragon Claw. Well, it's not unfortunate, sorry, but it is a low energy attack and actually is going for the full farm down. Looks like Arrow was able to make the Dragon Claw, but I think this is 1 HP, a little bit risky to shield here. So Mountain Dugong just going to throw the Frenzy Plant. Doesn't want to debuff himself quite yet with that superpower.
Nothing resists Incinerate here. In fact, this is super effective damage. I think Arrow, all you have to do is just throw a Protect Shield out here and you can probably Incinerate down everything. But no, there was still actually that charge attack on the Hippowdon, so smart play from Arrow, knowing that there's 2 charge attacks ready to go. Just put it all on the Superior. You can probably just no shield, farm this all the way down. And what was this? Was this Leaf Tornado we just saw here in 2025 season?
That's right, well, Arrow is going to put up this Protect Shield, but after it goes away, we'll be able to see these charge attacks once again. It is actually Leaf Tornado, doesn't want the Aerial Ace coverage, which, you know, actually makes Mountain Dugong's Chestnut a little bit more interesting. Weather Ball coming through here, Mountain Dugong not going to hit any bubbles, and Arrow actually throwing on charge attack priority. So, you know, both of these trainers throwing potentially unnecessary charge attacks, but that's okay. Looks like they're having a good time, and Arrow is going to take this first game 1-0.
All smiles there from both of these trainers, no doubt. And I'm glad that we actually got to talk about the strength of that Shadow Typhlosion, because those Incinerates against that Dugong, which is a very bulky Pokemon in its own right, were just eviscerating that Dugong. And then when you get a line versus less bulky Pokemon, like that Chestnut, like that Hippowdon, oh my gosh, it just did so much work. Taking a look at the rest of Arrow's team, though, we mentioned the Galarian Moltres, the Guzzlord Superior. Shadow Quagsire feels like it's been on the rise recently, so I talked to you, though. You're not sure that it's a strong meta pick.
I think the coverage is really nice. You know, we've seen Whiscash kind of completely drop out of the meta, and that water ground coverage is really valuable, right? That's why we saw Swampert doing so well before. And, you know, no matter what the meta is, ground type coverage is always really, really valuable. So I can see why people are bringing Quagsire, but it just doesn't really have the most efficient attacks, either fast or charged. So that's why I'm not fully convinced on the Shadow Quagsire, but a lot of people have been bringing it both in North America and Latin America as well. So, you know, I'm potentially overlooking something here.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like a lot of Pokemon, especially if they get nerfed, it's just, all right, they're done. We're not bringing them. It's over. That was the last meta. Keep them on the bench. Okay, yeah, I wasted all my dust on this Pokemon. No. Because of the typing and because of the coverage, just like you said, so even after a relatively small nerf, you're now only getting to your charge attacks just, I think, every other charge attack, 1 fast attack less soon. So, you know, it's really not that big of an impact, and it can be overcome, especially with some favorable typings. We're moving into game number 2 here, though. Arrow at a 1-0 advantage, has the Shadow Typhlosion in the lead. It does not want to have that lined up versus the Hippowdon. Going to quickly swap in the Guzzlord.
And this is exactly the lead that Mountain Dugong wanted, but not the swap. He doesn't really have an answer for the Guzzlord here. Left the Dugong on the bench. So this Hippowdon is probably just going to stay and actually throw some energy with the Scorching Sands. And it's getting pretty low here. You have to wonder, like, does this even count as a Typhlosion answer down the line?
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. Mount Dugong has actually 2 water Pokemon that resist. Well, sorry, only 1 water Pokemon. I'm surprised that he did not bring that Toxapex. But actually, a nice catch here, bringing in the Shadow Drapion. But now this is a little bit awkward, though, because this now allows Arrow to operate that Typhlosion around this Drapion here, which has access to Aqua Tail, and could end up leading into that Typhlosion being matched up versus the Chestnut.
Okay, well, the good news here for Mount Dugong is that if Arrow decides to bring the Typhlosion back in at some point, this Drapion actually still is coming out of this matchup with a little bit of energy. You see the Typhlosion coming back. Now you have some energy. Here's already one Aqua Tail. I think you can still live the Incinerates to get off one more Aqua Tail after this, potentially even pull a shield. So I don't hate the play from Mount Dugong there, and I like the catch as well.
Okay, well, here we go. The Aqua Tail is almost loaded, but not before Arrow is able to get to this Thunder Punch. You have to make a decision. Is one shield worth getting to this Aqua Tail here? Mountain Dugong says yes. I don't think Switch Clock is up for Arrow. Wants to catch this charge attack. Sucker Punch is loaded and ready to go. Actually throws the resisted Crunch here. Maybe a little bit of a panic play here from Mountain Dugong. Maybe trying to go for the the defense debuff, knowing that they are similar damage.
I think he really needed that energy to deal with the Typhlosion. Look at how low that Hippowdon is, but maybe Mountain Dugong can make a miracle happen. Can you come out of this matchup with some energy? Does correctly shield up a Brave Bird here, so we're going to have to see how he decides to manage the energy from here.
Well, let's be honest, Chestnut did not have a lot of good play in that game. Not going to be doing very well versus the Typhlosion. Not going to be doing very well versus the Galarian Moltres as well. You do really need to go for superpowers if you're going to do any damage, but at this health, thankfully a Frenzy Plant should be enough to knock out. But really, what do you do at this point? Are you going to be able to get to 2 superpowers? It could be close.
I think the hope is that I think there's still just a little bit of energy. I'm not sure how much on the Hippowdon, and if that can make a Rock-type Weather Ball, that will be super effective damage. Switches out here. Oh, actually already has it banked, so wow, okay, Mountain Dugong had this one in the bag the whole time.
We knew it all along, so yeah, absolutely. Mountain Dugong, perfect energy management, able to take the final Protect Shield from Arrow, knocking out the Typhlosion. We saw it all along there. Mountain Dugong evening up the series 1-1.
All right, well, I think we have to give some credit to that mid-game play, right? Caught the Dragon Claw, I think it was, on the, actually caught the Brutal Swing, resisted damage onto the Drapion, saved the energy from Hippowdon for later, and, just once he got into the situation where he just had a charge attack with the Chestnut, he knew he had the energy he needed to take away that last Protect Shields and close out with Hippowdon.
For the folks at home, Hippowdon running Scorching Sands, I believe, going to be running Sand Attack there, not Scratch, just as Clarity, which does generate energy very, very quickly, able to fire out those, especially rock weather balls, very, very fast. And there's really not too many Pokemon that have rock coverage in this meta currently. We obviously have the Dunsparce, but when you look at the rock users, it's for the most part, it's going to be Galarian Moltres, maybe a Stone Edge Quagsire. There's not too many rock type users.
That's right, maybe Stone Edge from Clodsire, which we don't see too much nowadays. It's usually Sludge Bomb, that's for Bird. And again, Mountain Dugong, he had this energy all along. I think he even had the Scorching Sands at the end, but Typhlosion is so glassy that even a simple non-stab Weather Ball is enough to take it there.
So, is Hippowdon good, yes or no?
I mean, it's okay. I think there's better ground-type attackers if that's what you're really looking for, but looks like we're getting into this decisive Game 3. Typhlosion has been the story for Arrow, and we see him leading it here against Malamar.
Okay, this time Mountain Dugong bringing the Toxapex, which is probably going to be the best answer to that Typhlosion. Oh my gosh, look at that damage simply just from the Psy-Waves. That is immensely oppressive. Here comes the charge attack as well from Mountain Dugong. Throws the Foul Play into the Typhlosion. First Protect Shield used. Arrow now at 3 Incinerates and is going to throw this Thunder Punch as he reaches his 4th Incinerate.
All right, well, Typhlosion has a lot of energy, so again, Mountain Dugong just going to let it go. It's just a Thunder Punch, but, Shadow Typhlosion is incredibly attack-weighted. Actually, Malamar able to hang on, simultaneously swapping into the Drapion and Guzzlord. See Arrow pumping his fist. He's very happy with this matchup. You do resist all of the charge attacks from Drapion here.
Yeah, this is huge for Arrow here, because not only does he have a great matchup here, but also in the back, he's going to be able to align his Quagsire into that Toxapex as well, which is the dream matchup for him. Mountain Dugong is not out of this now, but he has not favorable matchups, and this is going to be an uphill battle for him for the remainder of the battle.
Absolutely. He does still have a little bit of the Malamar left, but Arrow also has some of the Typhlosion left as well. I believe it has some energy. Crunch coming through here. This is resisted damage. Not going to be doing enough to threaten the Guzzlord here, but I mean, you mentioned it already. How is Mountain Dugong going to be able to get rid of this Quagsire? He has just a tiny bit of HP on the Malamar, and this Toxapex. Arrow very, very happy to be getting off this Brutal Swing.
Arrow loving every second of this battle, you can see right here. This is, I think, our 3rd or 4th fist pump here. But yeah, here comes a little bit of damage. Not able to do that additional Dragon Tail worth of damage. Thunder Punch is loaded and ready to go. I have to expect that this is going to be pulling a Protect Shield for Mountain Dugong here. And I think that he's only 2 Incinerates away from the next one as well. But I think that just Shadow Quagsire is the answer at this point. You can see Mountain Dugong, a little bit of a smile, understanding how bad this matchup is. The one good thing going for him is that there is no Mud Bomb, but still, yeah, needed to make a catch there. Arrow, 5th fist bump of the match at this point, recognizing that this is incredibly favorable for him.
All right, Stone Edge coming through. I don't think this is going to be enough to take out the Toxapex, but those super effective mud shots are going to be adding up. Remember, mud shot, the energy was reduced, but the damage was actually increased. Arrow shielding up this sludge wave, just wants to make extra sure that this Quagsire is going to be able to close it out. 6th fist pump up there for Arrow. So, I mean, he's really enjoying this, and he's going to be moving on to the winner's semis.
You're going to throw a resisted move. I'm going to throw a resisted move back at you, says Arrow. Mountain Dugong, too much of a mountain for him to climb here in game number 3. And game number 3 will go to Arrow. He'll take a 2-1 series victory in winners round 3.
All right, well, like I said just a second ago, Arrow is going to be moving on to the winner's semis. I think he is the top seed in his group, but I have to say, a lot of people were doubting the team composition that he was bringing, right? You see the Registeel, you see the Guzzlord. I don't think we saw the Registeel there, but Arrow, I think, he's very well connected in this community. He sent this team out to a lot of players. Almost all of them, I think, said that this was a crazy idea and would not work. But here is Arrow taking his Leaf Tornado Superior on in this tournament along with the Registeel. So we'll have to continue following his journey here.
Well, I got to give some kudos to Mountain Dugong as well for running that Hippowdon, which we really don't see ever in any of these matchups here. We did see a lot of great play from it in game number 2, and game number 1, unfortunately, was unable to withstand the onslaught of leaves in the form of a tornado from Arrow's Leaf Tornado. Game number 2, though, as we saw, though, a nice swap out, I think it was right here, saving that Rock Weather Ball, which actually ended up knocking out the Typhlosion at the end of the matchup.
And that's probably the game-winning play, because not only does he absorb this energy, he also ends up coming out with important energy to pull shields from the Typhlosion, and then, of course, also saving this energy on the Hippowdon.
So if I'm going to be honest, I have not been impressed by Chestnut. It was one of my picks, and I think it does have a lot of good meta play. Did not look good in that series there, unfortunately, for Mountain Dugong. Again, game number 3, though, a little bit of some bad manners we can say here. Hey, you're going to throw that Sludge Bomb into my Quagsire. Here comes an Aqua Tail into your Toxapex. Nonetheless, Arrow looking very, very strong in that series, and he won 2-1.
Well, you mentioned Chestnut. You're not very happy with your caster pick there. I think it did pretty well maybe the first 1 or 2 tournaments of the season, right? There was maybe still some Stone Edge Clodsire around. There was a lot of Feraligatr, Azu, sometimes, double water, even triple water like we've seen on a lot of teams. But I feel like this tournament, the story has really been about Malamar and Drapion. So I feel like it's kind of just the wrong time for Chestnut. It had its time to shine, maybe it'll come back next tournament, but just this current wave.
Well,
doing well.
It's interesting because we saw in our day 1 usage, Dunsparce was number 1, and it is one of the best answers to Dunsparce. In the absence of counter users or really many Karate Chop users even in the meta for the most part, your Vine Whip, Grass, and Fighting type Pokemon is going to resist literally everything from that Dunsparce, and we just haven't seen that matchup yet. So maybe if, like you said, if this Chestnut is able to get some better matchups, the Dunsparce, the Waters, maybe we'll have some better play, but it just has not been finding those targets.
Well, if you're talking about grass type Pokemon, the other alternative is Serperior. We talked about the Leaf Tornado on Arrow's side, but I think we actually have an interview with Arrow, so let's see if we're going to hear a little bit about some of these unconventional choices.
Thank you, Soph. I'm here with Arrow right off of his win with a wild team, and I gotta say, you are notorious for running pretty wild and spice teams. Tell us about this one.
So after Baltimore, I was very confused on where to go with the meta, but I felt like I had a decent grasp of what to do with Typhlosion, Serperior, Moltres, and Quag. I felt like that core 4, I could really put any 2 Pokemon together. In Baltimore, I had Azu, Claude, and they just felt really slow. So I brought Registeel to this one because I was looking at what I expected to be the top 12 and actually what ended up being the top 12, and I think Reggie has really good matchups into every single one of them. I didn't find any room to bring it in that one because, well, there's a Hippo there, and that's not a good matchup. But I like what I came up with. I hope it's able to go further.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, already undefeated so far on this first day, and you made top cut in Baltimore, too, with that Galarian Moltres back then, too. It seemed like it was putting in work for you here. But what are you looking forward to in this specific tournament here? What are your goals? I know you would love to win a tournament, right? Of course, but even if you don't.
Top 8's always a good goal to have. Get in on winner's side is always... Making winners finals is like the first goal, but every battle matters, so win one battle at a time.
And you talked about a little bit how you think Registeel is pretty solid for you, but overall looking at your team, is there any pick that stands out that performed much better than you even expected, or just had a lot of play? It looked like Typhlosion, that last one, was very, very strong.
Honestly, I really liked the way Guzzlord's been playing so far today. Typhlosion, it was what I needed to do because Chestnut's pretty bad into me. Like, it's not bad into me, good into my team. And Typhlosion just, like, obliterates it. So I needed that threat, and it worked out in Game 3 whenever I was able to have my Quag in the back, and there was no Chestnut to meet it.
Yeah, definitely. Well, very excited to see how the team holds up throughout this tournament. Always an interesting one to see your games. Any shout-outs you'd like to give?
Shout out to all my teams over at Legends United, and just everyone that I scrim with. You know who you are. There's plenty of you.
Yeah, I've done a few myself. Well, anyway, thanks for sharing some words here, Arrow. Good luck in your future battles. Back to you all, casters.
Great, thank you, Caleb, and congratulations again to Arrow. We did not get to see that Registeel on display, but like he said, there was a hippo.
That's right, and the Hippo did actually come quite a bit in that matchup, so, you know, nice read from Arrow, recognizing that perhaps that wasn't quite the matchup for Registeel, but maybe a better time for the Shadow Typhlosion to shine, right? You only want one ground weakness at a time.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I want to go back to that Shadow Quagsire, actually, because it's actually interesting. I feel like that early on, maybe early last season, it was very, very popular. I think a lot of, well, actually, it was more the Whiscash, I think, that was a bit more popular at the time. But that Mud Boy, as we call it, I think was very, very popular in the meta. It was Swampert first, then it was Whiscash, and I think it eventually became Quagsire towards the end. And we saw it on Worlds teams very, very predominantly. While it operates in many cases as a ground type, so a lot of people are not running Mud Bomb. What, in your opinion, as far as the water rock coverage is so great for this current meta?
Well, there's a decent amount of flyers out there, although I actually feel like today we haven't seen as many. I feel like previous tournaments there's been a little bit more the Galarian Moltres, maybe the Mandibuzz, but maybe, especially now that Mudshot does a little bit more damage, potentially don't really need the Mud Bomb damage, right? We saw in that last matchup, of course, Quagsire versus Toxapex. The Quagsire didn't have Mud Bomb, but the Stone Edge and the Mudshots were enough to close it out still, right? So it's just a little bit redundant, and there's not really much out there that's resisting both Aqua Tail and Stone Edge.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of the answer I was fishing for, Soph, is that with that buff to the Mudshot, a lot of people viewed it as a nerf, but it does open up a different dynamic for the Quagsire, where in some cases it can actually farm down Pokemon, but it was no longer able to do so. That said, we're going to shift gears and move over to the stage. Let's introduce Shiny Dialga. He's going to be facing off in winners round 3 for Group E versus Balk 88, two trainers that have had plenty of success in their own right.
That's right, Balk 88, a former regional champion, I believe won Milwaukee in the 2023 season. And then Shiny Dialga actually had, I think, pretty much a breakthrough at the end of last season, making it very far in Indianapolis, and then at NAIC just a couple of weeks later. So let's see if he can still carry some of that momentum into the 2025 season.
Well, so if we were talking about targets for that rock typing coverage, and obviously the Galarian Moltres is going to be a good one, but just taking a look at Balk's team, you can just see where rock damage can go. Mandibuzz is another Pokemon that we've seen plenty of play here in this current meta. And then also Dugong, I think we're starting to see a little bit of a resurgence as well. Dugong is a very flexible Pokemon, Ice just being a very nice offensive typing, and then with the ability to either debuff your opponent or just have a really nice coverage move in the form of Drill Run. I think Dugong does have a lot of play. Needs to watch out for Stone Edge, though.
That's right. Well, looks like we're getting into this first game. We've got Malamar versus Superior. Pretty neutral matchup here.
Okay. Here we go, guys. Game number 1, Malamar, it will be staying in here versus the Superior. You have to give a little bit of the advantage probably as far as bulk goes to the Superior, but Shiny Dialga's Malamar will pace to 2 moves a little bit faster than Superior.
That's right, and the superpower as well, a little bit faster as well. Actually, choosing to shield early, wants to shield up this heavy-hitting Frenzy Plant, and if you look at Shiny Dialga's backline, he has pretty bulky Pokemon with the Azumarill and the Dunsparce, so certainly not a bad decision to start shielding early.
Okay, well, foul play number 1 comes through here. If this goes unshielded, I think that the Superior will be very close to being in superpower range. Actually, superpower, I believe, does maybe just slightly more damage despite being non-stab. It is slightly less energy as well, but it comes at a cost with that attack and defense debuff. After throwing it, Shiny Dialga actually brings in this Dunsparce. This is a little bit surprising, so.
Yeah, typically not a great matchup for the Dunsparce because you do have to throw those rock slides instead of Drill Run, which is typically the preferred move, but at this point, the Superior is at a low enough health range that it's actually not catastrophic for for the Dunsparce to come in, but it looks like Bulk actually catching the Rock Slide onto his own Dunsparce.
Well, just like you said, I think that's the thinking. Okay, well, I put the Superior into Rock Slide range. Let me just get to a Rock Slide now. But actually, Bulk could have thrown that second Frenzy Plant before exiting that matchup on good timing, before Shiny Dialga was able to get to that Rock Slide, but still now catches the Rock Slide instead on his own Dunsparce. Things are looking pretty good for Bulk so far, but that Malamar is still very healthy on the side of Shiny Dialga.
That's right. Well, it is looking good for Bulk. Yes, there is that Malamar to watch out for, but if you look at that very final third matchup that we're probably going to see in just a little bit, Shiny Dialga's got an Azumarill, and I think Bulk is running Sludge Bomb on the Clodsire. Nice reaction from Bulk here to throw the Drill Run. I'm not sure if the Switch Clock is quite going to be up yet, and this isn't going to do a ton of damage, so going to have to make some decisions in terms of how you want to finish off the Malamar. Actually, quick swap into Superior from the Aerial Ace. This is going to do enough to knock out, but now, you know, it's always dangerous when you lock in a low health Pokemon, right? Because now you might just get farmed down.
Yeah, I don't know that you can actually Psywave down here. I think that you can get to another Aerial Ace. It's going to be very close here. Let's see, comes down to the last second, and Superior goes down. This is huge for Shiny Dialga.
Yeah, now you have all of this energy. Of course, Clodsire, pretty bulky, so, you know, once the pressure from the Psywave is a little bit reduced, it's not the end of the world. Actually comes in with Dunsparce, and Shiny Dialga does see the typing, able to throw the superpower here, and Bulk actually choosing to let it go.
Well, Switch Clock is up now, so you can actually swap out and bank that superpower to maybe throw a little bit later in the matchup. I think actually we'll still be able to reach a foul play if given the opportunity as well. This is not a good matchup for the Azumarill, though, and shields are down. This is why so many trainers are opting to run Sludge Bomb instead of Stone Edge, is because of the presence of Azumarill everywhere.
You do get to Sludge Bomb just a little bit faster than Stone Edge as well. Ice Beam coming through here, and I think if you're Bulk, you're probably thinking that this is looking pretty good. You can overfarm here maybe. All you need to do to take out this Azumarill is get to a Sludge Bomb. Looks like he might actually be saving the shield for a potential Drill Run, I think, from the Dunsparce.
Yeah, there's the opportunity for Drill Run, maybe foul play as well. Doesn't hurt to shield an Ice Beam, but a lot of different options now for Bulk. This will be enough to knock out. A little bit of an overfarm as well. I think that he can probably Poison Sting down the majority of these Pokemon. Actually, he gets one more Poison Sting, which will get him even closer to that next Sludge Bomb. All right, foul play is loaded and ready to go. I think you have to use your Protect Shield at this point, but is a Drill Run loaded?
Not sure, we're gonna have to see. I think, like you said, Bulk just really wants to fast attack both of these Pokemon down, but actually Shiny Dialga barely not able to get to that Drill Run.
You know, that little bit of overfarm that Bulk was able to get versus that Azumarill allowed him to get to this Sludge Bomb here, which if you didn't have that charge attack, it actually would have reached that Drill Run. So great play from Bulk. Clodsire able to sweep the entire team there for Shiny Dialga, and game number 1 does go to Bulk 88.
Yeah, I have to say, it was looking a little bit scary for Bulk in terms of the position he was in, right? Let the Superior get farmed down. Shiny Dialga basically comes out with the Malamar, but Bulk did have a shield advantage, and also the team composition at the end there with the Clodsire on the Azumarill, so was still able to take that game.
Well, I'm looking forward to game number 2 already. Both of these trainers, I think, have a very balanced team, and Malamar has been incredibly fun to watch so far. I think that there's just, when you look at the matchups, there's so many different outcomes that can happen in a Malamar matchup, depending on which charge attacks are thrown, depending on whether you can fully Psywave down. In fact, we saw this in game number 1, that after that Superior had swapped out, it came back in a little bit later in the matchup, and Malamar did farm it all the way down, that we can actually see right here, so.
Yeah, that's right. It looks like the Superior barely doesn't make that Aerial Ace. It comes down to, I think, maybe just a 1-turn margin there. So a little bit unfortunate in the moment, but of course Bulk was able to turn it around. And I kind of like the way that he preserved the Superior's energy. Taking a look at Shiny Dialga's team on the bottom left there. Other than the Mandibuzz, Frenzy Plant really just hits everything for a lot of neutral or super effective damage.
It's pretty interesting looking at these Dunsparces as well, because Dunsparce, number one pick that we're seeing here in day number 1, and pretty safe on both sides, able to hit super effective versus a lot of these Pokemon. But one of the Pokemon that it doesn't take super effective damage from, it doesn't deal super effective damage from, but it is the Superior, which really any scenario where you're just forced to throw Rock Slide, which was recently nerfed, is typically a bad situation for you. So that's why Superior works so nicely into that Dunsparce. But here we go. We're going to be having Azumarill into the Clodsire. A quick swap out for Shiny Dialga, brings in his Dunsparce. It's going to be met, just like we said, with that Superior.
It's looking good for Bulk. These are still some of the same matchups that we saw last game as well. Clodsire on Azumarill and Superior on Dunsparce, and this is just a little bit different, right? Before we said that Shiny Dialga had brought his Dunsparce into an incredibly chipped Superior, but in this case, now it's a full health Superior, and it's going to be able to, I think, pretty much leave this matchup with a full Frenzy Plant if it wants to.
Shiny Dialga, I think over 100 energy at this point after that last rollout. Throws the Rock Slide, will be able to throw on good timing as well, but Bulk has the next charge attack ready to go. And just look at that by Bulk. He's able to get to the second Frenzy Plant before Shiny Dialga is able to throw his Rock Slide. You really don't want to exit that matchup just without doing really any dent whatsoever into that Superior.
Rock Slide coming through here, I mean, it's always a difficult decision to shield during a disadvantageous matchup like this, because look at this, if you're Bulk, right, you still have a decent amount of health. You can shield here if you want to maintain switch advantage. That's exactly what he does, and I think you can still overfarm a little bit as well.
This may set up a bubble down, perhaps, where if this Azumarill is able to get ahead on energy, that it could unleash some Ice Beams, but I don't know that you're going to be able to get a bubble down at this range. You might need to instead go for this Psy Wave down. It's not really a great spot for Shiny Dialga. There's a lot of challenges that you're going to be facing here.
It's a pretty uncomfortable position, and I don't even know if you can get the Psy Wave down before. Okay, actually doesn't make the Frenzy Plant, but does make the Aerial Ace here. Shiny Dialga counting perfectly, knows it's just the Aerial Ace, lets it go, still committing to the Psy Wave down, and actually the Malamar has pretty decent matchup into both the Clodsire and the Dunsparce, so there's still some play here.
Well, you know the full team at this point for Shiny Dialga as Bulk, so you can actually bring in your Dunsparce knowing that it's a bad matchup, simply to just be a sponge for all of this energy and all this damage coming from Shiny Dialga. You know that Clodsire is going to be your MVP, and you're going to have to debuff yourself as that Malamar, which now makes this Clodsire a bit more attractive. With this energy advantage, you have a great matchup into this Azumarill. I think Shiny Dialga's thinking to himself, okay, this is the perfect opportunity for me to exit this matchup with a Malamar. I'm not going to be able to sweep with Malamar right now, but maybe at the end game, I can do that, maybe with a Psy Wave down versus that Clodsire.
I like the play from Bulk too. Typically, you don't see people bringing Clodsire into Malamar, but once the Malamar is, lower health, has debuffed itself with the superpower, it's not too bad. Bulk is shielding up the Ice Beam here, like you said, knowing that Clodsire is going to be the MVP, and that is going to be the heaviest damage dealing move at the end here.
Okay, well, let's evaluate the situation here. Shiny Dialga does have the Ice Beam stored, and he needs to get damage somehow into that Clodsire. Do you just throw right away? Both trainers have the move stored, and no! Shiny Dialga wants to throw on good timing, but is therefore unable to unleash his Ice Beam. I think this is going to be enough to knock out, so can you hang on with 1 HP? Let's see! No, down goes the Azumarill. You need to Psy Wave all the way down, but Bulk is very quickly about to reach the Sludge Bomb.
Well, actually, I think if this Clodsire was just a little bit lower, potentially could foul play here and superpower the Dunsparce, but I don't think this is going to be enough to take it out, and Bulk already pretty much has the Sludge Bomb loaded here.
Yeah, unfortunately there, one charge attack just is not going to knock out. You need to either put it on 1 HP that you can maybe get that last final Psy Wave, but you needed to get to 2 charge attacks versus the Clodsire, and then a 3rd charge attack to knock out the Dunsparce as well. Just too much for Malamar to do there, and game number 2 will be going to Bulk there, a clean 2-0 series sweep.
Yeah, I felt like the alignment was really just on Bulk's side in both of those games, right? It was able to get the Sludge Bomb Clodsire, again, critical that it's not Stone Edge here, onto the Azumarill in both games. Also, a little bit of time with Superior onto Dunsparce, so, maybe it's some nice team reads by Bulk, as well as some pretty good gameplay on both sides.
Clodsire, like you said, so I think Stone Edge is what everyone was running right at the beginning of the season, but people have quickly pivoted off that. Maybe Azumarill is going to be that Pokemon that is causing that, but like you said, I think pacing is such a challenge for Clodsire. Earthquake takes 8 Poison Stings, then 7 Poison Stings to be reached. Stone Edge is going to be 7, then 6. Sludge Bomb, you actually get there 6, 6, 5. So it's going to be that lowest energy charge attack, allows for some baiting and more flexibility in general.
That's right. All right, taking a look back at that series again, this is, I think, the moment from game 1 where Bulk is able to catch the Rock Slide onto his own Dunsparce and making Shiny Dialga use the energy just a little bit less efficiency. Big farm down there from Shiny Dialga's Malamar, but unfortunately doesn't really, isn't quite enough, let's say, because the end of this game was really, really close.
Yeah, but we actually saw some really good Malamar play there from Shiny Dialga in game number 1 and game number 2, but it just felt like both games Malamar needed to do too much and kept finding himself in tough situations with the remainder of his Pokemon. I think that he never really got to get his Dunsparce aligned where he wanted it.
Exactly. I think the Superior actually from Bulk was just a little bit too strong. strong both games. It's not like it's like an incredibly dominant matchup against Malamar, for example, but if you look at the Pokemon that were being brought, right, it was Azumarill, Malamar, Dunsparce, and Serperior just has such an incredible matchup. So, you know, maybe Shiny Dialga wasn't getting the alignment he needed, maybe needed to make a call and bring the Mandibuzz, but I think a little bit of a tough team of 6 for Shiny Dialga there.
Well, we're seeing Serperior having a lot of success, it seems like. It worked for Arrow pretty well, although he was running Leaf Tornado rather than Aerial Ace. We saw a lot of success here for Bulk as well. Chestnut, like we said, while it does operate similarly in that it can do quite nicely versus the Waters, versus even better versus Dunsparce due to its fighting subtyping as well, Serperior seems to be coming out on top right now, and no shock that we saw it on the top half of our day 1 usage graphic. I think it was in position number 6.
I think that's right, and you know, Chestnut maybe has some niche play depending on exactly the team of 6 that you bring, but I mean, Frenzy Plant is going to be pretty strong regardless. Chestnut also does hit a little bit harder, maybe a little bit of a better matchup with Shields Up against some of those Dark Flying types as well. So I think both have some niche play, but maybe in terms of these general matchups, Serperior might just be a little bit better.
Well said, Soph. Well, let's get the perspective from Bulk himself. He's standing by with 2-0 Butters.
All right, thanks so much, Jim. I'm joined by Bulk, who just had a pretty dominant 2-0 with Clodsire, which is actually a Pokemon we haven't seen a ton of, making it to day number 2. It was number 2 in usage, day number 1, but everyone's running Toxapex, Shadow Drapion. Are they sleeping on the Clodsire, Bulk?
I think they are. Clodsire is still great. It beats Toxapex, beats Drapion. It's great into Azu, and I've seen a lot of Pangoro and Shadow Machamp out there, and Sludge Bomb Clodsire is pretty great into those too.
And especially against all these other poison types, it's probably quite nice to have a poison type that beats all the other poison types. Is that right?
Exactly. The ground coverage is super valuable.
Yeah. And you're a trainer that usually comes on hot at the end of the season. We always see you like when you won the Milwaukee Regional towards the end of the season. But now you're here at the beginning on this winter side of the bracket. How are you feeling going into the start of this 2025 season?
I'm feeling pretty good. I built this team a while ago when the new meta first dropped, and I was really excited to see Kazim win with a very similar team, just a different flyer. I think it has a lot of potential.
And how do you think your team is going to match up if you do get into day 2 with all those other poison types and all the stuff that you've seen make day 2 so far?
I'm pretty confident with this against anything.
All right, well, congratulations once again to Bulk. Let's head back to Sophia. Oh, wait, actually, no, hold on. Something spooky is happening. We're actually going to go to some spooky Pokemon action, I believe.
GG, man.
Yeah. There wasn't. I think I just didn't have an answer for Drapion.
I was just super safe.
Good luck.
Good luck, man.
Let's get it.
Good to know that CMP.
Dude, there's no way you thought you might win that CMP.
I don't know that CMP, dude. Yes.
Yes! Dude, you were supposed to bring the serve, bro.
I'm gonna throw the Aqua Tail, okay?
That's fine.
Great games, man.
Yeah.
Those
I mean,
were
I kind
fun.
of like had to take a risk. I'm like, I'm either gonna bring the Chestnut and he's gonna have the Serp, which would be kind of annoying, or GG. Good game. GG. Good games.
This frightful, malevolent spirit can glide through walls, appearing wherever it likes. According to rumor, victims of a haunter's lick will wither to death, day by day. If you get a feeling of being watched in darkness, when nobody is around, Haunter is there.
Aloha, Pokemon trainers! This is Will Dunphy. The 2024 World Championships took our breath away. Let's take a look back at the epic competition in Hawaii. Trainers from across the globe touched down on Oahu's sun-kissed sands, ready to battle it out for the title of Pokemon Go World Champion. Inadequance displayed incredible skill and resilience with his signature core of Wigglytuff and Giratina origin form.
Inadequate says no, no, no!
While Yakai sliced through the winner's bracket with his Skarmory.
Skarmory fires off the Sky Attack, looking for the Steel Wing down.
Fans cheered as Marto Galde and his Whimsicott charmed spectators both far and wide.
Marto making trophy moves!
After an incredible day 2 of heart-stopping battles, only 2 trainers remained standing. On Championship Sunday, the Hong Kong hero Yakai took to the stage, met by the do-it-all Dutchman Inadequance. Our 2024 Grand Finals were officially underway. In Game 1, Yakai Skarmory caught Inadequence's Wigglytuff out of position, giving Yakai the momentum that he needed to turn the tide of the battle. In Game 2, Yakai made a thrilling swap into his Charjabug, clearing the way for his Skarmory to fire the Brave Bird and claim a Game 2 victory. In Game 3, Inadequence's Poliwrath toppled Yakai's Skarmory, and he gained additional ground by pivoting to Clodsire. Yakai eventually succumbed to Wigglytuff, giving Inadequence his first win of the series. In Game 4, Inadequence would send his Skarmory to face Yakai's Skarmory, and that choice would eventually align Giratina Origin Form against Lickitung, giving Yakai his decisive victory in the Grand Finals.
And it's official! Congratulations to Yakai as your 2024 Pokemon Go World Champion!
Yakai became our Pokemon Go World Champion, a storybook ending for his 2024 season. A brand new chapter of the Championship Series is set to begin. Write your own Championship Series story by going to Pokemon.com/compete, and we'll see you on Victory Road.
There's never been a better time to get started with PvP in Pokemon Go. I'm Zionic, and today I'm gonna guide you through how to get started. Let's start with where you can PvP. Simply head into the game menu, and at the top right, you'll see a battle option. Here you will find the Go Battle League, an online matchmaking game feature with a blind 3 format. Before going into Go Battle League, you'll be presented with 2 options, a free basic rewards path and a premium rewards path, which requires a premium battle pass to enter. These reward paths represent a series of 5 battles, also known as a set. The more battles you win, the more rewards you will receive from that set. You are limited to 5 sets per day, which is 25 battles in total, and during special events like Go Battle Day, you can do up to 20 cents per day, which is 100 battles. As you compete in Go Battle League, you'll begin to unlock new ranks. These ranks unlock rewards such as catch encounters, cosmetics, elite TMs, and even a chance at a legendary Pokemon. Ranks 1 to 20 are progression based, meaning each time you win, it'll contribute to your overall journey to rank 20. Once rank 20 is unlocked, you will be measured through an ELO rating system, the highest rank being Legend, which is 3000 rating. Each positive set with 3 or more wins will increase your ELO rating. Each negative set with 2 or less wins will lower your ELO rating. Go Battle League also operates through seasons. These seasons rotate roughly every 3 months while providing weekly or bi-weekly leagues and specialty cups to compete in. These leagues are typically divided through the Great League, Ultra League, and Master League, which all have different metagames. While Go Battle League may be a different format to the Pokemon Go Championship, it's by far the best way to practice and learn the fine details of PvP to prepare you for a tournament you'd like to compete in. The Pokemon Go Championship is hosted in the Great League, which provides a wider variety of potential Pokemon to use in competition because of the lower level threshold for battle. These tournaments also provide a fantastic look at some of the top performing Pokemon in the Great League, giving you goals to work towards as you look to build your PvP roster. Speaking of building your PvP roster, here's some tips and tricks that you can use to quickly add powerful Pokemon to your team. Firstly, you'll want to do your best to know about the current events in Pokemon Go. They are by far the easiest and most effective way to gather Pokemon and resources you will need to build your teams. You can stay up to date on all the events and seasonal information from the Pokemon Go website. You'll also want to play during dense spawn events, such as Community Day and Spotlight Hour. They can sometimes provide incredibly strong Pokemon that you might need for PvP. You'll also want to take advantage of the Mega Evolution system to increase the candy and XL candy that you can get for the Pokemon you are looking to build. Raids are also a great resource for getting Pokemon that you need on your team. They rotate with the events and can provide key resources such as TMs. Trust me, once you dive into PvP, you'll begin to use a lot of TMs. 3-star raids provide a guaranteed TM reward, so look to leverage that if you're running low. They can be done in most cases solo and with a free raid pass. Finally, and what might be the most important tip, is to trade with your community. Pokemon that you may have missed, such as Swampert Community Day, might just be in the storage of your local community members. As a battler myself, I always hold on to multiple key PvP Pokemon that new players might need for their roster, so don't be afraid to ask around if there's a Pokemon that you are looking for. I hope this guide was helpful to get you started on your PvP journey. Thanks for tuning in. See ya!
Welcome back back to Louisville. This is our second North American regional of the 2025 season. We've already had some trainers make it on to day number 2 and get top cut. We're looking for those final trainers. We have some more brackets to go, some more winners finals, some more losers finals. I'm Tua Butters, joined by Kayla Pang.
Yeah, the battles have been incredible, and I really have no idea how some of these teams are going to look, because you know, the really wild teams are succeeding as well, but so are the really meta teams too. And it seems like this meta is developing from tournament to tournament.
Yeah, and something like a Clodsire that you're almost never seeing in these winners finals anymore is making it through. So maybe that could be strong in day number 2. But we got another trainer that's coming up next that is used to this meta, has already done really well in this meta, and that is Elam. He was 3rd place in Baltimore, running a pretty meta team, actually running a Gastrodon in Baltimore. This time does not bring that Gastrodon, does not bring Cresselia either, and that's actually one Pokemon I wanted to talk about, because Cresselia has won 3 out of 4 of the tournament so far.
Well, yeah, well, I was going to say, notably too, he dropped the Galarian Moltres. Yeah. And back then, you know, I think he was one of the first people to run Galarian Moltres. Actually, the first person to do so well with it. He got 3rd place at Baltimore with Galarian Moltres too. So before, you know, we saw the Dortmund regional finals, he was the highest placing person to ever run Galarian Moltres. But just chose to drop it for that potential MVP pick Malamar here. But he is going against Battle Bill for this upcoming match. And of course, Elam has a number of accomplishments under his name, but Battle Bill is no stranger to this stage as well. No stranger to this meta either. He was at the Baltimore Regional, didn't finish 3rd place, but did finish 17th, one off from that top cut himself, and he's definitely taken out quite a few notable trainers along his PvP journey. So even though Elam might be the more decorated player on stage, he is not against an easy opponent by any means.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough matchup for both trainers. I believe this is winners round 3, because we do stagger some brackets. So this bracket has started, H has started a little later, so they are in round 3 right now. So the winner of this will be in the winners semifinals and just 2 victories away from day number 2. And of course, Elam brought the Cresselia, brought the Moltres into Baltimore, got 3rd place. That's a pretty awesome showing, but completely changed his team here in this next tournament not too long after, which you usually don't see in a meta. When something works for a trainer, they usually bring it again the next time, but that is just because his meta is shifting so much. And now both these trainers are actually bringing the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, a Pokemon we really haven't seen. We've seen Alolan Sandslash, but not the Shadow version.
Yeah, can you break it down to me why some people are bringing non-Shadow more these days, despite the fact that these two are not?
Yeah, because you can take a Fire Punch from a Diggersby, you can beat Toxapex down shields, there's a lot of playability, you can counter swap Drapion, but the Shadow may have some more fighting power here, and you're going to need it. And actually, look at this. I don't know. Actually, this Malamar is chunking with the Psy Waves, because if you have the attack breakpoint with Malamar, you don't get the 2 charge attacks if you're Toxapex. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, and Battle Bill going straight away for the Sludge Wave. We see a quick shield from Elam, a good shield from Elam to protect that from that hard-hitting damage. You can see Elam building up to 2 foul plays at this point in time. The good part about Toxapex is that in a lot of matchups, even if it's a losing matchup like this one, it can still typically grab a shield off of the opponent and give you that shield advantage. And in comes the Talonflame Say Swap, met by the Feraligatr, but this is actually a non-Shadow Feraligatr, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, this is a little dicey, but it's way better to be non-Shadow Feraligatr in this matchup, because maybe you can take a fly, because the Shadow Feraligatr definitely can't take a fly, but now if you get paced to the double fly, actually going for a huge play here. This is absolutely huge for Battle Bill. He got the Brave Bird through on the Feraligatr. Feraligatr can't take that. That's a 1-hit knockout.
And here comes the Malamar trying to do what he can here. At this point in time, I think this foul play should KO, because this Talonflame is debuffed from that Brave Bird, and it is going to go down. Now we got Shadow Alolan Sandslash on the back for both players, but Elam has a Malamar still with energy. Can Battle Bill potentially catch or something? Let's see what happens. No, it's going to throw a superpower right here. Super effective. You got to shield this.
Is he trying to call it? Oh.
Would have been a bold call.
Yeah, that would have definitely been a one-hit knockout. And here comes the Sand Slash. Now, your only saving grace is to somehow swap on a drill run. Is one drill run pretty much going to knock out in the Great League Shadow versus Shadow? I think so. I think Battle Bill, his chance to be back in the game all comes down to, can he swap on this drill run? Is he going to try to go for it? Looks like they're all over farming and doesn't go for it. Is this going to be a knockout?
I don't think it's enough to knock out, but it does put it quite low. I think the thing is, you typically used to see Shadow Call variants. Oh, just
it's a knockout.
It's a knockout. Okay, I stand corrected. And here comes the Alone Sand Slash, is able to clean up here too. Maybe I'm remembering some Ultra League matchups instead, but typically speaking, you know, with the Shadow Call variant, it should be enough knockout because the Shadow Call damage is neutral, whereas the double resistant Powder Snow in that mirror matchup is not a lot of damage. Actually, probably just 1 damage a piece.
What a heavyweight matchup right there. Both trainers throwing big punches with the Brave Bird and then with the drill run, having the shield a superpower, which would have been double super effective to knock out as well. It was crazy. I felt like Elam was behind in one way because he let that Brave Bird go, but then instantly the Malamar just comes in, finishes off the Talonflame, and then you just get the shield with the Malamar as well. Malamar, the MVP for Elam in that game, and I think the MVP in Pokemon Go PvP right now.
Yeah, and I think I really like Elam's no shield call there because he's looking at the roster of Battle Bill and he says, you know what? As long as my Malamar takes out this Talonflame, a shield advantage, Alone Sand Slash on the back end of this matchup is going to win me almost every match, right? Azuma's a little bit dicey, but outside of that, it has positive matchups against everything else, and so I think that's what he was banking on, even having not seen Battle Bill's third Pokemon.
No, that's a great point. There really isn't an answer besides the Talonflame on Battle Bill's team. Shadow Lone Sand Slash is really good in this matchup for Elam. I feel like it's pretty good for Battle Bill as well. But you do have the Feraligatr to be pretty strong against that Powder Snow, Shadow Lone Sand Slash. So you do have some play with the Malamar Feraligatr core. I feel like you're kind of forced into that, which then makes it difficult for Battle Bill to keep bringing Talonflame into this matchup, which is your only Shadow Lone Sand Slash answer.
Yeah, and he still ended up bringing it too. In that game, but unfortunately just didn't get it lined up in the right way. But going into game number 2 here, it's going to be the Shadow Drapion into the Azumarill. Again, kind of an uncomfortable matchup for both players here, but early debuff can really make things more comfortable for this Drapion.
And alignment really matters in this game because Battle Bill has the Talonflame in the back, and you want to match that up not against the Feraligatr, excuse me, in the back line of Elam here. And was that a defense drop? Yes, it was a defense drop as well in the first crunch of the game.
Yeah, very early defense drop is going to pay dividends to Elam and this Shadow Drapion. Let's see what he's going to do here. Can he get more off of this? I mean, just look at the Poison Sting damage adding up, right? I think after this crunch, he'll probably be in Poison Sting range. Might have to shield again or just tank the move, or might just go for the Aqua Tail here before the move is reached. And excellent timing here from Elam, throwing out Charge Attack priority, really making the most out of this matchup. I think in Battle Bill Shields here, it might be valuable because able to get off the play route.
How much health does
it's
have?
more than
No,
1
it's
HP.
more than 1.
Yeah, I think it's 2 or 3, but now it is closing in on just 1 Poison Sting for sure. Do we see the double shield from Elam? Yes, he shields here too. And I think he recognizes the value, and you see the quick pivot from Battle Bill.
But this doesn't knock out though, because the normal Hydro Cannon knocks out. Does this one? I feel like it probably has to. Here is the shield. You probably want to give it up here. You do give up the shield, but Elam has no shields. You can Brave Bird and get the knockout before the next Hydro Cannon is available.
Yeah, I would like to see a little bit of an overfarm from Battle Bill. He does get the extra Incinerate, which I think is pretty solid for him here. And this Brave Bird should KO the non-Shadow Feraligatr. Does KO it, but the Drapion still has energy, and it is going to get to the Aqua Tail.
You just need 1 Aqua Tail to knock out. It is debuffed here. It's just ridiculous how good Shadow Drapion is.
Wait, Shadow Lone Sand Slash in the back for the Superior?
Oh, wait a second. Suddenly, though, Battle Bill is not out of the game because you can get the Powder Snow down, and you just have to take an Aqua Tail here. Didn't even try to go for the crunch. Just trying to throw the Aqua Tail, get back to the timer. But can this Aqua Tail get this Shadow Lone Sand Slash in range of the Frenzy Plant? That is your goal if you're Elam.
Yeah, you see Elam shaking his head a little bit, not really liking the scenario he's in right now. I wonder if going for the Aqua Tail is going to punish him here or not, or he needed the crunch. Let's see, Battle Bill is closing in on the next move, and I mean, I think maybe it was the right play because Battle Bill would have got more energy if he went for the crunch. This Frenzy Plant is
Can he do it? Can Elam knock out? No!
Not able to do it. However, wait, this is not over. The Drapion still has a little bit of health. Can you get the Poison Sting down? It is resisted, but is a Shadow Lone Sand Slash.
How much
and
health?
Poison
How
Sting
much
with
health does
up
he
there.
have? He has a
Wait.
decent amount. Can he get the Poison Sting? One more Poison Sting. No, the Powder Snow does more damage there against the resistant Poison Sting, and Battle Bill is able to tie up this series.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the Talonflame has put in some work, right? Especially with that Brave Bird combination. Doesn't even matter that for Alligator's not the Shadow variant. It's still doing quite a bit. I mean, I think if it was Shadow, then it'd be a little bit easier for him because he has to go for Brave Bird every time. But the Brave Bird's been coming in clutch for Battle Bill and his Talonflame.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I feel like he's always up a shield with the Talonflame as well, or is up some energy. He keeps pivoting into it, which has been in his favor, and he keeps landing the Brave Bird. But then once he defends himself,
yeah, he just gets
destroyed afterwards by a Malamar or a Shadow Drapion. So going into game number 3, you have to think that this Talonflame is coming again, and if you can either get that shield advantage, do the same thing, but maybe you try to pivot out so you can't just Brave Bird and then just get knocked out again by Elam. But Elam's playing it smart. He's constantly bringing double water into these matchups, making it really uncomfortable for the Talonflame.
Yeah, I actually really like Battle Bill's gameplay there, where after he lost that lead, he aggressively swapped to Talonflame, not even letting the Drapion farm down, because he's like, you know what, if you come in for Alligator, I'd rather have it on the Talonflame than the Lone Sand Slash anyway, right? It's a worse matchup for the Lone Sand Slash than it would be for the Talonflame. So he draws out exactly what he wants and frees up this Lone Sand Slash in the back end. And yeah, finding a really good pick on the Superior and able to finish off the Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, and are we going to see a Superior from Battle Bill in this game? Because Elam keeps showing double water. Maybe you keep the Superior in the back line because for Alligator is such a force. One of the few trainers actually running the normal for Alligator. Even Elam ran the Shadow for Alligator in Baltimore where he was 3rd place. But now bringing the normal type into this meta, I don't know if there is a significant reason for that, but it is interesting seeing it have a little more bulk.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure a player as good as Elam has a reason for it, but maybe we'll have a chance to ask him about this after his match. Let's see how it goes, though. It is going to be Shadow Drapion into the... Oh, wait. Okay, counter-swapping in with the Azumarill. Now, this is a situation where the Shadow for Alligator is much better than the non-Shadow. And I think Battle Bill recognizing this, knowing, hey, my Azumarill has a lot more play now in this matchup.
Yeah, but the thing is, I guess you could pivot again, probably. You could take a play rough, throw a bunch of Hydro Cannons, possibly 3 Hydro Cannons, and pivot again, maybe back into the Shadow Drapion, try to get an energy lead against that Shadow Lone Sand Slash. Actually giving up a Protect Shield early against the Azumarill Battle Bill.
And getting this shield advantage for Battle Bill will be pretty nice for him because that Talonflame doesn't have a lot of clear answers in back. It definitely doesn't want to be matched up against Azumarill, so even if he wins Switch Man, it's not necessarily the best. And also, it takes a decent amount of damage from the Aqua Tail and the Poison Sting spam from that Shadow Drapion. So even if Battle Bill ends up losing this matchup, it is not really the end of the world. Let's see if he recognizes that or not, because the Alligator is the main answer to this Shadow Lone Sand Slash. Just like how it was strong for Elam in that first game, it's really strong for Battle Bill in this game as long as you avoid this Alligator.
The clunky situation is Battle Bill doesn't have a good way to farm this down. All of his fast attacks are resisted. Bubble, Powder Snow, or Incinerate. So you do land that Hydro Cannon and you get the Shadow Claw down. What do you come in here with? Do you try to go for the Incinerate down? You're probably going to have to take 2 Hydro Cannons. So do you just sack the Shadow Lone Sand Slash? But there's the Azumarill in the back. This is actually so difficult for Battle Bill right now.
Yeah, he goes for the Incinerate down, which is going to be interesting for sure. But this energy could be pretty valuable for Battle Bill. He is definitely caught in a really tough position here. Let's see if he goes for a catch. No, doesn't go for the catch, just goes straight for the farm down. He is going to shield up too. I like the shields because nothing else is going to hit harder than a Hydro Cannon from the side of Elam. So he knows that this shield is valuable and is well spent. Now this is where it gets weird, right? So
actually brings Shadow Drapion and decides to come in here because he thinks he can maybe shield once and then double Aqua Tail, but this actually gives a lot more playability for Battle Bill because now he got the shield. He can swap into a Shadow Lone Sand Slash, and in this matchup is fine, but you do have the Powder Snow. So I feel like Azumarill does slightly come out on top in the 0 Protect Shield situation against the Powder Snow, but it's going to be close.
It is going to be close for sure. Battle Bill is going to need a Brave Bird for that Drapion in the back to take it out, but let's see what this is going to play out like because you have resisted Powder Snows, but you also have resisted Play Rough and Ice Beam on the side of the Azumarill. So this matchup is not comfortable for either Pokemon.
The thing is, I don't think you want to win this matchup. you want to lose this matchup for both trainers because you want to be able to farm down to get an energy advantage.
I think it's more important for Elam how this one plays out. For Battle Bill, it doesn't matter as much because if he takes out this Azuma, he can just swap straight to the Talonflame, go for the Brave Bird, tank Aqua Tail, no problem. Looks like that's exactly what's going to happen here, and Elam doesn't like this at all. He still has to finish this off. He can't point sting this
But
down.
the timer's up. You can get out. You can get out. To Talonflame actually doesn't get out though. Is staying in. Now he can take the double weight. This gives so much opportunity for Elam. Elam just needs a triple Aqua Tail.
Yeah.
If he counts correctly, I think he can get to 4 more poison stings and then triple Aqua Tail. Does he go for it? No, he can't. He only can do 2 more. So now it's gonna be a race between the Shadow Alolan Sandslash and the Drapion. Does Shadow Alolan Sandslash need the drill run? Can the Ice Punch be enough? They're gonna race in the end game. Oh, Drapion is gonna outface though.
Wow, Elam going to clutch it in the end on the Shadow Drapion. It didn't look like it was going to be his game to win, but he was able to do it. I think if Battle Bill swapped a little faster to the Talonflame, it could be a different story, but it looked like he hesitated a little bit there in that situation, and Elam taking advantage of that.
Yeah, he was trying to force energy out of the Shadow Drapion, but Elam, such a talented battler, knows that he didn't have to give up that energy yet. So he banks all that energy, saves it, and Battle Bill is expecting maybe he'll Aqua Tail to just knock me out, and then I can get to that Fly or Brave Bird. But the better play is just swap immediately, take an Aqua Tail, and then hopefully get to that Brave Bird before the double Aqua Tail to secure the victory. But well played by Elam to take that 2-1.
I mean, we talked about how strong Malmar is in today's tournament, but I feel like Shadow Drapion is just on a whole nother level as well, especially with these talented trainers like Elam that know how to maximize and get as much energy you can squeeze out as possible. The pacing to the Aqua Tail to the crunch is so fast. Even in matchups where all those moves are resisted like a Azumarill, it still has so much utility.
And how about the play in that third game to come in with the Drapion in the Talonflame? I feel like almost every trainer would come in with the Azumarill, try to soak that energy and do super effective bubbles and keep that Drapion in the back. But maybe Elam was expecting that Shadow Alolan Sandslash in the back, so knowing that he's going to need some sort of energy advantage versus that, comes in versus the Talonflame, uses his last Protect Shield of the game, and able to close it out with that energy that you mentioned.
Yeah, actually, he knew it was a Shadow Alolan Sandslash was in the lead, right?
Oh,
so,
true, yeah.
So looking back on it, like, I'm still very curious about that play, but it ended up working out really well for him. So maybe a very calculated play on his end. He obviously knew what was in the back at that point in time, but I think most trainers, myself included, would just come in. I probably still would in hindsight, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you need to do to make it to day number 2, and Elam is just one step closer. That was round number 3, so I believe he's going to be in the winner's semifinals now. Battle Bill is not out of it yet. He will be on that loser's side of the bracket. Really impressive performance by both trainers. I love the Talonflame play by Battle Bill. The Shadow Alolan Sandslash, which we really haven't seen at all in this meta. It's all been the normal Alolan Sandslash ever since Marto Gaude won the special event in Lima.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I'm very curious to hear Elam's thoughts on that match, so let's head over to Soph, who's interviewing him right now.
Thank you so much. I'm here on the floor with Elam after he just won winners round 3 here in Louisville. Elam, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Excited for the next couple rounds.
Okay, great. I mean, we all saw you do extremely well in Baltimore just a couple of weeks ago, 3rd place there. What kind of adjustments did you make going into this tournament?
I had to think a lot after that Baltimore run because I was running the Moltres, but my team was very weak to Chestnut. I had to think of other stuff. I really like A-Slash, so I took this team from a friend of mine, so it's been going well so far.
That's good. Well, you mentioned you took the team from a friend of yours. Is there any other preparation that you did for this tournament?
I didn't really do any preparation. I'll be honest, I've been very busy and we just had the hurricane in Florida. Luckily, everything was fine for my family, but yeah, I managed to come here healthy and stuff, but I got 0 prep, so we'll just wing it.
All right, well, it seems like winging it is going pretty well for you so far. I want to ask a little bit about game 2 just now. I saw you safe swap the Feraligatr, even though it felt like there were 2 hard counters on the other team. What made you feel like that was a viable decision?
Oh, okay, so game 1, I brought the Malamar that did really well against his Toxapex. The Sidewaves were doing a lot of damage. So I wasn't really worried about Toxapex coming anymore after that game 1. That win was way too dominant. And then for Superior, since I have normal Gator, if I'm up in energy, I can just outpace to Ice Beam unless they start baiting me. But it's like an uncomfortable matchup for them. Since I had a very bad lead, I just had to take a risk, and it worked out.
Makes sense. Well, it definitely did work out for you. And we're going to see you in just a little bit in winter semis. But before we get there, is there anyone that you want to shout out who maybe helps you prepare or is supporting you right now?
Shout out to Pranav because that's the person who I stole this team from. And shout out to So for a great interview.
All right. Thank you so much. Casters, back to you.
A great interview indeed. Well, we're glad that Elam was able to join us here after the hurricane. It seemed like, hey, no prep can work out too. So let's see how far he takes it. But yeah, really fantastic stuff from Elam.
Yeah, and completely changing his team, taking it from Pranav and not really preparing with it either and doing so well with it. And he actually mentioned in the interview that he was doing so much damage with that Toxapex, and that is that break point that I was talking about. He decided to build a Malamar with more attack, and so it's going to do enough damage so that Toxapex doesn't get to 2 charge attacks. It doesn't even get to 2 Bryants. It's just insane once you hit that break point, and that's why he said he thought he scared it off while using that Malamar in the lead. So really high-level strategies from how you build your Pokemon and how you utilize that in Championship Series tournament play.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Elam's still on the winner side, so we'll probably see more of him down the road in this tournament. But we have an exciting battle coming up as well. It's going to be Lyle Jeffs versus 6'10 Hero, 2 Canadian trainers, and I believe they're actually locals to each other in the Toronto area, more or less. So I know that they faced off in local tournaments before, and hey, they flew out all the way here just to face off again in Louisville.
Yeah, 2 trainers that are very familiar with each other, and 610 is very familiar with the crazy spice that Lyle brings. Lyle brought a crazy spicy team to Baltimore, and he didn't do as good to his standards because, of course, remember, Lyle Jeffs is a 2-time regional champion last season. He won 2 regionals out of 3 at one point of last season. So he is very used to being in the top cut, and he got 25th in Baltimore with a Shadow Venusaur team and Umbreon on his team. A really unique team. Looks like he's a little more meta here, but does have that Shadow Kanto Marowak.
Definitely. I mean, it's still a little bit spicy here for sure. Lyle Jeffs, no stranger to running different teams from tournament to tournament as well. Running 2 different teams even in his, back-to-back regional champion run. He actually made 3 grand finals last season too. He actually got 2nd place at Pittsburgh last year to Wadaj in that first tournament of the season too. So very impressive season for Lyle Jeffs last season. Definitely looking forward to replicating it here in 2025, and we're going to have to see how that goes. But he is running the Shadow Drapion, Dugong, Malamar, Shadow Marowak, and Azumarill and Toxapex. 6'10 Hero. Oh, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, actually, I was just noticing he was number 7 in Baltimore, actually. 6'10 Hero. They are very familiar with each other from their local scene, but they both also faced in Baltimore. And now this is absolutely devastating for 6'10 Hero, instantly swapping the Shadow Drapion. Oh, wait, how many Poison Stings was that? That might flip the matchup, but you can take 1 Aqua Tail, so Lyle Jeff is going to let that first one go. He's taking a little bit. Maybe not super quick on that Saint Swap Drapion.
But I think the main thing is if he wants to maintain Switch Advantage, he can, right? Because he can just stay in this matchup, and he knows he can't get another Mudslap through, so he's going to throw this. And this is good because he puts the ball in 6'10 Hero's court. If he shields, then he can Master Shield if need be, because he knows, Lyle Jeffs knows that if he has Switch Advantage here, this match is probably over. But let's see how that goes. Shadow Drapion is going to get another Aqua Tail through. If you're 6'10 Hero, you got to at least try to flip for Switch, right? But at this point in time, he knows that there's no way he gets there before the 3rd Aqua Tail's reach at that point. Azumarill's going to get some farm in this matchup, but that farm's not going to go anywhere.
Yeah, it's going to go into a Toxapex, which is the most devastating matchup in the meta right now. And you have the backline of Malamar versus Quagsire, but that is pretty neutral. But the thing is, you also are going to have a lot of your Toxapex as well, up energy, and then swap instantly pivoting into Quagsire, trying to get an energy advantage. And here comes the Malamar to match it, but there's just going to be so much Toxapex left that Quagsire's going to have to get through this matchup and do a huge chunk into Toxapex to have any chance in this game.
Yeah, you're right. That's one way to put it. A lot of Toxapex left indeed. And here we see the move being thrown from Loud Jeffs before the second Aqua Tail is reached. Really great timing from Loud Jeffs. I mean, 610 Hero, you gotta pretty much shield this if you want to try to win, but it is an uphill battle to go. I mean, this is quite the climb that he needs to go for. Loud Jeffs going to shield. I think he gets his superpower before the next Aqua Tail is reached, and that's going to be huge for him.
Yeah, you are going to get to this Aqua Tail here, and actually no, the foul play is available, so it is going to be going into the Shadow Quagsire here. And now, not only is there a full Toxapex, there is this Malamar as well, and doesn't get the knockout, but you get that Aqua Tail. That Aqua Tail is not really going to do anything as a Toxapex anyway. And you know what, Caleb? It's okay, because what, is it 3:25 here in Louisville? And this is probably the first game that we've seen all day that actually was just determined by lead and counter swap. So it's okay. There's going to be one of them, and it happened in this battle.
Yeah, first one we see it on stream at least, but that's still pretty good for this particular meta as well, for any meta standard. And we see Loud Jeffs reach the Sludge Wave, should be enough to KO this Azumarill. There's an Aqua Tail here remaining on the Quagsire, but that's not going to do enough, and Loud Jeffs will take the quick, decisive Game 1 victory.
Yeah, very decisive there. That's a 3-ball flex from a 3-time finalist last season. And of course, 610 Hero or 610 Hero, you kind of just got to throw that out the window. That was just bad alignment. You led the wrong thing. You got counter swapped by the wrong thing. So what other adjustments can you make against that Toxapex Shadow Kanto Marowak core? I'm trying to look on the team. I feel like Cresselia could be quite safe versus that. We do know that it can win the 2 Protect Shields because Trent said that, but Cresselia is hard to play as well because there is the double Dark type on Loud Jeff's team.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to ask you this too, right? What do you think the adjustment 610 Hero makes, but also, more importantly, does he make an adjustment? Yeah. I've been in situations where you hard win the first game, you're thinking there's no way this person's bringing the same team again, and they'll bring the same team that you just hard counter beat them with because they're thinking there's no way they're going to bring the same team back, right? So it's like a mind game within a mind game, but looks like 610 Hero is already locked in for this game as Loud Jeffs decides to figure out a second team here into the team of
You know what I just thought? The best core breaker is actually the Pokemon that didn't really get to do anything, the Shadow Quagsire. That is really good against the Toxapex and the Shadow Kanto Marowak, but unfortunately, the other 2 Pokemon were mispositioned, and Shadow Quagsire didn't get to do anything, but Shadow Quagsire, in general, is really safe against Lyle's team, so I feel like 610 Hero could have maybe even safe-swapped the Shadow Quagsire instead of safe-swapping that Shadow Drapion. That would be a huge adjustment going in this game number 2.
I agree with you. I think Shadow Drapion is one of the strongest safe swaps in the meta, but in this particular situation, that Quagsire actually looks even better. And here we go into game number 2. It's going to be Toxapex into Dunsparce, and definitely a solid matchup for 610 Hero, but the Sludge Wave from the Toxapex still does a decent amount of damage to this Dunsparce. So you know, watch out for it.
These trainers actually almost doubled down. Lyle did double down. He has the exact same 3. 610 Hero has the exact same backline, but instead of the Azumarill in the front, he decided to bring the Dunsparce to try to counter the Toxapex lead.
610 Hero pretty much bringing 3 Pokemon that could beat Toxapex. He's like, I don't want to deal with this Toxapex no more. But Toxapex is very strong, as you can see, throwing that hard-hitting Sludge Wave. And here we see the counter swap. Now this is actually interesting. How does this matchup go, especially because you're a little behind?
Actually,
wait,
no shielding.
taking it.
Yeah, no shielding it, letting it go. This is the same type of attack bonus on the Aqua Tail that did a lot of damage, but there is a good amount of bulk on Shadow Kanto Ninetales. You can't do more damage with Mudshot, which is in Shadow Quagsire's favor right now. You have to take this Bone Club, and it's gonna do a huge chunk here. Wow, can you even get to the Aqua Tail? No, you get outpaced by this Shadow Kanto Marowak. You just lost the zeros versus something that you're supposed to beat. No wonder Trent thinks it's so good.
Yeah, I think Loud Jeffs is trying to say no, Butters. The Shadow Quagsire is not actually a better safe swap, and this is why.
You're gonna poison this thing
my gosh.
This is ridiculous. What a play from 610 Hero. You do get an Aqua Tail worth of energy, but you take about maybe 20% of your health, maybe 18%. Here comes the Malamar, but actually this energy is gonna be quite valuable here. Decides to go for the crunch. I like that play.
Yeah, I like the play too. It puts it in a much more comfortable territory for this Drapion to deal with later. And we actually see the early shield from Loud Jeffs. A lot of people choose not to shield in case you get debuff, but he knows that he can just throw a superpower in this swap. Oh, goes for the resistant foul play. What a move here from Loud Jeffs, and grabs the shield. This allows him to go for another superpower before swapping, instead of throwing the superpower and swapping right away.
and he is out of range of Crunch. So we're going to see if he actually does give up a second Protect Shield here. 610 Hero does go for the Crunch again, and actually gives up both Protect Shields. Thinking, what does Toxapex need a Protect Shield for, right? You don't use Toxapex for Protect Shield. Swapping, trying to catch a Crunch because you got the defense drop, but instead catching a Drill Run from this Dunsparce. The thing is, I don't think this knocks out. Can this Toxapex get the Poison Jab down?
Yeah, you're gonna get to the Brine, but the problem is I don't know.
Dunsparce is loaded.
Yeah, Dunsparce is loaded. NG, I don't know if you really want to win this matchup or not. And actually, going to not throw any energy. He needs energy for this Malamar. He needs to get to back-to-back superpower. Can the Dunsparce get to another move? I don't even think it could. And yeah, no, the sideways is going to take it out. Doesn't even take a rollout worth of energy, which is quite nice.
Oh, double tail is already available though. 610 Heroes just loaded on Shadow Drapion, and we know the double tail is almost good enough for a full health Malamar. It's definitely going to be good enough here, but decides to go for the Crunch because Lyle Jeff does not have enough energy.
Yeah, going for the for sure knockout from 610 Hero, and then also he still had a shield, right? So he knew that was a safe play to go for. So wow, what a great adjustment from 610 Hero. I mean, I guess the solution is just bring 3 things that can beat Toxapex and you'll be good, right? Toxapex has nowhere to go. But honestly, that Shadow Marowak has been putting in work in this matchup, and it's definitely something that I think a lot of people are sleeping on.
Yeah, it's neutrally so strong, right? You would think Shadow Quagsire would be a fantastic matchup against that Shadow Kanto Marowak, but in the zeros, yes, I believe it did get a Mud Slap advantage because I think Lyle pivoted into it, and then it looked like 610 counter swapped into it. So yes, it did have a slight energy advantage, but still, to be able to get through that matchup and do a big chunk into the Drapion as well, that was well done by Shadow Kanto Marowak, but even better adjustment from 610 Hero to make sure you have a lot of playability in this matchup so you can try to move around the edges where you had no opportunity to dance around in game number 1 with terrible alignment.
I mean, we talked about how strong Dunsparce is meta, right? Only walled up by Chestnut with that rock and ground coverage. But at the same on the same tune, you got the Shadow Marowak that has the same coverage as well, ground rock, except you're going to beat Dunsparce in the head-to-head, and that Mud Slap pressure is no joke. I mean, we heard from Trent early, he said, you know, you can even beat Cresselia with 2 shields with just straight Mud Slap and, you know, Bone Club chip damage.
And the typing of that fast attack seems much more valuable in this meta because of how many poison types there are. Look at Lyle's Jeff's team, has double poison types. Look at 610's Hero's team, has double poison types. So the fact that you have that ground type fast attack pressure is so strong, and Trent mentioned how strong the move is in itself. So, I mean, I feel like we're going to see a lot of that Shadow Kanto Marowak in this game number 3, but from 610 Hero, does he try to go a different way? I feel like Cresselia could have some playability, but there is that double dark in the Lyle's Jeff as well. I actually don't understand Cresselia in this meta as much. It does so well, but also seems like it can't do anything.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you're really just trying to win with both matchups or in those water matchups. But here we go. Game number 3 in the winner semis of Gens in Group G. Lao Jess for 610 Hero. And here we have a pretty fairly neutral matchup to start things off.
Yeah, and the thing is, we saw that Malamar is able to win this matchup. So I'm wondering if there ever will be, looks like an early shield, because 610 Hero has a Zoom roll in the back, and he's seen so much Toxapex. I think he wants to go for alignment in this matchup. But Lyle's Jeff sat the Toxapex because there was 3 Toxapex counters in game number 2, so I don't think the alignment's going to matter as much in the back line.
Yeah, Zoom roll lead would have been a big corporate for Lyle Jeff's team, but Lyle Jeff's lucking out there and not actually having that being the first Pokemon for 610 Hero side, and now going to throw up that first shield. Both players on 1 shield apiece, but Lyle Jeff is going to reach his foul play sooner. Let's see what happens here, because the foul play is actually not enough to KO, but 610 Hero is going to spend another shield at this point in time. What do you do if you're Lyle Jeff? Do you just let this go?
And it feels like Quagsire used to outpace everything, but I don't think you can outpace this Malamar. Lyle can't go for it, decides not to, letting it go, but you don't have a nice time trying to finish off this Quagsire. This Quagsire has no health, but you're going to have to come in here and throw your own Aqua Tail and soak an Aqua Tail onto your own Drapion.
I like this play, though, because you know 610 Hero doesn't have any super effective charge attacks, so as long as you come in here, you could be in a good spot. Now, the Toxapex in the backhand doesn't have a lot of places to go, but at the same time, the Zero looks pretty strong for the side of 610 Hero, and I think he's just going to come in with Toxapex and soak up this energy. It's hard to say because the energy is all resistant on the Zoomer as well. If he comes in Zoomer, which is what he does, then it gives Lao just a slight chance of victory.
buckle up. It's going to be the Shadow Kanto Marowak show for Lyle Jeff. He's going to throw this crunch, and you already need to get out of here. You need to unleash the Marowak, unleash the club. Here it is. And the thing is, you aren't going to be able to reach enough damage. You need to be able to get the double Bone Club to knock out this Azumarill before it gets to Ice Beam. How fast is the pacing on Mud Slap?
I think the 6th Heroes play is stay in here. You can't really risk swapping and letting Lau come out with too much energy here. Oh, double Bone Club is reached though. Do we see a potential catch? You can see 6th Hero looking up and he's saying, wait, do I have the counts right? Is he at another one or not?
Does
what do
he
I
go
do
for
here?
It? He's going
he
for
goes
the
for the catch.
He's going for the swap and he gets the catch, but can't he just bank up another one here though? You have time. You have time until this Toxapex gets to a brine. Lyle has time. He almost has his timer. Plus, he can just throw another Bone Club, but it's still going to be hard to take out the Azumarill. The Azumarill has an Ice Beam.
Yeah, I think he has some time, but not enough time, right? Really great timing from Lau, just throwing right before the brine is thrown. Now, you have the Ice Beam on the side of 6th Hero, but
can he
still
catch
the
it?
on the back.
Can he
might
catch
just swap
it on
over
the
to
Drapion? And he waits for the Mud Slap animation, and it goes through, and he's going to be able to throw the Ice Beam. That's super effective and defeat Lyle Jeffs 2-1.
Wait, no, still the Drapion on the back. There's still the Drapion on the back, and it's going to come out there. And Drapion does get to that final Aqua Tail in time here, too. Sorry to interrupt you, Butters, but
perfect.
the Drapion is still there, keeping everyone on their toes here, including 6'10".
Yeah.
And unfortunately, a well-fought game from 6'10" and Lyle Jeffs, but Lyle Jeffs finding the win condition at the very last second.
Wow, well done by Lyle there. I completely forgot about that Shadow Drapion in the back. Can't get bubbled down. It's so fast in the pacing. Gets to the Aqua Tail. Even though that energy is resisted, it doesn't matter. And how about that Toxapex being full health, catching the Bone Club, but just getting knocked out by that Shadow Kanto Marowak. Such a good Toxapex counter. Well done by Lyle to move on in this series.
Yeah, that was a very interesting end game scenario for both players there too, right? Because there wasn't a lot of ways to deal with that Azumarill in the end, but Lau just finding a way around it too with that Shadow Marowak. Man, this Pokemon is just surprising, I think, everyone that's watching and people in this tournament too, because it's not something you prepare for, and it's something that you see in Go Battle League from time to time. Not even that often, even in my opinion, but in the right situations and even the wrong situations, it has a lot of play.
There's not a lot of things that can just get through a Toxapex without the Toxapex even throwing a charge attack. I know it swapped into a Bone Club, but the fact that it was able to Bone Club, Mud Slap, Bone Club, knock out a Toxapex that is so bulky, the damage on that Mud Slap, the damage on that Bone Club, which of course both got better in this season update, that Pokemon is looking really strong in this heavy poison meta.
Yeah, we all thought it was a Lowland form that was going to be good, but this Kanto form is honestly putting in even more work. And, I'm sure some people that are big Marowak fans are finally rejoicing seeing that being a huge part of the meta. That was a winner's semifinals, which means that Lyle Jeffs will be moving forward to the winner's finals, only one series away from making top 8, or top 16, I should say.
Yeah, and bouncing back from his Baltimore performance. And remember, I said before, 6'10" did get top 7 in Baltimore, so he will be on the loser side, but he's done well in this meta so far. He got inches away from defeating Lyle, who's a trainer he's very familiar with, even coming back from that devastating Game 1 loss where he just had no play. But I actually can't wait to hear from Lyle. I hope that we ask about the Shadow Kanto Marowak, because that has been one of the standout performances. Of course, Malamar has been dominant all tournament long, but from Pokemon we weren't expecting, I feel like Shadow Kanto Marowak has to take the throne there.
That's right. Well, let's hear from Lyle Jeffs. I think Jim has him right now.
All right, thank you, Caleb. I am here with Lyle Jeffs, fresh off his victory here. A very close battle that we just saw versus a very talented trainer, 6'10" Hero. Now, that said, Lyle, I want to first ask you, just give me some of your initial impressions from that Game 3 victory.
Yeah, it was a really close game. Basically came down to what he had in the back. I recognized that 2 Bone Clubs were going to KO the Azu. So even if he caught, it was like sort of okay, because I'm going to need to throw energy into the last Mon. But Drapion was just bulky enough to be able to make it to that last second move to KO. So yeah, got a little lucky, but I think I played it pretty smartly as well. So.
Well, Lyle, you're accustomed to playing a vast variety of Pokemon. You've had your sub-block challenge, your auto-rec challenge on your Twitch stream. Has any of those flexibility and just array of Pokemon helped you here and play Pokemon?
Yeah, I think like adapting to any random situations is like really valuable that I've learned from like GBL and my streams. So basically it's helped me a little bit, and I will say it is odd that I'm not able to practice with the team, you know, the Mons that I'm going to be using unless I'm scrimming. But other than that, it's been a lot of fun, and I really appreciate all the support from everybody. So
It's been great seeing you explode on Twitch there for sure. Shadow Kanto Marowak. Tell me a little bit about it. Why do you like it?
get ready. That's all I'm going to say. Marowak is very good pressure into Drapion, which as you can see is really increased. I felt like Gastrodon was a little too RPS in some of the flyers like Mandibuzz and things like that, whereas Marowak is a little bit more flexible there with the Rock Slide coverage. I changed my team yesterday, and I decided, who cares? I'm just going to run this team and see how it goes. And so far, been going really well. So,
what is your favorite part of this new meta here in the 2025 season, Lyle?
I guess my favorite part is Mud Slap. I don't know. It's been going pretty well. Little RPS, but Drapion is really flexible. Even against Azu and things like that, it gives you a lot of play. So that's mainly what I've been using a lot.
All right. Well, Lyle, we'll wrap up here. Final question. Anyone that you want to thank or shout out here on the stream?
Just a big shout out to my girlfriend, Wayne, my friends and family, my brother, Blob, who's here with me, and all the Twitch supporters and followers that have helped me along the way. So really appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Lyle. Casters, back to you.
Lyle said, get ready. That was just a preview of what Shadow Kanto Marowak is capable of. But day number 2, if he gets there, is it's going to look good because there's so many poison types, the Mud Slap pressure, and he did say it can be a little bit alignment dependent, but at least it does have that Rock Slide. So compared to the other Mud Slappers, I feel like that Pokemon is less alignment dependent.
Yeah, that's right. Sending a message to his future opponents and his opponent in the winners finals. Well, we'll see how that plays out. On stage, though, we have 2 incredible trainers coming up. It's going to be Nighttime Clasher versus Snots, both previous Worlds competitors. Nighttime Clasher, the champion of Liverpool from last season, and a number of top cuts. Snots as well, numerous top cuts as well. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Snots was also one of the early Worlds competitors in the seniors division when we had one back in 2022 in London as well.
Yes, and I did see the team earlier from Nighttime Clasher. He's also got a Shadow Kanto Marowak, so Shadow Kanto Marowak is not leaving the stage because it is going to be available on Nighttime Clasher's team. Feels like a great meta read right now. We're going to see how it matches up against Snot's team. There is a flying type, though, on Snot's team, which that Talonflame does look pretty strong, but of course, Nighttime Clasher does have the double water to try to protect that Shadow Kanto Marowak.
Yeah, honestly, the Shadow Kanto Marowak, the hardest matchups is not even the Talonflame, in my opinion. I think it's going to be that Superior. Superior looks super strong into that specific Pokemon. But on the flip side, you got Toxapex, you got Galarian Moltres, you got Ariados, all terrible matchups for the Superior. So the real question is, does Snots feel bold enough to bring it?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, we have seen a down tick in grass types as well, but we have seen some recently with the Superior and the Chestnut. It does give some good pressure to protect against those Mud Slappers, which Snots does need to protect against. I really like how the last pick, or the flex pick from Nighttime Clasher's team, is the Shadow Kanto Marowak, because just like Lyle Jeffs just said, it's so good against the Shadow Drapion. I feel like without this pick, Nighttime Clasher's team would be way too weak against the Shadow Drapion because it has way too much flexibility into everything that Nighttime has. But he can protect his Galarian Moltres by having that Shadow Kanto Marowak. Maybe now he can play a lot more of that Galarian Moltres into this matchup.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how that plays out. Both trainers are locked in for this first game in the winners semifinals of Group F. And it's going to be that worst matchup we talked about. It's going to be the Shadow Marowak versus Superior. In comes the Malamar, and this is not really a true counter as well. So Snots is probably thinking, all right, he has a actual hard counter to the Superior in the back, and he is going to throw a Frenzy Plant first before potentially swapping let's see what Snots does. Is going to swap over to that Shadow Drapion, one of the better counters to this Malmar.
The synergy in this team is fantastic because you either bait out the Drapion and then maybe you can Mud Slap down, or you bait out an Azumarill and then you can Poison Jab down with your Toxapex, because Malamar Toxapex core is just brutally hard to deal with. Actually getting a shield with this foul play here into Snots and picking up that Protect Shield. Does Drapion throw the energy? It actually did. It registered on the crunch as well.
Yeah, I mean, this charge back priority is not going to be a hugely consequential for Snots because it's not enough to KO the Malmar anyway, so he's able to get some additional farm. But actually, in comes the Marowak. You can't swap out yet, and so forcing the Aqua Tail, recognizing the timers are misaligned. Nighttime Clash are trying to make the most of it. However, he is now going to be stuck into Superior. You can see Snots swapping right away, and this is going to be a lot of engine Superior to farm off of this Shadow Marowak.
Yeah, and actually going for the Bone Club, trying to go double Bone Club instead of one Rock Slide. I like that actually, because double Bone Club is probably going to do more damage than one Rock Slide if you get to it. And do you get to that double Bone Club, or do you get to a Rock Slide as well? He actually gets the Bone Club and the Rock Slide here, and it's like go by the Superior. Could you come into Malamar and maybe soak up this energy now in the Superior because it's forced to throw it? It's locked in. It's locked in. You have to throw it.
You have to, and actually not enough energy on the side of this Malmar. I think Snots wants to throw this to ensure that he doesn't get KO'd from fast attacks afterward, right? Because he doesn't have enough energy for anything else. I don't think he actually gets the first, but oh no, he does get to at the last second. That's huge from the side of Snots, and this Toxapex has a lot to go through by itself as well, and it's going to be looking pretty hard because Dunsparce is still full health, and there's still a shield on the side.
Yeah, that's pretty devastating here for Nighttime Clasher. I mean, if you had the 2-jab advantage, maybe you had a chance in that one Protect Shield situation versus the Dunsparce, but now you took the Frenzy Plant, you pretty much have no chance here. Snots even has the Drapion that can swap into maybe soak and attack, but you really don't need it at this point.
Great timing from Snots as well. Going to throw another drill run. You can see Nighttime Clasher not going to shield up here, recognizing that this is going to be a loss either way. So great adjustments from Snots throughout the game too, and just really maintaining the alignment, right? Because like, you know, we talked about there's so many great safe swaps in this meta, especially, you know, the Malmar strong, the Shadow Drapion swamp, but Snots recognizing that he needs to throw some energy at that Malmar to make that matchup much easier to deal with, because even though you have a dark type in the back that's pretty good into Malmar, Malmar still has a superpower, and we've seen it before too. Being able to sideways down is pretty nice.
Yeah, and I like that team composition from Snots, kind of running the Superior in the lead and then being ABB strong versus that Galarian Moltres as well, because you have the Dunsparce and the Drapion in the back that can have a lot of play versus that. And then when you're looking at how you're going to influence the next lineup as well, you're already trying to counter that Shadow Kanto Marowak, which I really like from Snots because it opens up things. If you get Nighttime Clasher to sit that Shadow Kanto Marowak, then maybe you can start safe swapping Shadow Drapion as well. So I really like that first team composition from Snots. Also bringing the Dunsparce because you need protection from our Ariados, because Ariados can put in some work against your team if you don't bring the Dunsparce or the Talonflame because of how weak Superior is to it.
That's right. So we're going to see how Nighttime Clasher makes an adjustment here. Snots, on the other hand, has a one-game advantage, so could play a little bit riskier in this second game. But of course, he wants to clean it out with the 2-0. Let's see if he's able to do it or not. We talked, I think it was Rise Vacation that said, you know, he felt that Ariados is really strong in this meta, and you know, I think it does have its advantages here or there, but into a Talonflame team, it is super risky.
I really like Azumarill Malamar core for Nighttime Clasher because there is no Toxapex on Snot's side. I feel like Azumarill is just really safe against everything but the Superior. And even against Superior, you can get the Ice Beams here. And there's the Shadow Kanto Marowak once again running the exact same team. Maybe looking to, if he had to, safe swap the Malamar once again, but it looks like Snots is going to stay in this lead matchup. I don't know how this one goes.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I think debuffs here will be huge. 30% chance on this first Scorching Sand. Let's see if Snots is able to proc it or not. It is not going to be shielded here, and no debuff. Nighttime Clasher very confident in knowing that he can tank that Scorching Sand. I mean, I think Shadow Kanto Marowak's what's impressed me the most is how much damage it can take. You know, it's actually much bulkier than you would expect. And here, actually getting to that second Bone Club before the second Scorching Sand is even reached from the side of Snots. Nighttime Clasher can win switch advantage if he wants to.
Which is going to be so important because you can match up Malamar into Dunsparce and Toxapex into Superior. You're going to be in really good shape, but Snots can take the shield advantage here or the alignment because you are going to be able to get to the Scorching Scans here. And do you let it go? Do you go for the alignment? Actually lets it go, decides to just soft lose this matchup and maybe go for the side wave down and try to close with the Malamar. You do get that full side wave down and it's pretty uncomfortable here. The Superior has to come in down energy.
But this is definitely the matchup Snots wants, right? Because you really don't want that Superior on top of that Toxapex. And Snots probably reading that it's either the same team or either way, probably a third Pokemon that's much better into Superior. So a great team read from Snots, recognizing that the Superior needs to be used right here, right now, because it has way less play in the back end.
And does Nighttime Clasher decide to Protect Shield this, save up the Malamar? You already decided to soft lose the matchup to go for the Malamar win. Actually lets it go. The Frenzy Plant lands, and that is brutal. You're barely going to get the one more charge attack. At least you do get to the foul play, but it looks like it's going to be a double. No, actually gives up the Protect Shield here. That's actually better for Nighttime Clasher, though, I think. Even though Superior is going to have some energy, maybe you can Poison Jab down, and the Frenzy Plant is going to be coming through, but you have to... Oh, actually shields it this time. He shields it on the Toxapex instead of the Malamar.
Yeah, I actually like the play from Snots, even if Nighttime Clasher didn't shield the Frenzy Plant, because that Frenzy Plant is still going to do a decent amount of chip damage into the Toxapex. And so there's still value there, right? And it's not easy to Poison Jab down at that point in time. Nighttime Clasher going straight away for the Sludge Wave. Does it get snuffed out from Snots? It does. Last second shielding the hard-hitting Sludge Wave. That's so much energy wasted on the side of Nighttime Clasher's Toxapex, and that puts Snots in a much more commanding position.
Yeah, and you can swap easier if you're the Toxapex against the Dunsparce here, because Dunsparce has that return fast attack. You're already almost at your timer, but the double drill run is pretty much available here. You're going to be able to land this Sludge Wave. You really need to try to swap and catch one of these drill runs if you're Nighttime Clasher.
Let's see if Snots can do anything here. Is going to throw. I think he even waited a turn here as well, recognizing that there is that potential swap opportunity on the side of Nighttime Clasher. Obviously, he's going to have the shield here. Let's see what he does right here.
Oh, they simul swap.
Interesting. I think Toxapex is going to lose the charge attack priority either way. So as long as you put it in drill range, you should be okay.
But he gets the Frenzy Plant.
Gets a Frenzy Plant as well. I don't think it's enough to KO though. So.
It's a strong attack.
Oh,
it
no,
does reach the knockout, and Snots is able to pick up this series 2-0.
Yeah, I think Snots had a win condition either way there because he had the drill run, right? And I think you can see both players asking about it. He's like, hey, did you have the drill on the back? He's like, yeah, I did. So there was no way that Nighttime Clasher was going to win that end game. But really incredible performance from Snots there. I mean, we talked about how strong the Shadow Marowak is, but hey, the answer's right in front of him. It's just Superior.
Yeah, I mean, Superior Dunsparce core was looking really strong in that matchup, just bringing it into 2 of the games and able to close with it. And to bring in that Superior against the Malamar, I feel like Nighttime Clasher maybe needed to invest heavier into the Malamar because Toxapex is there to soak energy. You don't really want to use the Protect Shields on your Toxapex, so maybe you Protect Shield up the Malamar. As you saw, that was right when, maybe that was a different game, but when that Frenzy Plant landed into the Malamar, just chunked it so much and took it out of the game, where I feel like that was his win condition, was trying to ride that Malamar to victory.
Yeah, there's the Malamar giveth and Malamar taketh sometime, and you see the Superior just doing so much work for Snots in these matchups. I mean, and again, bringing a very similar team to that first game. But yeah, just really great neutral matchups for Snots, and just recognizing a lot of his win conditions. I don't think Nighttime Clasher played poorly by any means, but it looked like Snots were just one step ahead, maybe just a half step ahead of Nighttime.
Yeah, and was able to get the proper alignment and win leads, and Nighttime Clasher kept running that Toxapex Malamar backline. I think that is one of the hardest cores to deal with, because in this meta right now, the only thing that's really soaking that Malamar energy is Azumarill. And then you pair it with the Toxapex, it's just so brutal. You even get reverse farm. It's kind of like a seesaw interaction, and that core might be the strongest in the game right now, just because I think Malamar is the strongest Pokemon, and Toxapex is the thing that protects it the best.
Yeah, it covers it a lot. I mean, I know you're speaking very highly of Toxapex, which is interesting.
It's a sidekick.
We just saw it lose twice, right?
It is a sidekick.
That core that you're speaking so highly of lose in back-to-back games.
Yeah.
But I was going to ask you too. Do you think that Toxapex is still the best poison type? As you know, you had your little poison segment.
My take was that Clodsire won't win this tournament. I don't think Clodsire will be on the winning team in Louisville. I think Toxapex will be on the winning team, but I don't think it's the best poison type. I think Shadow Drapion is the best poison type.
You know what I think has a good chance to win in this tournament?
What's that?
Dunsparce team.
Oh,
It's
well,
not over half the team.
Well, we're going to see day 2 usage. That was day 1 usage.
That's fair. That's
Yeah.
fair. Well, let's hear a word from Snots. I think Jim has him on the floor right now.
Thank you, Caleb. Yeah, wholesome underscore here with Snots, fresh off his victory here. Actually, reached #1 in Go Battle League this season as well. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yep, that happened.
All right. Well, first off, initial reactions. Just walk me through how you feel this tournament.
I'm really happy. My team sheet got messed up. I don't have what I wanted to run, but it's doing okay, so I'm just going with it.
Has there been a particular Pokemon that you feel has been operating best for you, most valuable Pokemon so far this tournament?
Yeah, Dunsparce, it's super safe, super solid. Drapion as well. They're the safest Pokemon in the meta. You can almost always bring them, and yeah, those are.
Well, you did just face a mud slapper there with that Shadow Kanto Marowak. We had Lyle, Jeff, and Trent both just mentioning how great it was. Dunsparce and Drapion not doing so well versus those. They can kind of hit back, but how are you building your team around those mud slappers?
Yeah, so I have Superior. It just resists the Mud Slap, obviously, and then Azu can fight back against some of them, or most of them. Gastrodon's a little tougher, but it's still fine there. And then Talonflame, it's a fire type and it resists the ground moves, so.
Well, we are still early here in the 2025 season. Obviously, you've had success in the past, both in the seniors division as well as in the masters divisions. What are the goals for you here in this tournament, or not even just this tournament, but this season? What are your season goals?
I'm just here to win. I want to take it all tomorrow, and hopefully I can do that.
All right. Well, finally, any shout-outs, anyone that you want to thank?
Yeah, I want to thank Elmo, Ox, Hidden, McBoo, and Battle Bill. They're just the greatest group of friends, super supportive. They help me make my teams and stuff like that. And I want to thank my uncle for taking me out to these. And I also want to thank my teammates at Elite TMs.
All right. And your uncle was competing as well, right?
He was competing. I don't know how he did, but I think he was doing okay.
All right. Well, that's all we have here with Snots. We're going to take a break, but we'll be back with more battles. All right, good stuff, dude.
Nice play. Jeez. Jeez. Close game. Well played.
Well played.
Misdreavus conceals itself in darkness, sending chills upon travelers' spines with its childlike weeping. As it observes the frightened travelers with glee, the red orbs upon its chest lit off an eerie light. If you hear a sobbing sound emanating from a vacant room, it's undoubtedly a bit of mischief from Misdreavus.
Hello and welcome to the Pokemon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokemon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon championship?
Well, kind of stressful. If you're doing a battle, you have to determine if you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you gonna win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
A little nervous because I don't know what to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all of these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. Just love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch and they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
There you go, that's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it. Watch it 10. Watch it 10. I think the toughest thing will be getting it in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, like, you're good to go.
I feel like a lot of big weaknesses right now is deck selections. A lot of players do be playtesting a whole lot with their decks, with their play groups, and then decide last minute, this may not be the best choice. And so they switch when they should have probably went with their gut feeling.
I think the biggest weakness players have is kind of getting too focused on the metagame. I think it's more important to play something you're comfortable with, because you'll always do better with something you're comfortable with rather than something that's just strictly meta.
In these regionals, it's definitely nerves, and you can fix that by scrimming, knowing your typings, and also making sure you hit the right move. And shield alignment, that's always a big one too.
I would say that the big weakness that players mostly have would be overthinking. And the best way to fix that is to just slow down, take a deep breath, and rethink your original thought, because your original thought is probably the best thought you had.
I would say the biggest weakness would be trying to memorize archetypes and patterns to specific mons and not realizing that every player is a different person. So therefore, the best way to overcome it is not to just stick to one strategy for the same team, but to diversify your own mindset going in, knowing that each player will come with their own type of biases and skill sets, and you just have to adapt in a reasonable way to allow yourself some more wiggle room and not be so stuck to one thing.
Welcome back, trainers. We are here in Louisville bringing you the Pokemon Go Regional Championships. We're a little bit more than halfway or maybe 2/3 through the stream today, getting into some of these winners finals and starting to see who's going to fill out our top 16 for day 2. My name is Softove, and I'm here with Wholesome_.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Soph. We've had a great day of battles so far, and I can't wait to see the rest of these battles. We've actually been looking ahead at some of these winners finals, and there are some great names, and I can't wait to get into these battles here. What I really like to see, though, is how we're starting to solidify a bit of a meta. We're starting to see what's good on paper versus actually what's good in practice as well. Some of the Pokemon that have stood out to me that I think have been a bit unique: Shadow Kanto Marowak. We've seen 2 trainers do very well, although we did just see Nighttime Clasher lose with that Kanto Marowak. But that said, I think that's been a bit of a surprise pick. But for me, I think we've really reinforced some of those picks, like Shadow Dropion as one of the premier safe swaps right now.
That's right. Well, I think that actually started to solidify maybe in the past couple of tournaments. And then the ground types that you're talking about, right? The Kanto Marowak, I think we're going to see that on stream in a little bit with, I think Lyle Jeffs is running one. But that seems to me to be kind of a response to the Shadow Dropion, maybe a response to Pokemon like Toxapex, which are on the rise as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's move over to the stage here. We have our next group ready to go here. I believe this is going to be our winners finals, actually. Yes, for Group E. Let's take a look here. We saw Balk88 already. Had a lot of great play there, I believe from his own Superior, Dunsparce, and Clodsire. And then we have Teddy Bear as well, who we've seen had plenty of good play throughout the regional circuit as well. It's actually a pretty similar team.
That's right. We do see the Galarian Moltres on Teddy Bear's side. Both sides do have an ice type, the Shadow Feraligatr and Clodsire. So this is looking a little bit like, you know, maybe the meta we would have expected in Baltimore, especially looking at Balk's team. So yeah, like you said, pretty similar teams. Galarian Moltres versus Mandibuzz, and then Alolan Sandslash versus Dugong, and I think Dunsparce versus Azumarill is the other main difference, but like very similar builds.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think these trainers are still locking in here, so it gives us a moment to talk about these picks. As we saw earlier, I believe it was Dunsparce Dunsparce that was the #1 pick here, for at least for day #1, and I think it's really held its own. I think it's been very flexible. Certainly it finds itself in some tough matchups, including Superior, but I think for the most part, what you're bringing it for, to have that rock ground coverage, it's been able to do very well. What we have not really seen is any sort of fighters with access to fighting type fast attacks, the Shadow Machamps. We did see, I think, a Shadow Shiny Pangoro on the side of Tomahawk UK, but haven't seen a whole lot of action. But so speaking of action, we're actually moving right into game #1.
That's right, we've got Superior on the field for Teddy Bear, and it's faced up against Bulk's Clodsire. Now, I'm pretty sure this Clodsire was running Sludge Bomb, so it's not going to be a great matchup for Teddy Bear. Let's see what he decides to do. Maybe throw a Frenzy Plant and dip.
Yeah, the one thing I guess you have going for you is that you do win the charge attack priority as Superior, but that said, Bulk throws his charge attack right away as well, so you're going to have to tank the super effective damage unless you want to use a Protect Shield. Teddy Bear does unleash the Frenzy Plant and it goes unshielded. This Clodsire is able to hang on to not one, but 2 Frenzy Plants as well.
Yeah, nice charge attack priority by Bulk, making sure that the Sludge Bomb lands on the Superior before it has a chance to switch out. Teddy Bear wants to get out straight away into the Shadow for Alligator, and looking at Bulk's team, the best answer might be that Dunsparce in the back, but Bulk actually trying to bank a little bit of energy and now wants to absorb all of the resisted damage onto the Dugong.
But when you take a look at the Shadow for Alligator, even when you bring in an opposing water type like an Azumarill, like a Dugong, the one thing that you have to give the advantage for Alligator is fast attack pressure, because it has that neutral Shadow Claw. When it got access to Shadow Claw, it immediately became meta relevant, and you're seeing how strong it is right now with just 1 Hydro Cannon, almost taking this Dugong to half HP.
Exactly, Dugong hasn't even fired a single charge attack. Drill Run coming through here, and Teddy Bear, actually I'm expecting to maybe put up a shield, maybe seeing how valuable this for Alligator is against Bulk's team.
We mentioned the Shadow Claw, while it is very strong in most of these neutral matchups, where Shadow Claw starts to fall to the wayside is versus normal types, which we do see that Dunsparce in the back. But really great timing here by Teddy Bear, able to get this charge attack off and put Bulk in an interesting position where he either has to shield or no shield, but now has to go up against a Feraligatr that still has loaded energy. So I think that he does have energy still on his Clodsire. Yes, he does. Oh, and actually a quick swap now. Teddy Bear brings in his own Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, actually a really great attempt at the catch there, but patience from Bulk, able to respond by bringing this Dunsparce and banking that energy on Clodsire for later. First Ice Punch coming through from Teddy Bear here. Probably gonna need like 2 charge attacks to take out this Dunsparce.
Yeah, we have seen the full team now for Teddy Bear, so Bulk recognizes that there's still that Superior hanging out in the back, which means that there's not going to be too much importance on this Dunsparce to be that closer. Probably going to want Clodsire to actually close this game out as well. Drill Run actually goes through, almost knocks out the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, but not before Teddy Bear is able to reach one final charge attack. Here comes the Ice Punch.
That's right, I think Drill Run may have done a little bit more damage, but maybe you save a little bit of energy. There's a small chance you can read this last Ice Punch. Oh, but actually barely feigns with it, and Bulk gets the full farm down here. Comes out with a decent amount of energy, and almost at 2 Rock Slides for the Superior.
Yeah, this Dunsparce is getting some great value here, able to completely neutralize that Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and mostly neutralize the Superior as well. It looks like it hangs on with a sliver of HP. Bulk does have 2 shields and also energy advantage versus this Feraligatr. I believe so that he has 2 Sludge Waves already stored.
That's right, 2 Sludge Bombs here, I think basically 100 energy. Teddy Bear does only have 1 Protect Shield, now 0, so I think Bulk just needs to shield this up. Maybe you can overfarm just a little bit and then throw another Sludge Bomb, and I think this is looking pretty good for Bulk.
I think the second Sludge Bomb was actually a charge attack priority. Yes, indeed. Here comes the Sludge Bomb. This will be enough to knock out the Shadow Feraligatr. Bulk still has 1 Protect Shield remaining and just needs 1 or 2 Poison Stings to knock out this Superior. Looks like 1, 2. That's going to do it. Game #1 going to Bulk.
Yeah, I thought Teddy Bear was looking pretty good with the Shadow Feraligatr in the mid game there, but I think going down his shields and, you know, having to basically let most of the Superior go already in the lead matchup kind of just put him too far behind at that point.
I agree. When we saw that Dugong versus Shadow Feraligatr matchup in the middle matchup, just like you said, things were looking pretty good for Teddy Bear, able to get the alignment that he wanted and also exited that matchup with quite a bit of energy. Now that said, where I think Bulk brought things back is with that Dunsparce. Was able to completely neutralize the Shadow Alolan Sandslash and mostly neutralize that Superior as well. Then with that shield advantage and Alolan Sandslash out of the way, it was all Clodsire the rest of the way.
I think that's a great call out. I mean, you look at Dunsparce against these teams of 6. If you look at Teddy Bear's team, Dunsparce actually has great matchups against a lot of the team. Of course, the Superior being accepted, but Alolan Sandslash, Galarian Moltres, you're able to deal super effective damage, as well as Clodsire. You resist the Shadow Claws from Feraligatr, so definitely expecting to see Bulk stick with that Dunsparce here.
Absolutely. And really with Dunsparce, I think where it struggles the most is in that full HP matchup versus Superior. If you're able to get some chip damage via that Sludge Bomb like we saw early with that Clodsire, it makes that matchup a lot more reasonable, especially when you outpace almost everything when you're getting to your charge attacks in 12 and alternating 9 turns.
That's right. So I think from Teddy Bear's side, maybe recognizing that Superior is the best answer to Dunsparce, also expecting Teddy Bear to continue bringing the Superior.
Okay. Well, these trainers are still choosing their teams at this point. There's a lot of decisions that go into your team of 3, a lot of flexibility with both of these teams, to be honest, and they're actually quite similar as well. So that's what I think creates even more of a question mark as these 2 trainers lock in. We're moving into game number 2, so this is going to be a battle of super effective damage. Dugong into Superior. Superior will reach his charge attack a little bit faster, and this is actually going to bring in Bulk's Clodsire, which now will be met by Shadow for Alligator from Teddy Bear.
Yeah, Teddy Bear had an interesting choice there. Could have brought either the Shadow for Alligator or Alolan Sandslash into the Clodsire. Opted to go with the for Alligator, but now it's interesting because this is the Shadow variant, remember, not the regular variant that we saw Elom running earlier, so you do have to start putting up these Protect Shield. On the bright side, though, your Hydro Cannons are going to be doing a lot more damage.
You know what, you can even soft lose this matchup as Bulk. It's not a huge necessity for you to win, because if you're able to get a farm down with your Dugong, bringing it back in versus that Superior, if you're energy advantage, you can actually win that matchup. Ideally, though, you'd love to get your Mandibuzz lined up versus that Superior. In fact, Bulk willing to use a Protect Shield, trying to get shields down here from Teddy Bear.
That's right. Well, Teddy Bear has a choice to make. Do you want to let this for Alligator go or use your final Protect Shield? Looks like he wants to use the final Protect Shield, maybe get a nice farm down. We'll see if Bulk allows that to happen. Looks like he's trying to switch out into the Dugong here. And now if your Teddy Bear actually throws some energy, I was expecting him to save this because it's resisted and maybe go straight into the Superior.
I really like the swap in because you're denying now this for Alligator of getting all that extra energy farming down your Clodsire, and now Superior has to come in an energy disadvantage. You could have actually thrown that Icy Wind before the first Frenzy plan goes through. I think Bulk recognizes I prefer to throw on good timing to ensure that I'm getting the proper energy, and I'm going to be shielding the first one regardless here. So let's see. Yeah, Bulk will be throwing on good timing at this point, maybe able to get to the second Icy Wind before Teddy Bear is able to reach the next Frenzy plan.
This is a super effective Icy Wind, but like you said, probably going to need to throw another charge attack. Look at that Superior still in the yellow there, and actually getting to this Frenzy plan very quickly, almost there, but Bulk throws the Icy Wind at just the last second, preserving about 35% health on this Dugong and taking out the Superior.
Okay, well, there is still that for Alligator, which has some energy, and you need to also get through this Alolan Sandslash. Dugong is actually positioned quite well, though, because you do hang on versus one Hydro Cannon. Energy Dry, though, you may end up trying to get a catch or even swapping out, though, but this is going to be a devastating matchup. You would have loved to have gotten your Mandibuzz aligned versus that Superior, but now it's going to have to find itself up against the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and this is Air Slash Mandibuzz, Soph?
I think that's right. Look at that damage. It's a 3-turn fast attack, and I was actually about to say this is looking scary for Bulk. I think the Alolan Sandslash might be in position to sweep, but now there's a small window because I think if you're able to, I don't think you can actually get the full farm done, but maybe. Yeah, this is a Hydro Cannon. I don't know if you hang on here.
In the Pokemon Go Extended Universe, you hang on versus this... oh, wait, actually, undercharges
Okay, we're going to hang on for sure now.
You definitely hang on.
All right, but now you have energy for the Alolan Sandslash, and... Oh, okay,
There's only one foul play, though. This is not Dark Pulse either, which is interesting.
That's right, and Sandslash does win charge attack priority over the Dugong, but if you can catch it by surprise, maybe, and land that Drill Run somehow, I think Bulk has a tiny bit of chance. Teddy Bear just has to be really patient here and see what comes into the top right.
Well, the problem is, I believe the Dugong, we didn't get to see the energy there, but I believe the Dugong was energy dry. There was an opportunity for a catch there, perhaps. We'll have to see if that's something that ends up getting disputed or not, but I don't really think that there was any reality where you're going to be able to even if you catch, I think the Sandslash just gets to a second Drill Run, and that's going to be enough to knock out. So game number 2 does go to Teddy Bear. You can see them having some chat with the judges here. May just be conceding, recognizing that, okay, Sandslash had so much energy, no ability for me to get a Drill Run off.
Yeah, I think so. And that's also dependent on being able to make the catch. We don't really even know whether that would have happened. And like you said, maybe a little bit of uncertainty about the precise energy on the Dugong.
You know, that was interesting there because that undercharge was, like we said, maybe opening some doors, but it really still did work out very nicely there for Teddy Bear. Just all of that energy getting so far ahead that you're able to, regardless of any sort of game mechanics, able to get both of those Drill Runs off.
I think that's right. I think Bulk bringing in the Clodsire early on basically allowed Teddy Bear to kind of dictate how the matchup went. Teddy Bear actually maybe making a nice team read, right? Bring the Shadow for Alligator in instead of the potentially more obvious Alolan Sandslash, and then ended up being able to have that Alolan Sandslash for the Mandibuzz Dugong down the line.
So I don't know if there is just one answer to this, but I want to get the Softoph answer here. Air Slash, Mandibuzz, and Foul Play. What are some of your thoughts for maybe why you bring that?
Oh, why you bring that? I thought you were just going to say what I think, whether I think you should bring that. I don't mind Foul Play. It is less efficient than Dark Pulse, but also a little bit less energy. Remember, so Dark Pulse is 50 energy, Foul Play is 45, which means that if you're trying to stack 2 moves with Dark Pulse, very often you end up wasting a little bit of energy. Whereas with Foul Play, that's not the case. Air Slash, the justification would be that the meta is pretty low on flying type fast attacks, right? There's no more wing attack, so Air Slash kind of makes sense in that regard. That being said, I don't really see what you would need Air Slash for on Teddy Bear's team. It would just be, I think, the Galarian Moltres, because obviously they're going to be superior no matter what.
Yeah, I think in this matchup, I think that's really going to be the main benefit. I think in general, when you look at targets for Snarl, I mean, it's never really been known as a fast, like a high damaging fast attack to begin with, but there are really no ghosts in the meta. There's not a lot of psychics. I mean, Cresselia maybe, but it's not like you're going to do any real fast attack pressure there. So maybe trying to introduce a different element where you actually can get some fast attack pressure out in the form of that Air Slash.
Well, you mentioned earlier, just a couple of minutes ago, actually, that you're happy to see the meta starting to solidify, but I think seeing Pokemon like this Air Slash Mandibuzz still shows that there's still a lot of room for exploration, right? I mean, we look at Teddy Bear's team, and this is actually a Play Rough Hydro Pump Azumarill, kind of unconventional, so we're still seeing players kind of feel it out. We're only just about over a month into this new meta, and I expect to see things continue to develop as the months go by.
Pokemon, from my opinion, that are coming out on top, I gotta say Shadow Drop Beyond, even though we don't see it on either team here, I think it's performed very well at this tournament. I think Diggersby, despite not seeing it for a little while, I think Diggersby has been great, and even versus some of those fighting type Pokemon, it can win some very awkward 0 and 1 shield scenarios versus things like Shadow Machamp. So I think we're ready here, though. This is a decisive game number 3. Let's move into it. This is Bulk versus Teddy Bear.
All right, well, I think the story of this matchup so far has been how can Teddy Bear use his Shadow for Alligator. Great lead there, gets it into Clodsire and Bulk, bringing in the Dugong, and Teddy Bear doesn't have a clear answer, so just going to start by firing off his Hydro Cannon. Might choose to stay in, or might choose to switch out into something. It looks like he's just choosing to stay. Oh, actually tries to catch on Azumarill.
Yeah, would have been a nice catch there. Going to throw this Drill Run regardless, though. No Superior on the side of Bulk, so despite running that ABA weak to Superior team, not going to be punished in this scenario. We have the Azumarill now facing off versus this Dugong, and with this little bit of chip damage, Azumarill will have no problem maintaining switch, but keep an eye on the switch clock for Bulk. I think after this charge attack would be very close if he wants to actually get out of the matchup and bring in his own Clodsire.
That's right, but remember, I don't think you want to bring a Clodsire into a loaded Azumarill, especially because this one is running Hydro Pump, and if you look at Teddy Bear's team, there are basically 3 Pokemon that are doing super effective damage to Clodsire, so he's essentially kind of trapped the Clodsire and left it with nowhere to go. Well, here it comes.
Well, I think you're going to need 2 charge attacks to knock out this Clodsire regardless, whether it's 2 Ice Beams or whether it's going to be a Hydro Pump. Maybe 2 Ice Beams don't even knock out, and at this point, you have to think to yourself, okay, do I want to use this Protect Shield? Does this knock out? Oh, it does! So close to a Hydro Pump, but so like you said, there are other answers to this Clodsire as well.
Yeah, Teddy Bear, of course, it's kind of sad losing all of that energy on the Azumarill, but recognizing that there's a lot of other ways for him to deal with this Clodsire. I think this is charge attack priority. Teddy Bear is pretty much doubled up on the Hydro Cannon. Bulk choosing to shield up this Clodsire. I think it actually would still hang on from this health range, but maybe he wants to preserve some health.
Yeah, the second Hydro Cannon actually already loaded. Bulk does throw the bait attack technically. I think a Sludge Bomb would be pretty close to knocking out. Keep an eye on switch clocks here. How much does Teddy Bear want to overfarm? Actually, perfect counting. Throws on charge attack priority, and the second Protect Shield will be used by Bulk.
All right, but this is probably going to peel the final Protect Shield from Teddy Bear, and looking at that backline, we see Shadow, Alolan Sandslash, and it's going to be against that Dunsparce. So potentially, if Teddy Bear is going to use his final Protect Shield here, which he does, now that opens some doors for Bulk to one-shot that Sandslash in the back.
Yeah, let's see how much he's willing to overfarm. Will we maybe see a catch on this Dugong as well? No, instead catches on the Dunsparce, a little bit unconventional here. That does save that Dugong for later on to potentially catch again when the Clodsire comes back in. It's really interesting to see how these trainers are trying to preserve that one Pokemon to squeeze every drop of juice out of them that they can.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a safer play. If he fails the catch on the Dugong, it's basically free energy. But now this is tough because your Dunsparce, yes, it does hang on through these 2 Hydro Cannons, but now, oh, but actually you're still able to get the Drill Run off against this Alolan Sandslash.
This Drill Run is not enough to knock out, but the thing is, you're not going to knock out with a Sludge Bomb. You're not going to knock out with any of these double resisted Ice Shards. So Alolan Sandslash maybe in the driver's seat here. You need to get an Earthquake. Is the formula going for a catch here for Bulk? waiting out the switch clock here, wants that switch timer to be up. This is going to be a very, very important moment here. I believe he's 3 away from this Earthquake. Will we see a charge attack priority? He gets the catch!
Oh, great counting by Bulk. Actually, a pretty tough situation for Teddy there, right? It was going to be charge attack priority. If you don't throw, you might just lose your energy, but if you do throw, it's a very obvious place for a catch, and Bulk reads that perfectly, farming up a little bit of extra energy here, getting off the Earthquake, and now I think it's going to be a race to the final charge attack.
Finding win conditions is Bulk, able to get off the Earthquake into the Alolan Sandslash, now needs to knock out the Feraligatr as well, and gets there one fast attack before. Great plays by Bulk, making all of the correct plays, all the correct recognition in the perfect moment. I am immensely impressed here, Soph.
As am I. That was a decisive Game 3 in the winner's final, so Bulk is going to be moving on to Day 2 on the winner's side. You know, I was talking about Clodsire not having anywhere to go, but what did we see in the end there, right? We saw Clodsire over-farming, taking out both an Alolan Sandslash and a Shadow Feraligatr. So congratulations to Bulk for not only advancing to Day 2, but also proving me wrong and proving that Clodsire is still up there.
I don't know how well Clodsire can really hold a broom, but it was doing plenty of sweeping there in that game number 3. So very impressive stuff, piloted so well by Bulk there, without a doubt. So congratulations to Bulk, a 2-1 victory. One of the closer series that we've seen so far today.
Absolutely, and we've seen a lot of amazing series, a lot of games coming down to, you know, charge attack priority catches, you know, just a couple of HP, and this series was no exception. I think this is that game too where Teddy goes for the undercharge there, but still has the game in the bag there with the Alolan Sandslash closing things out. And unfortunately for Teddy Bear, Alolan Sandslash wasn't able to do quite the same thing in Game 3.
Yeah, it all really came down to that catch, but like you said, Soph, it's such a tough moment because you have to do something. You can't just sit there and have them throw a charge attack into you without throwing your own charge attack. So you're kind of in a very, very tough situation. But yeah, multiple catches there by Bulk, and I like the way that you described that as save for catch, because if you fail that catch attempt the first time around and you bring in Dugong instead of Dunsparce, then yeah, that could just be extra energy. So a really tough spot there. Bulk making all the right plays, heads up throughout the early, middle, and endgame matchups, and he's moving on to Day 2.
Yeah, we talk about, you know, making great catches, and yes, we do sometimes see catches where it looks kind of just random, right? But there are also times when it's actually a little bit less random. For example, there, you know, Bulk knows I have a charge attack. I know my opponent knows how much energy I have because I know they're good at counting, right? So they know it's a perfect time to catch. So that's just kind of one example of things you can think about. Maybe also low HP Pokemon tend to be forced to throw.
Yeah, a heads up play for sure. We're inching closer to the end of the tournament here. We still got some battles left, but what we're also inching closer to the end of is our Mega Mawile Raid Day. I think we've got 45 minutes left here local time to finish up these raids here. Opportunity for the shiny Mega Mawiles there. This is actually the debut of Mega Mawile. We've seen lots of Megas released. I think we've only got maybe 5 or 6 remaining. So for those of you that maybe are Pacific, I think you just got started here. For those folks in Hawaii, get ready, because it's coming up.
Yeah, and if you get some nice shinies from this Mega Mawile Raid Day, don't forget to tag us with hashtag #PlayAPokemon on social media. We'd love to hear about any shiny or perfect Mawile that you catch.
Don't forget, this week, later on October 15th, from 12 a.m. all the way to October 17th, towards the end of the day, there is the magnetic study research as well, with Magnemite and Plusle and Minun as well, where you guys can actually get shiny variants of them as well.
Well, that's really exciting. I love Plusle and Minun together.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that we have one other research as well, which is that I think it was the Galarian Yamask. So that's another one to look forward to. I think that one's on October 19th. There it is. Thank you for bringing it up here. The Yamask and Galarian Yamask Research Day as well. That's one that I'm actually very excited for as well, because not only will it be the Yamask, also if any of those trainers needing those Cubone candies to evolve their Shadow Cubones, there you go.
That's right. Well, that would require having a Shadow Cubone on hand that wasn't evolved into the Alolan Marowak. So, but you know what? You're right. It's great to get the candy, and of course, you can also evolve it into regular Kanto Marowak.
Absolutely. All right, well, I think that, again, if I just take a look at this tournament here, I am happy to see some of these picks we're starting to see solidify. But so I think that was a little bit of an outlier there, because we're starting to see some of those unconventional movesets. And that's always the flexibility that exists here within these tournaments. While you're maybe bringing some of the most meta Pokemon, like the Mandibuzz, like the Azumarill, there's still room for flexibility by bringing an unconventional moveset. And what I'm really happy is that we do have open team sheets now compared to 2 seasons ago, where it was a little bit of a surprise, but now you have to, like, in the middle of these, right at the beginning, when you're first looking at a team sheet, you're having to think to yourself, how am I going to adapt to this unconventional moveset?
Absolutely. I mean, I've definitely heard trainers before saying, you know, they go on stage and they don't even realize that, even with the open team sheets, right? They don't even realize that one of the Pokemon had a certain charge attack until it came through. So, you know, definitely make sure you're checking out those team sheets before you start playing.
Well, I think our next two trainers have already reviewed their team sheets. They're ready on stage. Let's move over and introduce two trainers that we've seen already today, Arrow and Snots. Arrow running one of the spicier teams that we've seen with that Shadow Typhlosion, the Shadow Quagsire, the Galarian Moltres, the Guzzlord as well, which we saw some great play from. One of the actually better answers to that Shadow Dropion as well. What's interesting specifically with that Guzzlord is that not only does it have a typing advantage, it literally resists every single charge attack from that Shadow Dropion as well. So while conventional answers are going to be those mud slappers like Kanto Marowak, you don't have to worry about any super effective damage this time.
You know, you talked a little bit about unconventional movesets on Mandibuzz and Azumarill, but what about this Guzzlord? I think now the typical recommended moveset is actually Sludge Bomb, Brutal Swing, which actually would be also walled by Drapion in some ways. But I think Arrow is actually running Dragon Claw, which, you know, just like you said, gives it a little bit of a better matchup there.
I think that Arrow is recognizing that, hey, I have other answers to things like Azumarill, so Guzzlord is not going to be that answer. It's going to be my punish to things like Shadow Dropion, which Snots does have on his team. Let's move into game number one. Arrow with a positive matchup here, finding his Shadow Quagsire lined up versus the Dunsparce on Snot's side. You're only going to be taking resisted rollouts here, which again, really not going to be adding up that quick. Do need to watch out for these drill runs, however.
That's right. I think 2 drill runs comes pretty close to taking out, or at least threatening a Quagsire. Snots continue to throw. Nice timing there. Throws the drill run here. We're going to see just how much damage this does. And Arrow, you know, this is actually supposed to be one of the matchups that you might think Quagsire has really great coverage for. But as you see, it's already below 50% at the health there after just 1 drill run.
Well, that Guzzlord, like we talked about, it needs to find the right destination. It needs to get lined up versus the correct mon here. It's going to be so important. Last thing it wants to do is get lined up versus the Azumarill. But if he can find that target, that Shadow Dropion, it's going to be very nice. Now, Snots will probably have to double shield if he wants to take switch advantage here. This is going to be a very important decision. Does he shield it? No. Lets it go last minute. The Aqua Tail is just enough to knock out, and now we see the Azumarill come in for a bubble farm down, but you can see Arrow, he's thinking to himself, all right, I have avoided disaster. My Guzzlord will not be aligned versus that Azumarill. Instead, it's going to be the Superior.
Yeah, it's not looking great for Snots here. Like you said, Guzzlord has a great matchup against Drapion in the back, so it could be that switch advantage was everything in this game. Arrow firing off the first charge attack here. It is actually a Frenzy Plant, the harder hitting move. I expect to see Snots maybe go for this Ice Beam and then swap to Drapion and hope that it's not the Guzzlord in the back.
Yeah, at this point, like you said, it's Snots. You're just thinking to yourself, okay, please don't be Guzzlord, please don't be Guzzlord, please don't be Guzzlord. I expect to see the swap. There it is. Let's see the reaction from Snots. Just a nod of acknowledgement there. That is all you can do in the 2-shield matchup when you are only doing resisted charge attacks. You may be hoping for some sort of defense drop from your crunches, but I think Snots recognizes that this is the end for his Shadow Dropion here, especially with access to the Dragon Claw. If it was Brutal Swing or Crunch plus Sludge Bomb, you'd actually be resisting all the charge attacks yourself, but realistically, no matter the case here, this is Guzzlord's matchup here for sure.
That's right, and look at this. It would have been the 2-shield situation for both of them, so kind of regardless of the charge attack movesets, it's still kind of those fast attacks that dictate the matchup right there, and I think Arrow's just going to be able to close out this game. Brutal Swing coming through on Azumarill, actually doesn't even take it out, maybe a couple more Dragon Tails. Not expecting to see Snots throw these charge attacks, and, you know, just going to let this go to game 2.
4 shields still in play there. Alignment was on the side of Arrow in that middle and end game. It all came down to that alignment, and Arrow had a positive matchup in the lead. Snots would have had to double shield in order to actually force the switch in his favor, but down 2 shields, I don't know if he would have been able to recover there. Taking a look at Arrow's team, the Registeel, the Superior, all grass attacks, the Galarian Moltres, the Guzzlord, Shadow Quagsire, and Shadow Typhlosion. We did not see Shadow Typhlosion in that game number 1. We haven't seen Registeel at all, but a lot of spice there on Arrow's side.
Yeah, I really like how he positioned that Shadow Quagsire game 1. When you look at Snot's team, the best answer is obviously that Superior, but Superior doesn't really feel safe to bring into Arrow's team. You see the Guzzlord there on the screen right now as we watch this replay, but there's also Pokemon like Galarian Moltres, Registeel, and Typhlosion that you have to fear. So I feel like Shadow Quagsire is actually quite a strong pick for Arrow if you're reading that Snots is going to be too scared to bring Superior.
I would like to see some Diggersby action from Snots. I think that it's got decent neutral play. It certainly has some risks. You know, there's water, there's grasses, there's fighting coverage as well that you certainly need to watch out for. But there's really nothing that you can hit for neutral, at least with most of your charge attacks or fast attacks. The Galarian Moltres does present a little bit of a problem, but you can still hit back with your quick attack and fire punch. It's not ideal. You resist the ancient power at least.
That's true. Well, we'll have to see what Snots decides to do. Big decisions to be made here. If he loses this game, he does drop to losers finals and does still have a chance to make day 2 in the top 16, but a much more difficult path certainly than if he were to just win this series outright.
I'm trying to look at this Guzzlord here, and besides the Azumarill, there's not a lot of just great answers there. I think this Guzzlord is actually a really nice pick into Snot's team here. Let's move into game number 2 here. I see a nod from Arrow. It's the Registeel into the Azumarill. It's not running Hydro Pump. We're going to see a quick swap now into the Shadow Drop Beyond, and that's going to bring out the Guzzlord again.
All right, well, this isn't quite as bad as it was last game because both of these Pokemon are locked in. So, okay, Arrow's already, looking excited. But there's still some potential play here for Snots. He's drawn out the Guzzlord. Maybe this is what he was planning. And now hoping that Talonflame can sweep in the back.
Yeah, honestly, 2-shield Talonflame is not a bad strategy here. Arrow is, obviously this is his main answer to, okay, but we actually have a shield. It's a little bit interesting. With a defense drop, 2 crunches are close to knocking out here, but realistically, Arrow can just shield this, and if he wants, he survives it either way.
Yeah, I mean, he can decide on the next one if he wants to shield, I think, unless Snots wants to double shields and poison Sting down, but...
I don't know if he can.
Yeah, I don't know if he can. Oh, well, he's going for it, Jim.
He's getting desperate, that's for sure.
All right, shield's coming up here. I'm not sure what Snots is going for here. Maybe try to pull a shield depending on how much Arrow values switch advantage here. He does pull 1 shield here, but now all of a sudden, I don't think that 2 shields Talonflame strategy is going to be viable anymore, given that you only have 0 shields.
Okay, it actually swaps now into the Azumarill. Okay, so what's interesting here, if you can get this Registeel in position where your Talonflame can actually farm down, maybe there's some play. And I do want to call out that Snots is running Flame Charge on his Talonflame as well, so that does allow him to ramp up a little bit. But the big factor here is that there are 0 Protect Shields remaining, and he gets the debuff. I think this is Fist Pump number 11 now for Arrow on stream.
All right, well, sorry, you mentioned that, if Snots can get a farm down with the Talonflame, it might be playable, but, I mean, we have 50-second switch timer, right? So I think Arrow is going to be able to take his time here, come out of this matchup with a huge advantage, and I'm not really sure what Snots can do to take out the Glaring Moltres. Fist Pump number 12 coming up there for Arrow. He's feeling confident.
We need to get a counter on the overlay here so that we can start counting these, because, yeah, Arrow is definitely getting the alignment that he wants here, and we're seeing his reaction each and every time. Even gets a debuff now, which is only a 33% chance to get that debuff. Still getting it there. Here comes the Talonflame. Will we see him swap out? I think that you're going to actually force Snots to throw energy here. Okay, maybe tried to get a catch, but unable to do so. In comes the Guzzlord. This will now allow the Talonflame to get 1 additional charge attack here, but no, not before the Guzzlord is able to reach his own charge attack. A Fist Pump number 13. 3-turn versus 5, able to get this Dragon Claw.
Yeah, pretty difficult position for Snots. It's really, really hard to catch charge attacks when you have a 5-turn user like Incinerate. So Arrow going to be able to take this second game for a clean 2-0 sweep, using those unconventional Pokemon, bringing the Registeel out for the first time, and maybe giving a little bit of a surprise to Snots there.
Only word I have for that is yikes. That's a tough spot there for Snots. A 2-0 sweep there for Arrow. Congratulations to him. I believe that was the Group F winners finals. So Arrow will be moving on to day number 2. Snots, don't count him out yet. He'll be moving down to the losers bracket. He's been on a tear all day today, but Arrow absolutely had the formula there, especially on the back of that Guzzlord.
Yeah, I think Arrow is getting a lot of flack for the team he brought here, but what it looks like to me, at least from the games we've seen on stream, is that he basically threw together a bunch of core breakers, and, as long as one of them is really tough for the opponent's team, like Guzzlord was there for Snots, then actually he's kind of at a little bit of an advantage, as long as he's not getting horrible alignment elsewhere. So, interesting strategy from Arrow. Definitely a change from what we've seen him doing in the past, but it looks like it worked out, and, like you said, already moving on to day 2, already in the top 12.
Yeah, game number 1 as a reminder that Shadow Quagsire early game was actually able to win that early matchup versus the, I believe it was the Dunsparce. Yeah, it was. And then that just set up a very easy remainder of the game. Guzzlord on the Drop Beyond, and then Superior on the Azumarill. Game number 2, a little bit more variance here, but it came down to that safe swap from Snots, bringing in that Shadow Drop Beyond, and again, Guzzlord just clearing things out. The Registeel looks so strong. We finally got to see it in action. If you can get it lined up versus Azumarill, Arrow, Fist Pump number 14 on stream now, looking very, very strong.
That's right. Well, we talked about people bringing those different ground types as answers to Drapion, but I think Uro had an interesting read there to bring Guzzlord kind of in that role as well. Worked out for him very well here. I think Snots was maybe banking on the Drapion being pretty safe there, but unfortunately met by the Guzzlord in both games.
It was not safe. Yeah, that Guzzlord was the perfect answer. And like I said, the traditional response to the Drapion is going to be a ground type user. You have your Gastrodons, you have your maybe Diggersby, you have your Kanto Marowaks. It's interesting though, because you can win that matchup versus Diggersby, just spam out those Aqua Tails. A little bit awkward versus that Kanto Marowak as well. You either need to throw energy or use a shield. Even versus Gastrodon, if you get a big enough advantage, then you can sometimes 2 crunches actually knock out. You need to throw that body slam as the Gastrodon, but as Guzzlord, you just wall all of that energy, and you're really in the driver's seat. You're saying, okay, well, if you're going to shield, I can shield, which is what we saw Arrow do. If you're not going to shield, I'm just going to farm you down.
Exactly. Well, really nice gameplay from both trainers. Pretty difficult for Snots. Snots actually recently was #1 on the Go Battle League leaderboards, so definitely a very talented trainer. And speaking of the Go Battle League, there's actually a Go Battle Day coming up on November 2nd, and I think during that time you're going to get extra sets, extra Stardust, and there will even be a special stream for you on this exact channel if you're on Twitch. That's twitch.tv/Pokemon Go. There's also going to be some extra rewards if you're in the chat watching. You see it right there, Charge TMs, Fast TMs, and a lovely Rare Candy XL.
Yeah, congratulations to all the trainers that have already hit Legend, but many is still in hot pursuit. You guys can find some tips, watch some great Go Battle League action there on the Pokemon Go channel. Make sure that you guys do follow the channel as well so you get notifications for when they go live.
Exactly, we go live, every regional and of course for special broadcasts like that. So definitely make sure to follow the channel on Twitch as well as YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram and X. We love hearing from you on all of these platforms.
Yeah, we've seen some great posts already, and whether you guys are here at the venue or just watching from home, make sure you use that hashtag #PlayPokemon on X, and we'll feature your tweets on the broadcast.
That's right. Well, speaking of the broadcast, we're still here in Louisville. We're working our way through these winners finals. We've seen a lot of talented trainers already punching their ticket to day 2, and we've still got a couple more groups to go in terms of those winners finals. I think in just a bit, we're going to be looking at 2 regional champions actually from last season facing off, so I'm really excited to see that soon.
We'll save that for now. In fact, I'm hearing that we've already got some tweets to feature here. Let's bring them up on the broadcast here. That was quick, guys. Thank you so much. We got Keely, who's here in Louisville as well, flying 4,000 kilometers. Oh, wow, using metric here to play competitive Pokemon. I'm sure it was worth it, Keely.
Yeah, and if you walked those 4,000 kilometers, just think about how many eggs you could have hatched in game.
I don't want to do the calculations here, but it's a lot. All right, let's take a look at our next one here. We've got Pokemari. My mom and I made a Terrapagos cake for my birthday. That is really impressive, so I cannot do that.
That is absolutely beautiful. I dream of one day having the skills to make a cake like that. Look at those details on the shell there, as well as on the head. And okay, honestly, making spikes like that is really non-trivial.
Well, it sounds like you have some experience. I'm more of a cookie expert myself. Make sure that you guys do go back and watch the 2024 San Antonio Regional. There may have been a competition there. I'm not sure. We actually have one of our own casters here, Chip Ritchie, a pair of poltergeists on the desk this weekend in Louisville. They're having a great time here. No costumes here on our side. We do have some spooky ghost pins, though, I believe.
That's right, and I think 2-0 Butters and Caleb dressed up with a little bit of things. So, they're going to be the festive ones on this broadcast.
Look, I've got the spookiness in my heart, so. All right, taking a look here, we've got Godmaster Bun competing at first ever regional with a Terrapagos-inspired outfit. You'd love to see that. Round 1 is done, and I managed to beat a prior regional champ. On your first tournament, that's very impressive stuff. Feeling like she won't make day 2, but do my best. Well, that's a great way to start, Soph.
Well, I think beating a prior regional champion definitely shows that you have what it takes to compete with the literal best of them. So congratulations to you. Hoping to see that you make day 2. And we've got Cap X Thor here. Finally can sit down with a coffee and watch a bit of the hashtag Louisville Regional. So that's really fun. I really like that mug as well.
Yeah, very cool mug, without a doubt. Let's see, do we have one more to feature here for you guys? Yes, we do. We have Hanja at my first Pokemon Go Regional in Louisville. These little guys will be joining me today. Very cute plushies, and it's just great to see all the new trainers that are here that are experiencing their very first regional, and congratulations to those that are having success. I would say to those who are watching at home that may have just played Go Battle League or are new to PvP in general, that could be you next time.
Absolutely. It's, really fun to try out the Show 6 format. If you're used to playing your Go Battle League sets, day in and day out, or even just occasionally, I think Show 6 is a really fun format to try. You get to practice some new skills. Go Battle League, you're probably used to just using the same line of 3 every day. That's how a lot of us got started, including S. James P21, who we're going to see in just a bit. But in Show 6, there's a lot more skill. You have different probabilities of what Pokemon might be in the back, and it's a really interesting time.
It takes away a lot of the randomness that where you can really just see anything, in especially the Open Great League in the Go Battle League format, where you know exactly the 6 Pokemon that you might be facing.
Exactly. You don't have to account for, a random Bastiodon in the back or something like that, which, you might still encounter in the Go Battle League, even on the upper pages of the leaderboard.
That is possible. Despite the SmackDown nerf, people are still running it, so.
They are still running. They're even still running counter users like Poliwrath and Metacham. So anyways, all of that goes away in Show 6. Or at least, if it's there, you'll know it's on the team sheet.
You at least understand, okay, well, I have X, Y, and Z to counter that. I better bring those. Some people just bring it for bench pressure, though.
That's true. Some people do. Don't know who those people might be, but no, there are a couple different play styles even in the Show 6 format, right? Some people go for those kind of more polarizing matchups, right? We think about Tomahawk bringing Pokemon like Shadow Bastiodon at Worlds, or the Shadow Skarmory even here in Louisville, and then there's other trainers who basically try to fill their team with 6 safe swaps essentially. So kind of both sides of the spectrum there.
Okay. Well, we're moving over to the stage here. We've already seen Lyle Jeffs III on broadcast. He talked about how great that Shadow Kanto Marowak was for him. But I believe, is this the first time we're seeing S. James P on stream, at least here in Louisville?
I think that's right. I don't think we've seen him on stream since he won the Indianapolis Regional Championship last season. Lyle Jeffs, of course, also a 2-time regional champion. Both wins came in the 2024 season.
Okay, well, an interesting team that we just saw there from S. James P21. Really interesting because he has 3 Dark-type Pokemon, the Drapion, the Pangoro, and the Malamar. All right, so I want to ask you here in this meta, the spot for fighters. Is there a spot? Is that, just coping? What do you think?
Okay, I think there is a spot, and the spot is for Pangoro and kind of Malamar if you count it as a fighter, right? So Shadow Machamp is really, really hard to bring. If there's even a shade that your opponent is going to bring Clodsire, it's just really, really hard. You get so walled to get such a big advantage. Pangoro, on the other hand, you have the opportunity for boost potential. You also have that super hard-hitting close combat, so it gives you a lot of opportunities to close combat and switch, especially with those 50-second switch timers.
What's interesting about the Shadow Machamp is that it has a little bit more flexibility with its movesets. You're really only going to be running Night/Close Combat if you're Pangoro, whereas Machamp, you can run Rock Slide versus Stone Edge. You can even run Close Combat. So, I can tell you're excited here. We're moving into game number 1. This is Winners Finals, Group G, Lyle Jeffs versus S. James P21.
Battle of absolute titans here. Looks like a decent lead for S. James P21, leading Shadow for Alligator into Azumarill. Of course, Lyle Jeffs isn't too unhappy with this matchup because that means his Kanto Marowak in the back gets to avoid it.
Yeah, absolutely. And these Shadow Claws, you can see absolutely adding up much faster than the resisted bubbles. Here comes the first charge attack. It's the Hydro Cannon from S. James. Does some resisted damage, but you can see it's almost taken that Azumarill to half HP already.
That's right. Play rough coming through here. S. James instantly puts up the Protect Shield here. Shadow for Alligator, of course, has a nice matchup into Azumarill because of those Shadow Claws, like you mentioned earlier, but those play roughs absolutely still hurt.
Yeah, and realistically, this Shadow Marowak looks very nice in the back for Lyle Jeffs, especially if it can get lined up versus that Drapion. Needs to have shields in order to operate most efficiently, but I think that with the shield advantage, that may be exactly what Lyle Jeffs is looking for.
Yeah, and it looks like S. James might be going for the full farm down here, had the opportunity to throw the Hydro Cannon, but letting this Azumarill fire off the play rough. Like you said, the Kanto Marowak is looking pretty scary in the back. I wonder if S. James is recognizing that, maybe hoping to bank his energy for later.
That is, I believe, 100 energy now on S. James's Shadow for Alligator. You bring in the Toxapex, a quick swap out into the Malamar. This may be exactly what Lyle Jeffs is looking for. If you can land one of these Sludge Waves, you're going to be putting basically the whole team in position to just be mud slapped down.
That's right. S. James doesn't have any Protect Shields left, so Sludge Wave is going to land, do a lot of damage. I think you're still going to have enough health to maybe get off a foul play on whatever comes in.
Yeah.
Sorry, just on his Toxapex.
You have to throw 2 of these, and I think Lyle, he's looking at what's left in the back here, and there's really nothing except for the Diggersby that could prove a problem for his Shadow, for his Kanto Marowak. So maybe he's just thinking to himself, okay, this is the formula, and he lets it go. Wow.
I like this no shield though, because remember, SJ has 2 Hydro Cannons loaded started on the Feraligatr. If you drop a shield here, you're going to get one shot by a Hydro Cannon later. So actually really smart.
This is a great play.
Yeah, and okay, here's the first Hydro Cannon from SJ. I expect to see Lyle's shield. I expect to see SJ do one Shadow Claw and throw, and then we're just going to have to see how much energy these two trainers both have on their Pokemon to see if the Feraligatr can get to a third Hydro Cannon.
I think that for S-James here, I think that he actually needs to catch. I don't know that he's going to be able to reach it before Lyle's able to fire off his charge attack. Keep in mind, there is still this Toxapex hanging out in the back. Actually just immediately throws it. This is going to knock out, and I believe that he's on the 3 cycle now as well. Only is going to be needing, I think, that 9 turns, but SJ's will be able to get to this Aqua Tail before he's able to get to his own move. Does he try and wait 1 turn here? No, just immediately throws it. This is going to be knocking out the Kanto Marowak. It's going to now come down to the Toxapex versus the Drapion.
It's really going to come down to whether this Drapion can survive a brine, I think, or because I don't think 1 Crunch takes out here from the Drapion. These poison jabs are starting to chunk away. Crunch coming through from S-James. I don't think this is enough, and I think Lyle just reached the brine.
Yeah, brine's going to be very, very close to knocking out. Both of these are going to be close. You do a little bit more damage with these poison jabs compared to the poison stings. Might actually be going for the Sludge Wave. Does more total damage. I think that this is going to be it. I think Lyle hung on with just 1 HP there, and let's see if this Sludge Wave knocks out resisted damage into the Shadow Drapion. Yes, down goes the Drapion. 1 HP in a dream. Lyle takes game 1.
Incredibly close game there. Nicely played from both sides. I love the way that SJ saved the energy on the Shadow Feraligatr, but also Lyle, you know, recognizing that the energy was there, right? He had to save his shields. He recognized that the foul play wasn't going to be very hard hitting. So, you know, it came down to the wire there, and it really comes down to all of these little decisions throughout the match.
He said, get ready for the Shadow Kanto Marowak there, and it definitely did a lot of work there. Was able to take out the Malamar, was able to take out the Shadow Feraligatr, and put a decent dent into that Shadow Drapion as well. Enough of a dent where 1 charge attack from the Toxapex was able to knock out. I gotta love the play there from Lyle Jeffs.
Absolutely. I think the Kanto Marowak is actually really, really strong into S-James' team. He doesn't actually have a ground resist at all, so he's really going to be relying potentially on the bulk of the Diggersby, or of course on the energy of the Shadow Feraligatr to deal with that threat.
There you saw the no shield. I was thinking to myself, oh my gosh, that's so much damage, but realistically, like you said, when you have 2 Hydro Cannons, you just can't shield. So in comes the Feraligatr again, throws all of its energy, takes both shields. The 1 HP in a dream situation there. Toxapex barely hangs on. Really good recognition for Lyle, going for the harder hitting charge attack, knowing it does more total damage despite being resisted.
Yeah, it's really scary to have to commit to the bigger move in situations like that. I'm not sure how much damage Brian would have done it there. It would have been really, really close, but he went for, well, in some ways a safer play because of the damage from the charge attack, but in some ways the risky play if you're not quite sure how much those poison stings are doing.
Sometimes you gotta flex on himself, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you just gotta go for it and you just gotta assert dominance. So that's definitely what Lyle did there in game 1.
That's right. Well, these trainers are still making some decisions for game number 2 here. Remember, if Lyle wins this game, he advances to day 2 on the winner's side. If SJ wins this game, they're going to go to a decisive game 3 to see who's going to take that spot on day 2.
Lyle brought 2 water Pokemon there, if I'm not mistaken. He actually has 3 water Pokemon on his team. And it would, I actually see on paper some opportunity for S-James to bring that Pangoro, but it does not want to get lined up versus the Toxapex, does not want to get lined up versus the Azumarill. I could definitely see Lyle bringing those again. Let's move into game number 2.
All right, Malamar into the Shadow Kanto Marowak, and maybe this is kind of what S-James wanted, and at least it's not lined up against something like the Drapion, which he didn't even end up bringing. Maybe too scared of this Marowak. Foul play coming through here, and you know, game 1, we actually saw him let this foul play go. We saw how much damage it did, and here he's actually letting it go again.
Well, Lyle actually has some pretty strong answers to that Diggersby in the back for S-James Diggersby, and you're not having your Kanto Marowak lined up versus that Feraligatr, so this is actually pretty decent for Lyle at this point.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's really going to come down to how S-James wants to handle his Feraligatr in the back here. Looks like Lyle is going for this Bone Club here. SJ does have some energy here, but he actually does put up the shield. He wants to preserve it and doesn't want to just put 2 shields into the Feraligatr like he did last game.
Oh my, look at that tiny sliver of HP. It actually throws the superpower. It does do slightly more damage, but yes, an absolute wall this Azumarill is for all the energy in that Malamar, and there's really no Psycho Cuts left to be done. That bubble knocks out. In now comes the Feraligatr, but it is down a shield, so once you're able to land one of these play roughs, it will be pretty devastating.
I did get a little bit of chip damage off the ending of that Malamar, but here comes a play rough, and now SJ has to use his final Protect Shield. Like you said, the Diggersby in the back doesn't really have a great place to go in this game, so really going to come down to this Feraligatr, but I think once you take a play rough, it's going to be really, really tough.
Yeah, that will be tough. Shields are going to be down here. Actually, I think they are down now for SJSP. These Hydro Cannons do add up bit by bit, and you're already going to be able to, I think, maybe even get 2 more off before this next play rough. It's going to come down to timing. There's still the opportunity to catch. Let's not forget as well. S-James can preserve this Feraligatr, just swap into his own Diggersby right now if he wants to exit this matchup here. Let's see what he goes for. Play rough is loaded. It will be enough. I don't know if this is, sorry, it will be coming through. I don't know if this is enough to knock out Soph. It'll be close.
I don't think it is, but neither of these players know what's in the back for the other trainer yet. Now SJ sees the Dugong, does fire off this Hydro Cannon, but you know, this Diggersby is going to be down 2 shields, and I think Lyle is in a very good position this game.
What's tough, though, is that how do you take out that Feraligatr? You're solely dependent now on resisted fast attacks. That Feraligatr may even be able to get to another Hydro Cannon late in this matchup.
That's true, but you do have 2 shields as the Dugong Icy Wind coming through here. It's going to mean that the Diggersby is doing just even a little bit less damage. You're doing super effective damage the entire time as the Dugong as well, and you still have 2 Protect Shields. So I think, you know, even though, of course, Ice Shards are resisted by Shadow Feraligatr, I think you can probably just Ice Shard it down should it come down to that.
Well, now in this matchup, I think you actually have the luxury to overfarm here as well. You have 2 Protect Shields. You don't have to throw right away. You do throw right away, so shield is a good thing to have, so. But yeah, here comes the Icy Wind. You can easily hang on for any charge attack with this double debuff now. You can even catch this move if you want right now, but no, actually 1 Ice Shard will be enough. Not able to get that final Protect Shield off. And hey, you know what? 3 Ice Shards is going to be enough. Maybe could have hit that Hydro Cannon, but I think it would have been moot. Lyle looking very strong, 2 times bringing that double water plus Kanto Marowak team. Lyle gets a clean 2-0 sweep versus S-James P21.
Yeah, if you look at the team builds that he brought both times, he recognized that SJ is really, really weak to the Kanto Marowak, and he brought 2 very bulky Pokemon that don't necessarily need shields, right? Actually, I think in that game, we didn't see him use any shields on the Kanto Marowak, but he could have if he wanted, right? And that's why you bring Pokemon like Azumarill, Toxapex, and Dugong to kind of help balance out your shield usage.
What's a little interesting, actually, is I think that Malamar versus that Kanto Marowak lead matchup, you can technically get to 2 superpowers in 20 turns, whereas it takes you 21 turns to get to 2 Bone Clubs. So there is the opportunity to maybe build up 2 charge attacks, throw back-to-back superpowers there, and actually win that 0 shield matchup. That said, though, we saw S-James P invest the Protect Shield after getting outpaced, throwing that foul play superpower combo, which allowed Lyle's Jeff to just get so far ahead in that game, too.
Yeah, obviously, you don't have perfect information, even in Show 6, right? You have maybe a better idea than you would in GBL of what that backline is, but from S-James's perspective, he didn't know that, you know, maybe he should have just let the Malamar go and try to get an energy advantage with Feraligatr.
Yeah, he saw the Azumarill in the lead in game number 1, I believe, and he's just thinking, okay, well, if I'm not seeing the Azumarill in the lead, maybe it's not there. Maybe he just benched it. And really anything else on Lyle's team probably had some sort of destination for that energy, but Azumarill being such a wall, I think that it's funny. You hear people saying like, oh, I don't want to bring Azumarill, but it's just such a must-bring at this point. And I think overall, when we look at all the tournaments so far in this 2025 season, I think it's the #2 usage Pokemon across all regions.
Yeah, it's really funny because Azumarill is one of those Pokemon that has just been around since feels like the beginning of time, right? All the way in the beginning of Go Battle League when it was Azumarill, Altaria, Registeel, Deoxys Defense, right? And now here, you know, several years later, we still see Azumarill near the top of the usage charts.
And really, I don't think anything's changed outside of Bubble getting nerfed and then getting buffed again. I don't think any of the other charge attacks have been impacted at all.
I think you're right. So, I mean, Azumarill really just maybe getting outclassed in terms of the efficiency of those attacks, but, you know, the typing, the bulk, and the bubble damage, all still there.
All the other water types, they come and go. It's the flavor of the month. The Swampert, the Whiscash, the Quagsire. Azumarill is inevitable, though. It cannot be replaced.
That's right. Well, we did see some amazing battles. I think we have done 7 out of 8 of those winners finals. Still 1 more to go, but we're gonna actually take a quick break and then we'll be back with more battles.
Should have waited. You don't have Sludge Bomb, right? Yeah! Let's go. Good games, man. I'll get you in a second with the Fist Bump. Let me at least make this kill. There's Quack in the back.
Phantom is a stump possessed by the spirits of children who died in the forest. Their cries sound like eerie screams with a voice like a human child's. It cries out to lure adults deep into the forest, getting them lost among the trees.
Hello and welcome to the Pokemon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokemon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon championship?
Well, kind of stressful. If you're doing a battle, that determines if you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you gonna win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
I'm a little nervous because I don't know what to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all of these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. I just love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch and they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
There you go, that's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it 10. Watch it 10. I think the toughest thing will be getting it in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, like, you're good to go.
We came from far away to share a love of the game.
Welcome to the Pokemon World Championship 2024.
Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, and let the games begin.
It's going to be Giratina, up a shield, the signature Pokemon of inadequates, but it's not enough.
It's official! Congratulations to Yakai as your 2024 Pokemon Go World Champion! Battle can do whatever they want!
They're going straight forward, the stun in the middle, who's gonna go for the secure? Race so low, who's gonna get it? It's gonna be taken by Fennel! It's gonna be taken by Fennel!
Our champions!
Fennel!
One final count, as careful as possible in this highest of stakes moment. This is what Sakuya needs in order to become the Pokemon TCG Juniors Division World Champion.
Giratina V-Star, a pivotal card here in the Regi Drago deck. Lost Impact, we're gonna see 2 energy go to the Lost Zone here, but that's gonna take the knockout on that Gardevoir EX here, and that's the game. Evan Pavelski is your senior champion here in 2024 at our World Championships.
Is there anything in the deck that can get us? There's 1, maybe 2 energy. Is there an attacker? Is there a switch? We are thinking. Just going to conclude that Earthen Vessel. And there is Fernando Cifuentes is your 2024 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion.
The grass and bug types on the field right now are not threatened by super effective damage. Draco Meteor lands into Iron Treads. It's going to be more than enough for the KO. That's the forfeit. And Kevin Hahn throughout the season has proved he's the best junior in the world. EUIC champion, NAIC champion, and now world champion in the juniors division for the Pokemon video game.
Trying to make sure that you can outdamage your opponent, not take too much as Thunderbolt into the Vergraph, more than enough to bring Luke down to final Pokemon. And with the Sportive one, and the only move of choice being this foul play, does Luke have enough to close this out? Instead, the forfeit's locked in, and with that, Ray Yamanaka is gonna be your Pokemon World Champion here in the Seniors Division. The Electro Drift into this Iron Valiant is going to be enough to secure the knockout here. You see the headset come off, and Yuta knows this might just be all she wrote. This Pelipper, the last bastion of hope here for Yuta to try to get through this game, but the rain has stopped. The protection is gone here for this Grass-type Pelipper, and as we see the forfeit locked in, we're going to see Luca Cervelli become your 2024 Pokemon World Champion.
After winning the World Championships, really I haven't still kicked in how much these things mean for me.
世界大会を優勝できないと思っていたので、とても驚いているし嬉しいです。
I'm feeling very happy that I won Worlds. I did not believe in myself after day 1, but my brother pushed me through it.
世界取ったぞ！最高です。優勝できたからです。
我感觉非常的开心、兴奋以及自豪。
下位チャンピオンになって、あまり実感はないんですが、すごいことをしたなっていう気持ちがあります。感謝したい人は、ここまで連れてきてくれた家族と年始を付き合ってくれた父です。
Right now I'm feeling very good. After this, I'm gonna show up to Worlds next year since I got my auto invite and see how that goes.
Realmente bien, no sé cómo explicarlo, se siente increíble.
Welcome back, trainers. We're here for the Pokemon Go Louisville Regional Championships, and you can see those highlights from World Championships. That's what a lot of these trainers are working towards and trying to get that coveted World Champion title that only comes once a year.
And that's why you're seeing these repeat trainers even early on in the season. 6'10 Hero, Lyle Jeff. We have Elam up next, who of course was even 3rd place in Baltimore. But if you don't win a regional this season, you're gonna have to qualify through top 75 in North America. So these trainers already competitive in the 2nd regional this season.
That's right, and they're looking for even more. This is going to be a star-studded matchup. Elam versus the Gym Jammer coming up, and this is going to be the winners finals for Group H. Winner will be starting on the winner's side in day number 2, top 16. So a lot on the line. Loser will drop down to that losers finals bracket for day number 1. and they have one more chance to make it day number 2. But, you know, they want to wrap it up here in this first series.
Yeah, and we say a lot on the line because it really is. When you talk to competitors, the difference between going in on that winner's side of the bracket and coming in on the loser side is huge. Because if you just win 2 matchups early on day number 2, you're already in winners finals. But if you're on that loser side of the matchup, you got to win 6 matchups to get to those grand finals. It's just such a tough journey. So it really is a lot on the line for both of these trainers to be well positioned, especially a trainer like Elam who wants to get better than 3rd place for this tournament.
That's right. I mean, and you have way less room for error if you go into that loser bracket. You can't lose another series, whereas on the winner's side, you can still lose one and come back into it. So we're going to see how that goes. But we've seen Elam on stream earlier, and let's take a look at the Gym Jammers team because I believe this will be his first appearance on the broadcast today at Louisville. He's running a Talonflame, Azumarill, Malamar, Clodsire, Dunsparce, and Superior. So a fairly meta team, but honestly, I don't even know what's meta anymore, Butters.
I don't know. It feels like there's 2 different metas. It feels like there's the meta that happened earlier on with the earlier groups, and now there's a whole new meta, and there's a lot more grass in this new meta. There's so many Superior teams that are actually thriving, and Gym Jammer is another trainer with a Superior. We saw Arrow get through a ton of trainers. Azumarill has just been so safe in the meta except for against Toxapex, so it's able to handle that, but Keeley, it does have the protection from those Mud Slappers, who's been a surprise pick here in Louisville, especially that Shadow Kanto Marowak. The ability to have that Superior to counter it is actually going to be huge, especially in day number 2, because we've already seen Lyle get through, we've seen Trent get through on that winner side, so if the Gym Jammer or Elam can get through with this Superior on the winner side, they might have great matchups going into day number 2.
That's right. They're making the read that potentially, I mean, maybe they didn't even bring from Marowak, they brought for the water types, solid into even Clodsire and Diggersby as well. So maybe that was the read that they were going for. But either way, pretty strong teams from both ends, 2 Superior as well. I'm trying to look at the teams here. They look similar in some senses, but different in others too, right? Both rocking the Azumarill, Superior, Malamar trio, but the other 3 on the respective ends are different. And the Talonflame on the side of Gym Jammer is running Brave Bird Fly, which in my opinion, I think is the better moveset combination. We did see some Flame Charge action from Snots earlier, but that Brave Bird just gives you so much coverage into water types. We saw it actually into Elam Battle Bill running that Brave Bird, and it was crucial, especially in that non-Shadow for Alligator matchup.
Yeah, and we also, coming out of that series, learned from Elam the reason he is actually running that normal Gator is to be stronger versus the Superior, because if he can get that energy advantage, then he can start outpacing the Ice Beams to try to win that matchup. So it looks like Feraligatr is going to be really strong against the Gym Jammer. I feel like Elam is going to bring it a lot of the games to try to position it to get that energy advantage so it can take out the Superior, and otherwise it's just neutral across the board, neutral to strong. So I think we're going to see a lot of that normal Gator, more flexibility with the non-Shadow variant, and able to outpace, maybe get to some Ice Beams, get some knockouts. And here is the Talonflame into a Superior. That is an awful lead for Elam. See where he pivots into the Azumarill, the Feraligatr, and it's Feraligatr.
Yeah, he's ready for this though. Doug has the double water in the back, and you see Gym Jammer swapping straight away to that Malamar. I think even paused there, didn't want to throw the full Incinerate, because if he did that, then that's 3 Shadow Claws worth of energy that Elam's able to take advantage of. So maybe a very intentional pause in the lead there. Quite a good read.
Yeah, counter swap with that Malamar. You're already at the double Hydro Cannon here. I mean, the Hydro Cannon is just kind of enough. You really don't even need the Shadow variant. Once you start doing some Shadow Claws, you get the Protect Shield. You're at the double right now, and Malamar is not at an attack yet, so you're going to try to throw before. No, actually doesn't throw before the Superpower. Suddenly now Elam has to give up both Protect Shields to try to maintain the alignment. Azumarill into Superior, keep the Azumarill into Talonflame, and avoid the Superior into Talonflame.
Yeah, but I like this play from Elam, because now that this Malamar's debuffed, it's definitely in Hydro Cannon range. He has back-to-back Hydro Cannon. Gym Jammer can't shield at this point in time, so ends up giving up switch advantage. Feraligatr putting in work as expected, I guess, and here comes the Dunsparce, which is going to be resisting the Shadow Claw damage, but these Hydro Cannons still hurt.
Yeah, and the problem is Superior is actually one of the best neutral picks in the game versus Dunsparce. It's really hard to defeat Dunsparce neutrally because it has great bulk, it has great typing, and it has the rollout that's stronger this season, actually picking up the Protect Shield here so you can try to get the rollout down. It really is going to rely on this Dunsparce. Can you get to one more Hydra Cannon? No, you actually get knocked out by the rollout, but then you're going to be able to soak all this energy, swap, counter swap. Now it's a Azumarill versus Talonflame.
Yeah, it looked like the Talonflame actually did get an Incinerate too, so maybe I just missaw there, but that means that the Gym Jammer has extra energy available on the Talonflame, recognizing that one Brave Burst not enough to KO, so going to throw the Fly First to soften up this Azumarill. Now it's closing in on Brave Bird range.
It's there.
Oh, getting
it's
it
there
before the Ice Beam's even thrown.
Is this enough? Is this enough to knock out the Azumarill? Azumarill is so bulky, this is going to be neutral, but same type attack bonus. It's not enough to knock out the Azumarill. Now the Azumarill is forced to use the Ice Beam here, but this Azumarill is very low. But you don't get much advantage if you're Gym Jammer. I believe Gym Jammer is pretty much at 100 energy. So even if you get the rollout down, it's not like you're gaining more energy.
That's right, and unfortunately, this energy is non-stab and only neutral into the Serperior, so Serperior's going to have a fairly easy time handling the Dunsparce, especially at this health range. This is a winning matchup for Serperior in general, but especially when the Dunsparce is already at half health, it's closing in on pretty much just one Frenzy Plant range.
Yeah, and actually, if he didn't throw the Rock Slide, could he have gone to the triple Rock Slide against... Oh, triple Rock Slide wouldn't even do it.
Exactly.
The Rock Slide just does nothing in the Serperior. It looks like Elam on the back of Feraligatr is going to be able to take game number 1.
And Elam connecting with the Frenzy Plant, taking that first game, especially after a really tough lead, but it's really on the backs of that non-Shadow Feraligatr to win it for him. And my question to you, Butters, is should the Gym Jammer have counter-swapped with the Dunsparce instead into the Feraligatr to maintain alignment?
Yeah, because once you're down a little bit of energy with the Malamar, and especially with the bulk of that Feraligatr, and you're already threatened by every single Hydra Cannon, I think that would have been the better play. Dunsparce has the advantage of when you're not facing the Shadow Feraligatr, you can take 2 Hydra Cannons, and it's going to be really hard. The Shadow Claw double resisted through the rest of the health, so I think the Dunsparce would be able to win that matchup, especially if you use both your Protect Shields.
I think on the flip side there too is if the Gym Jammer was predicting the Azumarill in the back, he would be core broken, right? With the Talonflame and Malamar remaining on his team. There's not a lot of places to go to that Azumarill. So maybe hoping that, you know, able to maintain switch advantage and still have the Dunsparce for some neutral check into the Azumarill. And there happened to be a Azumarill in the back end, but unfortunately just not able to maintain switch advantage, made the game a little bit harder for him.
And this becomes very complicated for the Gym Jammer, in my opinion, because now you're kind of stuck because you know how strong Safe Swap Feraligatr is. You kind of have to lead something that's okay against Feraligatr, because then you're going to be okay against the lead Feraligatr and the Safe Swap Feraligatr. So I feel like the Gym Jammer is really kind of forced into just a couple options: the Serperior, the Azumarill, or the Dunsparce. So I feel like if you're locked into those 3 choices, Elam has the flexibility to try to run a Pokemon that can maybe face one of those 3 leads.
Yeah, we're going to see how both trainers make adjustments into this next game. Obviously, we talked a lot about Elam on today's broadcast, and he's been on multiple other ones. A lot of top finishes. I think 2 second-place finishes, a third-place finish this season already in Baltimore in the only other regional. Gym Jammer has attended a couple tournaments in the past, too. I believe the highest finish was 25th at Indianapolis, just missing out on Top Cut. So his run right now, honestly, is his best run to date. But he's looking for more. He's looking for first day number 2.
And he ran the Serperior in the lead, which makes sense because this does block that Safe Swap Feraligatr. And if you could win this matchup neutrally, you could do really well in that backline. But the thing is, the backline is very neutral. Once this matchup is over, I don't even really think you need alignment. So even if you soft lose this matchup and go for a bubble down, I feel like both trainers have a lot of play in the backline. It's going to come down to the end game, not the start of the game.
That's right, and we're going to have to see how this one plays out. I feel like we've seen the Malamar and Serperior matchup quite a few times today already, and depending on what people throw, it kind of changes some of this matchup here. And getting to this superpower on charge attack priority, which is going to be huge for Elam, Gym Jammer is going to shield this up.
Yeah, and that's brutal here. You're probably just going to let the Malamar go. You take your Protect Shield advantage, but actually, wait a second. You can't really, you are going to just let it go. How are you going to finish this off? You're going to have to go for a bold Shadow Claw down or something to try to finish off this Superior, but here comes the Shadow Claw down. You're going to have to at least Protect Shield, and look, the Gym Jammer has Leaf Tornado, could go for a cheeky Leaf Tornado on charge attack priority. Looks like he's going for it. Looks like Elam doesn't want to waste the Protect Shield, just going to go for the Hydro Cannon to get the knockout into the Superior.
Yeah, Gym Jammer's not going to shield this up too, knowing that Leaf Tornado is not going to do as much damage in that situation. Good call from Elam, recognizing that he's going to get to the Hydro Cannon at the same time Gym Jammer's going to reach that Leaf Tornado. It really helped set him up for that play because he threw on charge priority earlier with the Malmar into the Superior. And now we have a not so great matchup for Elam. My guess is he probably throws a Hydro Cannon and maybe swaps out.
And he maybe throws a Shadow Claw first to try to soak the energy and get the free bubble in as well. So well played, great timing by Elam to be able to get that Shadow Claw and the free bubble. And now this Dunsparce is going to swap out as well, counter swap with the Azumarill, and this matchup will take a while. So they are desynced a bit. Elam will be able to come back in earlier than the Gym Jammer if he wanted to.
He's also one bubble ahead, and that play was really well executed from Elam. And this is kind of one of the situations where a lot of high-level players will do is they recognize that their opponents are really good and know how to optimize their timing. So they swap on the optimal timing for that Dunsparce to throw the move, and as a consequence, you not only catch the move, but you also get a full bubble through in the process, and you get 2 free turns out of it, essentially, into the Gym Jammer's Dunsparce.
And you get to soak the energy.
And you get to soak
it's the
energy.
trifecta.
It's a trifecta, but you have to be someone as good as Elam to not only know how to pull off that play, but recognize that your opponent is of the caliber to know that they're going for the optimized timing, right? If you're playing against someone that doesn't know the timing throwing whenever, then it's a whole different story. But so kind of props to both players, right? Gym Jammer obviously playing correctly there, but Elam just a step ahead.
And also to know that Superior is the only Azumarill counter on the Gym Jammer's team. Once you see that out of the way, for Alligator and Azumarill just so safe in this matchup, and actually winning charge attack priority from the best buddy Azumarill of the Gym Jammer is going to waste that entire play rough versus energy, and now it's going to be for Alligator versus the world. You have 2 Protect Shields, but the thing is, Dunsparce isn't in range of Hydro Cannon. Can you whittle it down enough to put it in range of that Hydro Cannon?
Yeah, it is going to be a question on how Gym Jammer spends his final shield, right? Obviously, against the Dunsparce, this Hydro Cannon is going to do a decent amount, but the problem is Elam has 2 back-to-back Hydro Cannons, so if you shield this, you might just get hit by another one right away. However, you need to get off this drill run, so yes.
Let's it go, and now you need to get that drill run, and you have your last Protect Shield remaining. You have to Protect Shield it to try to get to this drill run because the Azumarill was energy dry. You saw that the Azumarill threw the Ice Beam here, and you can't even get back to your timer. Now you're going to be able to throw your drill run, get the last Protect Shield of the game, and now it's just going to be a race. For Alligator wins these races. How much health does the Azumarill have? I don't think it has enough health left.
Well, it not only wins these races, it's definitely going to win with a 3 Shadow Claw head start. Azumarill does not have any energy remaining. This is a non-shadow for Alligator, so it shouldn't KO the Azumarill from this health range, but the Shadow Claw damage is going to add up before another move is reached on the Azumarill. It takes 1, 2, and 3 Shadow Claws, and Elam is going to day number 2 here in Louisville.
Congratulations to Elam, really riding that Gator to victory. I mean, both games just trying to utilize its advantage. Game number 1, it's so good as a safe swap, got the alignment he needed, won the game. Game number 2, lost the alignment, but knows once Superior is out of the picture, I can close with the Alligator, and I have the Azumarill that's safe as well. Gets the 2 shield, or gets the 1 shield advantage. Cleans up game number 2, clean 2-0 to get on that winner's side of the day number 2 bracket.
Yeah, I gotta say game number 2, especially for Elam, he was really flexing his knowledge of this game, right? Charge attack priority in that first match against Superior to make sure that Gym Jammer doesn't leave with any extra energy. Comes in for Alligator and takes charge attack priority on the Leaf Tornado from Superior, recognizing he gets to it at the same time and wins that matchup. Then the incredible catch on the side of his own Azumarill to catch the move, be 1 bubble ahead, this is a play right here, and be ahead in this matchup. The best part for Gym Jammer here was that he was able to win charge attack priority with his Azumarill to take it out before taking another play rough. But at the end of the day, by then, it was a little too late, and Elam was just too far ahead.
And you know, I don't think Elam wins that matchup or matchup number 1 with the Shadow for Alligator. I don't think the Shadow for Alligator has enough bulk, and in that situation, that Gator was already at about 15% health or 20% health towards the end. If it was Shadow, it would have taken more damage from a drill run, more damage from the rollout, and it just wouldn't be able to last long enough to keep outpacing and get to Hydro Cannon after Hydro Cannon. It doesn't seem that bad versus the Dunsparce. It does seem like 2 Hydro Cannons plus a bunch of fast attacks does add up to a knockout.
All right, I know you're hyping up the non-shadow for Alligator, so I gotta ask you this, right? You running the shadow or the non-shadow if you were competing?
Oh, that's such a tough question. I love shadows, so I would probably first try to go for the shadow, but Elam is just putting on a demonstration about why the non-shadow could be good in this meta, especially in more of a superior meta, which his group in this later stage of the day has been more grass. I think if it's more grass, you would rather be that normal Feraligatr, but do you need that extra power in these meta matchups? That's the whole question. I don't know if you actually do need the extra power against what is top meta. Do you need it against Diggersby? Do you need it against Toxapex? Do you need it against Malamar? I don't know if you need it. So if those are the best Pokemon, then maybe you don't need the Shadow type.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we'll have to see how that goes. Maybe we'll be able to ask Elam more about that Feraligatr on day number 2, but he is already made there, so congratulations to him on that winner's side. Jim Jammer's not out of it yet. Will be moving down to that Losers Finals to have a second chance at making that top 16. Not sure who he's facing yet, but we'll probably find out soon enough. Next up, we have Teddy Bear versus Pranav. Definitely going to be a fun matchup we have here. And I don't think we've seen Pranav on the broadcast today yet, but definitely a very talented trainer. And who was it? It was Elam, I think that's
the originator of the non-shadow Feraligatr,
right.
the one who made it and that Elam took the team from. So maybe we'll get to ask Pranav, but I mean, the same exact team, except for, I believe that the Alolan Sandslash was Shadow for Elam, and then now on Pranav's side, it is non-Shadow. I feel like that is actually the only difference here between the teams.
Yeah, that appears to be the case. It was Shadow on the side of Elam's side. So yeah, that seems like that's the only differentiating factor here. However, it looks like the non-Shadow Alolan Sandslash is pretty popular in this current meta too. You listed out a bunch of good reasons why that's the case, so might play more favorably for Pranav. We'll see. I think he lost pretty early in today's tournament. I think he lost his first round against Kimisui. So able to battle through a long gauntlet in the losers bracket to make it to losers finals. Very impressive from Pranav.
Yeah, I mean, these North American tournaments that start the 2025 season have been absolutely stacked. Of course, we have over 150 competitors here in Louisville, and Pranav making it all the way to these losers finals versus Teddy Bear, another trainer that has made top cut in the past as well, and kind of more of a unique team. It's crazy to say that when you see Clodsire, it feels a little off meta at this point, but it is second in usage. But when you get to the later stages of the tournament, you just don't see it as much unless you're seeing bulk play with that shiny Clodsire. But also having the Galarian Moltres, another superior mirror matchup. Superior has just been on almost every single team that in this day number 1.
Yeah, it's like you said, it seems like a slightly different meta on the second half of day number 1, but it is the second portions of the bracket to the latter half of the bracket, so might be just a very interesting coincidence. You talked about Clodsire as well not being really present. I believe it was #1 usage in Baltimore, right? If I'm not mistaken.
And it was 77% in Dortmund.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. But then you don't see it in action. You see all these trainers come to this stage with Shadow Drapion, with Toxapex, with Ariados even. It kind of feels rare for these trainers to get to these winners and losers finals with the Clodsire. I know Bulk did it, Teddy Bear has an opportunity, but it does feel more common to see the other poison types.
Yeah, maybe we need to buff Clodsire and give it Surf, but who knows? We'll see how that goes. Interesting team from Teddy Bear for sure, and then of course Pranav's team, very familiar if you watched the last series with Elam, running that same team except the non-Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Both players are locked in here. It's the losers finals. Winner will move forward to day number 2. Loser will go home early. And here we go. In that first game, it's going to be the Shadow Alolan Sandslash into the non-Shadow Feraligatr. Feraligatr is definitely going to be ahead in this matchup.
But then swapping into your own Feraligatr, so you're down a Shadow Claw here. So Pranav is in a great situation. Just going to be able to throw off, maybe do a little chip and dip, and then swap and soak this energy. And a no shield on the Hydro Cannon does a big chunk. And actually, you probably just want to stay in at this point for Pranav and just stay up a Shadow Claw and just win it neutrally.
Yeah, I like this play a lot from Pranav because he recognizes that there's probably something that beats Feraligatr back, might be a superior. But here's the good news. He can tank it no problem and get to another Hydro Cannon. Does Teddy Bear just shield this? I think he has to. He has to, because the thing is, you can't Powder Snow this down. You can't really bubble it down either. So it's going to put you in an uncomfortable position. Now Pranav is actually going to let this go, having, not shielded anything yet.
And not really worried about the alignment because Alolan Sandslash is really safe in this team for Pranav. There isn't and there comes the Hydro Cannon. There isn't a clear answer besides the Feraligatr. I was going to say, since the Feraligator's out of the way, it's so safe, but it wasn't quite out of the way yet because you couldn't get the Powder Snow down. Now you had to give up your Protect Shield, but at least you do get an energy advantage against the backline of Teddy Bear.
This is going to be interesting, though, because Teddy Bear does have the Lone Sand Slash now for the Drapion, which is going to be a positive matchup. And, you know, the energy for Pranav is going to come in pretty handy here because the energy that he has is really the only meaningful damage he could unload onto this Azumarill. The Powder Snow isn't doing much. So having more energy on this Lone Sand Slash is much better for this matchup for Pranav. But at the same time, if you just whittle down this Lone Sand Slash, you're in a much better spot if you're Teddy Bear.
Yeah, it feels like kind of too low already, just from the bubbles, and then of course the Shadow Claws that it took from the Feraligatr as well. Gonna throw the Drill Run. Double Drill Run isn't even enough yet. And wait a second, we didn't even mention. Wait a second, Caleb, hold up. This is a Hydro Pump Azumarill, and that's gonna knock out the Shadow. Pranav didn't even realize. He didn't even see the moves. He thought it was gonna be Ice Beam and Play Rough just like we did, and he's tapping his head. Me too, Pranav, I didn't see it.
Dude, I remember my elementary school teacher said reading's important, and it looks like me, you, and Pranav were not doing any reading skills in this matchup here too. Did not realize that. I mean, we're looking at the moves too. I was like, man, that Ice Beam looks particularly blue on the coloration, and then there was a whole Hydro Pump.
Yeah, it was a whole Hydro Pump that landed, and Teddy Bear getting the rare advantage in open team sheets right now when your opponent doesn't read the team sheets. But I don't blame him, because almost every single Azumarill does run the Play Rough and the Ice Beam, but that was a game-winning attack, and that's the reason that you run a different attack, is to win games in situations like this.
Yeah, that's kind of wild, too. I mean, Teddy Bear was even on stream earlier, but, you know, I don't blame Pranav for not knowing that. I mean, I don't even know if we saw Teddy Bear bring the Azumarill in his previous matchup, but...
Literally a secret weapon.
Yeah,
it was literally a secret weapon.
I mean, yeah, it's not even a secret. It's just that
it is,
the secret
didn't know.
The secret's on the table. He just didn't read the secret.
Yeah,
you know?
true, but it's still secret.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, what a game. What a game. Wait a second.
What a turnaround.
What is it? Because on here, it does say that it has Play Rough Ice Beam, but let's see on the actual team sheet. Yes, it is the Hydro Pump on the actual team sheet, so it does have Hydro Pump.
Yeah, small typo on the stream graphic, but I believe it is Hydro Pump. Otherwise, Teddy Bear will probably get a game lost for using Hydro Pump out of nowhere, but I'm sure Pranav would have noticed that too. But yeah, the reaction, and you can see, he's like, oh, wait! We've all been there too, Pranav, so no worries. But, you know, I think he could make the necessary adjustment for game number 2, especially now knowing that Zoomer has no grass coverage.
Yeah, and Pranav has such an advantage with his Alolan Sand Slash once the Feraligatr is out of the way for Teddy Bear, because otherwise it's safe against literally everything on Teddy Bear's team. So how does he protect it in game number 2? Now he knows the secret weapon is out there, and he has his own Azumarill, but Teddy Bear's Azumarill does still have Play Rough, so this is a neutral matchup.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, Pranav has the ability to debate with the Ice Beam, whereas Teddy Bear doesn't, but for all intents and purposes, you're probably not baiting in this situation either way. And here we see Pranav going straight for the Play Rough. It looks like Teddy Bear is going to win Charge Attack priority in this specific matchup. That's important information to know, not only for this game, but the next game too, if there is going to be one.
Yeah, and just taking a lot of L's from this Azumarill so far for Pranav on the Charge Attack priority and on that Hydro Pump. But looks like if you just play this out in the leads, it looks like Teddy Bear will just win depending on the distribution. Sometimes you can hang on to a Play Rough to not get knocked out and then knock out with your Play Rough, depending on the Azumarill. But if they are pretty equal, it looks like Teddy Bear would win alignment. And then does alignment matter? Actually swapping out the Shadow Drapion and then counter swap by the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, but a little slow. I think you got 2 to 3 Poison Stings from Pranav first.
Yeah, what does that slow swap do for you, Butters?
The thing is, once you land this crunch, you're in range of Aqua Tail. So now if you can get the double Aqua Tail at the same time as double Drill Run, Teddy Bear might recognize this in throwing the bait so that he can get to the Drill Run. He actually did throw the Ice Punch bait, gets Protect Shielded, so now he has to get to the Drill Run before the double Aqua Tail, and it looks like Pranav was just too far ahead. He's gonna get to the double Aqua Tail first.
Teddy Bear still has 2 shields. I think he's going to spend both shields right here, right now, because otherwise his first shield is pretty useless if he doesn't get it off. But it was on Charge Attack priority, so this is important. Pranav going to shield up as well, and this is pretty key because he's winning Charge Attack priority, so that means that I believe he gets to this next double Aqua Tail before Teddy Bear gets the Ice Punch. Going to throw one early just in case.
The timers were up. Maybe he was thinking there would be a swap on the fourth one. So making sure to knock out that Shadow Alolan Sand Slash.
All right, and this Superior doesn't have a lot of places to go now with the Alolan Sand Slash in the back. But let's see how Pranav plays it out. Maybe he comes in. Oh, wait!
Wait,
Tries to catch. Wait!
Once again, he's going to get Hydro Pumped.
Oh.
Let Teddy Bear cook. And that's going to do so much damage into the Alolan Sand Slash. Suddenly, his win condition against the back line is at 25% health.
I think the thing is, this is still not terrible for Pranav because he has an energy lead and he has a bunch of energy on this Shadow Drapion too. And the thing is, you can't Bind Whip this down, right? So you're gonna have to take a lot of Powder Snow damage. But it was an interesting catch from Pranav as well. But hey, you know what? It's kind of working out still.
Yeah, and you're going to be able to take one Ice Punch, no problem, because this is the non-Shadow here. So you said you can't Vine Whip down, but you're going to throw the Aerial Ace before the next one is available. Suddenly, maybe you're not out of it, but the Shadow Drapion is loaded. If Shadow Drapion can get the double crunch, this is pretty much over. Pranav can get back in the series.
Oh,
but wait! He also had the Ice Beam, so suddenly Pranav is going to unleash a combo attack, I believe. Ice Beam into probably the crunch. There it is, and that is how you tie up the series. You even had a crunch to spare.
Yeah, Pranav's like, I know what I'm doing this time. I know it's Hydro Pump. It's okay if I get hit by it, and it definitely was okay for Pranav. So much energy on that Drapion's energy banked on the Zuma as well. Hey, he's backed and locked in, you know? He knows what's coming at least, even if he didn't catch the play rough.
That's why Shadow Drapion, I think, is the best poison type, because you're able to safe swap it, and if you get that energy advantage, you're able to force protect shields and keep all that excess energy, then pivot out, use it in the end game. It's just so powerful in the end game, especially when all the dimensions shrink up and get smaller. Suddenly an Aqua Tail is so impactful.
Okay, I mean, I know you said it's the best poison type, but I gotta ask you, Butters, this is the best dark type too.
Oh, that's a great question. No, because Malamar is the best dark type.
Okay, all right.
You almost got me. You almost got me.
Just want to see, you know, if you're staying on point or not with your rhetoric.
Yeah,
but...
don't do like a logic circle with me. Yeah. I'm gonna get lost. Like, yeah. All right. So we got it tied up here. Pranav versus Teddy Bear, 1-1, and once again, the Shadow Drapion was the MVP, but of course, that Alolan Sand Slash is pretty much unchecked. It kind of forces out the Feraligatr in the game number 3 for Teddy Bear. Do you have enough answers for that Feraligatr? Do you bring in the Superior yourself, bring in something like your own Feraligatr, then sit the Alolan Sand Slash and just be triple good the Feraligatr in this game number 3?
That's a good question for sure. I mean, you know, I think honestly Pranav's team overall looks really strong to Teddy Bear's. Obviously outside that first game mishap, I think Pranav has a slight team comp advantage, so he has a little bit more flexibility in how he plays it out. I mean, he doesn't have a lot of checks to that Alolan Sand Slash in general, right? I guess both trainers don't have a lot of answers to that with the lack of fighting types, with no, you know, convincing ground damage. It's actually pretty safe. So I think both are probably going to rely on that Alolan Sand Slash. But here we go, game number 3. It's going to be a terrible lead for this Feraligatr. It still has
faster swamp this time though. Only after one Poison Sting here, and you are in range no matter what against the Drill Run. But the thing is about the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, once you start Powder Snowing, then you can start knocking out with Ice Punch as well. The Crunch does go through. You don't get the debuff, but it doesn't really matter because you're already in Aqua Tail range.
Yeah, and that first Crunch letting go is fine.
He tried to call the Ice Punch bait, but it wasn't a bait, it was the Drill Run, and now this is going to knock out the Shadow Drapion, and now you're going to be able to get a full Shadow Claw down, though. This might be pretty impactful.
Yeah, I don't hate this gameplay, too, from Pranav, because it is a non-Shadow Frog, so you can tank this much better. You get a ton of energy. You're guaranteed to outpace that Superior to your hard-hitting move. You lead with the Ice Punch and then, or Ice Beam, and then some. He can even bait here if he really wants to. Does he actually bring in the Zumo? Because then that would be huge for Pranav if he actually brings the Zumo. No, comes to Superior, recognizing that there might be a Alolan Sand Slash in the back.
It calls the Hydrocated bait, though.
Huge no shield.
That not very effective. Instead of super effective, might change this game here, and he can get to the next Ice Beam, but decides to swap into the Alolan Sand Slash. And now, this is tricky, because you might have to start giving up Protect Shield. You don't want to take a third Hydro Pump from this Azumarill.
Yeah, this is definitely big mind games at this point, too, because you know Pranav's just thinking in the back of his head. He's like, I can't tank another Hydro Pump but it might just easily be a bait. 2 shields up. Do you go for the Hydro Pump? That'd be a crazy Hydro Pump, but no. And you see the instant shield from Pranav though, saying, I can't risk it again. I can't risk it a 3rd time. But it's actually going to be the bait.
Well, there's only one attack left in the game that can be neutral, and that's Hydro Pump.
Yeah.
Everything else is resisted, so you would try to use your Protect Shield if your opponent is at Hydro Pump energy. The drill one is going to land here. How close are you to your timer? You're actually getting quite close to your timer for Alligator. You can throw another drill run before the Hydro Pump is available, decides not to, and he gives up his 2nd shield. This time it is actually the Hydro Pump.
All right, it's good shield from Pranav as well. Not the best timing on Teddy Bear, but just didn't want to throw it after Pranav throws yet another move. Pranav had over 100
Wait a second.
So much. Oh, it gets
Wait a second.
shielded. Wait.
He goes for the Ice Punch, which is not very effective. And now, does he try to swap out for Alligator? And here comes the counter swap into Superior. But wait a second. Now Pranav is back because the Superior is in here. And now you actually use less energy. Can you get to that double Ice Punch before you get knocked out here?
All right, I mean, yeah, really calculate
Oh, he
plays.
does! On charge attack priority. Teddy Bear had the energy, and there was no protection remaining, but he decided to throw on charge attack priority and had to give up his Protect Shield.
Wait, this is kind of wild here, too. Teddy Bear, I mean, I don't blame Teddy Bear for losing track of how much energy Pranav had. Pranav had over 100 energy. How could you keep track of that after that point in time?
Can you get to the Ice Beam? You need 2. You need 2. You're going to charge
Yes,
attack priority on it. And now it's going to be a fast attack battle. This is going to be super effective. It's going to knock out the Superior here. So it's all going to come down to, can Shadow Claws do enough damage? Or will the Azumarill be able to bubble down or get to an attack? It doesn't have Ice Beam. And it gets knocked out by Pranav as he takes it 2-1.
You can hear his war cry there too after that finish. I mean, I don't think he thought he was going to win that either. I didn't think so. But 3 Shadow Claws is what he needed to close it out. You know, this is actually really reminiscent of Elam's match too. 3 Shadow Claws is all he needed as well. But, you know, of course, Pranav's match a little bit closer in the end game. However, what's most important is that he didn't get hit by another Hydro Pump.
Yeah, and he's able to hold on because of the Feraligatr not being Shadow, right? Because if you're a Shadow Feraligatr, you don't get there. You're already knocked out. So once again, another case for the non-Shadow Feraligatr in this meta. And I'm kind of getting sold. This doesn't happen too often that I'm getting sold on the non-Shadow, but it just doesn't feel like the Hydro Cannons change too much in the condensed meta. If you throw a Hydro Cannon that's not Shadow or you throw a Shadow one, it seems like it's doing okay damage regardless. You actually might just rather have the bulk.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I got to give it to Teddy Bear, though. In that game, he had some really bold no shields, right?
Yes.
Didn't shield the potential Ice Beam. Didn't shield the potential Drill Run either. You know, just making some cold reads. And you can see that Hydro Pump landing in that 2nd game to, you know, put him pretty decently ahead, but Pranav able to claw his way back into that one with so much energy on the back end. The 3rd game is where it got really weird, right? On both ends.
Yeah.
I think Pranav, you know, didn't get the baits he wanted to, didn't get, you know, didn't shield a drill run, went over 100 energy, but he said, you know what? I'm fighting to the end, and he still gets there too. I love the perseverance, and yeah. That was it.
Teddy Bear had the opportunity to throw the Frenzy Plant before the Ice Punch was available against Pranav. If he threw it 2 turns earlier before that Powder Snow does go through, he was just afraid of getting swapped on, right? Yep. He was afraid of getting swapped on by the Feraligatr that was in the back and then ended up throwing on charge attack priority, and that's how Pranav was able to clutch out that game, and he is pumped about it.
Yeah, he sure was, and well-deserved victory for Pranav as well. I mean, he helped his friend Elam get it this far into the tournament too, running that same team. So we see 2 same teams into day number 2. They're definitely cooking something up special.
Yeah, I mean, the normal Feraligatr is looking good in a superior meta. What an epic matchup. And we still got more epic matchups because, once again, Pranav came in on that loser side of the bracket. We do have some more losers finals. We have Snots, who got taken down by Arrow, versus Nighttime Clasher up next.
Yeah, well, before we get there, let's take a look at some tweets. Let's hear what people have to say from maybe the stage area or back at home. Critical saying, playing the Louisville Pokemon TCG Regional Championship this weekend. And of course, I had to represent Cloud9 while I'm here. Awesome to see.
Yeah, great to see the stages. A little Go stage in the background as well here in Louisville. It's been an awesome turnout for Pokemon Go in the North American regionals so far this year. All right. Oh, look at this. we do have, I believe, is this the Empoleon or the Prinplup here?
This is definitely the Empoleon.
Yeah.
The Prinplup's not this well dressed. But
Yeah.
Garrett Martin saying, I am bringing my son to the Louisville Regional Championships. Good luck and have fun to the other competitors. And very well done. I love the shiny Gyarados picture as well.
Yeah, that's a fierce looking plushie right there. And then we got Pinshu as well, where we are at Best Pogo Friends wedding. So it's socially acceptable to have Louisville on, right? Oh, they're at a wedding and they're watching Louisville still. Yeah, it's very socially acceptable. You actually will get more shinies doing this as well. So people understand. People understand you got to do it. So yeah, it is socially acceptable. Thanks for watching.
I wouldn't publicly advertise it at the wedding, but I will say I too have done such things at a wedding before. So yeah, you know, it does happen, but it's all good. You know, there's a lot going on in the wedding. It's not my wedding, right?
Yeah, it's not your day. It's the people's that are getting married. It's their day.
It's their day, and everyone at the Indianapolis Regional that was watching it.
Yeah, we're gonna have a trainer that's gonna be their day tomorrow when they win the Louisville Championships, and you got to see the whole storylines to know who that will be. But yeah, make sure to follow us on all the socials as well.
Yeah, make sure you use that hashtag #PlayPokemon if you want to get your own posts featured on one of these streams. But as we said before, we are going into a matchup versus Snots and a Nighttime Clasher. This is a losers finals, I believe. So winner will make it into top 16, day number 2. Loser will be finishing the tournament a little bit earlier than they want to. So yeah, we'll see.
Let's get down to the stage. And I was just going to mention, in my opinion, the loser side of these tournaments and getting day 2, it's more important than ever because of the way that it's structured this season for qualifications. Even if you get on the loser side and maybe you think, okay, maybe I don't have a great chance of winning the entire tournament, you still want to get as far as you can on that loser side of the bracket to stack up championship points so at the end of the season, you can be top 75. So really, there's no quitting anymore in this season because you got to keep pushing, get as many points as you can because it's already in the second regional season. It's already competitive. Imagine what it's going to be at the end of the season to get that top 75.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's going to be, you know, there's a lot on the line here because it's less clear if you definitely qualify World Championships or not if you didn't qualify through one of those guarantee spots. So you see a lot of players playing these tournaments. And here we go, game number 1, losers final, Snots versus Nighttime Clasher. And we find Nighttime Clasher in a very tough position, but we've talked about this before. You could actually win this 2-shield matchup.
Yeah, I feel like Nighttime Clasher has lost every single lead on stream so far, and it looks like he's going to swap out into the Ariados, and it's met by the Dunsparce, and you actually got a Poison Sting advantage. It looks like it's a shiny Dunsparce as well. I believe sometimes in the 2 Protect Shield situation, you can flip this matchup. I don't know if Nighttime Clasher is going to go for it, but if you do flip this matchup, it would be quite strong.
Yeah, and to start things off, he's going to have to shield this first one, and you can see he does shield it up too, so might be going for that 2-shield matchup potentially in the situation. Let's see if he does it or not. Throws the next lunge on, great timing from Nighttime Clasher. Now going to have to threaten shields from Snots, but Snots going to let this go.
I wonder if it's ever worth it to throw on a little less best timing to already get that debuff out and take less rollout damages, but decided to go for the proper timing after 4 Poison Stings instead of maybe after 2 Poison Stings. And second shielding on that rock side here. The timers are back up for both trainers. There's 2 Protect Shields remaining for Snots as this next lunge is going to be coming through here. Do you give up the Protect Shield to try to keep alignment, or do you take a shield advantage? Looks like he gives up the Protect Shield.
Yeah, the question is, does this Rockside even KO at this point too? Let's see if Nighttime Clasher goes for a swap or not. No, doesn't. Snot's able to get to this move now, and yeah, this is going to be a real test to see because this is 3 lunges at this point. Against
it doesn't knock out, and can you get the Poison Sting down as well? You can get the Poison Sting down. So now you not only got the alignment here, but you can throw a lunge or a Trailblaze, and maybe it's going to be a Trailblaze. It is going to be a Trailblaze, so this is super effective into the Azumarill, so you're going to chip this a bunch, and now you have your Malamar, which I believe it banked all of its energy. Is that right?
It did have energy too. I think the main thing is Snots didn't get a bubble in that situation when he should have, so let's see if that makes a difference or not.
Look at that energy.
There's a ton of energy on this Malamar, and a really great no-shield from Snots, recognizing that Nighttime Clasher is probably not going to throw the superpower right away, otherwise he's debuffed instantly, and just calls it. Really good call from Snots, but at the same time too, there's that Zoomer on the back for Nighttime Clasher, and this Diggersby really doesn't have a lot of places to go.
And you kind of have to protect shield this now. Actually lets it go. The superpower lands, and here comes the swap. No, actually, there is the swap into the Azumarill. You're going to get the Scorching Sands here, but I don't think you're going to get the double Scorching Sands. I think Nighttime Clasher is going to be able to bubble down before the double charge attack.
Yeah, let's see if you could get that full bubble down or not.
Oh, the
it's
attack drop.
Debuff, but the debuff's actually going to help out Nighttime Clasher a bit because it means he gets more energy in this situation. He doesn't seem like he's really happy about this, but I think he's pretty far ahead.
I think he's worried about Scorching Sand, but it's just a fire punch, so it's not that big of a deal, and you're not going to be in range of Play Rough. Maybe with the Scorching Sand, it would have been a little bit closer here, but now you're just way out of range, and suddenly Snots is almost in range, and you still have that Malamar that's really healthy. Nighttime Clasher with a devastating lead, able to come back out, but there is that one protection remaining.
You know, I doubted Ariados quite a bit, but honestly, in some of these situations, that thing looks unstoppable, even into Dunsparce, right, with that rock coverage. But it really came down to Nighttime Clasher shielding that first rock slide, and you can see actually both trainers throwing on charge attack priority. This is actually important information for Snots, even if he's going to lose this game, because now he knows that he's not going to win that charge attack priority in future games.
Yeah, and he's going to land this Play Rough, and you have to get to another Play Rough to knock out the Malamar, and you're just going to take so much Side Wave damage. Here comes the Side Wave damage, and you're almost out of superpower yourself. That is going to be the knockout for Nighttime Clasher as he takes a 1-0 advantage.
Yeah, and he's pumped to see it too. I've never seen that much energy come out from Nighttime Clasher, but he needs this win for sure to have a chance at day number 2. He's only one game away, but Snots can still reverse sweep here and punch his own ticket to day number 2.
Yeah, and like I mentioned before, Nighttime Clasher was just devastating leads so far on stage in this tournament and still able to make it to these losers finals and lost that lead in game number 1. And the key thing is able to bank all that energy on Malamar and then come into Ariados. And since there wasn't an attack thrown in the Ariados, able to get the alignment versus the Dunsparce.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, let's look at Snots' team, right? That's a really bold safe swap in my opinion, because Snots has the Talonflame.
Right.
And if you bring that to Talonflame, and I've been there before, right? You have nowhere to go with the Ariados. They farm you down. They come out with 100 energy and then some, and they just unload it. And especially in this meta where steel types and electric types are pretty rare, nothing's going to resist that flying damage, especially on the side of Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah, and so does he bring that Ariados into that game number 2, knowing that Snots has the answer with the Talonflame? You do have the double water type to try to protect it with the Azumarill and the Toxapex here. The thing is, the Azumarill, once again, is just looking so safe on teams without Toxapex. You do have the Superior, but you can still play in a Superior matchup with the Azumarill. So I think you're going to see a lot of Azumarill for Nighttime Clasher. And here comes the Ariados in the game number 2, and guess what? Man. It's got its best matchup in the Superior instant pivot into Dunsparce. Maybe you're gonna go for a lunge and then swap into your own Pokemon.
Oh, actually,
wait a second.
Even go for the lunge.
Wait a second.
Swaps really late, banks all this energy, but the problem is, well, there's a few problems. One, Dunsparce can potentially flip this matchup now, and 2, your timers are super misaligned. Snots can come back in with Superior much sooner and lock this Azumarill in.
I mean, to Nighttime Clasher's credit, I thought you should throw the lunge as well, but if you're calling there's no Talonflame in the back, Ariados is just going to be fine once Dunsparce is out of the picture. So if you take all that energy advantage, even if you soft lose this matchup, you could then side wave down with Malamar. Then you got Malamar plus Ariados up energy versus any backline. That's going to be really tough to deal with.
I mean, it is a bold call from Nighttime Clasher, though, because without a Talonflame in the back, Snots definitely needs 2 counters for that Ariados, especially after seeing it in the first game.
Oh, and then swapping on the Ice Beam, though, maybe thinking it's going to be a Play Rough, but this is going to be devastating. It's super effective into the Superior.
All right, and it's going to do a decent amount of damage here. Not too much, though, because Superior is fairly bulky, but it's going to try to get to that aerial. He's not able to do it. And here, again, Snots doesn't have a very clear answer to this Ariados. However, he has a lot of energy banked on that Dunsparce, and that's going to come in handy for him, too. Yeah, you can see, not even waiting that Switch Timer. Oh, wait. Goes to the Drill Run, actually. The neutral Drill Run does get this gets shielded up from Nighttime Clasher. It does, so it doesn't even matter. Nighttime Clasher probably a little confused at that point, maybe thinking that, I don't know, maybe he thought that Snots thought he was going to catch. Obviously a misclick on Snots, but it didn't actually punish him, and now getting the impactful rock side off is going to, you know, kind of correct itself.
And he kept going for poison stings instead of just throwing the lunge on charge stack priority. He could have thrown the lunge on charge stack priority and got the shield. He could have got that earlier on in the matchup if he wanted to, and here comes the swap in the Drapion, but now Drapion's going to take a lunge here. Drapion is strong against Malamar, but now it's going to take a chunk out of its health, and it's going to be debuffed. This is going to be really tough to deal with because you still have the Azumarill as well.
The debuff is going to be crucial in this situation. Kind of needs a debuff back to potentially have a chance to take out this Azumarill. However, Azumarill is going to get to move before the second crunch or even Agro Tail is reached. Debuff does
get it.
Wait, you actually outpaced here, and now throwing the Agro Tail on charge stack priority. This is actually a huge play from Snots.
And you're going to get this knockout. Wait a second. He did, because this was charge attack priority. He wants to secure the knockout. I actually like this decision. You either secure the knockout or you get a protect shield, because Malamar would struggle side-waving down this Drapion. So now at least you get the protect shield, but Drapion just does get 2 more poison stings out of it, and you can switch back to your Dunsparce and maybe clear this debuff, but deciding to stay in so far, or maybe just going to try to swap on a superpower. He's going to try to swap for it. He tries for it, and he gets it. He gets it. It was a little delayed, but it was good enough.
He gets the catch, just a massive catch. 2 back-to-back crunches will do it, but there's still the Ariados in the back. Can't even get
and he swaps on it last second!
Ariados as well, too.
Right back at you, it's nuts!
Back-to-back catches from both trainers here. Nighttime Clasher is going to catch it. He knows he's going to have enough to take this out, and the Malamar is going to survive the crunch, no problem. 1 more side wave should do it, and Nighttime Clasher makes top 16 here in Louisville.
Yeah, well played by Snots, though, there. Really amazing in-game, brilliant performance from 2 super talented trainers. They were catching back and forth. One got an amazing catch, then Nighttime literally waited to the last possible second to swap out, and Snots was anticipating that, but once you're kind of stuck, you have to throw your energy before you get knocked out. Nighttime waited, he got the catch. Well done. What a nice series from Nighttime Clasher, and a great run from Snots, who has been so good this season in Go Battle League as well. Just a super talented trainer, so what a run.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely a run to be proud of for sure. I mean, I would say in this endgame, Snots' catch, I would say, is definitely way more difficult to pull off, because not only are you against a 1-turn Malamar, but if you don't catch that move on that Dunsparce, then you know, Nighttime Clasher just farms down the Dunsparce and you just lose right then and there. But I would say Nighttime Clasher's catch was a little bit easier to pull off, because he knew that Snots had to throw the move. There's no way Snots doesn't throw the move. But this catch is really impressive from Snots. However, Nighttime Clasher just too far ahead at this point that that catch didn't even end up mattering, because you can see here, right? He has to throw. So no matter what, the air just going to come in.
Yeah, he was in that tough situation, like you mentioned. Nighttime able to position himself to be patient, though, to pull it off, because a lot of trainers would swap earlier because they think their opponent is going to throw because they're so low in health. So great patience from Nighttime Clasher, but a really impressive swap on that superpower to not only absorb the energy on Dunsparce, but then debuff the opponent as well. So what a last couple series from these trainers in Louisville. Really amazing stuff.
Yeah, definitely. And those loser finals are super exciting because there's a lot on the line. But we'll see more of these trainers tomorrow. Let's head to a quick break before we wrap up day number 1.
Your mask arose from the spirits of people entered in graves in past ages. It wanders through ruins by night, carrying a mask that's said to have been the face it had when it was still human.
How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come.
as we start to wrap up our second North American Regional of the 2025 Play Pokemon Championship Series here with Pokemon Go. Guys, it's me, Wholesome_, joined by Softoph. I think we've got 2 more losers finals matches for you.
That's right. As a reminder, there's still lots of action tomorrow. We're going to see our top 16 trainers fight it out to determine who will be the Louisville regional champion. Top 16, I think 14 of those 16 spots have been determined already, and like you said, 2 more losers matches still to go.
You know, so I know it sounds so cliche saying, oh, this could be an IC with how much talent that we have, but I don't know exactly what caused this entire collision of trainers, but this is just such an impressive array of trainers that we're seeing here, both in winners and in losers finals here. In our day 2, even just now with still 2 spots, it's going to be absolutely insane.
Absolutely. There's tons of regional champions. I think the world champion is in there as well. So really looking forward to a lot of the action day 2. But before we get there, we still have to determine these trainers. One of these trainers, S. James P21, of course, a regional champion from last year. 610 Hero hasn't claimed any regional titles for himself yet, but no stranger to Top Cut, I believe, was in the Top Cut just a couple of weeks ago in Baltimore.
You know, they say, 30s is the new 20s or 40s is the new 30s. I think 3 waters is the new 2 waters here, so because I'm seeing so many teams that are now having not only 2 but 3 water Pokemon on them. It is absolutely insane here. We have the Quagsire Toxapex Azumarill on one side, and then we've got the Feraligatr Toxapex on another side. We're seeing Azumarill mixed in with some of those as well. Water is just such a good typing right now, and it seems like it always is.
It absolutely is, and they're like all of these water types on 610 Heroes team have a useful dual typing. Like I don't think there's any typing that deals super effective damage to all 3 of the Quagsire, Toxapex, and Azumarill that we see on 610's team.
Yeah, good call out. I think that realistically in this meta, if we look kind of at some of the absences, Electric is one of the typings that we really just don't see much at all. And yes, of course, Quagsire is going to be that answer if you do see that, but outside of maybe the one Charjabug we saw today, I don't know that we saw any Electric except maybe a Zap Cannon from Arrow.
Yeah, we were talking about a little bit earlier, like Charjabug hasn't been directly nerfed, but it's pretty much gone extinct, right? And I think it's just because of the rise of the ground types, right? At first it was Clodsire and Gastrodon. Now we're starting to see maybe more Diggersby, even some Kanto, Marowak. So I think it's, a little bit risky to bring electric types into the meta just because of those really, really polarizing matchups.
All right, well, Soph, I have a question for you. You mentioned ground types. Gastrodon, I don't think we've seen at all this entire tournament. We in fact mentioned it as trending down. It was supposed to be that best Pokemon almost, especially as an answer to Pokemon like Clodsire that a lot of people thought early in the season was going to be so good. Not that Clodsire isn't good, but we are seeing Mud Slappers now. We saw some Donphan, but is Shadow Kanto Marowak the best Mud Slapper in this meta, Soph?
If you want to use a Mud Slapper, then yeah, probably. I think it does have the, the coverage that we love, right? The rock ground coverage that you see Pokemon like Dunsparce, Clodsire, of course, previously Galarian Stunfisk, all have. So it has a little bit more play into flyers compared to something like the Gastrodon. I know we saw some Donphan, but I don't really think that's quite the right one. It deals similar damage to Kanto Marowak, but kind of a little bit strange on the coverage and bulk there.
Yeah, I think Trailblaze is nice, but Body Slam I think just leaves you lacking. So it's not a great move at this point, especially non-stab. Yeah, I think we've now had, what, 3 teams, so between Lyle, Nighttime Clasher, and Trent that have all locked in their Shadow Kanto Marowak for day 2.
There's also Dijon. Oh, sorry, not for day 2. All right, getting into the first match that we've got SJ and 610 Hero Feraligatr into Azumarill.
Well, we mentioned 3 water Pokemon, and yeah, 610 Hero just brought all 3 water Pokemon. Like Soph said, actually really good balance between those 3 Pokemon, and SJ only bringing the 1 here. We've seen a lot of S. James P. Shadow Feraligatr. He seems to really prioritize using this Pokemon, and even in bad matchups where you're throwing resistant Hydro Cannons, he seems to just stick around with his Shadow Feraligatr very regularly.
All right, well, taking a peek at these back lines, I think, I don't know how important Switch Advantage is going to be here. If you look at the Toxapex in the back, I think SJ has decent matchups with both the Malamar and the Drapion, so maybe going to come down to how they want to prioritize their shields.
Yeah, I think realistically, there's flexible play pretty much across the board here. Maybe the most challenging would be the Shadow Drapion getting lined up versus that Shadow Quagsire, but even then, you still have plenty of ways to hit back, and you're not going to get knocked out by one charge attack since there is no access to Mud Bomb here specifically.
All right, well, well. This is one of those matchups where the Shadow for Alligator is maybe preferred over the regular. Look at how much those Shadow Claws are doing. I think if SJ wants to, he can probably shield and Shadow Claw down. Looks like that's exactly what he's doing, so we'll have to see if 610 Hero allows that, or perhaps tries to switch out and prevent that from happening. Looks like he's just going to stay in though.
Okay, and I think that you will be able to Shadow Claw down. Yes, indeed. Yes, SJP once again going shields down with this for Alligator, coming out with tons of energy. But guess what? There's another water Pokemon ready to absorb all of these Hydro Cannons.
Yeah, he did bank up, I think, 2 Hydro Cannons before swapping out into this Drapion. Met by the Shadow Quagsire, but you are a little bit ahead on energy. And also, I don't think this Shadow Quagsire has Mud Bomb, so I'm gonna have to throw the more expensive Stone Edge to take out this Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure Stone Edge is going to... Well, it probably will KO. These Mud Shots, they do more damage now. And actually throws the Aqua Tail here instead, so...
Yeah, I think you definitely live this as the Drapion. The question is whether you can get to Crunch, and you definitely can take one more Mud Shot, but actually SJ just goes for the Aqua Tail here. Not sure if this is going to be enough to take it out, but both of these Pokemon are Shadow, and you're pretty much neutralizing the Quagsire for the rest of the game.
Yeah, Quagsire, 1 Poison Sting. Actually, ooh, a Simul Knockout. I like that from S-James. That was very, very smart play.
Yeah, I didn't want maybe this Toxapex to get ahead on energy, but this is looking pretty interesting here. Actually, Malamar is shredding away with the Psy Wave, Sludge Wave coming through. It's not going to do enough to knock out the Malamar, but you have to remember the Feraligatr in the back still has a lot of energy and a decent amount of health, so probably going to be able to get off 3 Hydro Cannons eventually.
It's worth pointing out there is a break point here for these Psy Waves where they do 1 additional damage. This could be the Toxapex Slayer here on SJ's team.
That's right. Well, Foul Play gets shielded up, recognizing that it's going to do more damage than the Hydro Cannons. Actually, this Foul Play is really important for SJ to reach, maybe hoping for a charge attack priority as well as a, of course, catch kind of, but doesn't get it. 610 Hero is still tapping, but look at how much that Hydro Cannon does. Second Hydro Cannon coming out here, and I think all SJ needs to do is maybe get 1 or 2 more fast attacks to take out this Toxapex.
Yeah, absolutely. This isn't going to be enough to knock out, but I think 2, maybe 3 Shadow Claws will be enough. Realistically, you have to get to 2 Brines if you're this Toxapex here, and you're just not going to do that. You are not able to get to that second one, and I believe now that this Malamar will have no problem simply just farming down the Toxapex here with 1 HP.
Feraligatr actually even survives that Brine with 1 HP, so Shadow Claw goes through, and SJ is able to take that very first game.
Okay, yeah, game number 1. You still need to win a game number 2 here, though. There's still a lot of variables that can happen here. I think SJ feels confident, and like we said, there's some tendencies that we're seeing here from SJP. Very regularly going shields down with that Feraligatr, then swapping out of the Feraligatr in a bad matchup to then maybe combo play later on, which you mentioned, hey, maybe he wants to charge attack priority. I think he just wanted to get that first Hydro Cannon off and then maybe try to charge attack priority on the second Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, that's also a good option. I think if you look at 610 Hero's team, the energy from Feraligatr pretty much goes everywhere except for the Toxapex. I mean, in that first game we saw the Azumarill, of course, go down. So SJ knows that the Toxapex is the worst place to throw those Hydro Cannons from the Feraligatr.
Yeah, not that Azumarill is necessarily a great spot there, but taking a look back at this matchup, though, very smart recognition there from S-James-P, actually just allowing that simul knockout so that Toxapex gets 0 additional energy. Maybe with 1 or 2 additional poison jabs, that could have been a different game, but good energy management, good recognition of negating your opponent's ability to farm. I really like the plays there from SJ in game number 1.
Yeah, I think the benefit he would have gotten from trying to secure a knockout there would have just been like a couple more poison stings of damage on the Toxapex, which, you know, maybe realizing that wasn't super valuable compared to the potential harm from the poison jab farm down.
Okay. Well, taking a look at that team, we mentioned 2 water Pokemon, but we have also that Pangoro as well, which I don't know that we've seen any Pangoro action on stream the entire day, and I just keep wanting to see it. Karate Chop, Close Combat, Night Slash, able to pace the moves so quickly. Doesn't really have the same fast attack pressure that Counter used to, but with Counter now being nerfed, Karate Chop is typically going to be the prioritized move for most fighters in this meta.
Yeah, a little bit risky to bring into 610 Heroes team. We did just see him bring both Azumarill and Toxapex, so maybe thinking that SJ is going to try to leave that Pokemon on the bench, especially like you said, he loves to 2 shields that Feraligatr, and if you 2 shield the Feraligatr and you have a 0 shields Pangoro, it's not usually a recipe for success.
Well, if you're expecting triple water again from the side of 610 Hero, I mean, I think that you've pretty much already built your team for S-James. I think that Feraligatr is okay, right? You can see it make its way through those matchups. Malamar makes a lot of sense, and I think Shadow Drapion makes a lot of sense. The only other thing you could end up bringing maybe is your own Toxapex. But then it is going to be a little bit risky versus Pokemon, especially like that Shadow Quagsire.
Yeah, well, SJ does have a couple of options here, I think, still thinking over the team, so we'll have to see what he decides to bring. But like you said, I think probably going to stick with the Shadow Feraligatr, and the Drapion looks pretty safe as well.
I think that realistically, SJMSB has kind of a more standardized formula. I think 610 Heroes who could maybe switch things up a little bit. But let's take a look at game number 2. We're moving into the actions. And, oh no! 610 Hero actually gets his Shadow Dropion lined up versus the Diggersby. In a 2-shield matchup, you can make this work, but you certainly don't want to take any of these Scorching Sands.
Yeah, typically when we see this, you see a Diggersby switching into a Drapion, so the Drapion's a little bit ahead on energy, but I don't think this is the worst case scenario for 610 Hero. Again, as long as he's not shielding Fire Punch baits, which isn't going to happen as SJ is going straight for the Scorching Sands, and it's currently shielded up by 610 Hero, I think you can maybe try to shield through this matchup if you really want to.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? This is actually an ABA Poison team that we're seeing from 610 Hero here as well. So this Diggersby does have a lot of mileage that it could potentially get. You need 3 of these Aqua Tails to knock out here on the side of this Diggersby. Or sorry, on the side of this Shadow Dropion. SJ's actually bringing in his own Feraligatr now. It's going to be met by this Toxapex, which is really one of the better answers in the meta right now because you're hitting for neutral sludge, neutral poison jabs, and then you can, as long as you can land that hard-hitting Sludge Wave, that's pretty much a one-shot formula for the Feraligatr.
This is probably the best case scenario for 610 Hero. Definitely wanted to get the Toxapex aligned on the Feraligatr. Hydro Cannon coming through here, and I think he's just going to continue to farm up maybe until another Hydro Cannon is stored. But if you look at the way that 610 Hero built this team of 3, I think he was probably hoping to go for switch advantage, maybe double shield to the Drapion against whatever, and then hope that Quagsire and Toxapex can get aligned nicely in the back.
Well, he desperately needs to get the Shadow Feraligatr off the field, and I think this Toxapex is the best answer, but SJMS is so regularly double shielded, and we could even see that here if 610 Hero wants to use his own Protect Shield. The Shadow Quagsire has so much play versus the Dropion as well as versus the Diggersby, but it needs to somehow get through this Feraligatr.
Well, Drapion does have a lot of energy, so that's going to be a good start for a 610 Hero. Actually, this is just an Aqua Tail, but I don't think Feraligatr is going to be able to reach another move.
Yeah, even if it does knock out one, Poison Sting should do it. Now bringing in your own Shadow Dropion here, and from my perspective, things are looking very nice for 610 Hero.
That's our Aqua Tail coming through here. It's going to do just a little bit below half of the Drapion's health. I expect to see SJ farm up just a little bit more energy. Again, I don't think he has seen the Shadow Quagsire quite yet, so maybe just, going to throw right away, try to pressure this shield if 610 Hero wants to shield. He doesn't, so now we're going to see the Shadow Quagsire come onto the field for the first time.
How much energy does this Diggersby have? That's the biggest question I have right now. Will you be able to get to another charge attack? Okay, and SJMSB actually going to be throwing this Crunch right away, trying to go for the harder hitting charge attack. This will do a nice dent, but you're definitely not going to be able to Poison Sting down, and I'm not sure that you can really go for enough quick attacks here. A Fire Punch is loaded, but I think you're going to need to somehow land a Scorching Sands, or maybe if you can get to an Aqua Tail at the end game.
All right, well, it's going to come down to the energy here on SJ's side. I think 610 Hero needs to reach this double Aqua Tail because SJ does still have a shield, but it looks like, I don't know if you can shield this. Maybe you just hope and pray that your Drapion can get to a crunch.
Yeah, it is low HP, and keep in mind with buffed damage, this is going to be very close here. Can you get to this Aqua Tail? Yes, you do. This could be enough to knock out.
That's right. I think I actually could have reached the crunch, but either way, both of these Pokemon are Shadow, and I think SJ is actually feeling confident that this Aqua Tail is going to knock out. That's actually going to be a 2-0 victory. Maybe felt a little bit anticlimactic at the end, but actually really nice gameplay from SJ. I wasn't really sure how that game was going to go.
Yeah, I think we saw our first smile crack there from SJMSB. I think that he's got to feel good after that 2-0 victory. I think both of us were looking at that matchup and we're thinking, okay, this Quagsire looks so good, but a nice bait there from SJ later on in that matchup. I think he had the Fire Punch loaded, able to get that final Protect Shield, and I think that's exactly why we saw why Shadow Dropion is just so good, is that even in situations where it's low HP, when it just needs to get to one charge attack, 8 turns is all you need to get to that Aqua Tail. And Aqua Tail, despite not having stab advantage, it still hits so hard.
Exactly. I think you mentioned that Fire Punch bait, and it was really critical because that actually meant that 610 Hero wasn't able to over-farm as much as he otherwise would have, right? It's not necessarily about reaching the Scorching Sands there.
Yeah, I like the play that we saw from the Malamar. I think that the signature Pokemon to me right now for SJMSB is that Shadow Feraligatr. So many people seem to be leaving it on the bench, and he is just embracing it game after game and putting himself in situations where he gets tons and tons of work. Even when Hydro Cannon is resisted, he's taking out Toxapexes, he's taking out Azumarils, and that is just the strength of that Feraligatr and the strength of Hydro Cannon.
That's right, and that second game we actually saw the Shadow for Alligator, like you said, able to take down the Toxapex. That's one of those matchups where I think the Shadow variant is just a lot stronger than the regular variant because most of the damage output is coming from those Shadow Claws.
We haven't seen too much normal, or non-Shadow rather, for Alligator. I think we did see it on Pranav's team.
I think Pranav and Elam might both be running the normal for Alligator.
Yeah, so it's interesting to see, just depending on what your team composition is, why it may make more sense for Shadow versus non-Shadow. I think that so often, especially for the case of like Dropion, we're just seeing Shadow, 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 Shadow. But for Pokemon like for Alligator, there is some use cases for the non-Shadow variants as well.
Absolutely, especially if you need just a little bit more bulk on your team, right? The normal for Alligator does take attacks from Clodsire, for example, better, takes the Scorching Sands from Diggersby much better, and those are matchups that you definitely want your for Alligator to kind of be dominating in.
Yeah, and it used to be the Gligar matchup, remember? And people were like, oh, okay, well, I can hang on now versus an Aerial Ace in the 2-shield matchup, and that's why I run normal for Alligator. But we're now seeing more reasons to run it here in this 2025 meta. All right, well, I'm taking a look at this final matchup for today, and it's going to be the Gym Jammer. We've seen him on stream, but we actually have our, I think, 2023 Charlotte Regional Champion, Richie1409 here as well, coming from Mexico here. Lots of travel here for him and his team, and you can see that he has now locked his place in the Losers Finals, one match away from punching his ticket to day 2.
That's right, like you mentioned, a regional champion just a couple of years ago, and maybe looking to repeat that performance getting into day 2 again. I think has had some top cuts since then, but hasn't gone quite as far as he did when he won.
All right, well, I do see a Talonflame on both of these trainers' teams, and it's interesting because Talonflame is a Pokemon that has had lots of success. I haven't really seen any matchups today where I feel impressed by Talonflame, though. It always seems to be in some situation where it has its back up against a wall, or up against an Azumarill or something like that. Is Talonflame good or bad in your opinion right now, Soph?
Such a black and white question. I mean, you talked a lot about, teams that have 2 or 3 water types on them, and I think it's really, really hard to justify bringing Talonflame into those teams, especially if you lead into a bad matchup, right? You're stuck in the Incinerate for 5 entire turns, so it's just really tough to lead, and then, you're already kind of reducing your options with the Pokemon that way. So maybe this particular tournament, it didn't really have its time to shine, but I don't necessarily think that means it's bad in general, right? You could see another tournament where people just happen to be bringing a lot of Lowland Sandslash, Superior Chestnut, and in those cases, Fire is really the only thing that can core break that.
It was actually on the first Legend team this season from Zweilous, the first person to Legend in the Go Battle League. He was running that core that we're seeing all over the place, the Diggersby Toxapex, but then running Talonflame, which I think at the time was a little bit of a core breaker, but I think that people are responding to that, like you said, double, triple water in some cases. And when we look at all the flyers in the meta, Mandibuzz, Galarian Moltres, Talonflame, I mean, I think it's the one that, really all of those kind of are weak to Azumarill, but I think it's the most one-dimensional of those Pokemon. Maybe.
Absolutely, and we talked about Dunsparce, right, being the #1 Pokemon in usage this tournament, and Talonflame is the only one taking double super effective from those rollouts, whereas, Mandibuzz, Galarian Moltres, in some situations they might be able to kind of deal a little bit of damage at least, whereas with Talonflame you're pretty much helpless unless you're already ahead on energy.
Okay, well, these trainers are still getting locked in. I mean, this is a very key moment for both of these trainers. They've already both accumulated 1 loss, and in this double elimination tournament here in the Losers Finals, this is win and go to day 2, or lose and you go home. And especially from a prizing perspective, this is very, very impactful as well.
Absolutely. I think the jump from top 32 to top 16 has implications for championship points. In terms of booster packs, that's also the case. And I think also in terms of cash prizing, you need to be in the top 8. So even though these trainers have made it very far already, they're definitely looking to go even further.
Okay, well, I'm curious to see, again, we keep talking about Dunsparce, our #1 usage Pokemon in day #1. We see it on the Gym Jammers team. Has some good play versus Richie, especially versus things like Talonflame. I mean, yes, it hits for super effective versus things like the Toxapex. Yes, it resists the Shadow Claw, but it just has a lot of good neutral play across the board, maybe with the exception of that Diggersby.
I'm also looking at the Toxapex on Richie's side, and I think it has a lot of nice targets on Gym Jammer's team.
Superior, Azumarill, Talonflame for sure. I mean, even Malamar in the Zero Shield matchup, not so bad.
Exactly, as long as the Psy Waves aren't doing, an incredible amount of damage.
All right, so 2 bulk monsters, Clodsire versus Toxapex. Who do you give the advantage to?
Well, if it's a head-to-head, I obviously give the advantage to Clodsire, but if it's in these, well, I think Clodsire in general.
Okay, well, let's find out. We're going to be moving into our Losers Finals. This is Group H. This is our final matchup of the day. Let's get the energy going here, guys. We have Gym Jammer versus Richie. Malamar into for Alligator.
All right, and this is a fun matchup for Shadow for Alligator. You're chunking away with these Shadow Claws. You get to the Hydro Cannon so quickly, and actually Richie's already able to pull the first Protect Shield from Jim Jammer.
All right, like you said, first Protect Shield has been used, and Jim Jammer is now accumulating energy very quickly. Should be able to get to a superpower just before Richie's able to reach his second Hydro Cannon, and just look how much damage these Psywaves are doing, so.
Is one of the disadvantages of a Shadow for Alligator. You definitely have less bulk. Actually, a nice catch of the Hydro Cannon onto Azumarill by the Jim Jammer. Looking at Richie's team, there isn't really a clear answer. I mean, maybe you build up some energy and bring in the Alolan Sand Slash, but looking at the Talonflame, this actually could be good because if you can realign it with the Malamar, that would be very nice as you can avoid the Dunsparce and Azumarill.
I think that you want to build up energy, but you don't want to have that switch clock so desync by throwing a charge attack. So I like exactly what Richie's doing here. You're able to absorb all this energy very easily, especially as the non-shadow variant of this Alolan Sand Slash here. You can take 2 of these play roughs no problem, just be an energy sponge, and just overfarm a ton of energy as this Azumarill is forced to throw these play roughs.
Absolutely, this is a great opportunity for overharming. I don't think this Drill Run is going to do a lot of damage. Probably have to throw another charge attack actually to take out this Azumarill, but you might see the Jim Jammer try to take advantage of the desynchronized switch timers here.
All right, well, both the Jim Jammer's Malamar has a superpower loaded, and Richie also has a Hydro Cannon plus a little bit of energy loaded on Feraligatr as well. So this does open up the opportunity for combo plays here, maybe even a catch on the side of Jim Jammer. What will we see here? Okay, throws the Drill Run right as this Azumarill is able to get to this next charge attack. This is enough to knock out, and he has a second one stored as well. I'm very curious to see what the strategy for these two trainers are going to be as we start to get towards the later stages of this match.
Well, this Dunsparce is probably looking like the most valuable player on the Jim Jammer side here. Doesn't get the rollout through, but I think you're still going to be able to take out this Alolan Sand Slash before it's able to reach another charge attack. And then, of course, doesn't know it yet, but there is the Talonflame in the back, which is going to be food for the Dunsparce.
Richie does not want to get farmed down whatsoever, and actually now brings in his own Feraligatr here, which is a bit interesting because if Jim Jammer actually swaps out of this matchup, he could realign this Dunsparce versus the Talonflame, but he does not have that information yet. He does not know the Talonflame is hanging around in the back.
All right, Hydro Cannon coming through there. We saw the full rollout go through, and actually that could be critical because now I think if you're Jim Jammer, you can just commit to the full rollout down. Oh, actually doesn't.
I think it would have been very, very close. You may have actually fainted with the charge attack, I think so. So good call out there. Here comes the Rock Slide, though. A little interesting throwing the Rock Slide. Typically, you're going to be throwing the Drill and maybe anticipating a Talonflame? I don't know.
Potentially worried about a swap out, or maybe just, you know, tapping closer to the charge attack button, as we like to say. But here comes the Talonflame. I think you do reach this Rock Slide. Oh, actually going for the extra rollout there. You know, cutting it a little close, but I think you have some energy on the Malamar, but now this Talonflame is loaded on energy. I think it has a charge attack, and I think it's going to win charge attack priority. Oh, actually going for a swap out here.
Yeah, too close for comfort for me there. Wait a minute. Catches the foul play here on the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash. What a play by Richie. That is devastating for the Jim Jammer. That was all the energy on the Malamar, and you've got the Brave Bird loaded and ready to go now as Richie. Game number 1 will be going to Richie, 1409.
Maybe a little bit of an unnecessary play there. I think this Brave Bird would have been enough to take out, and I think Talonflame wins charge attack priority pretty comfortably over Malamar, but I mean, we do see people running Malamar with a very high attack out there, so, you know, maybe just safeguarding against that situation.
So don't forget, you and I were both spectating one match out in the crowd, and we're saying, oh no, that foul play is not going to knock out the Talonflame, and guess what? It knocked out the Talonflame. Let's take a look though at Richie's team. We got to see a lot of action from that Alolan Sand Slash, and was able to absorb all that Azumarill energy quite nice. Able to not only neutralize Azumarill, but get some necessary chip damage into that Dunsparce as well. Without that additional chip damage, may have been able to hang around a little bit longer versus that Talonflame and get some of those double super effective rollouts in.
I really love the way that Richie played around with the Alolan Sand Slash in this matchup. You see, you know, the catch here by the Jim Jammer, but Richie pretty much undoes any harm from that by building back the energy and then coming into Alolan Sand Slash to take it where it's all resisted.
Absolutely. Well, we're asking, is Talonflame good? It looked okay there. I don't think it had too much work to do. Simply just needed to farm down a Dunsparce, and then, like you said, I think charge attack priority is going to go the way of the Talonflame. So I'm curious to see if either of these trainers bring it again in game number 2. For me, I think the Pokemon that are standing out the most, Shadow Drapion, Kanto Marowak, maybe Diggersby, but really all the water Pokemon, so if they all seem to be performing well.
Absolutely. Well, those water Pokemon, I mean, people just respond to the meta that they see, right? So maybe next tournament we'll see a little bit more Charge Bug or a little bit more Superior.
But like you said, some of those waters, they have that sub-ground typing as well, and then they become an answer to those electrics as well. So it's really just interesting to see just the complementary typings between these Pokemon. And even if you are running a Pokemon that is a water type, you can actually still have a lot of flexibility. Let's move into game number 2, though.
This is a fantastic lead for Richie. Does get one of his water types onto the Talonflame. This is just like what we said, right? So hard to lead Talonflame when you know there's these water types, but Jim Jammer actually choosing to stay in here. He's actually ABA weak to the Toxapex, has the Superior hiding out in the back.
I think you just Brave Bird and dip here. You just get this chip damage, and you can even bring in Superior if you have to here. Superior can do neutral damage, and let's see what he ends up doing. Yeah, no, actually brings in the Malamar as well. And oh, this is a risky play from Richie. You hang on versus one of these charge attacks, but no, this risk is going to pay off for Richie, and Jim Jammer using the first Protect Shield on a Brine of all things.
All right, well, now that the shield has been pulled, you can bring in your heavy hitter. Here comes the Talonflame. Incinerate's already chunking away. Maybe you want to build up to 100 energy, or, well, you probably just want to farm up until the Malamar reaches another move.
Yeah, and this is where we're seeing that Fly Brave Bird combination. You don't really want to throw a Brave Bird here and get debuffs, so you just go straight for this Fly. Fly will be very close to knocking out, and Jim Jammer actually opting to use the second Protect Shield, going down both Protect Shields.
Yeah, maybe hoping that he can get a little bit more Psywave damage off on this Talonflame. Maybe you can even actually farm all the way down, but actually doesn't commit to it. Foul play coming through here, and Richie actually is going to shield it up. Has a lot of energy on this Talonflame, and he knows, you know, Brave Bird hits everything really, really hard.
Switch clocks are up, and this was an Incinerate that just went through, but this was not the Fly that was being thrown. I think this was the Brave Bird, which will knock out. Yes, it was. Down goes the Talonflame.
All right, well, down to basically, well, actually, like 1 1/4 Pokemon left for both trainers. Malamar coming in. It is going to be able to reach a superpower on the Diggersby, but Richie does have a shield. He does choose to shield it up, and this, I think, oh, actually, there's a Superior in the back, which will do more damage with the Frenzy Plant.
But you need to get energy on that Superior. You're not really going to be able to get energy very quickly here. In fact, you're going to be probably faced with 2 Fire Punches before you're able to get to even a single Frenzy Plant, and 1 Frenzy Plant doesn't knock out. You have to get 2 Frenzy Plants for the Diggersby, a Frenzy Plant for the Toxapex, and maybe then you can farm down the Talonflame as well?
All right, well, it's looking very good for Richie. Second Fire Punch already coming through here. Like you said, a lot of health remaining on the Toxapex. Switch timer not quite up, but maybe you can just stay in here, force the Superior to throw energy. Otherwise, you're going to reach a Fire Punch. Here it is, Charge Attack priority. Nice counting by the Jim Jammer.
Yeah, you basically just have to hope that this knocks out. And spoiler alert, it doesn't knock out. And the Diggersby, wait, hold on. It does! It knocks out!
All right, actually, this is looking scary
Hold
now.
on.
Do you have to make a catch as Richie?
So keep in mind, this Toxapex threw energy, but it was only the Brine. So it still has a little bit of an energy advantage. I think you actually need to make a catch. Oh, there it is! Oh my gosh!
All right, we're watching this in real time. I think Richie just won the game with that catch. Probably going to be able to advance to day 2. Here comes the Toxapex coming back in low health, but it doesn't matter. Superior just gets poison jabs down.
What a roller coaster of emotions there here on the casting desk. I was not anticipating that Frenzy Plant to knock out, but after all of the Vine Whips was able to just knock out, that set up a victory for the Jim Jammer. But no, Richie recognizing that I have to make a play. This could be the difference between me going home and making day 2. And I think we saw him both. I think we saw both of them wait a turn. I think that Jim Jammer waited a turn, Richie in response waited a turn, then hit him with that swab and was able to catch that. I think it was a Leaf Tornado.
Whatever it was. Oh, actually, Leaf Tornado wouldn't have knocked out the Toxapex, so I'm not sure about that. But
whatever ended up happening, Richie made an incredible play there, no doubt.
He absolutely did great counting there. You know, full awareness that the Superior was going to be forced to throw. The Toxapex was getting very close to a charge attack, and also the Superior was getting very low in health.
Oh my gosh, I have to eat my words on that one. That Frenzy Plant knocked out that Diggersby.
Fake spoiler alert.
A fake spoiler alert. That's what we say.
Right.
Well, I like the play here. So with Richie, he could have thrown that Fly there. It wasn't enough to knock out the Malamar, but I think he recognized that there was a very easy catch opportunity there and smartly threw that Brave Bird, which was a great play. I think Richie was a little, he's also saying, I didn't hang on there. So a little bit frustrating. Brings in Toxapex, and no, I think it was the Leaf Tornado. Oh my gosh.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's very interesting. I mean, I guess the Toxapex was quite low at the end there, so maybe it was okay to just throw the Leaf Tornado.
Interesting plays there, but at the end of the day, Richie able to safely take that victory there, and it all came down to that catch. Talonflame was able to
absorb the catch.
Was able to absorb the catch. Is Talonflame good? It's great at catching double resistance.
I mean, it also threw a Brave Bird, which took out the entire other Talonflame.
No doubt. Well, congratulations to Richie. He is, I'm sure, very happy to be moving on there. And what was you can only describe as a nail biter for both of those trainers there. Jim Jammer, so close, but that is going to be the end of his tournament run. And that was our final match of the day, Soph.
It was. We actually have our top 16 fully completed. You can look forward to seeing those players play tomorrow on day 2. And we're probably going to take another quick look at the bracket in just a little bit. But for now, let's just congratulate all of those trainers. Again, like we've been saying all day, super stacked bracket on both the winners and loser side.
That's right. All right, well, I'm looking forward to seeing that bracket either later today or tomorrow. Make sure that you guys do tune into the stream. We're going to take a break. We're not done here yet. We'll see you guys very soon.
Hello London, we are still in this European International Championships 2023 and I am with, what's your name actually?
Hi, it's Mariana.
Nice to meet you, Mariana. So where are we here? Because it's a very special place.
Yes, so this is actually a prize ball. So of course this is a big event for the players who compete in the main event, but we have, for example, a lot of spectators or people who just stopped by. So these people, they compete in so-called side events, and there they win small points, which they can collect through the weekend, and then they redeem prizes at our prize ball.
I saw an Espion plush, so if I earn enough points, I can take it, right?
Of course. Or if you have a very good friend, they can lend you their points for it.
Okay, amazing. Thank you for your time, Mariana.
I've been playing Pokemon since the first games came out. People at school were playing it just to start, like the red, blue, yellow games. So I was playing that with some older kids. I played for a little bit and then, took a break. And then once Go came out, I was like, I gotta play this game. Like, to become your own Pokemon trainer, going out and catching Pokemon, that was the whole dream of the series.
JGen is known for competing a lot in his local tournament scene in the Midwest.
Once the Go Battle League came out is when I really got into PvP. Just the convenience of being able to play from your home was really nice. You can battle anyone from anywhere.
Can JGen put the pieces together for the first time and make top cut at a regional championship? We're going to find out.
At tournaments, it's pretty cool because you interact with a lot of people online, but you don't really get to know them. At the tournament setting, you get to, interact with everyone, get to really know them. So that's kind of the main part of going to the tournaments. It's amazing that Pokemon goes in the circuit for Play Pokemon. It's a really exciting product to watch. The glory of becoming a champion is really cool to aspire for.
We talked about JGen being very experienced. Currently the number 10 ranked player in North America, and that number is definitely moving up after this tournament.
I guess my favorite moment is when I won today. But other than that, I actually attended Japan as a spectator last year. And so a few of my friends had actually qualified, so it was just amazing to be able to hang out with them in Japan. I'd never been to Japan before. Get to see a few sites with them. And just Japan was an amazing experience to see how passionate they are for Pokemon. I really look up to the top battlers. How can I become better at my game? I would say Wadaj and Elite are two of the best that I've seen play. And then even at this tournament, that boy Jay makes some really insane undercharges on his charge moves. He has such a great knowledge of the game. It just makes you want to learn it quite at that level. If I was a Pokemon typing, I'd probably be normal type, pretty basic guy, basic activities and stuff. I don't know.
Welcome back, trainers. We're here in Louisville to wrap up day number 1. A little flashback there from JGen Toronto last season, about exactly a year ago during the Halloween season as well. And here we are a year later, 160 trainers here in Louisville. I'm Caleb Payne, joined by my wonderful co-casters. What do y'all think about day number 1?
Oh, it was fantastic. There were so many talented trainers, like I was saying with Jim all day. So many talented trainers making it to day 2 on both the winners and losers side of the bracket. So I'm just really, really excited for tomorrow.
I've never seen a day have so many portions to it. It felt like early on there was all these poison types, Shadow Drapion was going off. Then there was that portion in the middle where you had some trainers like Trent have these bulky Pokemon try to go for the alignment in the middle. And then we get into the Superior, and then we get into the catches at the end of the day too. We had some awesome catches. We had some sweet game-winning catches at the end there. It just felt like you had it all. Felt you had like 2 different metas. It was a really exciting day number 1.
Yeah, I think we did see a little bit of everything there, which is really, really great to see. Like you said, some flashy plays, some consistent plays. I think for me, the standout had to be Shadow Kanto Marowak. For me, it's just a Pokemon that I've had a lot of personal fun playing in Go Battle League, and to see it succeed here on the grand stage as well, it was a lot of fun.
Speaking of succeeding, let's take a look at that winners bracket to see who has gone undefeated on day number 1 here. Kick things off, we got Gordon Flash and Lau Jeffs. What do you think about the next couple matches, Soph?
I mean, there's just so many big names, so many regional champions. Of course, we've got Lyle with 2 titles, Saxon with the regional IC and world title, Balk also regional champion. Like, the names just keep going and the accomplishments just keep growing.
Yeah, there's a couple on the winner side that haven't won a tournament yet, looking for their first tournament win. Of course, we have 8 other competitors on the loser side as well, so don't forget about them. But to tune into that, we have day number 2 coming up soon. What time should people wake up, Butters?
9:45 Eastern Standard Time. Be here early day number 2 because we have some awesome loser side that we don't see on the bracket yet, but we have Tomahawk versus Pranav, I think, early on that loser side. Of course, we will have some winner's side battle to start us off, and if you start winning early day number 1, you have a really good chance of winning it all, so make sure to be there at 9:45 Eastern Standard Time.
That's right. And of course, we have a whole set of regionals, not just Louisville, not just Baltimore we had before, but we had a bunch of them. Jim, which one are you looking forward to the most?
I mean, I'm actually really excited to see the Latin America International Championship. I know that's not in region here, but that's just so exciting. I've seen a very distinct meta evolving actually in the LATAM region, and I want to see how that contrasts here to this meta that we're seeing in Louisville, and maybe some responses from what we're seeing in Louisville as well.
Yeah, definitely. The energy at Latin American International Championships is unreal and, you know, unmatched by anywhere else. A lot of Latin trainers here coming to North America Championships as well to compete. So we've seen some of them. We saw Richie here in that final gameplay too. So definitely a good one to see. And of course, we have a bunch of socials you can follow along with on the action. And you got us on X. Use hashtag #PlayPokemon if you want to be featured on a potential tweet on stream. Of course, we have YouTube /Pokemon and Facebook as well as Instagram. And there's some other channels as well on YouTube and Twitch. But that pretty much wraps it up for us. Final words from everyone. What was your favorite moment from day number 1? Let's start with Soph.
You know, I really liked that catch at the end from Richie. I mean, it's just really exciting to see the last match of the day come down to, you know, a couple of HP, a couple of seconds, actually 0 seconds in that case. So, I don't know, really nice to close out the game with some flashy plays like that.
All right. What about you, Butters?
I think my favorite was, it was 2 pumps. It was Pranav being pumped, and then also Pranav being Hydro pumped first when he didn't see that secret weapon Hydro Pump coming. That was one of my favorite moments, but this is like the best time for Pokemon Go PvP because it's a new meta, something that no one has adjusted to, and it's shifting right now, and the tournament is absolutely stacked. I was amazing day number 1.
Yeah, it really was great seeing all those emotions on stage. I think for me it was Arrow when we just saw, I think we said 14 fist pumps on stream. Yeah, it's great to see these trainers that are popping off and just having so much fun as they're winning as well, especially trainers that bring such a, you know, spicy team like Arrow as well. But for me, it's 2 words. Get ready, Shadow Kanto Marowak day 2.
That's right. Shadow Kanto Marowak looking so strong. My favorite moment is probably similar to Butters, the Hydro Pump on Pranav's Alone Stand Session. The one he didn't see coming, right?
Yeah,
That's a moment where everyone watching is like, I've been there too, right? We just didn't read the team sheet. But Pranav still making day number 2, as well as 17 other trainers. Only one way to follow in on the action is stay tuned for day number 2. So until then, be well, and we'll catch you all tomorrow. Dawn fan, man. Oh my goodness.
Well played. I thought you were gonna have Dragon Claw. I was like 1000% sure.
I'm gonna throw the Aqua Tail, okay?
That's fine, that's fine, that's fine.
Great games, man.
Yeah. Yeah!